Chapter 1. A debt of 600,000. The trading space initiates. In a cramped alley of Jiang City, several figures loomed outside a dilapidated, low-slung cement-tiled house, scarcely 50 square meters in area. It was the rainy season in May, and a drizzling rain washed over the city streets. Pedestrians occasionally shielded their heads with their hands, glancing into the alley before hurrying past. Within the alley, the gruff roars of several middle-aged men echoed. "Hey Lin, did I give you too much respect? How many days has it been? Shouldn't this money have been repaid long ago? Brother Hao, please grant me a few more days. I've exhausted all my avenues for borrowing. I truly have no means. Are you trying to deceive me? A grown man can't even borrow 600,000? I'm telling you, I'll give you one last week. If you can't borrow the money, don't blame us for evicting you from here. Although this house isn't fit for a dog, it's still worth something." Upon hearing this, the faces of those inside the dilapidated house darkened. However, surrounded by a group of burly middle-aged men, they were all powerless. Lin Xiao's father, in his pursuit of a better life for his family, had inadvertently boarded a treacherous ship. He was not only swindled out of his savings by Zhang Hao's so-called investment company, but also ended up owing them 600,000. Through shady means, Zhang Hao had transformed into their creditor. Their home, the small house that Lin Xiao's father had purchased in the city after a lifetime of toil, their sanctuary, was now to be used to offset the debt. Lin's father, having labored for most of his life, was met with such an outcome. He was resentful. "If I give you this house, where will my family live? Please, have some compassion. My son is still in school and will soon take the college entrance examination. He can't be without a place to live. Brother Hao, can you give me a little more time, please?" Upon hearing this, the man named Hao sneered. "College entrance examination? Your son is still taking the college entrance examination? What's the point of going to school? Your family is in this situation. It's better to honestly work in a factory and earn some money." Hao appeared very disdainful. He changed the subject. "To tell you the truth, I have connections at the bank. Don't let me label your family as defaulters and sell your house. Your family will be utterly ruined. 1 week. I must see the money in 1 week, not a penny less than 600,000. Otherwise, your whole family will move out and go wherever you please." Hao pointed at Lin's father, uttered a few harsh words, and then left with his men. This is a society governed by law, and they dare not be too blatant. However, they were a notorious debt collection company in the area, with many tricks up their sleeves. Even if a group of strong men surrounded your door, you couldn't do anything about it. The mere annoyance could drive you to your wits' end. After the debt collectors left, Lin Xiao's family fell into silence. "I am the one who owes them money. They'll go and borrow from those relatives again. There must be a way." Lin's mother said nervously, "Otherwise, let's just move. It's not good to be harassed by these people all day. Move? Where can we go? Xiao is about to take the college entrance examination and needs to study. He can't be without a place to live. It's all my fault. If only I had listened to them." Lin's father could only sigh helplessly in the house. Filled with remorse, Lin Xiao saw all of this. The young man, with a clean face and clear eyes, stood at the bedroom door in his plain school uniform, pondering something. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "Or, he'll go and earn money." However, this idea was instantly rejected by his family. "No, you must not drop out of school. Listen to your father. This is not something you should worry about. Just study hard, and your father will find a way, okay?" Lin's father's eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth. "Even if your father has to kneel down and beg those relatives, I won't let you be without a place to live." Soon, the house fell silent. Lin's father and mother went out to find a way to borrow money. Lin Xiao returned to his room to contemplate his life. With only 30 days left until the college entrance examination, this kind of thing happened to his family. He was somewhat reluctant to continue his studies, not to mention the question of whether he could pass the exam. Given his family's situation, even if he did get into college, it would be a considerable expense. His 10 years of hard study ultimately could not compare to 3 generations of merchants. Currently, and in the future, the situation was not optimistic. However, he did not feel anxious or complain. Instead, he carefully analyzed the current situation. He considered himself to be somewhat handsome, and he also exercised regularly, so he had a perfect figure. With his strength, finding a decent job shouldn't be difficult, right? At worst, he could just go and work hard. Earning money isn't shameful. In this day and age, earning money isn't easy. Even if he went to work in a factory and tightened screws, he could still earn 4,000 or 5,000 a month. But is that a job for a human? Lin Xiao meant, did those capitalists treat workers like human beings? As he was pondering, suddenly, everything went dark, and his thoughts were drawn into a mysterious space along with his consciousness. Here, everything was pitch black, and only two giant screens met his eyes. Lin Xiao didn't know why he had come to this place. There were only two possibilities. Either he was dreaming, or something supernatural had entered his body. Soon, he ruled out the first possibility. Hello, host. I am your space-time trading assistant, Xiao Yi. As a space-time trading assistant, I possess resources from various timelines. I will help you find traders from other dimensions, and I am responsible for helping the host trade items with people or creatures from other spaces, achieving mutual exchange. At the same time, the images on the giant screen suddenly appeared, matching the first space-time trader for the host. Space-time trading sounds interesting. However, he didn't seem to have anything to trade, right? The large screen in front of Lin Xiao lit up, revealing a panicked, anxious adult man. Lin Xiao observed the situation around the man. The man was sitting in a basement, looking worried, his eyes full of despair. His surroundings were messy, with waste everywhere. Brother, save me, please save me. The apocalypse is only a few days away, and I don't have enough food. The other party immediately revealed his situation. This trader, named Long San, came from a parallel world to Lin Xiao's, with the same environment, resources, currency, and system as Lin Xiao's world. The only difference was, in less than 3 days, his parallel timeline would enter the apocalypse. He was facing a world of scarce resources, rampant zombies. Now, the goods in major supermarkets and warehouses had been looted. His predicament was that he couldn't buy food, even with money.mr. Lin, my family hasn't been able to get any supplies, and we're very anxious. If the apocalypse comes, we'll all be finished. It's mainly that my tens of millions of savings are useless. In the apocalypse, it's just like waste paper. Wait, what? Did you say tens of millions in savings? Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately became interested. He asked, you came to this trading space. Are you planning to trade your savings for supplies? Assuredly. Allow me to elucidate. If you furnish me with additional resources, I shall relinquish all the currency within my abode to your possession. Verily, I do not exaggerate when I assert that my domicile is replete with monetary assets. As Long San articulated this, he proceeded directly to the vicinity of his subterranean chamber, where he unveiled his sleeping quarters. Lin Xiao could not help but gape in astonishment. Beneath the bed, an abundance of banknotes was conspicuously arranged in that instant. He comprehended that his opportunity for financial prosperity had materialized. Chapter 2. Cousin Chun Rant's Generosity. Target transaction of 60 million. The visual impact of this scene struck Lin Xiao with a profound sense of astonishment, momentarily disrupting his usual composure. He suppressed his excitement and inquired, how much is this roughly worth? Long Sun replied, not much, just over 60 million. Mr. Lin, you must save me. This money is worthless to me. I will give it all to you, provided that you must bring the supplies from your side. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. The next moment, his consciousness emerged from the time-space trading realm. This meant that upon completing this transaction, he would acquire over 60 million. Moreover, his only cost would be some supplies. Is this the allure of the time-space trading space? This trading space is indeed timely. Over 60 million is sufficient for him to attain financial independence. A step towards wealth, a step towards fulfillment. This is undeniably exhilarating. Witnessing the perilous plight of Long San, Lin Xiao was determined to assist him wholeheartedly. Inside the bedroom, Lin Xiao's door was abruptly flung open. A strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure entered, immediately pushing Lin Xiao onto the bed. Lin Xiao, you useless cousin. Your parents are currently at my parents' house, begging for money. And here you are dawdling? Shouldn't you be studying hard to repay your parents in the future? Look at how hard they have it now. The speaker was Lin Xiao's cousin, Chun Ran, who was 3 years his senior. With her hair tied back in a sleek ponytail, she looked fresh and tidy. Adorned with an Armani starry watch and clad in fitted jeans paired with white canvas shoes, exuding a youthful vigor. Chun Ran's family was considerably better off than Lin Xiao's. She was currently attending a private university, which cost 15,000 a year, a sum her family could easily afford. In contrast, Lin Xiao's situation appeared rather bleak. Had he been accepted into a private university, he likely wouldn't have been able to afford it and would have had to settle for a public vocational school instead. Chun Ran's personality was straightforward and candid, and Lin Xiao had grown accustomed to her demeanor. Have my parents gone over again? Lin Xiao asked calmly. Chun Ran sighed, yes. Last time my family kicked your parents out. I couldn't bear to witness that scene. She raised her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Xiao. What do you plan to do? Continue studying or get a job? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. I think I will continue my studies. Continue studying? Can your family manage that? Are you so poor that you can't even afford instant noodles? As Lin Xiao looked at his cousin, a sudden realization dawned on him. He was troubled about how to provide supplies for Long Sin, and here was his affluent cousin, conveniently at his disposal. What a timely stroke of fortune. Despite her bluntness, she was genuinely kind-hearted. Chenran, could you lend me some money? Ah, I knew it. You can't afford to eat, can you? Without hesitation, Chenran pulled several hundred yuan bills from her jeans pocket and handed them to Lin Xiao. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being supported by my cousin. Lin Xiao mused. Stop with the banter. I'm merely sympathizing with you. Consider it charity for a beggar, all right? My useless cousin. Chenran attempted to touch Lin Xiao's handsome face, but he grasped her hand firmly. Not enough. What do you mean, not enough? The money? Sister Chenran. I need to borrow at least 1,000. Chenran frowned. 1,000? What do you need that for? It wasn't that Chenran couldn't afford the amount. Rather, she was concerned about Lin Xiao possibly making an impulsive decision, especially since she was aware of his debt situation. Those individuals from the underworld were not to be trifled with. Chenran had a kind heart, willing to lend her cousin money without ever asking for repayment. However, her parents were quite different. They understood Lin Xiao's family situation. Lending them money was akin to pouring water out, impossible to retrieve. Thus, Chenran's parents would never lend money to Lin Xiao's family and increasingly looked down upon them. Therefore, Lin Xiao's parents must have faced significant difficulties when they approached Chenran's family for help. I plan to buy some things at the supermarket. However, if you lend me 1,000, I promise to repay you tenfold. Lin Xiao explained his reasoning for borrowing money. Of course, he could never disclose the truth about the time-space transaction. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Chenran burst into laughter. When did my useless cousin start playing the con artist? You want me to lend you money, and you promise tenfold returns? Are you involved in some pyramid scheme? Ha ha. She laughed heartily, slapping Lin Xiao's thigh playfully. Lin Xiao felt speechless. This was simply her nature. However, her playful slap was genuinely painful. Not tenfold returns, but 100-fold. What do you say, Sister Chenran? Is this deal acceptable? Chenran paused for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I'm truly exasperated with you. If you need money, just ask your sister. I have plenty. You don't need to repay me. Your family is struggling enough. As your cousin, it is my duty to assist you. Just don't forget your cousin when you achieve great success in the future. Chenran said this casually, not overly concerned about whether Lin Xiao would become successful. She simply wanted to fulfill her role as an older sister. Her words brought a warmth to Lin Xiao's heart. Chenran opted to transfer the money via WeChat. Shall we go? Let me take you to the supermarket. I'm going on a shopping spree. Chenran was somewhat puzzled but intrigued to see what Lin Xiao would do, so she followed him to the supermarket. Upon entering, with Chenran's 1,000 yuan and his own meager savings, Lin Xiao embarked on a shopping spree. He filled several boxes with bottled water, instant noodles, rice, flour, peanut oil, and various snacks. In less than an hour, he had spent every last cent of the money Chenran lent him. At the checkout, the cashier was astonished. Are you planning to flee? Stocking up on so many supplies. Chenran trailed behind, utterly bewildered. Sister Chenran, why are you just standing there? Help me carry these. Goodness, so now I'm your porter? Am I? Not only do I lend you money, but I also have to help you move stuff? Chenran complained. Yet her body obediently followed Lin Xiao as they transported the goods. After a strenuous effort, they finally completed their task. With Chenran taking a moment to gulp down a bottle of water to quench her thirst, feeling utterly exhausted. What on earth was Lin Xiao planning to do with all these supplies? Surely he wasn't contemplating leaving home with them? Chapter 3. A Windfall. Instant relief from worries, Chenran suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her and immediately intercepted Lin Xiao on his way home. What's wrong, Chenran? Lin Xiao asked, perplexed. I can't believe you're actually planning to abscond with all these things. This is truly a case of every man for himself in times of crisis. Your family is struggling so much right now. You can't just leave. Lin Xiao shrugged and shot her an irritated glance. How could I do such a thing? Am I that kind of person? Chenran pondered for a moment. It does seem quite plausible. Get lost. Cousin, I'll return the money in a few days, I promise. I will definitely pay you back. No need for that. You really shouldn't. You're already in such dire straits. Just forget it. Or better yet, let me support you like an elder sister should. Absolutely not. I refuse to be a kept man. As if anyone would even qualify to be fed off my generosity. If I offer, you should just accept it. Why all the fuss? After a light-hearted exchange, Lin Xiao carried the various bags and items back home. The residence was a 4-story building from the 1980s, with peeling walls and no elevator or gas supply. Occasionally, the sewage system would clog, and using high-power appliances would trip the circuit breaker. Residents had grown accustomed to intermittent water and power outages. At that moment, his parents had already returned home. Upon entering, Lin Xiao was immediately enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere. The room was eerily silent. With both his father and mother seated on the sofa, their faces darkened with worry. When Lin Xiao walked in, his mother could no longer hold back her tears. "Son, we are so sorry. We should have provided you with a proper education, allowing you to sit for the college entrance examination, attend university, and enjoy a happy, fulfilling college life. Yet, due to our helplessness, we can barely maintain our daily lives." For all salaried workers, prices continue to soar while salaries remain stagnant, with the only increase being the hours they toil away for their employers. In these times, many struggle to make ends meet, let alone lend money. Today, they had begged every relative and friend they could think of, humbling themselves to borrow a meager 100,000 yuan, which was still insufficient to clear their family debts. The only option left was to sell their home. The family would have to work hard to repay their debts, hoping to eventually buy back their home. After 10 arduous years of working for their employer, enabling him to achieve financial freedom, they remained destitute and suffered unfair treatment at the factory. This is the stark reality faced by countless low-wage workers. Seeing his mother in tears, Lin Xiao pulled out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her, flashing a faint smile. "If we sell the house, we can buy a larger one in the future." His parents were confused by Lin Xiao's words and paid little attention to his reassurances. Instead, they were focused on the bags he had brought. "Son, what is all this?" Upon seeing the supplies, their first thought was that their son had anticipated their needs for moving to another place. However, the items Lin Xiao had acquired were not meant for them. He had purchased them cheaply, totaling just over 1,000 yuan, and while the quality was modest, the quantity was substantial. Without further explanation, Lin Xiao headed straight to his room. With a thought, he once again entered the time-space trading space. "Xiaoyi, how do I send these items over?" Lin Xiao inquired of his time-space trading assistant. "Host, once you confirm the transaction with the recipient, the assistant will automatically transfer the items to their respective time-space. And the items you were trading will also be sent to you." "Understood." After witnessing a flash of light, the trading space's large screen illuminated once more. Before him stood a restless man, eagerly awaiting Lin Xiao's arrival. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the man's face broke into a radiant smile, as if he had seen a long-lost father. "Mr. Lin, you finally made it. The apocalypse has hit us hard. I've run out of food. Just yesterday, my wife cooked my belt, and it was absolutely dreadful." The parallel time-space he inhabited was far more perilous than Lin Xiao's. At that moment, Long's son appeared gaunt and weary, as though he hadn't eaten for several days. "Mr. Lin, do you have the supplies?" Lin Xiao responded, "Brother Long, you still have the money on your side, right?" Yes. I'm just lying around on it, feeling miserable. What good is it if I can't eat? I'm ready to give it all to you. I'm so frustrated just seeing it." Long's son was desperate for supplies, while Lin Xiao was solely interested in the money. Was this not a fortuitous match? Lin Xiao transmitted the supplies he had already procured to Long Sen's side. In the next moment, Long Sen's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the goods. It was as if he had seen a feast after a long famine, his body trembling with excitement. "So much food. Holy moly. Honey, we have food now." Without hesitation, Long Sen transferred all his assets to Lin Xiao, his heart racing with exhilaration, though he maintained a calm facade. "If we can match again in the future, I can save up some more money for you. And in return, I'll give you my supplies." Long's son nodded vigorously. Absolutely. In his apocalyptic world, supplies were worth their weight in gold. The provisions Lin Xiao offered would secure Long Sen a foothold in his dire environment. Let no one label Lin Xiao as a heartless merchant. This was merely an exchange of equals. Rest assured, host, all items traded within the time-space trading space come from legitimate sources. The assistant will handle any subsequent issues. The origins of the money pose no problem, as the trading assistant Xiaoyi would take care of it. "Would you like to contact a nearby bank?" Xiaoyi asked. "Yes. I have already reached out to the local bank manager. You can handle the deposit procedures tomorrow." Such efficiency and attentive service? Lin Xiao marveled. The trading space was temporarily closed. Lying on his bed, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the sudden influx of wealth that made all his worries seem to vanish into thin air. Yet, he wondered why life had suddenly become so monotonous. Chapter 4. Youth has just begun. The anxious bank president addressed the esteemed client. Your account 9950 received a deposit of 60,000 yuan on May 2nd at 1931:16. Your current balance stands at 60,001.52 4 yuan. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao could hardly contain his elation. The funds had indeed arrived, facilitated through the spatial trading assistance remittance, thus sparing him the burden of transporting several suitcases full of cash to the bank for deposit. Had he been compelled to carry those suitcases, he would have certainly faced inquiries regarding the source of such substantial funds. However, with the spatial trading assistant, matters were markedly more convenient. Was it truly that effortless to amass wealth? Why did life feel so suddenly mundane? Lying in bed, Lin Xiao gazed at his account balance, lost in contemplation for quite some time. He had once envisioned that foregoing education and diving straight into the workforce would require relentless labor. Even if he toiled tirelessly delivering takeout, accumulating 50,000 yuan by the age of 23 would allow him to purchase a BMW 3 Series. Without familial support, he yearned to grasp the fleeting moments of youth, satisfied with owning a coveted vehicle by his early 20s. By 24, he aspired to buy a home, save for a dowry, and set aside funds for his child's arrival. He often dreamed of driving a Maybach S480, yet the reality was that, at over 20, he could scarcely muster a mere 200,000 yuan for wedding savings without assistance from his family. Thus, one must not be deceived by the enticing narrative spun by social media. Should you be fortunate enough to own a Maybach, may your gaze seek out the essence of your youth as you lower your car window. This was a particularly amusing post he encountered online. Lin Xiao pondered for a long while. At such a tender age, he had already attained financial freedom, boasting 60 million in savings. The Maybach, once a distant dream, now tantalizingly within reach. Could he become a nouveau riche? Born into poverty, he had never succumbed to feelings of inferiority, though life had been a struggle. He understood the virtue of contentment. Thus, he could never become the ostentatious parvenu, nor did he desire to tread that path. Such a person, upon acquiring wealth, who loses sight of their identity, appears quite lowly, akin to a brute. After much reflection, his initial restlessness subsided. He was now poised to face the college entrance examination with a tranquil heart. In truth, with his current financial standing, there was no necessity for him to undertake the exams. Yet, he recognized that neglecting his studies would narrow his horizons and diminish his character and intellect. The college entrance examination does not dictate one's destiny, yet it offers an unforgettable experience. Now that he possessed wealth, he could fully relish life and savor this journey, without the need for excessive toil, simply reveling in the camaraderie of his peers during their youthful years. The next morning, Lin Xiao made his way to the commercial bank in the heart of Binhai City, the largest bank in the area. The establishment exuded grandeur. Being a Monday, the bank was particularly crowded. Number 105, sir, please wait over there, came the instruction, with dozens ahead of him and only 3 windows available. Lin Xiao took a number and settled down in the bustling hall, awaiting his turn. To his dismay, although the spatial trading assistant had informed him of contacting the bank president, no specific contact details were provided. What was the plan? Should he expect the president to call him directly? Lin Xiao remained patient, donning his headphones and occupied himself with his phone to pass the time. When the bank is bustling, the wait can become exasperating. Sometimes, the transactions at the counters are convoluted, causing delays that stretch on interminably. One is left to sit idly, unable to move, merely enduring the wait. A wait of several minutes is bearable, but when it extends to hours, discomfort sets in. Finally, it was almost his turn. As Lin Xiao raised his head and tucked away his phone, he was overtaken by a middle-aged man sporting a Rolex watch, radiating a distinctly businesslike aura. Lin Xiao observed that this man had just entered. Without even taking a number, he approached the counter directly. He completely disregarded the efforts of those who had been patiently queuing. Moreover, the staff member responsible for distributing numbers escorted him straight to the counter, allowing him to usurp the position Lin Xiao was about to occupy. Excuse me, I believe it's my turn according to the numbers? Lin Xiao inquired politely. The bank staff offered an apologetic smile. I'm very sorry, but this gentleman is a VIP client with priority service. Please bear with us for just a moment. He'll be done shortly. Shouldn't VIP clients have a separate lane for transactions? Why were they here? Before the staff could respond, the middle-aged man impatiently interjected. I've already discussed it with the manager. Today, the VIP lane is closed for business. We have a significant client today. That guy must be depositing a fortune. Even we who have millions are being sidelined. Having deposited 2 million yuan, this middle-aged man naturally enjoyed VIP status and priority service. For him, Queuing was an obsolete concept. Lin Xiao nodded, continuing, I would like to speak with your president. I have a matter to discuss with him, or you could provide me with his contact information. He was eager to avoid further delays and sought the staff's assistance in reaching the president. Clearly, Lin Xiao was overestimating his situation. In such a large bank, the president was not accessible to ordinary employees. I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. Please wait in the lounge, the staff responded flatly. What was this young man thinking? Just because a VIP client was served before him, he sought the bank president? Surely, he must have been mistaken. The VIP client had deposited millions. Having priority was entirely justifiable. Moreover, seeking the president's attention? Did he truly believe he was someone of importance? The staff exchanged bemused glances, sharing a quiet laugh. This young man was quite amusing. To even meet with the bank's manager would be quite an accomplishment for him. Without a substantial deposit, to expect a personal audience with the president was merely a fantasy. As the middle-aged man completed his transaction, he waved to the nearby staff and cheerfully prepared to depart. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Li Tianyi was not entertaining any clients today. Rather, he was waiting for one person. His secretary was somewhat bewildered, having never seen the president so anxiously awaiting someone's arrival. What kind of client is this, really? Xiao Lu, could you please adjust the surveillance in the lobby? I fear that if they arrive, we might remain unaware. Certainly, no problem at all. As Secretary Lu adjusted the monitors, a look of curiosity crossed her face. President, who exactly is this person? You seem quite anxious awaiting their arrival. How should I put it? This individual must be treated with utmost seriousness, as they possess 60 million in demand deposits with our bank. 60 million? Secretary Lu's mouth slightly agape. She appeared utterly astonished. Chapter 5. Do not blame poor service. Blame your insufficient funds. The secretary could not help but exclaim. 60 million in cash flow? What does that signify in this small coastal town? No wonder the bank president was so invested. Typically, bank presidents have annual performance targets, and in a second or third-tier city like this, a branch manager might be expected to achieve a savings target of around 200 million each year. This year, Li Tianyi felt the pressure, given the broader economic climate. Many individuals were reluctant to deposit their money in banks. Thus, when that gentleman mentioned a desire to save 60 million, Li Tianyi was initially incredulous. I have reserved a table at the Guofu restaurant for Mr. Lin. Once he arrives, I will take him there, Li Tianyi instructed his secretary earnestly. Secretary Lu nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and he made sure not to be negligent. Like Li Tianyi, he was attentively monitoring every movement in the bank's lobby, fearful of missing any significant individuals. Moments later, Secretary Lu adjusted his glasses and frowned slightly. Presently, could that gentleman be him? Lu had taken note of the bank's important clients, and Lin Zhao's photograph was firmly etched in his memory. After all, how else could he have become the president's secretary? Particularly as a male secretary, his professional capabilities were unquestionable. After scrutinizing for a while, Li Tianyi hurriedly exclaimed, quickly, bring me my reading glasses. In his 40s, Li Tianyi's vision had begun to fail him. Upon donning the glasses and comparing the client list, he suddenly sprang to his feet, startling Secretary Lu. Mr. Lin has arrived, and he has been waiting for quite some time. What? Secretary Lu was momentarily taken aback and quickly adjusted the surveillance video. His expression darkened significantly. That esteemed guest had been waiting in their bank for nearly 3 hours, standing in line, while they remained oblivious. President Li. This. Li Tianyi hastily straightened his suit, his face pale with concern. Quickly, call our staff and instruct them to escort him to the VIP reception room immediately. If Mr. Lin is displeased in any way, then everyone should pack up and leave. Li Tianyi shouted at Secretary Lu before sprinting toward the lobby. Keeping such a significant client waiting for so long was undeniably a dereliction of duty. If he were to leave in frustration and deposit his money elsewhere, it would be a catastrophic loss for them. It could be said that with such substantial wealth, every major bank and financial institution would be eager to cater to his needs. In the bank service hall, a middle-aged man, having completed his business, was preparing to leave with satisfaction. Upon turning around, he noticed Lin Xiao still waiting in line behind him. A smug smile crept across his face, brimming with a sense of superiority. Young man, let me share a piece of advice. Do not blame the bank for poor service, but rather, blame your meager deposits. This is a life lesson. You are young and inexperienced, but as you step into society, you will come to understand that some things cannot be changed at will. Remember this, society always caters to the wealthy. The middle-aged man carried himself with the air of a successful individual, imparting his wisdom to Lin Xiao from his elevated position. You are quite right. Hence, I plan to explore other banks, Lin Xiao replied. The middle-aged man shook his head in resignation. What good will it do to visit another bank? They are all the same. If you have no money, they will treat you with indifference. He earnestly lectured Lin Xiao, emphasizing his own superior status. The bank staff observed this exchange but refrained from interjecting. At that moment, the bank manager hurried over. Manager, what brings you here? The bank manager's expression was grim, having just been scolded by Secretary Liu. She was unaware of what had transpired and was determined to do everything possible to retain a certain Mr. Lin. Who is Mr. Lin? The bank manager scanned the room. Hello, I am Lin Bei, the manager of Bin Hai Tingfei Company, Limited. The middle-aged man stepped forward, eager to shake hands with the bank manager. Greetings. Please follow me to the lounge for some fine tea, the bank manager said respectfully. The middle-aged man's smile widened. Did you not say the VIP lounge was off limits earlier? Why is it accessible now? Today, our lounge is specifically reserved for very important guests. Mr. Lin, you are entitled to this privilege. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Lin Bei felt quite pleased. He waved his Rolex at Lin Xiao, showcasing the disparity between them. While he was being personally attended to by the bank manager, ordinary individuals like Lin Xiao had to contend with crowded waiting areas. Lin Xiao was taken aback. If he was not mistaken, this Mr. Lin must refer to him. What a coincidence that this middle-aged man also shared his surname. Just as Lin Bei was about to be escorted to the VIP lounge, a voice resonated from afar. Mr. Lin, a man in a crisply tailored black suit, adorned with a tie and meticulously groomed, was rushing towards them at great speed. Lin Bei instantly recognized him, the president of Bin Hai Commercial Bank. In the entire Bin Hai region, he was a figure of considerable significance, especially since commercial banks boasted a higher standing than smaller institutions. What is going on today? I merely came to withdraw some cash. Why is the president personally here to welcome me? I have never received such treatment before. He began to realize that something was amiss. However, as the president called his name from a distance, he felt compelled to approach and shake hands. What unfolded next was a scene of drama. Hello, I am. As Lin Bei hastened toward President Li Tianyi, beaming with a smile and reaching out his hand, he suddenly noticed that Li Tianyi had brushed past him without acknowledgement. Lin Bei's heart sank. A peculiar thought struck him. Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Li Tianyi, the president of this bank. Here is my business card. I sincerely apologize. Due to confidentiality regarding our important clients, our staff did not recognize you immediately. This oversight is entirely my fault, and I extend my heartfelt apologies. Li Tianyi bowed slightly, hands clasped, and offered a sincere smile to Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Bei stood frozen, as if rooted to the spot, disbelief washing over him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and then directed his gaze toward the young man before him. President Li is bowing and nodding to the young man he has just instructed. It turns out that Mr. Lin was not referring to himself, but rather to him. Chapter 6. Daily Earnings of 10,000. Composed Lin Xiao. Lin Bei was utterly astonished. After much contemplation, he realized that the fool was none other than himself. The moment he recalled how he had just lectured others, only to discover that the person he had dismissed was an esteemed guest specially invited by President Li, he felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. What wealth must he possess to warrant such attention from the bank? The irony of his own pretentiousness in front of someone of such caliber was not lost on him. The bank staff were equally taken aback. They had never anticipated that the plain-looking young man was a VIP specifically sought after by the president. Their earlier lack of decorum, allowing others to cut in line, now weighed heavily on their conscience. Cold sweat broke out among them as they pondered the repercussions if President Li chose to hold them accountable. Their positions were precarious, reliant on connections, and the threat of dismissal loomed large should they fail to impress. The bank manager felt deeply embarrassed. The realization that he had misidentified such a significant client struck him hard. The unassuming young man was evidently a high-net-worth individual, likely boasting savings exceeding 10 million. Such an oversight in service was a grave error on their part. The manager discreetly signaled to the staff, who promptly approached Lin Xiao, bowing deeply with expressions of sincere apology. Mr. Lin, we sincerely apologize for our oversight. As the bank manager, I take full responsibility for this error and hope you can find it within you to forgive us. Observing their contrition, Lin Xiao merely shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. It seems your bank's client confidentiality is commendable, he remarked, leaving the meaning of his words ambiguous. The staff, heads bowed, yearned for his understanding. In times of financial struggle, they would never have deigned to apologize, their pride too great. Yet now, with the prospect of substantial deposits, They were eager to please, terrified that he might withdraw his funds or, worse yet, transfer them to a competitor. In simpler terms, wealth commanded respect. The previous remark from the middle-aged man rang true. Wealth elevates one's status. Lin Zhao's gaze shifted back to Lin Bei, who appeared flustered and uncertain. He contemplated a hasty retreat but was acutely aware of the implications of offending such a wealthy individual. As a corporate manager, future interactions with this affluent heir were inevitable. Society's constraints weighed heavily upon him. After a brief hesitation, Lin Bei acknowledged Lin Zhao with a contrite greeting. "I apologize, Mr. Lin. My earlier comments were inappropriate." "In what way were they inappropriate?" Lin Zhao responded with a knowing smile. "You stated that the bank service was lacking due to insufficient funds. However, the service is indeed commendable, given the substantial amount I possess." He emphasized the reversal of Lin Bei's earlier sentiment, imparting wisdom on humility and the folly of arrogance in the presence of wealth. Lin Zhao's gentle reprimand left Lin Bei feeling diminished, with no grounds for rebuttal. He conceded, "Indeed, Mr. Lin is correct. Please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Lin. Just let it go. You may leave if there's nothing else." Lin Zhao found the term young master distasteful. This was a modern city, not a relic of the past. President Li, relieved to have chosen the correct form of address, replied, "Mr. Lin sounds dignified and refined. I am here to conduct business, so shall we proceed to the VIP lounge?" Lin Zhao dismissed the rest of the crowd, focusing solely on the matter at hand. He had no intention of lingering on trivialities. "Mr. Lin, as a gesture of our apology, we would like to invite you to dinner this evening at the Guofu restaurant. With a private car for your transportation, President Li offered. Complimentary dinner from the bank? Quite generous indeed," Lin Zhao mused. A sleek black Audi A6 glided smoothly along the coastal road at dusk. One could never truly discern the identity of those within such a vehicle, encapsulating the essence of mystery. Seated inside, Lin Zhao contemplated acquiring a driver's license and a vehicle of his own, envisioning upgrades for both his family and himself. There was no rush. He was now affluent and unhurried, planning his steps with care. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the renowned Guofu restaurant, a private courtyard exuding tranquility and elegance. Adorned with exquisite artifacts, calligraphy, and antiquities, the atmosphere was serene, accentuated by small artificial lakes, rockeries, and pavilions. The gentle breeze on the stone bridge provided a refreshing sensation, making dining in such a setting feel remarkably pleasant. "Mr. Lin, please follow us," beckoned the waitstaff and Chi Pao, guiding them inside. President Li offered a slight nod as they entered, and the wooden door was closed behind them. "Mr. Li, what is the arrangement?" Lin Zhao inquired. "Today, we have reserved this entire venue exclusively for your dinner. There will be no other guests, ensuring our discussion remains confidential," President Li clarified. Lin Zhao understood that this meeting was a matter of commercial secrecy. He nodded, maintaining his composure. "Shall we begin?" President Li regarded Lin Zhao with newfound respect, recognizing his remarkable poise. For Lin Zhao, who had never felt inferior in his past struggles, his newfound wealth only solidified his calm demeanor in such circumstances. "Mr. Lin, allow me to outline the interest rates our bank can offer for your assets," President Li began, discussing the current market conditions and the potential annualized rates for fixed deposits. "After careful consideration, we can extend an annualized interest rate of 8, the highest available at our institution, with 6 million deposited. That translates to an annual return of 480,000, equating to approximately 40,000 monthly or 13,333 daily. For ordinary clients, it is necessary to maintain a fixed deposit for at least 1 year to enjoy such privileges. However, given the magnitude of your assets, the interest generated can be accessed on a monthly basis. In other words, you would have the ability to withdraw 400,000 each month without having to wait several years for the term deposit to mature. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 7. The young mistress secretary. This matter must be handled properly for Mr. Lin. At this moment, Lin Zhao needed to maintain his composure. Upon his arrival, he had researched the interest rates of various private banks. Naturally, many underlying rules could not be found online, but he had a general understanding. The standard for VIP clients at private banks required a minimum deposit of 10 million within 3 months. However, Lin Zhao's deposit far exceeded this VIP threshold. "I need to consider this," Lin Zhao mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "Mr. Lin, we sincerely hope to provide you with more quality services in the future. To that end, we are pleased to offer you a personal secretary," President Li said with a warm smile, beckoning to a waitress. Subsequently, the door to the room gently creaked open, revealing a graceful beauty entering. She possessed an alluring figure, with a slender waist and curves that were both ample where needed and delicate elsewhere. Her astonishing silhouette was accentuated by a form-fitting black dress paired with a silk blouse, exuding an air of sensuality. After standing beside Lin Xiao, she smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Lucia, and I will be serving you exclusively as your personal financial secretary. Should you have any financial needs in daily life, please feel free to instruct me at any time." Lucia stood beside Lin Xiao, slightly bowing as she spoke in a soft voice, her presence enveloped in a subtle, refreshing fragrance that was particularly delightful. Lin Xiao was taken aback. A financial secretary? Li Tianyi, the old fox, had resorted to such tactics to retain him as a client. Lin Xiao lifted his gaze to assess Lucia briefly. How old is Secretary Lu? Lin Xiao wondered, sensing that Lucia possessed a captivating charm and a lingering grace. With a flirtatious smile, Lucia leaned closer and whispered, "I am 30. Lin Xiao coughed lightly, uncertain whether this was a misunderstanding or a deliberate innuendo. It felt somewhat awkward. "Not that. I meant to ask how old you were this year." "I am 32, a graduate student from the Financial Management Department at Modi University." 32? You must be married, Lin Xiao remarked, taking a sip of tea. "Yes, but if Mr. Lin requires it, I can accompany you on business trips as well." Cough, cough. Cough. Her words left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless, nearly choking. What sort of scenario was this? Lin Xiao glanced at Li Tianyi, realizing the old fox had intentions to keep him firmly in place. Li Tianyi, while outwardly cheerful, was inwardly strategizing on how to secure this affluent young client. Women of this age wield an unparalleled allure, especially with such a perfect figure. Li Tianyi believed it would be impossible for Lin Xiao to resist the seduction of the captivating Secretary Lu. Yet, he remained apprehensive. Given the events of the day, he feared Lin Xiao might choose to bank elsewhere. This was not a trivial sum. It could determine his performance over the next 6 months. Beautiful women were plentiful, but clients with a cash flow of 60 million were exceedingly rare. Moreover, a young man possessing such wealth at this age had an immeasurable future. Wealthy individuals, as long as they abide by the law, are likely to grow even wealthier. He had to find every possible means to keep Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Secretary Lu poured tea for Lin Xiao. After savoring another sip, he set down his cup and said slowly, "President Li, there is no need for such extravagant gestures. I wish to ponder over the matter of my savings." Li Tianyi was momentarily taken aback. What did this imply? Was he still undecided? He hadn't anticipated that this young man would exhibit such composure. How could he not be stirred? If he were in Lin Xiao's position, upon encountering such a beautiful and mature woman, he would have lost his senses by now. Unfortunately, he lacked the standing to entertain such thoughts. Although he was a branch president, his monthly salary likely paled in comparison to the interest Lin Xiao accrued in a month. While Secretary Lu held him in high regard, she had yet to reach a level where she could be casually trifled with. However, it was evident that Lucia viewed this young man with a distinct interest, likely drawn to his financial prowess. Lin Xiao's reluctance to agree was not due to a lack of willingness but rather a strategic restraint. He could not allow them to perceive his thoughts too readily. If he responded affirmatively at once, he would easily fall into their grasp. As they engaged in light conversation, the restaurant's female server entered, bringing forth an array of exquisite dishes. "Mr. Lin, the chefs at this establishment are renowned national banquet chefs. You must savor their creations," she announced, presenting a feast of culinary delights: golden treasure bag, black vinegar crispy delicacies, drunken layers of cloud mountain, 5-spice pork belly, royal hairy crab, fresh steamed sea bass. As each delectable dish was served, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in delight. Dining alongside the enchanting Lucia, who attended to him like a devoted servant, her eyes filled with admiration, he felt a sense of privilege. Young Lin Xiao had a remarkable capacity for alcohol, particularly enjoying the Maodai. Unlike other spirits, this fragrant brew left no heavy-headedness, instead providing a delightful experience. After several rounds of drinks and nearly finishing the meal, Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his face as he addressed President Li. "I have come to understand the privileges you mentioned. Essentially, you desire me to frequent your bank more often. While that is not entirely out of the question, I have a favor to ask of you." The prospect of being asked for a favor brightened President Li's eyes. It was a positive sign. He was concerned that Lin Xiao might not seek his assistance. Eagerly, he anticipated doing something to strengthen their rapport. Hearing this request brought him a sense of relief. "President Li, my parents were defrauded of 600,000 by someone named Zhang Hao, who apparently runs a debt collection agency. I wonder if you've heard of him?" Lin Zhao's intention was clear. He sought Li Tianyi's help in locating this Zhang Hao, the individual who had previously pursued debts from his parents. President Li's expression shifted, recalling the name. He was familiar with the companies in Binhai. But Zhang Hao did not ring a bell. "I'll have my secretary look into this," President Li responded promptly, dialing his secretary's number. "Please find out about a person for me." A few minutes later, after concluding the call, Li Tianyi's demeanor grew more serious. It was evident that he was not pleased. "Mr. Lin, this Zhang Hao owed our bank over 1 million yuan just a few months ago. Previously, he also engaged in a substantial credit card loan with us, and despite our reminders on 2 occasions, he is yet to repay the debt. According to the law, he could very well be charged with credit card fraud, which would allow me to secure a 10-year prison sentence for him. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled appropriately for you." Chapter 8. The Trap of Beauty, the Proactive Secretary. Today I have you in my grasp. Li Tianyi, a man of considerable standing, quickly comprehended Lin Zhao's intentions. With a brief pause for thought, he deduced that this young man must have some grievances with Zhang Hao and was seeking his assistance in resolving the matter. He was more than willing to oblige. Moreover, upon learning that Zhang Hao owed over 1 million to the bank without repayment, Li's frustration intensified. As the branch manager of Binhai Commercial Bank, Li Tianyi was acquainted with numerous affluent and influential figures, but could not recall anyone by the name of Zhang Hao, a mere minor player. And yet he dared to default on a debt to their bank? Furthermore, he had the audacity to offend Mr. Lin? What status did he possess? Given their extensive dealings with the bank, Li Tianyi thought it would be exceedingly simple to deal with him. A single case of credit card fraud involving 1 million could easily land him behind bars for a long time. "Mr. Lin, grant me a day, no? Half a day, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory response," Li Tianyi promised. Lin Zhao nodded, clinking glasses with him in acknowledgement. "I shall await your news at home." Cheers. After the dinner concluded, Li Tianyi instructed Lu Xie to take Lin Zhao home. She settled into the driver's seat, beaming at Lin Zhao. "Mr. Lin, where's your home? Just keep going straight, then take a left, Jiangxing Town." "A town?" Lu Xie's perfectly arched eyebrows danced as she started the car, teasingly asking, "So, Mr. Lin, you're a small-town youth?" Lin Zhao smiled, candidly admitting, "Indeed, I come from humble beginnings." Lu Xie chuckled softly, inwardly thinking, "Do you expect me to believe that? If you are from humble beginnings, what does that make us?" Wealthy individuals often claim to eschew money, and the day proved that assertion correct. "You must still be in high school, right?" During their drive, Lucia made small talk to prevent an awkward silence. "Have you started dating yet?" "Not yet." As Lucia drove, she stole glances at Lin Zhao. After a few minutes, she remarked, "It's a bit warm in here." "Warm?" Lin Zhao did not feel the heat. Just as she finished her statement, she removed her shirt. Underneath, she wore a delicate camisole that exposed her midriff, revealing a perfectly toned figure devoid of excess flesh. Lin Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly focused on driving? Surely. She wouldn't he take him to some secluded area for nefarious purposes? How exhilarating. Secretary Lu, your strap has slipped, Lin Zhao noted, curiosity piqued. "Why is this camisole so loose?" "Oh dear, it just suddenly came undone. I didn't notice." Lucia feigned surprise, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. One hand on the wheel, she slowly adjusted the fallen strap. "Secretary Lu, what if both straps slip off later?" Lin Zhao asked, his expression full of intrigue. Mr. Lin, you're quite the rogue. Are you implying something?" Lucia replied, her eyes shimmering with a hint of allure, excitement bubbling within her. She smiled coyly. "I have a husband. I'm not that kind of woman." Yet, beneath her words lay a thrill of anticipation. "You think you can resist me? Today, I must have you." For a woman like her, attaching herself to a wealthy heir could secure her future in comfort. Her goal was to ensnare this young man, knowing that such youthful vigor often fell into her carefully laid traps. In truth, this was also part of President Li's scheme. By placing Lu Xie beside Lin Zhao and fostering an attraction, they could benefit immensely once he succumbed. This was a common tactic to manipulate wealthy merchants, encouraging them to deposit funds and invest in financial products, thereby enhancing the branch's profitability. Lucia drove to a secluded area and suddenly halted. With a shy pout, she murmured, "If Mr. Lin wishes to see, it wouldn't be impossible." She then subtly allowed Lin Zhao a glimpse of her pristine beauty. "Can you resist this test? Can you maintain your composure?" Lin Zhao inhaled deeply, tempted to exclaim, "Enchantress, have a taste of my prowess." However, he quickly calmed himself. Many would lose their rationality in such moments, but Lin Zhao discerned the complexity of the situation. Everything in the world is driven by profit. All actions are motivated by gain. The purpose of the bank arranging Lucia's presence is glaringly evident. This is a ploy for mutual benefit. If he fell into such an obvious trap, both she and President Li would undoubtedly underestimate him. Think you can toy with me? Lin Xiao's expression gradually relaxed. He smiled, glancing appreciatively, allowing his hand to brush against her. Why not seize the opportunity, making it appear more natural? With a calm demeanor, he remarked, Secretary Liu, your physique is indeed commendable. Perhaps I could fully appreciate it when time allows. Lucia, a touch proud, replied, I exercise regularly. I've been practicing yoga and can perform a split. Would you like to see? Perhaps another day, he chuckled. In a flash. They arrived at the entrance to his alley. After a brief farewell, the car slowly pulled away. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lucia's eyes. She found it hard to believe that a man could resist her allure so effortlessly, appearing so composed. Could he be different from other wealthy heirs? Lucia licked her lips, her tone playful. She felt an increasing curiosity towards Lin Xiao. Perhaps another day, she should indeed show him her split. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao spotted his cousin standing on a stone stool, waving at him with wide, expressive eyes. Hey, useless cousin. Why did you get out of an Audi? What is going on? You're not seriously being kept by a rich woman, are you? Lin Xiao glanced at her. Slightly annoyed, of course, have you seen my looks? Uffed, with your appearance, who would be blind enough to fall for you? Their banter was typical, and Lin Xiao was accustomed to it. After a moment, Lin Xiao recalled something important and asked earnestly, how are my parents doing? Hearing this, Chun Ran's expression shifted, and she sighed heavily. Well, 600,000. How could it be so easy to borrow? If it comes to that, you may as well move out. My parents will not take you in, but I will. I will provide financial assistance for you to rent an apartment. After all, when I go to school, my living expenses will be substantial. Chapter 9. Do you think I am not real enough to end this? Chun Ran proudly raised her head. Her chest puffed out as she assured Lin Xiao. As long as Lin Xiao didn't mind, she would rent a place for their family, and during weekends, they could come and play together. Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's fine, Sister Chun. As I've said before, the money you lent me is merely an investment, and I will repay you 100-fold. Chun Ran crossed her arms, frowning. What foolishness are you spouting? When did I ever ask you to repay me? Besides, with your financial situation, your pockets are emptier than your face. What do you mean? You don't believe me? Of course not. Unless, let me take a look at your pockets. Chun Ran feigned a mischievous demeanor, prompting Lin Xiao to instinctively protect his pockets. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Your parents are waiting for you at home. You should hurry back. She relished in teasing Lin Xiao, finding it amusing, especially when he attempted to refuse her. The more he resisted, the more exhilarated she became. After playful banter, they traversed a narrow alley, arriving at Lin Xiao's home, where the front door stood wide open. His mother was outside, busy tidying up, while simultaneously calling out from inside. What are you doing with so much stuff? Just sell it all to the scrap collector. It's hardly worth anything. Upon entering, Lin Xiao noticed his parents packing their belongings into suitcases. Mom, what is going on? Why are you still standing there? Hurry inside and help move the things. That debt collector, Hao Gu, will be here any minute. It was evident they were truly preparing to leave. The couple had already exhausted their options for borrowing. They had failed to gather the 600,000 needed, managing to scrape together only about 200,000, and that was with much pleading. Today, the debt collectors were expected to arrive to hasten their departure. The consequences of not leaving were unimaginable. Son, listen to your mother. Quickly go and pack your things. Once everything is tidy, we will move, Lin's father said, wiping the sweat from his brow while forcing a smile and gesturing towards Lin Xiao's room. What can they do? If it comes to it, we'll just call the police. Chun Ran, standing at the door, suddenly interjected, her tone displeased. Lin's mother's expression shifted, sighing in resignation. They had already tried that route, and the outcome was all too clear. Don't worry, if it comes to it. I'll just delay my retirement for a few years and work more. I'm in good health and can earn a little extra for you. You must continue your studies and aim for a good university. Lin's father, dusting off his hands, smiled brightly, though it only served to deepen the discomfort for both Chun Ran and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao spoke solemnly. Mom, Dad, I have a way to resolve this. You need to trust me. Upon hearing this, his parents halted their packing, their expressions darkening as they gazed at him. What do you intend to do? Son, you mustn't engage in any illegal activities. Lin Xiao sighed. How could I? Mom, Dad, when Hao Gu arrives, you'll see how real I am. And that will be the end of it. He intended to lighten the oppressive atmosphere with a jest. Chun Ran, overhearing, burst into laughter. Lin Xiao, stop boasting. I'm genuinely curious to see how you plan to be real with him. If you don't manage it, you're no son of mine. Chen Ran understood Lin Xiao was joking, and she sought to alleviate the heavy mood. Lin Xiao replied casually, I'll make him apologize to us. Chen Ran laughed as if hearing a joke. Why don't you just fly to the moon? Do you really think that kind of person would apologize to us? Dream on. Perhaps you've read too many novels. And what if I could make him apologize? Lin Xiao countered. I'll call you dad if you can get him to admit he is wrong. Deal? Deal. Chen Ran was confident. In her mind, such debt collectors were rough characters. Apologizing? Impossible. They would be lucky to escape without being beaten up. Lin Xiao's parents continued their packing, dismissing their conversation as mere jest. These kids, even at a time like this, still joking around, Lin's father thought, feeling a bit lighter seeing his son's optimism. What good is optimism? Hurry and pack your things. Lin's mother paused her work, giving him an exasperated glare, while Lin's father awkwardly chuckled and fell silent. As they continued packing, Lin Xiao and Chen Ran assisted each other. My dear cousin, what is going on? Aren't you supposed to be confronting him? Why are you packing instead? I'm moving, and wanting him to apologize to my family are not mutually exclusive, Lin Xiao replied, stuffing items into his suitcase. Isn't you're moving out a sign of weakness? You've conceded. Enough chatter, just help me pack the things from the wardrobe. Excuse me, do you think I'm your servant? And by the way, your wardrobe is filled with your underwear. Why should I pack it? Chen Ran feigned disdain. Yet her hands continued to work. Who asked you to pack that section? That is my personal space. Lin Xiao, noticing Chen Ran's gaze lingering on his drawer filled with undergarments, urged her not to touch it. Don't want me to? Then I must see if there's anything embarrassing in there. Chen Ran swiftly grabbed a piece of Lin Xiao's underwear and stuffed it into the outer layer of the suitcase. After rummaging through, she found nothing incriminating. Furrowing her brows, she muttered, Why isn't there a cup in here? Lin Xiao, puzzled, responded, What cup? Chen Ran blushed, choosing not to elaborate further. As they continued to tidy up, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Judging by the commotion outside, there were plenty of visitors, surely. Zhang Hao had arrived with his entourage. Chen Ran stood up, seizing a steel hanger from Lin Xiao's room, preparing to confront the intruders. What do you intend to do with that? Lin Xiao inquired, watching her. I'm taking it for self-defense. I can't just stand by and watch you get beaten. Lin Xiao remained silent, rising from his seat and emerging from the bedroom. Son, what are you doing out here? Mom, Dad, I'm going to open the door. Lin Xiao, with a serious demeanor, opened the door. Outside stood a group of burly men, led by Zhang Hao, a towering figure at 6 feet tall. Clad in a gaudy green shirt, adorned with a large gold chain, and bearing a fierce countenance. However, upon Lin Xiao's opening of the door, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hao dropped to his knees before him. Lin Xiao, please spare me. Treat me as nothing more than a mere trifle, and let me go. I beseech you. Show me some mercy. We rely on this for our livelihood. I no longer desire your wealth. This is a compensation of 500,000 for mental anguish. I implore you, do not pursue me. I have erred. Why are you still standing there? Why aren't you kneeling before Lin Xiao? The imposing figures of burly men behind him all knelt before Lin Xiao. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelmingly shocking. Lin Xiao's parents and Chen Ran, standing behind, could not help but gape, frozen in place. Chapter 10. Alas, Lin Xia truly managed to outwit them. Lin's father clutched the bank card in his hand, which contained 200,000 yuan gathered from borrowing relatives and friends. He had initially planned to negotiate with the formidable Zhang Hao regarding a repayment of 20,000. Zhang Hao was notoriously domineering and brutish. He had fully intended to plead with the man, but even then, it was uncertain whether he would acquiesce. He had brought along a gang of ruffians, causing a ruckus that disturbed the entire neighborhood. However, to Lin's astonishment, he witnessed Zhang Hao kneeling before him. What was happening? Lin and his wife exchanged incredulous glances, utterly unable to believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. Was this reality? A grown man, accompanied by a throng of followers, was kneeling beside their home. When had Zhang Hao realized his errors? Was this a moment of epiphany or a sudden pang of conscience? The couple's gaze turned to the silhouette of their son. Lin Xia, the youth, with his hands tucked in his pockets and an expression of indifference, regarded the kneeling assembly as if it were the most natural occurrence. They referred to their son as young Master Lin. What was going on? The couple quickly discerned the truth. Zhang Hao would never kneel without compelling reasons. Someone must have forced him to this humiliating position. Their son, Lin Xia. Meanwhile, Chen Ran stared, her eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle. Lowering the steel clothes hanger in her hands, she observed Lin Xia's back, filled with confusion. Yet soon, a barely perceptible smile graced her face. It was indeed miraculous. How had he accomplished this? How infuriating. He had truly outwitted them. Just look at how nonchalantly he stood there, hands in pockets. At that moment, a single thought echoed in her mind. In my youth, with hands in pockets, I was unaware of my adversaries. Though unsure of how he had achieved this, the girl felt a surge of joy. There was no need to call the police or engage in conflict with these men. This seemingly useless cousin of hers did not appear so inept after all. Indeed, Lin Xia had anticipated this very scenario. These individuals had no choice but to come and plead with him, and the most effective way to do so was to kneel and apologize before him. Young Master Lin, we promise we shall never dare again. Please, spare us. Zhang Hao and his companions implored, tears welling in their eyes, their hands trembling. They were on the brink of facing a decade-long prison sentence. Earlier that day, Zhang Hao had been filled with anticipation as he planned to go out, only to unexpectedly encounter the branch manager of the Binhai Commercial Bank. This was a person of considerable repute in the entire region. To make matters worse, he owed the bank a staggering 1 million yuan and was utterly unable to repay it. The manager had personally approached him, which sent him into a state of panic. What terrified him most was when manager Li Tianyi informed him that due to his entanglements with an undesirable individual, the bank intended to refer his debt to law enforcement, classifying it as credit card fraud. Zhang Hao was utterly bewildered. It was only after he inquired about the situation that he realized he had offended a certain Lin Xia, the very son of the family he had previously approached for debt collection. Li Tianyi's intimidation was overwhelming. Owing 1 million yuan, and having been warned twice by the bank, he now faced charges of credit card fraud. He felt utterly powerless. No matter how influential he was in this small town, could he withstand the might of law enforcement? Upon learning of this predicament, he hastened to seek out Lin Xia. Arriving at their residence, he knelt without hesitation. Fear gripped him. If he were imprisoned, it would spell his doom, a decade of his life lost. In his fear, he marveled at Lin Xia's status. How could this young man command the attention of such a high-ranking bank official, who was now poised to send him to jail? Zhang Hao, did you not claim that my family's home was unworthy of even a stray dog? We are planning to move and sell this house, Lin Xia stated earnestly. Zhang Hao's heart sank. He understood that Lin Xia had no intention of letting him off the hook. In desperation, he pleaded, "Please, young Master Lin. We are but dogs, you need not move. We do not want this house, nor do we wish to pursue any debts. That is not how it works. I shall repay the money. As for Li Tianyi, he will proceed with the charges," Lin Xia replied, invoking the manager's name with an air of authority. Zhang Hao's expression twisted into one of despair, as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of filth. "I beg you, spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to care for. Firstly, you owe me no apology. You ought to apologize to my parents. Secondly, regarding the matter with Manager Li, I cannot intervene. You must beseech him yourself, understood? Thirdly, we are vacating this place. Do you truly believe I reside here? Someone with such connections as I would never dwell in such a wretched location. If you wish to have any chance of appeasing Li Tianyi, you must seek my forgiveness." Zhang Hao struck himself repeatedly, then fell to his knees before Lin's parents, weeping and pleading. Meanwhile, the commotion upstairs reverberated through the narrow corridors of the dilapidated old building. Downstairs, Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhang wore grim expressions, particularly upon seeing the debt collectors arrive again with a crowd. Their irritation was palpable. Why haven't that family moved yet? It's utterly infuriating. The debt collectors come here every few days, disrupting our peace. Aunt Wang, in her anger, exclaimed, "That family is incorrigible. Last time we urged them to leave, they refused, drowning in debt without any intention of repayment. It said they were swindled. But who is to blame for their foolishness? They deserve to owe hundreds of thousands and still hope to borrow from us. They should pack up and leave. Just seeing them irritates me." They harbored a deep-seated fear of the debt collectors, attributing their presence to Lin Xia's family, thus cultivating a distaste for them. Occasionally, they would gossip and point fingers behind their backs. Look at this endless commotion. What is happening? Someone should tell them to leave. Aunt Zhang washed her hands and opened the door, intending to eavesdrop. "Do you think there will be a fight?" Aunt Wang scoffed. "What does it concern us? I hope they do fight and finish off those people, forcing them to leave, far away, if possible." Aunt Zhang nodded thoughtfully, curiosity piquing her interest to see for herself. The neighbors, drawn by their innate penchant for drama, gathered to witness the unfolding events. When they beheld the debt collectors fervently pleading with Lin Xia's family, They were left utterly bewildered. This was not at all what they had anticipated. Chapter 11. Son, are you robbing money? The neighbors, witnessing the scene, were left in disbelief. Had they mistaken the script? This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't it have been the debt collectors blocking the door while the Lin family pleaded? What a turn of events! Aunt Zhang and Aunt Wang exchanged glances, having observed the entire process from the corridor. Seeing Zhang Hao, a burly figure, clinging to the Lin family's legs, they felt a mix of shock and bewilderment. Zhang Hao, you said you wouldn't let us move. Why is that? Lin's father asked, perplexed. How could I dare let you go? This is your house. I truly deserve to be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped himself again. Lin's father couldn't help but exclaim internally, what a ruthless individual. How many times had he hit himself in just a few minutes? At that moment, Zhang Hao's face resembled that of a swollen pig. Lin's father was not one to hold grudges. Seeing Zhang Hao inflict such punishment upon himself left him at a loss for words. Though annoying, Zhang Hao had never physically harmed them. Now, with the prospect of 50,000 in compensation for emotional distress, Lin's anger dissipated. Son, what should we do? You decide. The couple understood that Zhang Hao's groveling was due to their son, Lin Xiao. When had their son become so formidable? Reflecting on it, Lin Xiao had always been reserved, calm in the face of adversity, and possessed his own thoughts. When he claimed he would handle the situation, they had thought it was a jest. They never anticipated he would follow through. All right, let us not linger here. We have somewhere to go, Lin Xiao stated, wishing to avoid further unnecessary dialogue. He urged them to leave quickly. Their presence was becoming bothersome. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin's parents paused their packing, and Chun Ran regarded Lin Xiao with a sense of unfamiliarity. Mom, Dad, let us finish packing. We're leaving this place. Huh? Didn't they say we didn't have to repay them? This house is ours. Lin Xiao made a phone call. Minutes later, a luxurious Maybach glided into view outside. He had previously asked Li Tianyi to find a new home for him in Binhai. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Lin? The sales manager from Shengheng Real Estate inquired. Lin's parents exchanged puzzled looks. I am Wang Chong, the sales manager at Shengheng Real Estate. Yesterday, Mr. Lin purchased a property from us, and we are here to show it today. The couple was taken aback, and Chun Ran looked equally bewildered. Son, did you buy a house? Cousin, are you really planning to move to a new home? Lin Xiao nodded, indicating for them to get into the car. I thought, while we are packing, we might as well move. I bought a house in the process. Just like that? Goodness. Shengheng was one of Binhai's most prestigious luxury villa districts. It featured expansive flats and standalone villas. In Binhai, everyone knew that homes in Shengheng were the epitome of wealth. Countless individuals worked their entire lives without being able to afford even a single room there. Many programmers earning substantial salaries struggle under the burden of their mortgage repayments for a mere apartment. Did my son truly purchase a property there? Son, how much did the house cost? Let us not worry about the price. Let us go see it first. Cousin, will you come along? Chen Ran, still in shock, took a moment before responding. Okay, sure. The family gathered their belongings and followed manager Wang Chong to the waiting Maybach. The comfort of the business class seating was undeniable. As they descended, they passed by Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhang, who appeared anxious. Spotting a well-dressed man accompanying Lin Zhao's family and the parked Maybach, they hesitantly inquired, Mr. Lin, are you moving? Lin's father hesitated, glancing at Lin Xiao. Without speaking, Lin Xiao remained silent, while manager Wang Chong smiled and explained, Mr. Lin has purchased a flat at Shengheng, and we are here to show him around. The two women were struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Shengheng? Isn't that the renowned affluent neighborhood? A single house must cost over 10 million. Did I hear incorrectly? Had the Lin family struck it rich? They turned to glance at their daughter. I have a daughter. Perhaps I could mention it to Lin Zhao's mother? Maybe they can introduce her to him. How old is your daughter? My niece is quite beautiful. They would make a lovely couple. Lin Xiao remained unaware that, upon learning of his $10 million house purchase, the neighbors were eager to play matchmaker for him. Just moments ago, they had looked down upon him, and the transformation was astonishing. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was moving away, otherwise, the neighbors would have surely lavished praise on the Lin family, which would have been quite bothersome. With Zhang Hao gone and another nosy neighbor around, purchasing the house was indeed a wise decision. As long as Lin Xiao didn't return, he would no longer encounter these neighbors. After all, entry into Shengheng was not easily granted. By the way, old Zhang, do you have the Lin family's contact information? I don't. I had no idea they were this wealthy. The two lamented their missed opportunity, realizing they had lived next to the Lin family without ever exchanging contact details. Well, I suppose we should head back to sleep then. Under the guidance of the manager, the family arrived at the community managed by Shengheng Real Estate. The area was well-connected, with convenient transportation, and Lin Xiao's school was just a 10-minute journey away. The surroundings were equipped with comprehensive facilities, boasting a superior environment and an excellent geographical location that catered to all living and educational needs. There were charming parks, numerous private dining establishments, picturesque ponds, and lush greenery. The community featured a dedicated swimming pool, high levels of privacy, and spacious areas including a study, a reception room, and a fitness area, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of Binhai's ocean scenery. After touring the property, Lin Xiao asked the others, "What do you think? If you find it satisfactory, then this will be the place. This house isn't cheap, is it?" Lin's mother remarked, feeling hesitant to place her dirty belongings on the impeccably clean floor. "Manager Wang, how much does this building cost? All expenses combined, it totals around 12 million. However, Mr. Lin has already made the full payment through the bank, and we can proceed with the property registration this afternoon. Shortly, we will accompany you to complete the final property registration. Over 10 million? My heavens." Both Mr. and Mrs. Lin were taken aback. He cast a glance at his son. "My dear boy, have you gone to rob a bank?" Chapter 12. The sister takes her brother to school. With the college entrance examination approaching, just half an hour ago, they were still in the small town of Jiangqing, residing in a dilapidated old house of less than 50 square meters. Now, they find themselves in the bustling heart of Binhai City, close to the central seaside area. In a spacious and luxurious apartment, the stark contrast between the two environments is overwhelming, leaving the couple momentarily speechless. "Dear, I feel a bit dizzy. Could you let me catch my breath?" Lin's mother gazed around the apartment, admiring the exquisite smart home features and the unique European-style decor. Sitting on the living room sofa, she opened the floor-to-ceiling windows and felt the sea breeze flowing in from the coastline. "It's simply beautiful. This living experience is truly unparalleled." Lin's father took a deep breath, regaining his composure after a long pause. "Well then, let us proceed with the registration." After completing the registration, the couple returned home, their faces reflecting confusion and bewilderment regarding their son, Lin Xiao. They struggled to comprehend how their son could afford such an expensive property. However, at this point, the real estate ownership certificate was firmly in their hands, making further inquiries futile. They were both perplexed by Lin Xiao's sudden affluence. Did he win the lottery? Or was he secretly engaged in some lucrative business venture? The shock Lin Xiao brought them was monumental. He had already prepared an explanation, but the couple did not ask for one. Thus, Lin Xiao was relieved, realizing that any explanation would seem forced. Regardless, the money was indeed his, a testament to his capabilities. "Son, is it wise to spend such a large sum on a house? It seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it?" Lin's mother remarked. "Yes. Over 10 million. In Jiangqing, we could buy 7 or 8 houses with that." His father added, "Son, do you have enough assets left? Shouldn't you save a bit more?" Lin Xiao chose not to elaborate on this matter. After all, he was a man with a time-space trading dimension. He anticipated the opening of the trading space soon, hoping to reconnect with his friend from the apocalypse to continue their financial dealings. Chen ran. After exploring the expansive apartment and inspecting each bedroom and bathroom, lay sprawled on the bed in one of the rooms, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is so comfortable. I want to sleep here tonight." Lin Xiao entered Chun Rant's bedroom, where she was clad in form-fitting sportswear that accentuated her tall and graceful figure. With her high ponytail and natural beauty, she could rival any movie star. Her slim waist and shapely hips, along with her long legs, caught his attention. "Absolutely. There are plenty of rooms. You can choose whichever you like," he replied. "Really? Ha ha, that's wonderful. Then I'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take you to school." Chen Ran exclaimed joyfully. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that the May Day holiday was ending, and as a high school student, he had only one day off. Having already enjoyed an extended break, it was time for him to return to school. With the college entrance examination looming, his classmates were frantically studying, while he found himself lounging around. If he were to post a picture of himself relaxing in this seaside apartment, lying on a space capsule sofa, he could only imagine the expressions on his classmates' faces. However, he had no intention of flaunting his situation. He found such pretentiousness rather distasteful. The following morning, Lin Xiao woke up to prepare for school. Typically, boarding students rise at around 5:30 to begin their day with recitations. Having taken leave from his teachers, he arrived at school around 8, indulging in a bit of carefree rebellion. His motivation for attending school now was to relish the experience of youthful campus life rather than endure the oppressive regulations imposed by the institution. After a quick shower, he spent 5 minutes drying his hair to achieve a stylish look. His cousin had promised to ride him to school. Knocking on the door, he found Chun-Ran engaged in yoga on her mat. One of the poses, known as the cat stretch, was aimed at enhancing physical coordination and core stability. Lin Xiao watched her in silence, captivated. Chun-Ran, are you almost done? He inquired. Almost. Don't rush me. I'll be finished shortly, she replied. Focused on her practice. Lin Xiao nodded. All right. Breakfast is ready. I'll be waiting outside. And remember, you need to maintain your image. After closing the door, Chun-Ran was puzzled by his comment. Was there something wrong with her appearance? She glanced down at her yoga outfit, and in the next moment, her face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly changed clothes, vowing never to buy that brand of yoga wear again. After breakfast, Lin Xiao bid farewell to his parents and left with Chun-Ran. Hey, aren't you supposed to take me? How will you do that? He asked. Chun-Ran looked outside at the luxury cars zooming by, lost in thought. Oh no, I forgot that my little electric scooter ISNT parked here. Although her family was affluent, they had yet to buy her a car. Never mind, I'll just call a ride. Lin Xiao mused that it was time to consider purchasing a car. He planned to contact a dealership soon to order a few vehicles. Previously, his family had never owned a car, as even a cheap second-hand one was beyond their means. As he arrived at the familiar campus, Lin Xiao felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. School had once been a source of discomfort for him, especially after a long break when he was suddenly thrust back into the academic grind, particularly when his homework was unfinished. Who could understand that feeling, he wondered. Now, with wealth and leisure on his side, attending school was merely a means to experience life. Oh, and Chun-Ran, don't forget our wager, he reminded her. What wager? She replied, tilting her head in confusion. Call me Dad. I'm heading to class now, so hurry up and say it, or you might miss your chance. Chun-Ran looked at him incredulously. What are you talking about? When did I say I would call you Dad? Are you out of your mind? Huh, a dishonest woman. Lin Xiao teased, receiving a playful smack on the back from her. Hurry up and go to school. Once you finish your exams, I'll take you out for some fun. We can explore the nightlife in the big city. Lin Xiao made a mental note of Chun-Ran's promise. They agreed that as long as he passed the entrance exam, they would celebrate. But would he really pass? Dressed impeccably in his school uniform and sporting his campus ID, Lin Xiao walked past the security guard and entered his classroom, where all eyes were on him. Hey Lin, I heard there was trouble at home. His best friend Wang Hao was the first to speak. You've been on an extended break during the May Day holiday, while the rest of us only had one day off. Must be nice. Don't tell me you're planning to drop out? Rumor has it something happened at your place. I passed by and saw a crowd gathering. It looked intense. Whom has Lin Xiao offended? With the college entrance examination approaching, such an incident has occurred. Isn't it rather fortuitous? With one less competitor, our chances of ascending to a prestigious university become even more promising. Hearing the discussions among his classmates, Lin Xiao chose to remain silent. He merely responded to his close friend, Wang Hao. In the past, during times of financial hardship, Wang Hao often treated him to lunch, and their bond has always been strong. His family possesses a certain degree of wealth, as his parents work in a mining enterprise. It's all good now. My family is quite well off. Quite well off. I trust your studies are not being adversely affected. We, my friend, have made a pact to strive for our undergraduate degrees together. Chapter 13. The impoverished student Lin Xiao's academic performance was far from satisfactory. As his close friend, it was only natural for him to wish for Lin Xiao to gain admission to a prestigious institution, especially since he was aware of Lin Xiao's family's financial struggles. Securing a place in a reputable school would significantly alleviate the financial burden on his family. Lin Xiao had confided in him long ago that if he were to be accepted into a private university, he would forego attendance. The tuition fees for private institutions are indeed steep for an average family, and Lin Xiao likely did not wish to impose additional strain on his household. For other students, Lin Xiao's success or failure held little significance. Deep down, they did not wish to witness their competitors thrive academically. It was quite simple to comprehend. On the day results were released, if your rival were to gain acceptance into a superior university while you faced rejection, it would undoubtedly leave a sour taste in your mouth. Conversely, hearing that your competitor had failed would evoke a sense of schadenfreude within you. Don't worry, Hausie. I should be able to make it, Lin Xiao reassured him. What if you end up in a private university? Will you attend? Wang Hao inquired, his concern palpable. Of course. Why wouldn't I? University life is wonderful, Lin Xiao replied. How wonderful? Wang Hao pondered, sensing something peculiar in Lin Xiao's tone. I suspect you're being vague, though I have no proof. Relax, Hausie. If you truly get into college, I'll support you with my pocket money. If you can't afford the tuition, I can ask my parents. Their mining business provides enough for both of us for a year, Lin Xiao stated, placing his backpack on his lap and retrieving his books. Stowing the bag in the drawer. I must express my gratitude to your parents, but Housie, there's no need to worry about me. I merely want to enjoy my final days of high school with you all. What do you mean? Wang Hao wondered, fearing Lin Xiao intended to give up entirely on his studies. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The math teacher entered the classroom, a thick stack of exam papers in hand and a stern expression on his face. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that today was Doomsday Thursday. In the final month before the college entrance examinations, it was mandated that 2 days of mock exams be conducted each week, specifically on Thursdays and Fridays. The last month was a relentless cycle of testing, writing papers, and reviewing results from Sunday to Wednesday, while Thursday and Friday were reserved for examinations. Lin Xiao was enrolled in a liberal arts program. Whenever he faced subjects like politics, history, or geography, he felt nauseated, especially with the lengthy subjective questions that required extensive responses. Mathematics, on the other hand, was less daunting, albeit challenging for Lin Xiao, who struggled with the subject. He diligently prepared before and after class, but his mathematical aptitude was average at best. He could manage the first few questions, but relied on guesswork for the rest, filling in blanks with either a 1 or a 0. He was among the middle-tier students in class, while he could excel in liberal arts through diligent memorization. He often questioned the practical applications of such knowledge post-graduation. Ugh, another exam. I'm feeling nauseous. This first math exam is going to ruin my day, Lin Xiao lamented. Could the teacher skip the test? Oh, my stomach hurts. I need to excuse myself. Having completed his math exam early, Lin Xiao sat in his seat, lost in thought. His gaze wandered across the room. As a member of a liberal arts class, there were few boys, but many beautiful girls. One of them sat nearby, Yuan Wan, the class's top female student, with a fresh and captivating appearance, dressed neatly in her school uniform, her hair dark and glossy, revealing her delicate neck as she focused intently on her exam. As Yuan Wan finished her paper, she glanced at the time and caught sight of Lin Xiao. Hey, Lin Xiao, why aren't you writing? She asked. I've completed what I know. For the rest, I'm at a loss, he replied. With a slight frown, Yuan Wan said, if you don't understand, I can help you after class. Just ask me once the exam is over. You can't just give up. She had been discreetly monitoring Lin Xiao's situation, having heard about his family's difficulties, which seemed to discourage him from pursuing his studies. He was the type she admired, confident and composed, with striking features. Yet, the girl hesitated to express her feelings. It's fine. Math is just not my strong suit, Lin Xiao replied dismissively. After the exam, the results were promptly released. The teachers often began grading papers during the exam itself, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Following each mock exam, students enjoyed comparing scores and speculating about who might qualify for which universities. The class comprised various types of students: top performers, art students, and athletes. Among them were the standout students Li Jie, Zhao Lei, and Yuan Wan, all of whom had a strong chance of surpassing the threshold for top-tier universities. In their region, where educational resources were limited, achieving such a feat was commendable. Li Jie scored an impressive 123 in math, a remarkable achievement within the school. I can't believe I only scored 123. This is disappointing. These questions were so easy. How could I have done so poorly? He lamented, unable to comprehend his results. Zhao Lei chuckled. I scored 140 in English. After investing in one-on-one tutoring, it definitely paid off. Spending money makes a difference. They teach you valuable techniques. Yuan found their banter rather pretentious. Their scores surpassed hers, and she scoffed. It's not even time for the college entrance exam yet. Everything is still uncertain. Curiosity piqued. The two boys asked, by the way, Wan, how did your crush Lin Xiao perform? Lin Xiao, we're asking you. You've been absent for so long. Are you planning to drop out? I've heard your family situation isn't great. My advice is to start working instead, Li Jie said earnestly. How can you say that? Yuan frowned, displeased. What Lin Xiao scores is none of your business. Of course it is. He's our competitor, even if he may not be worthy of it. They retorted. Lin Xiao indeed performed poorly in math, dragging down his overall score, while he managed to achieve 220 in liberal arts. His dismal math result of just 23 was inexcusable. Comparatively, even the athletes scored higher than him. Lin Xiao, you only scored 23? How did that happen? Zhao Lei exclaimed in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you questioning our athletic abilities? Zhang Sai, one of the athletes, responded indignantly. The torrential rain nearly obliterated my aspirations. Without such downpours, the prospect of gaining admission to any institution remains uncertain. Lin Xiao, you truly need not concern yourself with this, given your mathematical prowess. I could scatter grains of rice on the exam paper, and Quan pecking would yield superior answers than your own. Li Jia harbors unrequited feelings for Yuan Wan. Yet she regards Lin Xiao as her idol, inciting a wave of jealousy within him that leaves him quite perturbed. Lin Xiao, expressionless, observes their discussions about him. He finds it somewhat amusing. Does he truly need to exert himself so? Is attaining lofty grades essential? For him, it is hardly necessary. He simply wishes to savor life and relish its experiences. The chatter of these students barely registers with him. May I propose an idea? On the day the college entrance examination results are announced, let us gather for a celebration. How about the one who performs well treats us to a meal? I concur. Let us enjoy ourselves then. Damn, now you've added pressure. What if I don't perform well and end up the subject of your ridicule? No, I must hit the books post-haste. Everyone must participate. Anyone who abstains cannot be counted among our class 13. The top students, however, are quite eager to join. They are confident in their abilities to excel and wish to showcase their accomplishments at the gathering post-examination. Indeed, it will mark the pinnacle of their youthful journeys. Chapter 14. At the entrance of the school, a Bentley Continental awaited, where I would dine with the principal. Let me tell you, my mother enrolled me in a tutoring class that ensures I grasp the true value of academic prowess. Once I conquer the entrance exams of prestigious universities, I shall treat you all to a feast. What of it? I invite 3 female teachers to my home each evening for extra lessons, and my grades are soaring. When I secure admission to a distinguished institution, I will undoubtedly revel in my achievements. This Gaokao is no trivial matter. Without tutoring, the disparity between private lessons is vast. We may lack wealth, but we shall not be outdone by the likes of you. Do not despair. Even if your family struggles financially, can it compare to Lin Zhao's? If we cannot compete with those more accomplished, must we not seek solace in those less fortunate? When the exam results are released, Li Jie and his peers, who take great pleasure in boasting, will certainly have something pretentious to say to those who fail. Isn't it said that as long as one has hands, one can succeed? Their families may not be exceedingly wealthy, but they are typically small corporate employees, earning upwards of 10,000 a month. In this day and age, that income places them above the majority of ordinary households. Thus, securing a private tutor for one-on-one lessons to aim for a better school is indeed feasible. Lin Xiao once struggled financially, finding it difficult to pay for tutoring. But now, does he even need it? Lin Xiao, you must focus on your studies. Do not let Yuan Wan's impression of you diminish. Look at your recent test results. Do not fall behind our class. Lin Xiao found no inclination to explain himself to these individuals. During class, he opened his phone and discovered a message from Li Tianyi. Mr. Lin, I have already contacted the police regarding your father's scam, and they will handle the matter promptly. Our bank will pursue Zhang Hao for his credit card fraud. Please rest assured. Thank you for your assistance, President Li. While Lin Xiao indeed forgave Zhang Hao, it did not imply that Li Tianyi would relent. Moreover, transgressions against the law must be met with legal repercussions. Zhang Hao's investment scams, credit card fraud, illegal debt collection, and unlawful detention are serious offenses that cannot be overlooked. Even teacher Luo cannot save him. This is my duty. By the way, Mr. Lin, we are having a celebration at the Century Garden Hotel at noon. Would you be able to attend? I will send a car to pick you up. I am currently at school. Not a problem. I will drive to the school to collect you. You will lend us some prestige. And I would like President Li to bask in your glow before a few notable guests. All right, I shall be at the school gate at noon. It would be illogical to decline a complimentary lunch. Furthermore, the celebration would attract individuals from various industries, providing an opportune moment to inquire about the car sales. The homeroom teacher, Han Dan, was delivering a lesson when she noticed Lin Xiao with his head down, clearly disinterested. Her frustration flared. Lin Xiao, have you seen your recent test results? Are you still refusing to study? Your English scores have always been high. What has happened this time? Han Dan interrogated Lin Xiao about his grades. He felt somewhat exasperated. Had he not scored only slightly lower than usual? Previously, he managed scores exceeding 100. Yet this time, he received a 98. Was that worthy of reproach? Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Still laughing? Stand up. Does this performance warrant amusement? Is this how you behave when you fail? Isn't it irrelevant whether my grades are good or bad in relation to my laughter? Can I not smile simply because I did not perform well? What kind of reasoning is that? Lin Xiao calmly articulated his thoughts, leaving the teacher momentarily speechless. Do not pay him any mind. He has faced some family upheaval recently and is feeling down. I heard they lost a substantial amount of money. Perhaps he is on the verge of giving up. A classmate seated in the front row, Li Jie, offered an explanation. Han Dan's expression shifted slightly, and she fell silent. In her mind, she contemplated giving up on this student. With the Gaokao approaching, she felt compelled to prioritize the diligent students aiming for higher education, treating others as mere stepping stones. After class, Lin Xiao exited the building and encountered a brand new Bentley Continental parked at the school entrance, drawing considerable attention from students. Goodness, a Bentley? What an impressive vehicle. Worth several million. How could it possibly be here? Are there any students at our school who could afford such luxury? Surely not. Is someone trying to impress the ladies? Who could drive a Bentley and still attend a regular high school? Li Jie and his companions also caught sight of the car, their eyes gleaming with envy as they aspired for wealth, influenced by their family's knowledge of luxury vehicles. Zhao Lei chuckled, eager to showcase his knowledge of high-end cars to everyone. He positioned himself beside the Bentley, explaining its specifications and the vehicle's merits. My uncle once took me to an international auto show, and I saw this model. The Bentley Continental GT, the latest 6.0 TW12 convertible version. It boasts a 6.0 TW12 engine, 626 horsepower, an ADAT transmission, keyless start, and all-wheel drive. Before Zhao Lei could finish his description, Lin Xiao emerged from the school, gracefully approaching the rear seat of the Bentley, where a sharply dressed man opened the door for him. Li Jie and Zhao Lei were left in stunned silence, questioning their own perceptions. Is that Lin Xiao? It truly is him. Surely I must be mistaken. Zhang Sai, did you see Lin Xiao come out? Yes, he just walked out. But where is he now? Is he inside the car? Could it really be? The three of them simultaneously turned to gaze through the car window, but the engine roared to life, and the Bentley swiftly disappeared from their view. They stood there, bewildered, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere grew tense. Where were we? I think I must have seen it wrong. Did we not say Lin Zhao's family was struggling? How can he be riding in a Bentley? Isn't that a slap in the face of such claims? Zhang Sai frowned. You must be mistaken. I often pass by Lin Zhao's home. There is no way he could have a Bentley picking him up. That is absurd. Li Jie and Zhao Lei dared not dwell on the matter further. At noon, I dined with President Li. During the celebration, Li Tianyi extolled Lin Xiao, proclaiming him the youngest millionaire in Binhai. Lin Xiao requested a leave of absence from class, citing some personal matters. Initially, Han Dan was reluctant to grant Lin Xiao another leave. However, during the celebration, Li Tianyi fortuitously encountered the principal of Lin Zhao's high school. They had shared lunch together, and the principal personally called Han Dan to request a leave for Lin Xiao. Citing a pressing matter, Han Dan was left in disbelief. What was happening? Why was the principal calling her? And why grant Lin Xiao leave for something urgent? Could it be that something truly has happened at Lin Zhao's home? If this matter comes to the attention of the classmates and the homeroom teacher, it is likely that no one in the class would dare to speak of him again, at least not openly. Chapter 15. The Opening of Temporal Trade and a Friend from 2077. Lin Xiao never anticipated that after being reprimanded by his homeroom teacher in the morning, he would be dining at the same table as the principal during lunch. Particularly, Principal Tang Junli was waiting at the round table for the esteemed guest brought by Li Tianyi. He intended to raise a toast to establish rapport. Yet upon noticing the guest donned in the school uniform, his hand froze mid-air, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Xiao's attire. Wasn't this the very uniform they wore? The important guest mentioned by Director Li was, astonishingly, a student from their school. How had he never realized this? This meal left Principal Tang Junli feeling quite uneasy. Isn't our school's policy a tad too rigid? On such a hot day, making students wear long-sleeved uniforms? Surely, this is absurd. If they don't wear it, they are barred from entering the school, and the security at the gate berates them mercilessly. Lin Xiao casually recounted his experiences at school. The principal, awkwardly glancing at Li Tianyi, felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. His smile was more painful than a frown. He raised his glass again and toasted Lin Xiao, saying, Mr. Lin, I shall speak with the security shortly. In the future, you needn't wear the uniform or even display the school ID. Should anyone dare to obstruct you, I will have them dismissed immediately. Lin Xiao shook his head, saying, Does this not make me seem rather special? Mr. Lin, you are a guest of Director Li. Should you feel fatigued, please feel free to come to my office. Lin Xiao glanced at Li Tianyi, who chuckled, Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin is still a student. You should engage more with old Tang in the future. And you, old Tang? Must inform the teachers to place Mr. Lin in a good class. By the way, Mr. Lin, which class are you in? Enough with this favoritism. To be honest, I attend school merely to experience life. I do not require any privileges or to be elevated above others. Otherwise, what is the point of schooling? I might as well seek entertainment elsewhere." Lin Xiao spoke with utmost sincerity, devoid of jest. Upon hearing this, the principal swiftly comprehended. Lin Xiao was aiming for discretion. A wealthy scion aspiring to experience high school life as an ordinary individual? Yet in truth, Lin Xiao simply abhorred those who sought privilege. He would never consider himself superior simply because he had acquired some connections and wealth. He had always looked down upon such individuals and thus would never become one himself. Furthermore, teachers and students alike would be aware of his distinguished status, which would inevitably alter their demeanor, rendering the experience somewhat tedious. It was the current teachers and students who were intriguing and embodied the essence of genuine high school life. He merely wished to offer the principal some suggestions that were pertinent to the school's future development, such as not having students run too closely together during exercises or standing to recite while eating. Were such practices truly beneficial? In the past, when Lin Xiao made suggestions, the response was always a polite smile, yet none were ever adopted. Now, however, genuine change seemed possible. At the very least, the last 6 months at Lin Xiao's school would witness some transformation. After a simple meal, Lin Xiao returned home. He need not attend school in the afternoon. He quietly sought the tranquility of a local 5-star hotel's presidential suite to review his studies. Have you ever studied in a presidential suite? Self-discipline proves more effective than external enforcement. Lin Xiao pondered why he struggled with mathematics. Was he truly less intelligent than others? It appeared to be so. Yet now, studying seemed devoid of pressure. Previously, he studied to earn a living. Did he still require money? It seemed not. Now, studying was for the sake of spiritual fulfillment and self-improvement. This pressure-free learning allowed him to immerse himself more deeply. He discovered that mathematics was rather fascinating. Once perceived as a burden, it now felt rewarding to solve challenging problems. Host, greetings. The temporal trading space has been unlocked, and a new trading partner has been successfully matched. Mr. Hang has initiated a trade invitation. Do you accept? Just as Lin Xiao completed the first part of the last mathematics problem, he heard the prompt from the trading assistant. With a mere thought, he entered the trading space. Hello, my dear Lin Xiao. I am Mr. Hang from the Jiui district in 2077. It is a pleasure to meet you. The screen displayed a middle-aged man clad in a white suit, surrounded by an array of semiconductor devices. His thinning hair and mechanical left eye did not detract from his welcoming smile. Mr. Lin, I am an avid stamp collector, and I have amassed a considerable collection over the years. Today, I wish to inquire if you possess any stamps. Any year will suffice, preferably older ones. The earlier, the better. I am in need of many stamps from before 2050. Mr. Hang was direct, clarifying his intentions to Lin Xiao. He was unaware of Lin Xiao's time period, but surmised from his attire and demeanor that Lin Xiao belonged to an earlier era, at least one devoid of technological prosthetics. Moreover, Lin Xiao appeared quite vibrant. In their time, the youth were ensnared by the allure of technological products, particularly the metaverse, becoming so engrossed in the virtual realm that they often appeared lethargic in the real world. These electronic opiates had wreaked havoc on the younger generation. As a middle-aged man, Mr. Hang led a rather dismal life, oppressed by his employer, working tirelessly under the unyielding demands of a grueling schedule. Lin Xiao pondered the state of affairs. In that era, if one's physical organs failed, they could simply replace them. As long as one was alive, work was an unending obligation. If one's body faltered, parts could be replaced instantaneously. Even if one were to suffer a sudden death, the advanced medical technology could replace a heart in mere moments, ensuring the individual continued to labor without respite. The capitalists thrived in such a system. As an employee of a semiconductor company, Mr. Hang, too, faced relentless exploitation while indulging in a modest hobby, stamp collecting, which evoked fond memories of the past. Stamps held considerable value in his time, cherished by many. Even their employers, like Mr. Hang, were enamored with these nostalgic relics, as sentimentality was exceedingly valuable. Mr. Lin, may I inquire how old your stamps are? Lin Xiao reflected for a moment. He remembered that his parents possessed numerous stamps from an era when letter writing was common, with many envelopes adorned with stamps. Mr. Hang, what do you propose to exchange for them? Mr. Hang considered briefly. If you indeed possess stamps from earlier years, I am willing to trade you a lithography machine for my semiconductor work. I have several in my warehouse. I possess numerous 2nm lithography machines. Would it be possible for me to engage in an exchange with you? Chapter 16. Trading the 2nm lithography machine. Perhaps it would be better to sell directly to the government. The 2nm lithography machine? Lin Xiao was somewhat perplexed. So he took out his phone to conduct a brief search regarding the current state of lithography machines worldwide. He discovered that the world's foremost manufacturer, ASML, renowned for its unparalleled semiconductor research, was still struggling to develop a 3 nm lithography machine, with no significant progress to date. To his astonishment, the other party claimed to possess numerous machines in their warehouse. China had lagged behind foreign advancements in lithography technology for many years, necessitating the purchase of vital technologies from abroad. The complexity of lithography machines was not trivial. The challenge lay in the entire system. The current 7 nm lithography machine comprises over a dozen components, more than 5,000 suppliers, and 100,000 parts. Any attempt to innovate or upgrade must ensure that every link in the chain remains intact. The abundance of components and the intricacy of the processes involved were staggering. The notion of 2 nm process materials was something even the top researchers abroad dared not contemplate. The claim of possessing many such machines sent a ripple of astonishment through Lin Xiao. However, considering the other party's origins from the future, he found it somewhat acceptable. For Mr. Hang, to be candid, the 2 nm lithography machines had become outdated. Recently, their superior had tasked him with disposing of the machines accumulating in the warehouse. It was no small matter to manage the logistics of relocating such substantial equipment. By chance, he encountered a friend from a parallel world. "Mr. Lin, would you consider this? 1 machine is insufficient. How about 2? 3? I have quite a few available. However, we had a prior agreement. You must first show me your stamps and their collectible value," Mr. Hang stated, his expression suddenly turning serious. He was concerned that Lin Xiao might not possess stamps or that they might lack significant value. Stamps from after 2050 had little worth in the collector's market. He was unaware of Lin Xiao's actual possessions. Lin Xiao nodded, assuring him that it was not a problem and he would search for some stamps to confirm their value. Upon returning to his father, he inquired about the era of the stamps he possessed. Curious, his father asked why he needed them. Lin Xiao explained that these stamps were quite valuable. His father appeared bewildered, expressing that the stamps had long lost their utility, save for personal collections, and even then, their worth was minimal. What could his son possibly earn from those stamps? How much were they really worth? Lin Xiao did not elaborate much, merely glancing at the dates on the stamps. Goodness, they indeed were quite old, carrying memories of a bygone era. He did not intend to part with all of them. Of course, as a shrewd businessman, trading 1 lithography machine for a single stamp seemed entirely reasonable. Should he wish to obtain more, he could always procure additional stamps from the bank, which would require some effort from President Li. After acquiring the stamps, Lin Xiao reopened the trading space. He found Mr. Hang still working tirelessly in the lab, despite it being 3 in the morning. "Our boss said we are voluntarily working overtime," Mr. Hang lamented. "Mr. Lin, have you managed to get the stamps?" he inquired. "I have indeed found a remarkable one. You may take a look." Lin Xiao transmitted the image of the stamp to him. Mr. Hang paused his work, his mechanical eye scanning the image. Suddenly, he trembled with excitement. "Wow, Mr. Lin, you have found a 20th century stamp. Do you have any idea how much this is worth to me? Its collectible value is extraordinary. Mr. Lin, let us not waste time. I have all the lithography machines you need. My semiconductor projects are at your service." The essence of the transaction lay in its mutual benefit. Upon seeing something he desired, Mr. Hang's demeanor brightened, shaking off his earlier fatigue and embracing the work once more. Meanwhile, the boss, awakening in the middle of the night to check the holographic screen, noticed Mr. Hang still laboring away, and a paternal smile spread across his face. He felt inclined to grant Mr. Hang a reprieve and not deduct his wages next time. Lin Xiao was equally pleased. Without hesitation, Mr. Hang dispatched the lithography machine. Had he truly achieved freedom in acquiring lithography machines? Notably, the 2 nm variant was unique, representing a significant challenge for semiconductor scientists globally. Upon securing the machine, Lin Xiao closed the trading space, which then entered a cool-down period. It would not be long before the system automatically matched him with the next trader or the previous trader resumed their search for Lin Xiao, enabling another transaction. Later that night, lying in the presidential suite, he contemplated what to do with the lithography machine. Thus, he ventured onto the external network to further explore advancements in lithography technology. On social media platforms, he encountered numerous foreign individuals discussing the state of lithography machines in China. What the heck? Do the Chinese only buy lithography machines? Is there no innovation whatsoever? Isn't it rather foolish? Why can't they develop advanced lithography machines themselves? Currently, the lithography market remained under the dominion of the United States, who held absolute control over the technology. The The technological supremacy of the United States is indisputable. No one can contend with it. A disparaging comment from a foreigner drew Lin Zhao's derision. What were they thinking? The idea that China could independently develop advanced lithography machines within 3 years was laughable. With the limited technological resources at their disposal, how could they possibly achieve that? I'll put it plainly. If China succeeds, I will eat my words. The audacity of such remarks was infuriating. China will inevitably invent its own lithography machines. You foreign dogs can return to your masters and lick their boots. Stop dreaming. The king of semiconductors will always be ASML. What capabilities do you possess to create one? As Lin Zhao scrolled through the repugnant comments, a mix of emotions swirled within him. Soon after, he encountered a news article stating that ASML, which monopolized the lithography machine market and held the highest authority in this domain, had officially declared an absolute cessation of all lithography machine trade with China due to its affiliations with the United States. A significant shift in circumstances had occurred. This meant a comprehensive technological blockade against China. A disaster loomed for the semiconductor industry. At that moment, Lin Zhao could no longer sit idly. He had initially pondered whom to sell the lithography machine to: an electronics company? A semiconductor enterprise? Perhaps it would be best to sell directly to the government. May 12, 2023, would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of China's semiconductor history. Chapter 17. I have a 2 nanometers lithography machine for sale. Are you interested? Coincidentally, it is the day of international negotiations between the Dragon Country and the Eagle Nation. During the negotiations, the Eagle Nation displayed an arrogant demeanor, making grandiose claims and threatening to set back the semiconductor industry of the Dragon Country by 2 decades. They asserted that should their controlled companies cease exports to the Dragon Country, the latter would be compelled to seek assistance from abroad for certain semiconductor products, placing immense pressure on domestic semiconductor firms and granting the former complete control over the dialogue. The Dragon Country vehemently condemned these actions, and after several days of continuous discussions, the negotiations ultimately ended in failure, leaving everyone incensed. Several academicians from the Academy of Sciences expressed their indignation, vowing to develop a more advanced lithography machine domestically, intending to demonstrate their capabilities to those who threatened to regress the Dragon Country's semiconductor industry. However, they found themselves at a loss for where to begin. The complexity of the lithography machine's components and the magnitude of the engineering challenges were such that even the collective efforts of all domestic researchers seemed insufficient. They possessed only fragmented theoretical knowledge, which proved increasingly troublesome when attempting to apply it in practice. On that day, within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Liu Hansheng had just completed his morning tasks and decided to grab a bowl of fried sauce noodles from the cafeteria to take back to his desk. He held a significant position within the ministry, serving as the director of the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department, which facilitated interactions with various academies and research institutions, managing numerous affairs related to national science and education. His work was fundamentally aimed at serving the populace, and thus he was diligent, never wasting a moment during work hours. Placing the bowl on his desk and breaking open his disposable chopsticks, a hint of a smile graced his face. He inserted the chopsticks into the noodles, peeled a clove of garlic, and with garlic in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, he created a classic scene: a bite of noodles, a bite of garlic. Eating noodles without garlic seemed to diminish half the joy. As he happily savored the noodles and garlic, a sudden ding caught his attention. An email had arrived on his computer. He glanced up just in time to see the notification. Ordinarily, he would not have bothered to open it, but the subject line piqued his curiosity. Hello, I have a 2 nanometers lithography machine that I wish to submit to the state. Are you interested, Director Liu? Furrowing his brow, Liu Hansheng pondered whether this email was merely a jest. In this day and age, had scammers begun targeting the state? This was the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After all, what audacity! He shook his head, finding the situation amusing. Such boldness from a scammer was quite remarkable. Perhaps it was time to convene a meeting with the Oversight Committee. Who would dare to pull such a stunt? Director Liu, what's the matter? Inquired his assistant, Xiao Wang. Noticing Liu Hansheng murmuring to himself at the computer. Someone claims to possess a lithography machine capable of 2 nanometers technology and is asking if I'm interested. It's rather amusing, isn't it? Could it be that those foreigners have come to mock us? Xiao Wang approached, bringing his own bowl of noodles to sit beside Liu Hansheng. Liu Hansheng made room for him, and Xiao Wang glanced at the email. Strange, the sender's address is anonymous. I can't find any information on this person. It appears the sender is quite adept with computers. It seems likely that this is a ploy from the Eagle Nation. especially after our last negotiation fell apart. They might have sent someone to ridicule us. At the mention of the Eagle Nation, anger flashed across Xiao Wang's face. Those people are truly insufferable. They block our semiconductor technology and prevent other countries from selling us lithography machines. And now they have the audacity to ask if we want a 2 nanometers machine? Not to mention, can those foreign companies even produce such a machine? It's utterly insulting. Xiao Wang was visibly agitated. Perhaps we should inform national security and have them investigate this email? All right, you handle it, Lu Hanxing replied, setting aside his bowl of noodles. The unexpected turn of events had completely overshadowed his enjoyment of the meal. Xiao Wang's expression turned serious as he opened the email. Let's see what this is all about. Be careful. What if there's a virus in that email? Lu Hanxing cautioned. Don't worry, Director Lu. I graduated in computer science, Xiao Wang reassured him. Lu Hanxing almost forgot that Xiao Wang was an accomplished graduate from a prestigious university. As Xiao Wang opened the email, his initial curiosity transformed into a furrowed brow, his expression darkening as he read the contents. The email was neither a virus link nor a hacker's ploy. What on earth is this? He murmured, his brow furrowing deeply as he scrolled through the email. Gradually, his troubled expression began to dissipate, replaced by a look of incredulity. This. Xiao Wang glanced at Lu Hanxing, who was still enjoying his noodles, then back at the screen, his hand trembling slightly on the mouse. Director Lu, you need to see this. It doesn't appear to be a scam. It might not even be a trick from those foreigners. Lu Hanxing, perplexed, casually asked while chewing on garlic, what is it? It seems to genuinely be a design for a 2 nanometers lithography machine. The email contains design diagrams and all component constructions. With a clatter, Lu Hanxing dropped his chopsticks, the sound echoing in the room. He sprang to his feet, disregarding the need to wipe his mouth or clean his hands, rushing over to the screen in disbelief. How is this possible? Are you joking? Director Lu, come look. I studied some of this in university and have a bit of knowledge about it. The details here are quite thorough, Xiao Wang urged. Lu Hanxing leaned over, scrutinizing the screen with utmost seriousness. After a thorough examination, he murmured, is it really true? This isn't a virus link. Director, is this feasible? The diagrams and principles are here, but bringing it to fruition would be immensely challenging. Still processing the content of the email, Lu Hanxing's phone suddenly rang. Answering the call, a calm voice greeted him. Hello, are you Director Lu? Did you see the email I sent you? I have a 2 nanometers lithography machine that I intend to sell to our dragon country. Are you interested? Upon hearing those words, Lu Hanxing was plunged into a state of complete astonishment. Chapter 18. A pie from the sky. Is this a scam? Sweat beads formed on Lu Hanxing's forehead. Not from anxiety, but from the moment he heard about the potential sale of a 2 nanometer lithography machine. A surge of intense excitement coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. For a fleeting moment, he fervently wished that the seller would indeed offer them the 2 nanometer lithography machine, regardless of the price. He would seek approval from his superiors. This was pivotal for the semiconductor industry in Longhua and the advancement of technology as a whole. Technology is the foremost productive force, and its significance is beyond question. If the seller genuinely possessed such a machine and was willing to sell it, they would be hailed as a savior of the nation's semiconductor industry, becoming a great benefactor of Longhua. However, the prospect of a 2 nanometer lithography machine was too extraordinary for him to fully believe. Who could accept such a claim? Currently, the notion of Longhua possessing such advanced lithography technology was merely a hopeful aspiration, a goal that had been pursued for decades by countless researchers. The assertion that someone could sell a 2 nanometer machine sounded implausible. It was not disbelief, but rather a reluctance to accept such a possibility. May I ask how to address you? Lu Hanxing's tone remained casual, masking the tumult of thoughts within. My surname is Lin. Mr. Lin, is what you said true? As far as I know, no one in the world has successfully invented a 2 nanometer lithography machine. Even a 3 nanometer machine remains an unattainable dream for many companies, let alone an advancement beyond that. I have already conquered all the processes involved in the 2 nanometer lithography machine. In the email I sent you, you will find the components of this machine. Lu Hanxing fell silent, deep in thought. This matter was of great significance, and he could not make decisions unilaterally. It required reporting to higher authorities. The email indeed contained components of a lithography machine, but many of the principles were complex and beyond his comprehension. He needed to consult with experts at the Research Institute. Very well, Mr. Lin. I intend to report this to my superiors and have the experts at the Research Institute verify its authenticity. I will contact you afterward. Lu Hanxing hesitated to end the call and instructed his assistant, Xiao Wang, to use his phone to report the situation. Deputy Director Qin Weigua of the Internal Affairs Office had not slept for 2 or 3 days, overwhelmed by the hectic domestic and international affairs. The recent semiconductor trade incidents with foreign countries had left him feeling frustrated. Why could Longwa not produce such lithography machines? After several days of meetings, his agitation only deepened, and he felt a sense of indignation. Qin Weigua was known as the king of meetings within the Internal Affairs Office, often conducting meetings and reprimanding subordinate officials. His message was clear. Why was the negotiating stance against the Eagle country not more assertive? If they were intent on blocking our technology, why not confront them directly? If necessary, they could go to war. He was a military man, and Longwa needed to demonstrate its resolve. Qin Weigua was notorious for his fiery temper. If he were negotiating with representatives from the Eagle country, he could very well unleash a torrent of local dialect curses in the meeting. As he sat in his chair, trying to rest his eyes, fatigue began to overtake him. Just then, his phone rang, jolting him awake. He opened his bleary eyes and answered the call. Hello, is this old Lu? What's the matter? His voice remained strong and resonant, despite having nearly drifted off to sleep. Director Qin, I have something important to report. Is this a good time? Qin Weigua glanced at the clock hanging in his office. It was 1:30 p.m., typically a time when the leadership would be napping. He should have been resting, but curiosity piqued his interest in Lu Hanqing's report. Go ahead, I'm listening. Unable to suppress a large yawn, Qin Weigua continued the call. Lu Hanqing hesitated to disturb the director's rest, but felt the urgency of the matter compelled him. Director Qin, I just received a call and an email from someone claiming they wish to sell us a 2-nanometer lithography machine. They asked if we were interested. Qin Weigua shot up from his seat. What? A 2-nanometer lithography machine? His brow furrowed, exuding an aura of authority. Impossible. Director Lu, you are a seasoned veteran in our department. How could you fall for such a blatant mistake? Can such claims be trusted? This is evidently a scam. Qin Weigua was adamant in his disbelief. How could there be a lithography machine capable of 2-nanometer technology available for sale? Such an improbable windfall was unthinkable, and he had no desire to engage with scammers. Director Lu, surely you can discern the truth in this matter? Such frauds should be directed to the inspection or national security departments. Do not report them to me. No. Lu Hanqing forced a smile. Director Qin, I carefully reviewed the email sent by the other party, and it appears it contains some genuinely intriguing information regarding the internal structure and component models. Qin Weigua shook his head. In theory, we have numerous experts and scholars under our purview whose knowledge has reached remarkable heights. But who has truly translated theory into practice? Who has successfully constructed the most advanced 3-nanometer lithography machine domestically? If we cannot even achieve 3 nanometers, how can we aspire to 2 nanometers? That is an exercise in futility. Lu Hanqing found himself at an impasse. He recognized the validity of Qin Weigua's words. While the internal structure and principles were clear, the absence of a tangible product rendered the prospect dubious. The implications of the Internal Affairs Office being deceived would be a profound embarrassment, not only for the nation but also for its standing abroad. Those unfriendly entities overseas would relish the opportunity to mock them further. And what about that individual? Perhaps we should express our gratitude. I suspect he is a patriotic individual with aspirations for lithography technology. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fervently reached out to our office. Qin Weigua's tone was measured. However, having aspirations is one thing. What we need are individuals who can actualize those aspirations, not mere dreamers. Understood. Lu Hanqing returned to his duties. His assistant, Xiao Wang, eagerly inquired about the situation. Lu Hanqing sighed. Director Qin believes this matter lacks credibility and advised us not to pursue it further. I will send him a letter of thanks. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao received Lu Hanqing's letter of gratitude, feeling somewhat helpless. He wished to sell to the nation, yet it seemed they were not interested. Upon reflection, he realized that such advanced technology was too ahead of its time for the current world, making it difficult for anyone to believe. Nonetheless, he could understand their skepticism. Chapter 19. How busy are you? Are you still negotiating the submission of lithography machines? Lu Hanqing sincerely devoted an entire afternoon to compose a letter of gratitude to Lin Xiao. Within it, he expressed his admiration for Lin Xiao's understanding of the internal structure and regional components of the lithography machine, as highlighted in Lin's email. In conclusion, Lu Hanqing provided his personal WeChat number. Mr. Lin, please add me on WeChat. Although Lu Hanqing harbored doubts about the existence of the lithography machine, the content of Lin's email warranted adding him to his personal WeChat account. The The personal WeChat of Director Liu from the Ministry of Internal Affairs carries significant weight nationwide. Countless influential individuals yearn to establish connections with him, yet Liu Hanxing scarcely acknowledges them. The number of people added by Director Liu is exceedingly few, typically limited to colleagues within the realm of work or a select few esteemed academicians he collaborates with. Lin Xiao was aware that it wouldn't be long before Liu would seek him out again, with someone finally expressing an interest in selling lithography machines. It was only natural for them to explore the opportunity. However, the leadership within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, including Liu Hanxing, remained exceedingly vigilant. Director Liu, let us forego WeChat. If you have any requests, just contact me on this number. We can communicate through it. Liu Hanxing had his assistant Xiao Wang check the validity of the account. It turned out to be a virtual account, and the actual location of the individual was impossible to trace. The confidentiality measures were impeccably executed, indicating that the other party was indeed a skilled computer user. As Xiao Wang noted down the virtual phone number, he suggested, Director Liu, why not give it a try? This opportunity is rare. What if it is genuine? Liu Hanxing sighed in resignation. I consulted with Minister Qin, but he remained skeptical, primarily because there is an international business negotiation tomorrow, which Minister Qin intends to personally attend. He hopes to place his expectations on the negotiations in 2 days. During this time, Lin Xiao was preoccupied with the sale of the lithography machine. He was not in a hurry, since the state was currently skeptical. He decided to let the situation unfold further. He also kept a watchful eye on international developments. That night, Liu Hanxing struggled to find rest, his mind consumed by thoughts of that phone number and the email. The following morning, he called Lin Xiao early. Mr. Lin, how about you send me a sample of the lithography machine again? I can come to your email, and you can record a segment for me to observe closely. That is feasible, though I have some matters to attend to right now. I will send it to you by afternoon for your review. All right, Mr. Lin. I appreciate your assistance. After hanging up, a peculiar sense of hope welled up within Liu Hanxing. Could it truly be authentic? The prospect of a live video recording for verification seemed so effortlessly proposed. An indescribable excitement surged from within. He was eager to ascertain whether the 2-nanometer lithography machine genuinely existed. He hoped it would not lead to disillusionment. Nor did he wish for the other party to be jesting at his expense. That would be unbearable, especially since he was to attend the international business meeting alongside Minister Qin in the afternoon. Due to his conversation with Liu Hanxing, Lin Xiao inadvertently found himself late. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already 7:30. He had not requested leave from his homeroom teacher and was 2 hours late. Considering he had already missed 2 hours, he figured that a little more delay wouldn't be a problem. Thus, he leisurely enjoyed breakfast before hailing a taxi to school. At the entrance, the security guard, upon seeing him, wore a stern expression and urged him to hurry inside. It appeared that Principal Tang Zhenli was not granting him any special privileges. Once inside the school, as he made his way to the senior high building, he was unexpectedly halted by the head of the senior grade. What was the significance of the grade director? This individual wielded authority over all senior students, managing every aspect of their affairs with meticulous attention. Whether it was classroom chatter, tardiness, romantic entanglements, or even smoking in the restroom, he could reprimand students with unyielding severity. Recently, a couple was caught displaying affection on the street by the grade director, who recorded their actions on his phone and disseminated the footage across class groups, demanding to know which class they belonged to. The couple was then made to stand and face the music for 2 to 3 hours, and subsequently, their parents were summoned to the flag-raising platform for a public apology. They were subjected to repeated social humiliation until the lesson was learned. Lin Xiao harbored a disdain for this grade director, especially after an incident where he was late due to being struck by a vehicle, causing severe pain in his back. When he staggered into school, he was apprehended by the grade director, who dismissed his explanation with a cold demeanor, meting out ridicule instead and ultimately compelling him to do 100 push-ups before entering class. Was this management of students? To put it bluntly, wasn't this just taming slaves? This time, Lin Zhao's tardiness was fortuitously witnessed by the grade director. Which class are you from? Stand there. I'm talking to you. Did you go deaf? The director's booming voice echoed throughout the senior hallway, targeting Lin Xiao mercilessly. His homeroom teacher, Han Dan, peered out, discovering it was Lin Xiao once more arriving late, which only fueled her irritation. Lin Xiao from class 13, what is going on? Let me see the time. Did you request leave from your homeroom teacher? I recognize you. Weren't you the one who was late last time, claiming to have been hit by a car? That was me. I did ask for leave, Lin Xiao replied dismissively. Teacher Han Dan stepped forward, witnessing the exchange, and asserted, "He didn't ask for leave, director. Don't listen to him. This student didn't request permission. Is this an attempt to turn your elbow outward?" Lin Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment towards his homeroom teacher. He wouldn't have been late today if it hadn't been for Lu Hanxi's phone call regarding the lithography machine. He had been so preoccupied that he hadn't even had the chance to request leave. Lin Xiao shrugged and earnestly said, "I apologize, director. I was simply too busy this morning and forgot to ask for leave. I was engaged in a significant matter." Upon hearing this, the grade director scoffed derisively. "What grand affair could you possibly be preparing? Last time you were hit by a car, and now it's another big matter? Are you so busy every day? What's the matter? Are you from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, hoping to submit a lithography machine to the state?" His comment was clearly a jest. As the director had been following national news closely and was aware of the technological embargoes imposed on Longwa by other nations. Thus, he seized the opportunity to mock Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao couldn't help but grin. The old man had hit the nail on the head. He truly was submitting a lithography machine to the state. However, they could never fathom that even if he divulged this, they would remain incredulous, as it would completely upend their understanding of reality. Enough of the explanations. After your previous 100 push-ups, this time you will do 200. Teacher Han Dan chuckled along. In a short while, you shall return to class and continue performing push-ups, adding an additional 100 to the count. Late? One might wonder how one could be so perpetually occupied. The director spoke aptly. If you find yourself busy, what of the leaders in the Internal Affairs Office? Have they paused to consider your circumstances? It has come to my attention that your family situation has deteriorated. Are you still neglecting your studies? What have you been engaged in all day? Have you truly embarked on the invention of a lithography machine? Ha ha ha. Having concluded her remarks, Han Dan departed alongside the grade director, leaving Lin Xiao at the classroom doorway, poised to commence his push-ups. At that precise moment, at the school entrance, Principal Tang Jinli rode in on his bicycle. Upon noticing the principal's approach, the security personnel immediately straightened themselves, their demeanor vastly different from when they interacted with students. They hurried to assist Tang Jinli dismount. What transpired over there? I heard someone shouting. Oh, that would be the senior grade director, Director Chang, reprimanding a student. The principal nodded in acknowledgement. Such occurrences were hardly novel to him, as he often chastised those teachers he found displeasing. Once the security staff had secured his bicycle, he proceeded into the school. In the senior grade area, students were engaged in corporal punishment through push-ups. The principal unconsciously cast a glance in that direction. That fleeting glance startled him greatly. Lin, Mr. Lin? Chapter 20, A Shift in Attitude. After all, he is just a student with a few million in assets. Lin Xiao was performing push-ups at the entrance of the classroom. 300 push-ups were merely a trifle for him. He regularly engaged in physical training. Possessing a physique that appeared slender when clothed yet muscular when undraped, complemented by formidable upper body strength and core stability, rendering the feat effortless. However, the students lingering at the doorway observed Lin Xiao's endeavor with a sense of schadenfreude. Had they not just heard the grade director mention that Lin Xiao was involved with lithography machines? Was that truly credible? Could they not discern the absurdity of the situation? It was ludicrous to contemplate a senior high school student delving into lithography. Why not pursue controllable nuclear fusion while they were at it? Had they indulged in too many novels? One could not help but feel pity for Lin Xiao. 300 push-ups was rather harsh. Yuan Wan, seated at her desk, found herself unable to concentrate on her studies, her heart filled with an inexplicable concern for Lin Xiao as he endured punishment. It felt as if she were sharing in his burden. She thought, perhaps she could perform squats instead, which would serve to strengthen her gluteus maximus. Lin Xiao, don't take it so seriously. The teacher isn't even watching you. You can just head into class after this, she suggested as she stealthily approached him while heading to the restroom. Lin Xiao continued his push-ups, performing each one with impeccable form. The girls in class occasionally cast glances outside. Zhang Sai, Lin Xiao's push-ups appear even more precise than yours, remarked Wang Qianqian, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. Zhang Sai scoffed. Impossible. I refuse to believe he can complete 300. Never mind. I must go. The coach is calling me for practice. As a student athlete, he was exempt from morning study sessions and could train directly outside. Suddenly, the students caught sight of a formidable figure approaching. The principal. Principal Tang Jinli was conducting rounds. It had been ages since they had seen him. Why was he suddenly visiting the senior year? Just then, Principal Tang, standing beside the senior building, noticed Lin Xiao performing push-ups. Initially taken aback, he quickly approached, his expression darkening. Lin Xiao, you should return. he said softly, his heart heavy with frustration. He had intended to speak to the teachers, urging them to treat Lin Xiao differently, to not compare him to the typical students. Yet, Lin Xiao had dismissed his concerns. Now witnessing Lin Xiao under physical punishment, Tang felt utterly helpless. He was unsure of Lin Xiao's background, only aware of the student's close relationship with Director Li, who held Lin Xiao in high esteem. This privileged youth could potentially have connections with officials, particularly within the educational system. If Lin Xiao were to leverage those connections, the ordinary high school would find itself in dire straits. If the influential were displeased and decided to expose the school's methods of corporal punishment, Tang's position would be jeopardized. No need, I'll finish first, Lin Xiao replied defiantly. Tang felt a surge of worry. It was evident that Lin Xiao was not pleased. He would have to swiftly inform Director Li and inquire about the situation. Moreover, the teachers under his command were quite short-sighted. They should never bully this particular student. The principal persisted in his pleas for Lin Xiao to cease his punishment. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao resolutely completed all 300 push-ups before finally rising. At that moment, his shirt was drenched, the ground littered with the sweat he had shed, his hands grimy, and his eyes stinging from perspiration. Ah, Principal Tang, you arrived just in time to witness how your staff treats students. 300 push-ups, who could withstand such a demand? Is this not akin to managing slaves? What do you consider these students to be? Is this truly your method of education? Teaching and nurturing does not entail treating students like dogs. Lin Xiao exclaimed, his expression darkened with indignation, though accustomed to rigorous training. Even he found himself breathless after completing such a daunting number of push-ups. The principal listened, his demeanor composed but his mind racing. He was uncertain of Lin Xiao's origins. Yet he recognized the respect Director Li held for him. Lin Xiao, we will duly consider your feedback. Today's actions by those teachers were inappropriate. I shall convene a meeting with them, Tang responded, keenly aware of the many students observing him. He could not appear overly subservient, as that would tarnish the image of his position, especially as the principal of a public high school in Binhai City. Lin Xiao, please return for now. I will call those teachers in for a stern reprimand. How does that sound? Tang suggested, yet Lin Xiao frowned in response. You misunderstand. Calling the teachers in for a reprimand is futile. My concern lies with the management system of this school, not merely a few teachers. Tang felt a flicker of annoyance at this remark. What did he mean? Was he not satisfied even after all this? Furthermore, the management of his school was perfectly sound. The students were thriving, lively, and engaged. Did they not deserve punishment when warranted? Was it not expected that they comply with the school's rules? He was the principal. Lin Xiao was merely a student, after all. Though Lin Xiao possessed some influence, it could not justify altering the management model that had been derived from a prominent model high school. Though Tang maintained a courteous facade, discontent simmered beneath the surface. As the principal, he had extended considerable respect toward Lin Xiao. Had it been anyone else, he would have delivered a swift reprimand. Lin Xiao, I recognize your rapport with Director Li, but while he and I are friends, you remain a student within this institution. I hope you will abide by the school's regulations. Tang Jinli waved his hand dismissively before turning away from Lin Xiao and making his way back to the office. Upon his return, he promptly placed a call to Li Tianyi. Hello, is this President Li? I would like to inquire about Lin Xiao, the student from our school. What is his background? He certainly challenged me today and showed me no respect. Li Tianyi paused momentarily, maintaining a composed expression as he replied. He has deposited around 50 to 60 million with us. He is one of my significant clients, and his family appears to possess substantial resources. Your client? What does his family do? Tang Jinli probed. I'm not sure. Why do you ask? Li Tianyi responded. Just curious, Tang Jinli replied nonchalantly. Li Tianyi emphasized. Let me remind you that he is a VIP client of mine. Given my connection with him, you should treat him well. He might consider depositing more funds in our bank in the future. After hanging up, Tang Jinli rubbed his chin, pondering the situation. Is that all there is to it? Just a few million, and Li Tianyi is treating him with such deference. He is merely a privileged high school student. In this day and age, there are countless individuals in large cities with similar fortunes. Initially, he had contemplated heeding Lin Xiao's opinions and currying favor with him. However, it now seemed unnecessary. He wasn't a government official, and Lin Xiao's status bore no influence on his own career. Would he even contribute any funds to him? It seemed highly unlikely. Lin Xiao was Li Tianyi's client, not his own. What relevance did that hold for him? Perhaps Lin Xiao was acquainted with leaders in the city's education department? If Lin Xiao were aware, he might respond, I'm sorry, but I know leaders from the Ministry of Internal Affairs Education Department. He remained oblivious to the fact that the principal's attitude toward him had already begun to shift. Previously, he believed that knowing certain officials necessitated careful interactions. Now, realizing that Lin Xiao was merely affluent, with millions deposited in the bank, he understood the nature of Li Tianyi's relationship with him. The principal felt relieved. He no longer needed to be overly courteous to Lin Xiao. Next time, he would call him into the office for a proper admonishment. In his school, he was the one in charge. So what if he had money? Did he dare to challenge him? Later that morning, after Lin Xiao completed his classes, his phone rang again in the afternoon. It was from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Following a second unpleasant round of negotiations with foreign representatives, Qin Weiguo was seething with anger, unable to contain his frustration during the discussions. The representatives had brazenly declared that the Longhua semiconductor industry was dead, asserting that they were only worthy of bowing to foreign technology and following in their wake. Fuming, Qin Weiguo unleashed a torrent of expletives, cursing their ancestors through the generations. The negotiations ended on a deeply unsatisfactory note, concluding decisively. On the way back, Lu Hansheng, seated beside Qin Weiguo, spoke up, Director Qin. Regarding the call from a few days ago, the other party mentioned that they would send us a video of the 2-nanometer lithography machine this afternoon. Upon hearing the word video, Qin Weiguo frowned, his penetrating gaze fixed intently on Lu Hansheng, who began to sweat under the scrutiny. Lao Lu, you're not deceiving me, are you? Is there really a video? The other party indicated that they would send it shortly. Shall we go to my office to watch it together? It won't take long, Lu suggested. Qin Weiguo contemplated the situation. There was no turning back now. He could only hope that this matter proved genuine. All right. I'll accompany you. The two men settled into their seats at Lu Hansheng's workstation, waiting in silence for the email to arrive. Ding ding, suddenly, an email arrived. Lu Hansheng glanced at Qin Weiguo, his eyes widening. Is it the video? It seems to be. They opened the video, revealing a panoramic display of the 2-nanometer lithography machine, showcasing a full 360-degree view without any blind spots. In that instant, both men inhaled sharply, as all their previous anger, frustration, and helplessness transformed into unprecedented astonishment. Chapter 21. Do not ask, just know it is wild patriotism. Upon viewing the video, Lu Hansheng was overwhelmed with excitement, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Old Lu, please calm down. Your shaking is quite unsettling, Qin Weiguo said, placing a hand on Lu's shoulder, only to realize he too was quivering with excitement. Even as the deputy director of the Internal Affairs Office, he found himself utterly astonished by the situation. The video had been seen, and now it was time for the technical team to authenticate its legitimacy. Minutes later, the technicians reached a conclusion. The video was entirely genuine, recorded live on a mobile device without any signs of editing or alteration. The two men were left completely stunned. It turned out that a lithography machine capable of 2-nanometer technology truly existed. This was not a scam or a foreign scheme to undermine their nation. There were indeed individuals willing to sell lithography machines to Longhua. However, the price of this 2-nanometer lithography machine? Previously, when the nation procured lithography machines, prices ranged from $6 million to $500 million, dictated entirely by the sellers. Even if the price reached $5 billion, the country had no choice but to comply, lest its semiconductor industry fall behind. Now, an actual 2-nanometer lithography machine had emerged. Yet, its price was undoubtedly incalculable. Lu Hansheng forced himself to regain composure, calming his racing heart as he spoke into the phone. Mr. Lin, we have verified the authenticity of this video. It is indeed real. However, regarding the price, please make an offer. Beside him, Qin Weiguo's expression darkened with concern. Would the other party take advantage and demand an exorbitant sum? Previously, the highest price was $500 million, but this cutting-edge lithography machine was unparalleled, its worth immeasurable. Qin Weiguo resolved that regardless of the price, he must rally support to secure the lithography machine. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao replied, "What is the bottom price for Longhua when purchasing lithography machines?" Lu thought for a moment and replied, "It is $60 million. However, he quickly added, Mr. Lin, currently, there is a comprehensive blockade on our lithography technology from abroad. Even with funds, we cannot procure one. Please state your price, regardless of the amount. We will consult with our superiors." The higher-ups were right beside him, and Qin Weiguo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I am Qin Weiguo, Deputy Director of the Internal Affairs Office. Good day, Mr. Lin. We in Longhua are eager to collaborate amicably with you. You are our finest partner. The title of deputy director held significant weight. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao remained composed and assertive. His voice was deep yet firm. Greetings, Director Qin and Director Liu. I will state a price and see if you find it acceptable. The minimum purchasing price for Longwa's lithography machines is $60 million. I am offering the 2-nanometer lithography machine for $50 million. By the way, Director Qin and Director Liu, I should mention that I am also a citizen of Longwa. At this revelation, both officials could not help but rise to their feet, exchanging glances filled with emotion. Even Qin Weiguo was unable to suppress the surge of patriotism within. What a statement. I am also a citizen of Longwa. $50 million. What an extraordinary offer. A machine capable of 3-nanometer technology was still under research, and even if developed, it would be priceless. Yet this machine, superior in capability, was being offered at a price that could only be described as a heartfelt gesture. Mr. Lin, if I may be frank, I find your price somewhat perplexing. Why sell it so inexpensively? Would you not incur a loss? Liu Hansheng wiped the sweat from his brow, disregarding Qin Weiguo's presence, and pressed on. The production costs of such a lithography machine, encompassing both technological and research expenses, were substantial. Selling it at such a price seemed like a significant sacrifice. As the head of the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department, he had encountered numerous research institute directors and understood the high costs involved in such projects. Was $50 million not a bit too? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiao had exchanged but a single postage stamp for this lithography machine. To him, it was a tremendous bargain. 50 million, neither too much nor too little, was merely a means to strike back at those foreign entities that insulted his country in their sycophants. Do not ask, simply know it is wild patriotism. Lin Xiao responded earnestly. This statement left Qin Weiguo and Liu Hansheng in a prolonged state of astonishment. What a profound declaration of wild patriotism. Mr. Lin, you are an invaluable asset to Longwa. Might you share your address? I would like to meet with you in person, Liu Hansheng said excitedly over the phone. Lin Xiao pondered briefly. At the moment, I have no such intentions, primarily because I wish to maintain my normal life. Their respect for Mr. Lin deepened. He was neither driven by money nor fame. The presence of such talent in Longwa was a source of pride. No problem, Mr. Lin. How will the goods be transported? By land and sea. I will provide a designated port, and you can send someone to collect it. Understood. We will convene a meeting and arrange the funds to transfer to you thereafter. Subsequently, the Internal Affairs Office held an urgent meeting. Everyone was puzzled. The negotiations had concluded. So why another meeting? Deputy Director Qin was relentless. Hadn't the previous negotiations already taken a toll on them? Spirits were low, and the mood regarding this business discussion was understandably dismal. Soon, Qin Weiguo, brimming with energy and fervor, addressed the assembly. A monumental announcement resounded. The Internal Affairs Office intended to procure a 2-nanometer lithography machine. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the room. Confusion reigned. How could this be? A 2-nanometer lithography machine? And they planned to purchase it? Surely, this was a jest. However, it was impossible that Qin Weiguo would joke about something so serious in such an official setting. Director Qin, what is the cost of this 2-nanometer lithography machine? One official inquired. The response was astonishing. Only $50 million. 50 million? How is that possible? Are they playing a trick on us? They confirmed the existence of the machine, and the video was indeed authentic. I asked the seller, and he stated, he is a wild patriot. Silence ensued. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a hushed stillness, the air thick with anticipation. Every heart began to race with exhilaration. From the previous breakdown of business negotiations, where the counterparts sought to blockade their nation's semiconductor technology, to the sudden announcement of a sale of a 2-nanometer lithography machine for $50 million, the timing is indeed remarkable. Qin Fuchang remarked, such talent should be. Qin Weiguo interjected, are you suggesting we invite him to join the official ranks? The official nodded in agreement. The counterpart's phone number was entirely masked by hacker technology, and their voice had been altered. All information, including addresses, remained elusive. It appears that the individual wishes to conceal their identity, presenting themselves merely as a patriotic citizen. Currently, there seems to be no intention to join the official sector. However, should they express a desire to do so, our Ministry of Internal Affairs would wholeheartedly extend an invitation, bestowing them with honor. Everyone concurred. Such talent is precisely what our Dragon Nation requires. Chapter 22. The invitation from Qin Weiguo. It is imperative to locate Mr. Lin. Indeed, Qin Weiguo harbored the same intention. As the esteemed deputy governor, a pivotal figure within the nation, He earnestly extended an invitation for such talent to join the official ranks, a scenario many could only dream of, yet few could attain. However, the individual's identity remained shrouded in secrecy, eluding even the scrutiny of certain officials within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. His curiosity about the person was piqued. A talent who had successfully aided the nation through tumultuous times certainly deserved the utmost respect from the leadership of the ministry. If given the opportunity, he must be found. Yet, it seemed the individual was not yet inclined to reveal himself. Qin Weiguo respected his choice. Nevertheless, he entrusted this significant matter to Liu Hanxing. Old Liu, don't you possess the individual's number? Yes, Deputy Governor, but it is merely a virtual number. I can contact him, yet uncover no further information. That is acceptable. As long as we have a phone number, you can maintain close contact with this Mr. Lin. When his affairs are less demanding, make an effort to engage with him. Such a person, I hope, can be persuaded to stay, and he must be afforded special consideration. Qin Weiguo spoke with utmost seriousness, and after a moment, he let out a sigh. Remember, always treat him with the utmost courtesy. Should he have any requests, do your utmost to fulfill them. If you cannot, consult me directly. As long as he does not violate any laws or regulations, we ought to assist him. All present listened intently, their hearts stirred with profound astonishment. They had never witnessed Qin Weiguo treating anyone in such a manner. From the perspective of national interests, such talent must be retained. Failure to do so would be a dereliction of duty. He had alleviated their burdens and sought nothing in return, merely expressing a patriotic fervor. It was indisputable that such an individual deserved the respect and high regard of all. As they would say today, no doubt about it. Who among us understands? Such rare talent should never be disheartened. Would you not agree? Qin Weiguo was in high spirits, even playfully engaging the officials of the ministry in the latest trending banter, infusing the atmosphere with joy and dissipating the earlier tensions stemming from failed negotiations. All of this they owed to Mr. Lin. How they longed to meet him. Little did they know, the individual they deemed crucial to Longwo was, in reality, a high school student on the brink of graduation. Recently, Lin Xiao was not preoccupied with the impending college entrance examination. Instead, he was troubled by how to transport the lithography machine from the trading space to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This apparatus was no small matter, and a careless transport would undoubtedly attract attention. Should it fall into the gaze of those restless foreign entities, the two-nanometer lithography machine would surely be in peril. Given the current circumstances, they would rather destroy the machine than allow it to easily fall into the hands of Longhua. Lin Xiao had been absent from school for several days, primarily researching the shipping regulations of domestic and international ports, while Benhai had freight terminals. Transporting the machine directly would lead to swift discovery. It was not that he wished to evade notice. Rather, he sought to prolong the intrigue surrounding the ministry's officials. The cool-down period for time-space trading has ended. Mr. Hang has initiated a chat once more. Do you accept? Just as he was grappling with these challenges, the trading space materialized, presenting a turning point. Mr. Hang, I have received your lithography machine. However, it is too large for my space. What shall we do? As Lin Xiao began to speak, he was astonished to discover that Mr. Hang was not working overtime at that moment. How peculiar. Wasn't Mr. Hang supposed to be an emotionless cog in the capitalist machinery? What was this place? He observed Mr. Hang dressing, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, he greeted him cheerfully. Mr. Lin, my apologies for the delay. I was out enjoying myself at a bar all night. It was simply delightful. The ladies there are quite exhilarating. I even brought one home and filmed a little video. Would you like to see it? Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. The Mr. Hang of the 9-1 city was indeed true to his name. But wait, wasn't he supposed to be working? Lin Xiao queried. Mr. Hang, are you no longer working? Upon hearing this, Mr. Hang's smile broadened, his eyes nearly squinting with glee. To be honest, Mr. Lin, the stamps you sent me were so well received by my boss that he purchased them under the condition that I be granted a 10-year paid leave of absence. 10 years of paid leave? Why not just take a leave until retirement? That would be the ultimate solution. Ha ha ha. I wish it were possible, but it isn't. In our era, retirement is a concept long gone. It was abolished in 1959. Mr. Hang poured himself a glass of tonic and continued, elegantly raising his glass. I must thank you, my friend. Without you, how would I have secured such an extended break? Now, my friend, what do you wish to trade this time? I have a wealth of technology at my disposal. Lin Xiao, not one to hold back, candidly stated, Mr. Hang, this time, I require a container for storage. Ideally one that can accommodate your lithography machine discreetly. Mr. Hang tapped his head, feeling guilty. That is entirely my oversight. I provided only the lithography machine and neglected to include a container for it. I believe I have several large-capacity spatial capsules in my warehouse that can easily hold it. I shall retrieve one for you shortly. Very well. I shall use the stamps then? Absolutely. With the stamps you provide, I might just achieve financial freedom through selling antique stamps. Lin Xiao concurred. That is indeed a possibility. The two reached an agreement. That very day, Mr. Hang sent him 3 spatial capsules within the trading space. Lin Xiao obtained 2 stamps from the Li Tianyi Bank in exchange. These spatial capsules were more than sufficient to contain the lithography machine, and crucially, they could compress heavy items into compact forms. That afternoon, Lin Xiao intended to request another leave from school to participate in the transport of the lithography machine. Once he got it to the Binhai port, his task would be complete, which would likely take only a few hours. However, when he called his homeroom teacher, she insisted he come in to formalize his leave request, insisting he clarify his reasons for absence. Otherwise, 3 days of unexcused absence would lead to severe consequences. Lin Xiao had already taken several leaves, and now with another absence. His homeroom teacher had not been particularly kind, demanding he come in for the paperwork and explicitly state his reasoning. It felt as if she was simply trying to make him run errands. I need to deliver the lithography machine, yet the school won't permit my leave? Lin Xiao felt exasperated, and just then, he received a call from the principal. It was Tang Zhenli's number. Lin Xiao, I feel compelled to address the regulations of our school. According to Teacher Han, you have been absent from class for an extended period. What is keeping you so busy? You must come here immediately to explain your situation before you leave. Principal Tang, I genuinely have matters to attend to. No matter your situation. With the impending college entrance examinations, how many times have you taken leave? If you cannot adhere to the school's policies, perhaps you should reconsider your enrollment here. I believe you are not particularly in need of the financial assistance our school provides, nor do you seem to require the education we offer. The reprimand you received previously from Lin Xiao has clearly left you quite displeased. You wish to assert that this institution is ultimately governed by Tang Zhenli, regardless of wealth. If you possess funds, why not attend a private institution instead? His standing in Binhai is considerable, and he holds a prominent position within the educational system. As a principal of a public high school, his local reputation is formidable. If you are unwilling to foster a friendship with me, Tang Zhenli, then perhaps it is best for you to leave this school. Principal Tang, that seems unjust. I recall an instance where the nephew of an education bureau director was granted a year's leave, yet he was not expelled. Why am I treated differently? I assure you, I have pressing matters. Tang desires advancement and power. He initially believed Lin Xiao had some official backing, hence his inclination to cultivate a relationship. If it is merely wealth, then that is inconsequential. Wealth does not surpass authority. Observing the dynamics in the crazy storm, it becomes evident that the affluent are often subjugated. How critical can your issues be? The individual in question is an education bureau director, while you are merely a student. Pray, tell me, what do your parents do? Lin Xiao replied candidly. My parents are both laborers. Laborers? I suspect you must have won the lottery and saved up in the bank. Haven to you? You truly have had a stroke of luck. Only President Li shows you such attentiveness. Let me be clear, there is no need for me to be overly courteous. As my student, you are obliged to comply with my directives. Do you understand? Does the director's nephew not need to comply with you? Of course not. I must yield to him, for my standing relies on him. Tang Zhenli's words were fueled by the effects of alcohol. Indeed, he had indulged earlier that day with local business leaders, and Li Tianyi was present. In his inebriated state, he boasted that he would demonstrate to Li Tianyi how he could manipulate Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, what nonsense. Do you possess any official backing? Without it, you are insignificant before Tang Zhenli. My position remains. If you refuse to comply, seek a private school, or even study abroad. Your wealth allows for such choices. But do not remain here, as you are unwelcome. Are you not concerned about potential repercussions? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Report? Tang Zhenli, emboldened by drink, retorted confidently. The local education bureau is under my influence. I assure you, I dined with them just yesterday. We are on friendly terms. Lin Xiao recorded every word spoken, responding with a chuckle. Ah, now I comprehend. It appears you are ill-suited for the role of principal in this institution. Or perhaps your career trajectory has reached its zenith. Tang Zhenli erupted in foul language, genuinely intoxicated. How dare a mere high school student assert such authority over him? Lin Xiao had no intentions of reporting the matter to the local education bureau. He had just spoken with a certain Lu Hanxing, who had assured him that he would be available to assist with any issues. He needed to gauge Lu's responsiveness. Thus, he promptly sent a report via email in the name of Mr. Lin. Upon receiving the recording, Lu Hanqing's expression turned grave. Xiao Wang, investigate this individual immediately. Mr. Lin is implying something to me. As a member of the Internal Affairs Office, it is my duty to uphold national governance. Within an hour, with Xiao Wang's assistance, Lu Hanqing identified the individual. The location pinpointed was Binhai. Lu Hanqing felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that Mr. Lin resides in Binhai? Lu acted decisively. That very afternoon, the Binhai City Education Bureau made a personnel decision to dismiss Tang Junli from his position as principal of Jiangqing High School, effectively ending his career in education. This was not the end of his troubles. He would also lose his standing in the official realm. In Lu Hanqing's words, such a person is unworthy of engaging in education or holding a leadership role. Chapter 23. Arrival of the lithography machine. Tang Junli was filled with indignation upon receiving the personnel decision from the education department. How could this be? What had he done wrong? On what grounds was he dismissed? That very day, he made a phone call, his face adorned with a hopeful, flattering smile. Yinggu, what is going on? Why am I? The line went dead. He was left bewildered. Undeterred, he made another call, but met with the same unresponsive reception. These leaders from Binhai City had once shared drinks with him. How could they suddenly disregard him entirely? Still unsatisfied, he continued to call, but to no avail. In desperation, he decided to drive into the city to seek clarity. However, he soon discovered he could not even enter the education department's premises. I'm Tang Junli. I was just here a few days ago. Why am I not allowed in? The security guard at the entrance waved him off, urging him to leave. Feeling helpless, Tang Junli scanned his surroundings and suddenly spotted an old colleague. This was a former comrade, now promoted within the education department. The connection had been established when the director's nephew attended his school, thanks to this old friend. Oldly, it's me. His old comrade glanced at him. But his expression shifted dramatically, and his pace quickened. Oldly, we've been comrades for years. What is happening here? Why has the principal dismissed me? Tang Junli's anxiety mirrored that of a child. He needed to understand what was amiss and who he had offended. Was it because he had been unkind to the director's nephew? Surely not. The boy had free rein to come and go as he pleased, engaging in romance and even brawls at will. Wasn't he that sufficient? His old comrade wore a grim expression and whispered, "Don't ask. Knowing too much could be detrimental to you." But why? I have a good rapport with the director. Upon hearing this, the comrade's face darkened further. You know about that? Who have you been telling? Because of this, the director has been implicated by you. Tang Junli's eyes widened in shock. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. No, I. Who have I offended? Who is behind this? He was utterly perplexed. If he were to be dismissed, he wished for a clear understanding of why. The official reason was misconduct, but he was oblivious as to who had leaked this information. That's your affair. It has nothing to do with us. You need to ponder this carefully, his comrade stated, refusing to delve further. Tang Junli remained resentful. Oldly, can you at least tell me if it was a decision from the province? If it came from the province, he would have to accept it. His true concern lay in whether someone at the city level was sabotaging him. The province? For the sake of our past camaraderie, let me enlighten you. It was a decision made by the Interior Ministry. The mention of the Interior Ministry sent a jolt through Tang Junli, as if he had been struck by lightning. How could it possibly be a decision from the state? What merit did he possess that could attract the attention of such high-ranking officials? He felt utterly unworthy. The Interior Ministry was located so far from Binhai Jiangqing. It was inconceivable that they would suddenly focus on him unless someone knew the higher-ups at the ministry. At that moment, a name flashed in his mind. Recently, he had only offended one person, Lin Xiao. After a night of drinking with Director Li, he had boasted of his prowess in Binhai, intending to impress Lin Xiao. Could it truly be him? Tang Junli sank to the cement floor, cradling his head in despair, wiping his nose as he fished out his phone to call Lin Xiao. His voice trembled. Lin. Mr. Lin, where are you? At that moment, Lin Xiao was en route to Binhai City's port, having rented a freight vehicle and sitting in the passenger seat, transporting goods. I'm on the road. What's the matter, Principal Tang? Tang Junli sniffled, tears streaming down his cheeks. Please spare me, Mr. Lin. I will do whatever you ask. This school is yours. I'll be your dog. Don't dismiss me. Lin Xiao frowned, clearly displeased. Principal Tang, you are mistaken. It is not I who has dismissed you, but those above have deemed your performance unsatisfactory. You need to reflect on your actions. Moreover, I hope you understand the essence of education. Do not treat our students as your servants. With that, Lin Xiao hung up, unwilling to discuss further. Presently, he possessed wealth and critical resources. He could easily lead a carefree life, enjoying the privileges that came with his status. Yet, he chose not to. When capable, he aspired to contribute meaningfully, offering sound advice and nurturing creative talents for the nation, rather than producing mere automatons who could only answer exam questions. The path of education was long and arduous. Lin Xiao sat in the passenger seat, contemplating quietly. Meanwhile, at the Interior Ministry, Lu Hansheng, influenced by Mr. Lin's suggestions, became aware of numerous issues plaguing high schools that required resolution. Mr. Lin was indeed devoted to the nation's advancement. That afternoon, he contacted the province, resulting in the dismissal of a mere principal from Binhai City. Once the work was completed, Lu Hanxing began anxiously waiting. All that remained was the receipt of the lithography machine. However, after Mr. Lin sent the last email, there had been no further communication. Doubts crept into his mind. Would Mr. Lin truly deliver the lithography machine? Would he suddenly have a change of heart? They had confirmed that he indeed possessed a 2-nanometer lithography machine, but whether he would entrust it to the state remained uncertain. The entirety of the Interior Ministry was aware of this situation. If he were to back out, it would lead to widespread disappointment. Such a scenario must be avoided at all costs. He longed to call Mr. Lin again, but felt it would be impolite. After all, he had yet to make any payment. He lacked the authority to demand anything, and misjudging the situation could lead to counterproductive outcomes, further jeopardizing any chance of acquisition. Director Lu, how are things on your end? Has Mr. Lin delivered the lithography machine? Qin Weiguo had been inquiring about this matter as well. Lu Hanxing sighed. From his dark circles, it is evident that he is genuinely troubled. I am uncertain. Mr. Lin has yet to contact me. Is it possible that the other party has no intention of selling to us? Perhaps the price Mr. Lin proposed is a tad too low, leading to second thoughts? If necessary, we can increase our offer. They might interpret Mr. Lin's stance as a signal to raise the price. Surely, we cannot be deceived, murmured another leader with evident concern. How could that be? Mr. Lin has made a firm commitment, and given that the other party has opted for combined water and land transport, it will require some time. Qin Weiguo nodded and stated, once it arrives at our port, I will immediately contact the defense forces to mobilize. Just as the leaders of the Internal Affairs Bureau were engrossed in discussion, Lu Hanxing's phone suddenly rang. Setting aside his distractions, he promptly answered, Hello, Mr. Lin? It is I, came Lin Zhao's voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanxing's heart raced. His hands trembled slightly as he nervously inquired, Mr. Lin, our goods. In about an hour, you can send someone to inspect. The tracking number is. At this revelation, Lu Hanxing was so elated that he nearly dropped his phone. The onlookers, witnessing his excitement, hurriedly pressed him for details. What happened? Old Lu. What did he say? They are coming. They will arrive in an hour. What? They are truly coming. Director Qin's expression turned grave as he immediately made a call to the inspection agency. Deploy 100 elite personnel to the port under the guise of a routine operation. We must not attract any attention. Additionally, arrange for national security to retrieve the cargo. This marked the first time Director Qin personally issued such orders. Everyone became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, fully understanding the need to ensure the mission's success. Furthermore, military agencies were also involved. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the port, thousands of fully armed troops stood ready, ostensibly engaged in urban military drills, but in reality, they were there to safeguard the cargo's security. Few were privy to the nature of the shipment, yet the level of protection surrounding it was a testament to its significance. Chapter 24, Successful Acceptance. The excitement of experts and scholars. The military has already collaborated in this operation, and now we await the arrival of the 2-nanometer lithography machine. Everyone in the Ministry of Internal Affairs is eagerly anticipating its arrival, hoping it comes soon. Director Lu, now that the goods have arrived at the port, it should be here shortly, right? Indeed, we must witness this marvel. If it is genuine, wouldn't our country's semiconductor industry be at the forefront of the world? At the very least, it would leave them in the dust, wouldn't it? They once mocked us for lacking our own lithography technology, but now we possess it. Moreover, it is even more advanced than theirs. A rare smile broke through the usually serious expression of Qin Weiguo as he pointed to the cadre present, urging them not to celebrate prematurely but to head to the Dragon National Academy of Sciences and invite the directors and PhDs to witness the acceptance process. Old Lu, you should take a moment to rest. The subsequent matters will be handled by the research institutions. Qin Weiguo glanced at Lu Hansheng, who bore dark circles under his eyes. Looking utterly exhausted, Lu Hanxing yawned and shook his head, expressing his desire to witness the moment the 2-nanometer lithography machine was successfully accepted. Unable to dissuade him, Qin Weiguo offered him a sofa to rest upon. What followed was a lengthy wait. Finally, Qin Weiguo's phone rang. Report to the leadership. The lithography machine has been received and is currently being transported to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Good, good. Please ensure safety on the way. After a while, a group of people arrived, including military leaders, officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, representatives from Dragon University, the Dragon National Academy of Sciences, and scholars and researchers, all gathered together. Many were leading figures in the semiconductor research field. What is going on? Why such a grand gathering? Why summon us old folks? Academician Zhou Shuwen adjusted his glasses, his face displaying annoyance and impatience. He was still engrossed in his academic research when he was called to attend an important meeting at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which displeased him greatly. Another president from Dragon University shrugged helplessly. I heard there is significant news that requires our presence. I want to see what is going on. It can't be about the lithography machine again, can it? We are already researching it and have formed a development team. Surely we need time, at least 2 years, to ensure the completion of this task. Several experts chimed in with their thoughts. Finally, Qin Weiguo entered the room with his entourage. Greetings, leaders. Everyone hurriedly returned the greeting. Qin Weiguo smiled at everyone, saying, I know you are all anxious, but please hold your horses. This is related to your current research. In the distance, several vehicles approached. A military truck followed by a few from the National Security Department, slowly arriving at the venue. The container was carefully lowered amidst the onlookers. Subsequently, the crowd gathered around it. This equipment, Zhou Shuwen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the machine but unable to articulate his thoughts. Is this a lithography machine? I have never seen such a model. The expression of the president from Dragon University suddenly turned serious. The two stood frozen in place, unable to believe that the Ministry of Internal Affairs had actually delivered a lithography machine. However, to what process level could it achieve? Qin Weiguo called all the experts and scholars over. Everyone, let us first examine this lithography machine for any defects and ascertain whether it can achieve the 2-nanometer process. Make it clear, the purpose of today's gathering is to accept this 2-nanometer lithography machine. What? 2-nanometer? All the experts gasped in astonishment. They hurriedly brought their tools and began to study it with utmost care. This research was utterly captivating. Time passed without notice. Zhou Shuwen, accompanied by several doctoral students, was still calculating the data from the lithography machine. As he computed, tears of joy streamed down his face. Academician Zhou, what is wrong? The two leaders beside him hurried over, offering tissues. Zhou Shuwen excitedly waved them off, unable to contain his joy, and exclaimed to the leaders, You have no idea. I have devoted my life to this technology, encountering countless misunderstandings and errors in data across many sectors. There were many challenges that my students and I could not overcome. But this 2-nanometer lithography machine has helped me resolve the enigmas of my lifetime. Through this lithography machine, Zhou Shuwen discovered numerous challenges in the lithography field that humanity had yet to conquer. The feeling of suddenly achieving clarity was indescribably exhilarating. To hear the truth in the morning is worth dying at dusk. Zhou Shuwen felt precisely this way. Having crossed the threshold of 50, he had long lamented his inability to contribute to the nation. Now, having finally unraveled the mysteries that had eluded him, he realized that by applying this 2-nanometer lithography machine, he could swiftly invent semiconductor technology belonging to their dragon country. It's real. How is this possible? It truly is a 2-nanometer lithography machine. I have calculated the data, and whether in chip layout or operational mode, it exceeds our understanding. If this lithography machine is utilized effectively, our nation's autonomy in mid to high-end chips will no longer be a challenge. Incredible. Director Liu, how on earth did you acquire this? It's beyond comprehension, one expert exclaimed, his excitement overwhelming as he hugged Lu Hanxing, nearly leaving him breathless. Someone called and offered it to me. What? Everyone paused their work, looking at him in disbelief. Director Liu, how much did you spend? Lu Hanxing gestured with his hands. $500 million? Lu Hanxing shook his head. 5 billion. Lu Hanxing shook his head again. Could it be 500 billion? Director Liu, isn't that too exorbitant? Lu Hanxing casually replied, You're all mistaken. It's $50 million. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a stunned silence. The next moment, everyone erupted into exclamations. This technology? Only 50 million? Is this real? It's absurd. We must recognize that this is an invaluable treasure for us. Why? Is it only 50 million? Director Liu, is the seller a friend of yours? No, even a familial connection wouldn't justify such a low price, right? Liu Hanxing grinned as he explained. Not only is he my friend, but he is also a friend of our dragon country, forever a family to us. When I pressed him about why the price was so low, he told me not to question it, saying it was about ambition and patriotism. What more could I say? Wow! Zhou Shuwen exclaimed, a true expression of astonishment. Director Liu, can you connect me with this person? The Dragon National Academy of Sciences sincerely invites him to visit. Old Zhou, that's a bit rude. I, Dragon University, will directly bestow him the title of professor. I shall appoint him as my mentor. I will make him the president. Director Liu chuckled wryly. You two are becoming increasingly absurd. Jests aside, we must attend to the matter at hand. The lithography machine has been successfully accepted without any issues. Mr. Lin has not deceived them in the least. Liu Hanxing was thoroughly convinced. He conferred with the group and instructed those below to transfer the payment for the equipment to Mr. Lin's designated account. Chapter 25, 50 million deposited. Ordering a Lamborghini Aventador. That evening, Lin Xiao was studying by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the sea breeze and the vibrant neon lights shimmering across the ocean. The ambience of reading at night was indeed enchanting. Suddenly, he received a notification from the trading assistant. A substantial sum had been credited to his designated account, courtesy of the Domestic Affairs Ministry's treasury from Longhua. $50 million had successfully arrived. This account had been established overseas under a virtual company's name, facilitated by the assistant. Lin Xiao preferred not to reveal his identity prematurely, as being in the spotlight made him uncomfortable. Nonetheless, he was prepared to act if necessary. After the funds were transferred, Lin Xiao received a call from Liu Hanxing. They exchanged pleasantries for a while, with Liu expressing a desire for future collaboration. He emphasized that $5,000 was certainly insufficient to quantify their friendship, assuring Lin Xiao that he would go to great lengths to assist him should the need arise. Once the call concluded, Lin Xiao accessed his overseas account to review his foreign assets, $50 million. This amount would need to be converted into domestic currency through a local bank, depending on the exchange rate. This meant he had to consult with President Li. However, he was confident that President Li would be more than willing to assist him, considering the significant sum involved, over 300 million yuan once converted. The following day was Saturday, and the school permitted students to rest for half a day. Lin Xiao decided to call Li Tianyi. Recently, Li Tianyi had been plagued by unease, pondering a particular incident. During a dinner with Tang Junli from Jiangcheng High School, Tang had boasted about making Lin Xiao, his VIP client and student, feel humiliated. Yet shortly thereafter, Tang had been dismissed from his position. Was it mere coincidence, or had he overthought the matter? Was there an inevitable connection between these events? He had investigated Lin Xiao's family background, discovering that his parents were once employees with no additional income. The recent funds were a result of a Bitcoin investment made a decade ago, which had now yielded substantial returns. Logically, Lin Xiao had been exceptionally fortunate to retain those Bitcoins, resulting in a windfall. But what about Tang Junli? In recent days, whenever Li Tianyi called, Tang seemed hesitant and disoriented. Although they weren't particularly close, they had shared many drinks together, and Li Tianyi was curious about the sudden dismissal. Just then, Lin Xiao's call came through. Hello, Mr. Lin, Li Tianyi greeted politely. President Li, I need to ask for your assistance with a foreign exchange transaction, Lin Xiao said. Is it Bitcoin again? Not a problem. I will personally handle this for you this afternoon. By the way, President Li, how did the car arrangement go? I plan to purchase a vehicle today. Li Tianyi hesitated briefly, recalling that the matter had been finalized. Mr. Lin, you can pick up the car this afternoon. I've made all the necessary arrangements. The dealership is ready for you, and Secretary Liu will take you there. Great. I'll collect the car, and you can assist me with the currency exchange. Absolutely, Mr. Lin. I won't take a break today. I'll ensure your exchange is processed. Although it was Saturday, typically a day off for Li Tianyi, he was committed to fulfilling the request of his VIP client. He planned to take a few employees to the bank that afternoon to handle the foreign exchange transaction, which should not take long given their ample reserves. In the afternoon, Lucia arrived to pick him up. Dressed in a black professional outfit, complemented by black stockings and high heels, she exuded confidence and elegance. Her dark hair framed her neck, which was delicately exposed. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, her demeanor shifted, and she greeted him with a charming smile. Mr. Lin. It's been a while. Lin Xiao scrutinized her, sensing an air of predatory charm. Secretary Liu, I'm here to look at cars with you, he reminded her. Indeed, just to look at cars. You can see how my vehicle performs as well, she replied playfully. As they drove toward the dealership, Lucia received a call from her husband. Yeah, will you be home for dinner tonight? Glancing at Lin Xiao, she replied cheerfully, I might not return. I have some matters to attend to with a client. All right, just come back early tomorrow. I have the day off and will wait for you at home. After hanging up, Lucia's smile grew wider. Lin Xiao inquired, where are you going tonight? Doesn't your husband mind? She shrugged. He doesn't earn as much as I do, so why should he? Besides, I'm working to support our family, and he understands. Lin Xiao mused to himself about her husband's apparent leniency. Upon arriving at the dealership, a uniformed sales representative approached them upon recognizing Lucia. Previously, President Li arranged for a vehicle for a client. I'm here to show him the options. Of course. The sales representative then glanced at Lin Xiao, whose polished appearance and striking features exuded sophistication and tranquility, instilling a sense of comfort and security. Hello, Mr. Lin. Please take a look at this vehicle, which was specially ordered by President Li. It just arrived last week. 3 sales representatives guided him to the car, and one carefully unveiled the cover. Before him stood a convertible Lamborghini Aventador, affectionately known as the Lamborghini Bull. This vehicle was one of only 600 units produced globally, with fewer than 200 being convertibles. Equipped with scissor doors, massive air intakes, and a V12 engine, it could accelerate from 0 to 60 in just 2.8 seconds. As the sales representative extolled the vehicle's virtues, their admiration was evident. As salespeople, who wouldn't yearn to experience such a stunning supercar? However, such an experience was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The current retail price was 258 million yuan. This striking vehicle had been procured for Lin Xiao through connections facilitated by Li Tianyi from the bustling metropolis, where sales had ceased. One of the few remaining units was located in their coastal city, prompting the dealership staff to treat it with utmost reverence. Mr. Lin, would you like to take it for a test drive? Lin Xiao waved his hand, expressing his helplessness. I don't have a driver's license yet. He contemplated. I must obtain a license after the college entrance examination. Let me take the wheel. Lucia appeared exceedingly excited. The prospect of racing this supercar along the highway was a scene she had longed for. Moreover, this occasion was specially arranged to assist Lin Xiao, so naturally, she was eager to help him test drive it. Just as she was about to settle into the passenger seat, a middle-aged man with a large gold necklace and a rotund figure stood nearby, fixated on the car with an intense gaze. His excitement surged, causing his voice to escalate, reverberating throughout the entire dealership. Wow, a Lamborghini Huracan N. You have a Lamborghini Huracan N in your showroom? Oh my goodness, this is the car I adore. Xue, why on earth didn't you tell me sooner? I have tens of millions from my compensation, and you want me to buy a Porsche? Do you think I would settle for a Porsche? Sure, I can spot Porsches in our coastal city, but can I find a Lamborghini Huracan N? Saleswoman Zhang Xue cast a glance at the secretary Lu and her client preparing for the test drive, her expression darkening. She explained, I'm sorry, but this vehicle has already been reserved. Who the hell is it? Have they paid? If not, I'll take it. Is it just about money? Do you? A mere salesperson, look down on me. Didn't you see me eyeing the Porsche? Nearby, the middle-aged man wore a smug expression, practically branding himself as a nouveau riche. His words left the sales team at the Lamborghini section in a state of perplexity. Chapter 26. The distinction between the wealthy and the newly rich. The man speaking is named Baolong, who is in his 40s and has spent the majority of his life as a failure, once notorious as a local ne'er-do-well. However, not long ago, he received news that his ancestral home, a spacious estate of over 300 square meters, was set for demolition, with a compensation amounting to over 30 million. Suddenly, he transformed from an aimless drifter into a multi-millionaire. Upon receiving the compensation, he did not share a penny with his elderly father, claiming the entire sum for himself. Almost immediately, he ordered a Porsche 911, a striking red Carrera 4 Cabriolet 3.0, with a base price of approximately 1.4 million and a final price nearing 1.6 million. The Carrera series is the flagship of the Porsche 911 lineup, embodying its essence with 2 distinctive bulging headlights and a body design that exudes contemporary elegance. The car's sleek lines and aesthetic appeal classify it as a high-end sports vehicle. Baolong drove this impressive machine to the 4S dealership, positioning it conspicuously at the entrance, ensuring that every visitor to the dealership was aware of his new acquisition, eager for the world to know of his newfound wealth. Parked nearby, he flaunted his extravagant lifestyle, wearing YSL glasses that concealed his pockmarked face, an unbuttoned Armani shirt that intentionally displayed his chest hair, and a Gucci belt worn over Hermès trousers and shoes. He also sported a Cartier watch, radiating an unmistakable air of ostentation. In stark contrast stood Lin Xiao, beside a Lamborghini, exuding calmness with a gentle smile. Dressed in simple attire that conveyed a youthful charm. Despite his understated appearance, there was an unspoken understanding of his affluence. He spoke little, and when he did, it was with the utmost courtesy, accompanied by a poised female secretary, creating an atmosphere of refined sophistication. This was the essence of distinction. Shui, a recent university graduate interning as a sales associate, had just been subjected to Baolong's tirade, leaving her feeling deeply aggrieved. As the more experienced sales personnel attended to Lin Xiao, she was left to assist other customers. To her dismay, she encountered the intoxicated Baolong, who, upon feeling slighted, unleashed a torrent of insults. As a service staff member, she endured his tirade, but his crude remarks and belittling demeanor were intolerable, leaving her with a sense of nausea. "Sir, that vehicle has already been reserved by another customer. Perhaps you would like to consider another option?" She replied politely. Baolong scratched his head and stroked his neck adorned with a 24K gold chain, scoffing, "Reserved? Fine. I'll pay him half again and you can discuss it with your manager. I'm not short on cash, you know. And how about you, beautiful saleswoman? Why not join me for a ride? If that is not possible, I could sponsor you for the night. You wouldn't have to endure this tedious job anymore." Shui Yi's expression darkened further. This was a blatant affront to her dignity. While she appreciated wealth, his loud and disrespectful proposition was infuriating. "Sir, I must insist you speak respectfully. This is a public space," she stated coldly. The other sales associates nearby felt a wave of relief that they had not been tasked with serving this nouveau riche individual, recognizing his difficult nature. In contrast, Lin Xiao remained unfazed by Baolong's antics. The disparity was glaring. Lucia, standing beside Lin Xiao, cast a glance at Baolong and involuntarily shook her head with a cold smile. "Mr. Lin, there's no need to concern yourself with him. You are a valued guest of Manager Li, who has already reserved this vehicle for you. Let us proceed with the payment, and this car shall be yours." Lin Xiao nodded, entirely indifferent to the brash newcomer. There are various tiers of the newly wealthy. The first type consists of those who suddenly acquire immense wealth through lotteries or property redevelopment, often characterized by deep-seated insecurities and a desperate need for validation. They tend to showcase their riches ostentatiously, purchasing the most expensive items without consideration of their true value. The second type, however, may also receive a sudden windfall but possesses a composed disposition and high levels of refinement, remaining humble during their impoverished days and maintaining a balanced mindset in prosperity. Clearly, Baolong belonged to the former category. Should he continue to squander his wealth in such a manner, it would soon be depleted. His ostentation was merely a means to satisfy his vanity and fill the void of his previous inadequacies, particularly when he noticed someone considering a Lamborghini, prompting him to seek a comparison of wealth and status. However, he lost the first round. His obnoxious remarks only succeeded in alienating the sales staff. The newly appointed intern manager, unable to cope with the situation, deferred to the seasoned sales manager. She approached Baolong, offering an apology, and explained the circumstances surrounding the vehicle. "Brother Long, this car was arranged through Manager Li's connections from the Magic City. Mr. Lin here is an important client of our bank and has a good rapport with Manager Li, who has promised to transfer ownership of this car to Mr. Lin. I apologize, but it is already spoken for," she articulated flawlessly, deftly shifting the responsibility onto Li Tianyi, thus avoiding offense to either party. "Manager Li, you say?" Baolong chuckled, slapping his stomach in amusement. "I just dined with him last time. I have 30 million deposited with him. He took me to that expensive private restaurant. Ha ha. He personally invited me. We even have a photo together." He proudly displayed his phone, revealing a picture of himself and Manager Li, arms draped over each other in a display of camaraderie. Indeed, the photo was genuine, though Li Tianyi's expression was far from comfortable, betraying his true feelings. Now, the sales manager found herself in a predicament. Both men were clients of Manager Li. Ultimately, it would be up to Li Tianyi to decide who would receive the vehicle. Then, Long Go, if you truly desire this car, you should call Director Li. Upon hearing this, Baolong nodded earnestly. Given his rapport with Director Li, it is likely that the latter would acquiesce to his request for the vehicle. Chapter 27. Li Tianyi was astounded. The source of this money was truly alarming. When Lucia saw that this wealthy individual was about to make a phone call, she felt an immense displeasure rising within her. Hadn't they previously reached an agreement with the bank president? Would they really go back on their word? Just how much wealth did this nouveau riche possess to be so audacious? He even claimed to know President Lee, yet Lee had never mentioned this person. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize, Lucia said, feeling embarrassed. Initially, she had intended to accompany him to view a vehicle, finalize the order, and then take a test drive before heading straight to the hotel. Now, the atmosphere was utterly discordant, all because of this brash upstart. In her heart, she scorned such behavior, wishing to elevate herself and distance from such foolishness. Yet, before her stood Lin Xiao, who was quite charming. He was her type. Never mind. Let him make the call. I am curious about President Lee's reaction. It could be quite amusing. Lin Xiao, who had been quiet until now, suddenly chuckled. I suppose President Lee is busy at the moment? Isn't today Saturday? Is he still working? Surely, he isn't handling your business again, is he? Are you depositing more money with our bank? Lucia exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xiao nodded, unable to deny it. This time, he was not merely depositing funds. He was depositing U.S. dollars. What would President Lee's reaction be now? Li Tianyi, unusually busy on a Saturday, was assisting Lin Xiao with the foreign exchange transaction. Based on the current exchange rate, 1 U.S. dollar equaled 8,969 renminbi. Sitting in his office, Li Tianyi personally managed this significant transaction. Foreign exchange transactions demanded meticulous attention. How much was Mr. Lin planning to deposit? Li Tianyi pondered silently as he awaited the arrival of Lin Xiao's funds. After what felt like an eternity, he received a transfer notification from an overseas institution. The amount was a staggering $50 million. Li Tianyi gasped in disbelief, a smile spreading across his face. He adjusted his glasses and quickly communicated through the intercom. Xiao Lu, hurry, check our foreign exchange reserves. Mr. Lin had deposited such a substantial sum. Moreover, it was in dollars. Processing such a large amount would take considerable time at a smaller bank due to the need for interbranch transfers. However, given the commercial bank's ample reserves, they could swiftly complete the transaction for Lin Xiao. Yet, Li Tianyi remained astounded. What kind of company did Mr. Lin belong to that could generate such wealth? What was particularly striking was that he was merely a high school student. A student preparing for college entrance examinations had earned $50 million? Who would dare to believe such a tale? President, should we review Mr. Lin's overseas company's remittance records? Secretary Liu inquired while swiftly operating the computer. Her eyes fixed on the screen. Li Tianyi nodded. According to the regulations of major banks, foreign exchange transactions necessitated a review to ensure the legality and compliance of the funds. There had been numerous cases of foreign entities attempting to launder large sums of unexplained dollars in the country. Without a security check, the bank would never process such transactions. This was a non-negotiable requirement, and even without Secretary Liu's prompting, he was acutely aware of it. Thus, if Li Tianyi and his team conducted a review, they would uncover the nature of the $50 million that Lin Xiao had received, its source, and whether the remittance was legitimate. The bank needed to ascertain if Lin Xiao's receipt of the money was lawful. The staff commenced their investigation into Lin Xiao's overseas company to determine the legitimacy of the $50 million remittance. Understood, the team began their operations, utilizing various tools to locate Lin Xiao's overseas company and verify its legal standing. The findings revealed that Mr. Lin's company was legitimate and had been established following all proper protocols, primarily engaging in the overseas trade of precision instruments. Li Tianyi inhaled deeply, increasingly perplexed by Mr. Lin's situation. A high school student was involved in the overseas trade of precision instruments? This young man was impressively capable. What institution remitted the funds? Where did they originate? Do they possess the necessary business certifications or licenses? Li Tianyi continued his inquiries. The 3 staff members at the foreign exchange counter persisted in their operations. Shortly, they retrieved the company's payment records. At that moment, one staff member exclaimed, "President Li, come quickly and see." Li Tianyi, bewildered, asked, "What is it? Is there an issue?" The other 2 staff members fell silent, indicating something was amiss. Hurriedly, Li Tianyi approached the screen, adjusting his glasses to scrutinize the results they had uncovered. Remittance source, Ministry of Internal Affairs Treasury. Location, Imperial Capital XXXXXX. Commissioning Agency, Supreme Bank of Long Country. Details omitted for clarity. Upon seeing this, Li Tianyi's eyes widened in shock. He thought he must be hallucinating and began to read each word aloud, confirming the information repeatedly. His eyes bulged, his mouth agape, his hair standing on end. President Li, this is a remittance from the state? He was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Lin Zhao's overseas company had received $50 million with the state as the remitter. This was beyond belief. The treasury, Lin Zhao, a student, was engaged in transactions with the government, and they had directly provided him with $50 million. The surrounding staff quickly fetched a chair for him, assisting him to sit down steadily, offering him wet wipes to dry the sweat from his brow. The implications were terrifying. In an instant, he was drenched in perspiration. A sudden thought struck him. A former principal of Jiangcheng High School, who had enjoyed immense prestige locally and had many connections with the education department, had once boasted at a banquet about controlling a wealthy student, intending to bring Lin Zhao to heel. Subsequently, he had been dismissed at an astonishing speed, the swiftest personnel decision he had ever witnessed. Reflecting on this, everything clicked into place. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Engaging in transactions with the state, and for such a considerable sum. What did this mean? President, do you wish to continue the investigation? One of the staff members asked. Li Tianyi suddenly chuckled bitterly and shook his head. What else is there to investigate? What more could possibly be uncovered? Would you like to inquire about our nation's treasury reserves as well? Chapter 28. That was a height he could never reach in his lifetime. At this moment, Li Tianyi's impression of Lin Zhao, this VIP client, was once again refreshed, profound, and inscrutable. Lin Zhao exuded an aura of depth that was utterly unfathomable. It was perplexing why this young man had established operations overseas, particularly with the Ministry of Internal Affairs as his trading partner. Previously, Tang Xinli had merely regarded him as a sudden millionaire from a lottery win, but now it appeared that Lin Zhao concealed far more unspeakable secrets. A nation, indeed. That was a height he could never aspire to. Li Tianyi pondered for a moment before dismissing such thoughts. He must serve Lin Zhao impeccably moving forward, allowing no room for negligence. Whatever demands the young man might make in the future, he must exert every effort to fulfill them. Who knew who stood behind this youth? Such thoughts were not to be entertained. He urged his staff to expedite their work, ensuring the currency exchange was completed within the hour. Just as the employees hastened their pace, Li Tianyi's phone rang. The only individuals who could reach him were either important clients of their branch or acquaintances from the upper echelons of Binhai society. The caller ID displayed Baolong. Li Tianyi furrowed his brow slightly. This client had recently deposited a significant order at his bank, approximately 30 million, and he had hosted the individual for a meal at that time. However, Baolong left him with an exceedingly poor impression, to say the least. He recalled that Baolong drove a Porsche 911 and reveled in flaunting it. When visiting the bank, he parked the Porsche right in the middle of their branch, obstructing other clients from parking. Li Tianyi had personally greeted Baolong, who walked with an air of arrogance, and upon arriving at the bank, he shamelessly touched the faces of their female staff with his filthy hands, leaving Li Tianyi feeling quite embarrassed. More importantly, Baolong lacked any refinement in his speech. His profanities flowed freely, embodying the archetype of a nouveau riche. Despite being clad in luxury, he still appeared to be rather foolish. What could Baolong possibly want to discuss? He felt puzzled. Nevertheless, considering Baolong remained a VIP client of their bank, Li Tianyi answered the call. Hello, Mr. Bao. Hey, President Li. Ha ha ha. Sorry to disturb your peace. What can I assist you with, Mr. Bao? Li Tianyi maintained a courteous demeanor. Well, I was getting tired of driving my 2 million Porsche 911, so I thought about getting a new car. I went to the dealership today, and lo and behold, I found a car I absolutely adored. I figured, now that I have money, I need a vehicle that matches my status. But guess what? They informed me that they have a connection with you, and that they had already reserved it. Damn it. When have I ever been subjected to such humiliation? President Li, we've always had a good relationship, right? You even treated me to a meal last time, and all my money is with you. Baolong's words came out in a chaotic torrent, leaving Li Tianyi momentarily bewildered. Mr. Bao, what car do you desire? I can help you place an order with my friend, the manager at the Binhai dealership. Li Tianyi inquired, still befuddled. Upon hearing this, Baolong could not conceal his delight. He had purposely put the call on speaker, ensuring that everyone at the dealership could hear. With Li Tianyi offering to assist him, his vanity and pride overflowed, and he scanned the room, casting his gaze upon the salespeople and Lin Zhao, standing beside a Lamborghini. His intention was clear. It was the relationship with President Li that truly mattered. He was determined to acquire this vehicle, confident that President Li would acquiesce. President Li, I won't beat around the bush. Today at the dealership, I spotted a Lamborghini Aventador. It's a magnificent beast. I've heard that you personally arranged for it to be brought over from Modu. I absolutely adore it. However, a woman and a little brat claimed they had already reserved it, which left me rather displeased. They said they knew you, and I couldn't accept that. I told them that I'm a good buddy of President Li. If I want it, President Li will definitely agree to sell it to me. Isn't that right? Baolong's booming voice resonated throughout the entire dealership, and everyone fell silent, observing his ostentatious display. They all wondered if he truly believed he could pull this off. Would President Li genuinely retract the vehicle from this nouveau riche? As Baolong concluded his statement, Li Tianyi fell into a brief silence. Are you referring to Mr. Lin? Suddenly, Li Tianyi's voice turned icy, and he enunciated his question with a chilling intensity. He could not forget that Lin Xiao had also visited the dealership today. Mr. Lin? That little brat. Dressed quite ordinarily. Nothing compared to my luxurious attire. Shut your mouth. Repeat what you just said. Li Tianyi's voice transformed into a sharp reprimand, startling Baolong and causing his hand to tremble. You dare to think you deserve to have me sell you that car? Who do you think you are? You have the audacity to compare yourself to Mr. Lin? Let me tell you, Baolong, you are nothing more than a nouveau riche, unworthy of being associated with me. That Lamborghini was specifically ordered for Mr. Lin, and you dare try to take it from him? I'll make this clear. My bank will purchase the Lamborghini, and you will not obtain it. As Li Tianyi spoke, his cheeks flushed with indignation. It had been a long time since he had been so emotionally charged while rebuking someone. Firstly, he had no fondness for Baolong, and the audacity of this man to claim friendship with him infuriated him. More importantly, this fool had the gall to attempt to steal something that had been reserved for Mr. Lin right in front of him. Was this nouveau riche truly wealthy? Baolong's total assets barely reached 30 million, and he had already spent a third of that. How could he even think to compare himself to Mr. Lin? Lin Xiao not only possessed wealth, but the origins of his fortune were utterly unfathomable. How could Baolong dare to offend someone like that? Li Tianyi was willing to risk his reputation with other VIP clients to safeguard Mr. Lin's interests. He understood deeply that Lin Xiao's status transcended mere wealth. There existed an immense, terrifying power behind it. Chapter 29 Lin Xiao, your display of wealth resembles a clown. President Li's thunderous voice erupted through the phone, reverberating across the entirety of the 4S dealership, allowing everyone present to palpably sense his wrath. The dealership's manager, Xing Wei, who had been sipping tea in the back, was so startled by the outburst that he accidentally dropped his cup. Having known Li Tianyi for many years, he had never witnessed such fury from his friend before. What on earth was happening? Xing Wei, a prominent figure in the area known affectionately as Brother Wei, was well-connected, often sought after by affluent clients looking to purchase vehicles. He had been informed of a VIP client visiting, and had assumed that his staff could manage the reception while he relaxed in his office. Little did he know that chaos would ensue. Meanwhile, Baolong's muscular arm trembled as he clutched his phone. He was utterly perplexed. What did Li Tianyi mean by this? Was he truly willing to sever ties over a mere brat? Presently, such words are quite disrespectful. I am, after all, your VIP client. Do not forget the sizable orders I have with you. If this is how you treat me, I shall take my business to another bank, where they would eagerly welcome my deposits. Baolong gestured animatedly, feigning seriousness. You think I care? Go wherever you please. I have no intention of collaborating with you any longer. You nauseate me just by existing. Li Tianyi's countenance revealed no hint of cordiality. For Lin Xiao's sake, he was prepared to sever all ties with this nouveau riche individual. Upon hearing these words, Baolong inhaled sharply, confusion overtaking his features. He glanced at Lin Xiao, who appeared unfazed, and then at the sales staff, who were watching the scene unfold like spectators at a show. A wave of inferiority washed over him, wealthy yet scorned. His ostentatious behavior had inevitably led to this disdain. His eyes flickered with trepidation as he realized that, in the eyes of others, he was nothing of significance. Well, if Li Tianyi refuses to acknowledge me, then I shall simply ignore him. Baolong attempted to mask his embarrassment with a forced smile, but everyone around him regarded him as a mere clown. You flaunt your wealth like a jester, Lin Xiao remarked calmly, his gaze steady and composed, speaking truthfully without hesitation. Observing Baolong, Lin Xiao silently vowed to cultivate his own inner refinement and broaden his horizons, lest he become like the very nouveau riche he now witnessed, so base and lacking in sophistication. Baolong's anger flared at Lin Xiao's words, and he felt an urge to confront him directly, a reaction typical of those who felt their pride wounded. I have money. If you think you can best me, let's take this outside. Whoever loses must compensate the other. Let us see who can afford to pay. Baolong shouted, pointing aggressively at Lin Xiao. Stop right there. Xing Wei emerged from the office, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, exuding the aura of a successful individual, though his suit seemed nearly strained by his robust physique. Accompanied by several male staff members, Xingwei approached and swiftly slapped Baolong across the face. Who do you think you are, causing a ruckus here? Brother Wei. Brother Wei. The sales staff sighed in relief upon seeing their manager intervene. Xingwei, a local tycoon with assets in the hundreds of millions, commanded respect and did not tolerate disturbances in his establishment. Baolong, taken aback, glared furiously at Xingwei. Do you really think you're something special? Xingwei coldly appraised him. If you consider yourself so impressive, then purchase every car in my dealership. If you can afford it, I'll allow you to cause a scene. But if you cannot, then I suggest you leave. You are not welcome here. With that, anticipation filled the air as everyone awaited Baolong's response. Could this ostentatious figure truly demonstrate his financial prowess, or was it all mere bravado? Baolong hesitated, glancing at Lin Xiao and then back at Xingwei. What cars do you have? Did you not see my Porsche 911? His voice now lacked its former confidence. At that moment, Lin Xiao turned to the intern, Shui Yi, beside him. Do you have a Porsche display? Please, enlighten me. Shui Yi, wide-eyed, asked Mr. Lin. Have you not already ordered a Lamborghini? I intend to purchase another for my family, Lin Xiao replied. And so, an amusing scene unfolded as Shui Yi began to present the Porsche models. Mr. Lin, here are the 3 models we currently have available at our Porsche display. Please take a look and see if any catch your fancy. We have 4 Macangs in stock, 1 red, 1 blue, 1 dark green, and 1 all black. There are 2 Cayennes, available in mahogany red and white, both with a 3.0T engine. As for the Panamera, we currently have 1 black and 1 white, with the black being a 3.0T and the white a 4.0T. Lin Xiao surveyed the options and decided, I'll take the blue Macang, the mahogany red Cayenne, and the 4.0T Panamera. Could you calculate the total for me? Certainly, let me do the math, Shui Yi replied, swiftly calculating. The 2 Panameras total to 453 million. The Macang is 820,000, and the Cayenne is 1.07 million, bringing the grand total to 4,343 million. Moreover, we can also offer you a complete vehicle film application, crystal coating for the entire car, outdoor gear, as well as some complimentary gifts from Porsche. Lin Xiao nodded and led Lu Xie to the Mercedes-Benz exhibition stand. What caught their eye was the Mercedes G-Class, with its unchanging angular design over the years. The roar of the V8 engine and the mechanical sound of the doors closing with a decisive thud, presenting an imposing presence. Mr. Lin, do you really intend to purchase this vehicle? Why do you buy so many cars? Lin Xiao countered. And why do you buy so many clothes? To wear, of course. I plan to drive them. What about this G-Class? The price for this Mercedes G-Class is approximately 2.45 million yuan. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Xie and remarked, Isn't this car impressive? Lu Xie replied, somewhat dazed, but Mr. Lin, you already have quite a few cars. My primary intention is to provide for my family, 1 for each parent to enjoy, and perhaps another for my cousin. It would be beneficial for her to have a car as she heads to university. Just imagine how thrilled she would be to receive a car from her cousin. Mr. Lin, all right, overall, today's car viewing has been rather enjoyable. I even caught a glimpse of a clown performing behind us. To be frank, it was quite entertaining. Far more engaging than the monotonous experience of simply wandering around to purchase a car. Lin Xiao addressed the numerous salespeople and Xingwei. Xingwei displayed an air of utmost respect in Lin Xiao's presence. He had already discerned through their earlier phone conversation that Li Tianyi was determined to cater to Lin Xiao's needs. This individual's status was undoubtedly extraordinary. Those accustomed to the undercurrents of society could easily recognize such a presence. To forge a connection with someone like him, one must be sincere. Thus, whether inside or outside the dealership, anyone daring to lay a finger on Mr. Lin would face Xingwei's unwavering resolve. Mr. Lin, I admit I have not attended to your needs adequately today. I reflect upon this. No need for further words, Boss Xing. Let us proceed to sign the contract. You wish to. Indeed, I shall take all these vehicles. Upon hearing this, Xingwei's pupils dilated sharply, and he lifted his gaze, studying Lin Xiao intently. This young man, without uttering a single word, had directly acquired 5 vehicles without so much as a blink, in contrast to the nouveau riche who merely boast and flaunt. When it comes to parting with their money, they often falter. It is abundantly clear who truly holds the upper hand here. Baolong observed Mr. Lin's acquisition of 5 vehicles, and the fact that he had indeed signed the contract left him frozen in place. He was quite interested in purchasing, but to make such a substantial acquisition at once was beyond his means. 30 million. The funds simply weren't sufficient. Chapter 30. A place to refine your learning posture? Even my husband cannot stop me. After purchasing the car, Lin Xiao awaited the arrival of personnel from the dealership in a few days. Once all the purchase contracts were signed and the bank card transaction of over 10 million was successfully completed, Lin Xiao did not bother to calculate the exact amount. Unlike ostentatious nouveau riches who flaunt their wealth, he was acutely aware of his finances, as evidenced by his momentary stupor, standing still in a state of introspection. Lin Xiao was indeed affluent, but was not a slave to money. Spending was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. His primary intention was to enhance the quality of life for his family. Mr. Lin, you may visit my dealership in a few days. We will prepare a grand car buying ceremony for you, Xing Wei declared earnestly, aware that such a significant purchase warranted a display of prestige. Shui, who had personally assisted Lin Xiao in selecting his vehicles, blushed and timidly inquired, Mr. Lin, may I add you on WeChat? With her head bowed and voice barely above a whisper, she was nonetheless heard by Lin Xiao. He smiled warmly and readily pulled out his phone to add her. Certainly. You performed exceptionally well today, and I intend to give you a 5-star review, haha. However, Lin Xiao continued, as for the ceremony, I am not particularly fond of such formalities. It would be far more practical if you could provide me with some small gifts instead. His demeanor was relaxed and his conversation polished, subtly radiating an aura of affluence. His polite and easygoing nature further enhanced his charm. Upon hearing this, everyone's impression of Lin Xiao improved significantly. Shui gazed at him with admiration, while Xing Wei enthusiastically agreed to Lin Xiao's request, holding him in high esteem for his understated wealth and low-profile demeanor. Unlike the brash nouveau riche, who often drew scorn and disdain, Lin Xiao's presence was welcomed, evoking a sense of respect and admiration. Mr. Lin, if you encounter any difficulties in Binhai, aside from Litiani, I am at your service. Feel free to reach out. My connections are quite solid as well. Perhaps we could gather sometime, Xing Wei said, shaking his hand vigorously. Finally, under the watchful eyes of those present, Lucia linked her arm with Lin Xiao as they exited the dealership, leaving behind the flabbergasted Bao Long, who could only stare at Lin Xiao's retreating figure, utterly bewildered. Lucia felt a surge of joy, her face radiating happiness and pride. Accompanying a man like Lin Xiao instilled in her a sense of elegance, elevating her own self-worth. She admired Lin Xiao's demeanor and approach to life, finding them worthy of contemplation and study. Mr. Lin, where are you headed? You're not leaving already, are you? She asked. The car purchase is complete, and I must return home. It would take an additional 2 days to finalize the paperwork. With the college entrance examination looming, Lin Xiao intended to return home to study and cultivate his mind. What do you mean by returning home? How about I take you somewhere else to study? Lucia suggested. Oh, where might that be? Lin Xiao inquired, intrigued. The drive from Binhai City to Hangzhou would take approximately 40 minutes. As Lucia navigated her Audi A6, Lin Xiao gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery. He opened his phone and noticed messages on WeChat that he had overlooked amidst his busyness. Lin Xiao, where have you been? There are only 21 days left until the exam. Why aren't you back at school studying? By the way, I forgot to tell you, we have a new principal. They've changed the rules about studying during meals, running, and even in the restroom. Many of the dreadful regulations have been abolished, and the enthusiasm for learning in our class has significantly improved. This message was from Yuan Wan, who expressed genuine concern for Lin Xiao's academic progress, recognizing the importance of the upcoming examination. Another message came from his good friend Wang Hao. Lin, hurry back. Our school has a new leader, huh? I don't know who orchestrated it, but Tang Xinli has been ousted. It feels like we should celebrate. Come back quickly to study. The competition is fierce now. And if you don't return, you won't pass. Lin Xiao read their messages and replied to both. Don't worry, I will definitely pass. Previously lacking confidence, he now believed he could gain admission to a respectable university. The absence of pressure and worries made studying a joyful endeavor for him. Another message from his mother inquired when he would return, reminding him that his birthday was approaching in a couple of days and asking if he needed anything as they wished to prepare a gift for their son. Lin Xiao responded that he wanted nothing but for them to enjoy life in happiness and health. Indeed, his 18th birthday was imminent, and he almost forgot. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xiao began to close his eyes and rest. Lucia was taking him to the Amon Hotel in Hangzhou, which she claimed was the perfect place for study. She insisted that studying in such an environment would greatly enhance productivity. Lin Xiao was skeptical. Was her notion of studying truly earnest? The Amon Hotel was the most luxurious in Hangzhou, with ordinary rooms costing 2,000 per night. The hotel is situated 6 kilometers from West Lake, merely a 2-minute drive to Lingyin Temple. This locale nestles within the valley on the western side of West Lake, adjacent to the ancient village of Tianju and the road to the northern peak. It is flanked by two temples, with dense woods and lush greenery lining both sides of the road. Ascending the path, one can behold the picturesque West Lake, enveloped in a splendid environment. The surroundings consist of farmland, temples, bamboo groves, and verdant hills, creating a tranquil and secluded atmosphere, occasionally graced by the melodious chirping of birds. This is Lin Zhao's first encounter with such a hotel, which starkly contrasts with the opulent and grandiose establishments he is accustomed to. Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but this place is reputed to be the Hermes among hotels, remarked Lucia. Following the attendant's guidance, she parked the car and prepared to check in. Please wait here. I will handle the registration at the front desk, Lucia said. Upon reaching the front desk, she presented her identification for check-in. The receptionist, wearing a professional smile, informed her, Ms. Liu, Mr. Lin has already settled the payment. You simply need to register. Very well, thank you, Lucia replied, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Young man, with such high emotional intelligence, I've got you wrapped around my finger. You wish to learn the ropes, don't you? I must have you. Not even my husband can stop me. Chapter 31. The Hermes of Hotels. A unique adult ceremony? At the reception, a young lady elegantly dressed in a cheap house skillfully assisted Lucia with the check-in process, while three welcoming attendants guided them to their village villa. In stark contrast to the typical luxurious hotels, the rooms here were classified into various categories: village lodges, village suites, luxurious village suites, and village villas. The 46 lodges of Fuyun Amon each featured unique layouts, preserving the charm of the tea garden village and showcasing a century of historical intricacies. The interior decor seamlessly blended ancient and modern elements, with brick and tile roofs above, and stone and wooden beams inside, all embodying a dignified stillness. The antique ambience, with its flowing bluestone and meticulous details, evoked a sense of immersion in nature's elegance, surrounded by shady woods and a tranquil serenity that felt like a return to simplicity. How do you find it, Mr. Lin? Is it suitable for your exam preparation? Lucia playfully twisted her waist as she walked ahead, casting a smile at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao surveyed the surroundings, inhaling deeply. The air felt remarkably fresh and pure, refreshing his spirit. Quite nice. In a place like this, one can indeed find peace of mind, he remarked casually. Lucia couldn't help but murmur, it's only someone of Mr. Lin's stature who can truly settle down here. If it were me, staying in a hotel costing over 10,000 a night would certainly keep me restless. This was because Lin Xiao had reserved the Xiaoyao Pavilion Village Villa, priced at 12,000 for a night, under the guidance of the attendants. They arrived at the village villa, characterized primarily by a duplex structure accompanied by a private courtyard. At the entrance, the curtain was inscribed with the three prominent characters of Xiaoyao Pavilion, crafted from high-quality ginkgo wood, while the couplets were meticulously engraved on large bamboo poles, presenting a striking artistic beauty. The Xiaoyao Pavilion featured a courtyard that was impeccably maintained, with caretakers ensuring its upkeep, surrounded by lush bamboo and the melodious sounds of birds. A bamboo key unlocked the ancient wooden door, leading into a room furnished with a long couch, bamboo chairs, and a sofa, all in simple tones devoid of modern metallic sensations. It offered a return to a natural village ambience, perpetually exuding comfort and elegance. Each piece of furniture was selected for its superior quality and experiential comfort, emphasizing a harmonious balance between natural atmosphere and guest satisfaction, embodying the lifestyle that most aspire to. Lucia took in her surroundings. Truth be told, she had only heard of this place but had never visited. She yearned for the pastoral setting, though the price of such a life was somewhat steep. The environment and ambience here harmonized perfectly with Lin Zhao's understated elegance, luxury, and simplicity. Indeed, it felt like the Hermes among hotels, offering an extraordinary experience. Mr. Lin, Ms. Liu, Fuyun Amon provides world-class spa services. The spa comprises 5 independent cottages, surrounded by bamboo groves, green tea gardens, and magnolia trees, utilizing locally sourced natural ingredients. We offer traditional foot massages, acupressure, bathing, and exfoliation treatments. Please do not hesitate to contact us for any needs. Wishing you a pleasant stay. Thank you, Lin Xiao replied politely, exhibiting humility and grace in every interaction, his demeanor reflecting his refined upbringing. Upon entering the villa, Lin Xiao set down his belongings and took a moment to appreciate the space. As night approached, they prepared for dinner. The Lanxian restaurant within the hotel was on par with top-tier culinary establishments like Xianglo, Cuban number 28, in Four Seasons Jinsha Hall. The restaurant was adorned in a traditional Chinese style, with an array of wine vessels, fine liquor, and tea sets displayed, evoking the grandeur of ancient imperial banquets. Lin Xiao appreciated the decor, finding it comfortable and inviting. He was accustomed to many exquisitely modern restaurants, yet this antiquated style struck him as both understated and luxurious. Seated under the thatched roof of Lanxian Restaurant, Lucia and Lin Xiao enjoyed the refreshing breeze from West Lake, invigorating their spirits. Glancing around, they noted the absence of air conditioning, yet the natural airflow was far more delightful, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time, akin to Tao Yuanming's peach blossom spring. Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat? After dinner, we could experience the spa, Lucia suggested. Lin Xiao glanced at the menu, having heard of the restaurant's delightful specialties. Since they were here, he was eager to try them. They ordered fried crispy fish with wild mountain tea oil, dompa pork, steamed preserved meats, West Lake vinegar fish, scallion braised sea cucumber, and bamboo shoots with mustard greens, along with 2 bowls of millet porridge. Soon, the server brought them a pot of tea and tableware. The ordinary loquat tea was far from the home-brewed flavor. It was perfectly balanced, with a fragrant aroma upon the first sip. The dishes arrived shortly thereafter. The fried crispy fish, made from grass carp, bore no earthy taste, evidently raised in fresh water for several days before preparation. The dompa pork was rich, yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, with just the right portion for 2. The steamed preserved meats were aromatic, neither too salty nor heavy, rivaling the flavors of Cantonese delicacies. As Lin Xiao tasted the sea cucumber, its texture was tender, yet delightfully springy. This was Lin Xiao's first experience dining at such an upscale restaurant. Yet he carried himself with utmost poise, calm and composed, devoid of the boisterousness often seen in newly affluent patrons. Many wealthy individuals feel self-conscious about being perceived as first-timers, leading to awkwardness in their demeanor. However, Lin Xiao exuded the ease of an old friend in such a setting, his every gesture harmonizing with the understated elegance of the restaurant, leaving Lucia feeling a wave of admiration. Mr. Lin, I heard that your birthday is in 2 days. And it's your 18th birthday, Lucia remarked, looking curiously at Lin Xiao during their meal. Indeed, I will be turning 18 in 2 days. Is there something on your mind, Secretary Liu? Are you considering hosting a coming-of-age ceremony? Perhaps I could inform President Li to make arrangements that won't be necessary. I believe that studying here at Fuyunamon itself is a wonderful coming-of-age ceremony, Lin Xiao replied. Lucia smiled subtly. Well, I have a request. May I accompany you for a few more days during your stay? Celebrating your 18th birthday together as your secretary seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Her intentions were clear. She wished to spend Lin Xiao's 18th birthday in the hotel, personally orchestrating a special coming-of-age ceremony for him. Chapter 32, The Secret of the Mature Woman. His 18 years spent with her at the Amphion, Lin Xiao was on the verge of adulthood, while others celebrated their coming-of-age with gifts like a beloved Ferrari from their fathers, or perhaps a luxury vehicle from the BBA brand. Lin Xiao's initiation into adulthood was rather unique. It involved a captivating woman clad in a form-fitting dress paired with Valentino stockings, engaging in an exchange of knowledge and postures in the esteemed Amphion Hotel, often referred to as the Hermes of hotels. Of course, Lin Xiao possessed a hint of extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could he have captured the heart of the mature and alluring Lucia? Initially, Lucia perceived him merely as a quintessential wealthy scion, extravagant and arrogant, embodying the archetype of a spoiled heir. However, upon getting to know Lin Xiao, she discovered a vastly different persona. His charisma and approach to life rendered him irresistibly charming. Such a man was simply beyond the reach of a woman like her. At this moment, Lucia was draped in a delicate silk robe, cinched at the waist with a satin ribbon, accentuating her voluptuous curves. Secretary Liu, could you refrain from placing your foot, which is unfortunately afflicted with athlete's foot, on my leg? It's distracting my calculations of the parabolic equation. Lin Xiao, seated at his desk, was diligently working through a complex math problem. Lucia rested her chin on her hand, observing him struggle with the paper, specifically the graph of a parabola. After a prolonged silence, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter was infectious, causing the silk robe enveloping her to sway enticingly. Brother, you can't solve such a simple problem? Ha! As a graduate of a prestigious institution, should I offer to teach you? In the intimate confines of the room, the atmosphere was undeniably suggestive, leading Lucia to abandon formalities in favor of a more playful address. Surely, you can solve this. Come on, Tell me how I got it wrong. You need to differentiate this function. How do I differentiate it? Lucia leaned closer, her enticing fragrance enveloping Lin Xiao as she smiled seductively. Of course, it should be differentiated this way. Oh, what are you planning? Are you certain about this? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that Lucia had been waiting for him in this suggestive environment. Strangely enough, she too felt a flush of embarrassment at that moment. Well, I am your secretary, and it is my duty to fulfill my responsibilities. You are now an adult, aren't you? Today, I shall grant you an initiation into adulthood. While others receive luxury cars, your gift is a little kitten. Do you like it? Secretary Liu, are you sure it's a kitten? Because it doesn't seem so. Lin Xiao pondered. They had experienced a Ferrari, likening it to a horse, a Lamborghini to a bull, and he felt he was like a wildcat. Everyone was an animal. Indeed, this could be considered a coming-of-age gift. Do as you please. Hurry up. Don't you lack a driving license? I shall teach you to drive. How can you tame a wild beast without accelerating? With her eyes closed, Lucia entered a state of exhilaration. Though she initially felt a tingle, her spirits soared as Lin Xiao, youthful and exuberant, naturally enhanced the experience. The rhythm persisted until the early hours of dawn. Within the Amanfion, surrounded by nature's tranquility, dreams drifted like smoke. When Lin Xiao awoke, he found Lucia already on the phone, her conversation revealing startling truths. Darling, last night I slept with my boss. Are you satisfied now? You mentioned he was quite impressive, right? That handsome man you showed me. If he truly is as low-key and cultured as you say, I wholeheartedly approve. Haha. Unlike you, I won't be deceived for long. This is your punishment for lying to me. Lucia hung up, visibly frustrated, leaving Lin Xiao perplexed. Why did Lucia have a husband, yet still engage with him? Upon realizing that Lin Xiao had overheard her conversation, Lucia sighed. Mr. Lin, given the circumstances, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. Here's the situation. A high achiever, Lucia had been consumed by work post-graduation, neglecting personal relationships. Pressured by her family, she hastily married a man she barely knew. However, their marriage remained unconsummated, leaving her puzzled about her husband's disinterest in her. One day, upon returning from a business trip, she was devastated to discover her husband in a compromising situation with one of his male subordinates. Her world shattered. She felt deflated, realizing her husband had concealed his sexual orientation beneath the guise of their marriage, despite his pleas for secrecy and a desire to avoid divorce. Promising her anything, even allowing her to pursue other relationships, Lucia found herself at a loss. It was only after meeting Lin Xiao through a mutual acquaintance that she decided to test him, only to be captivated by his exceptional nature, so unlike the typical wealthy heirs. As Lin Xiao absorbed this revelation, even his usually composed demeanor faltered under the weight of the information. No wonder he had found a shared ink wash painting in the bed they had occupied together. Thankfully, this villa had ample space and other beds. Observing Lucia's improved demeanor, he surmised that her earlier distress stemmed from her tumultuous relationship with her husband. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. Last night, I couldn't resist. My husband has deceived me for so long, and I felt the need to retaliate, but I genuinely like you. I have no intention of burdening you. I simply wish to be your secretary and serve you well. Lin Xiao chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Let us not dwell on this. Besides, your husband's situation is indeed complicated. Let us go have breakfast. All right, I shall attend to your needs today, and by afternoon, you shall be leaning against the wall. Lucia relished the taste of sweetness for the first time, like a parched soul encountering a refreshing rain. However, recalling the shock from the previous night, she still felt a twinge of fear. Lin Xiao remarked that while others at the age of 18 enjoyed the privileges of their father's car and their mother's house, his own 18th year presented a distinctly different lifestyle. Though devoid of the thrill of four wheels, it at least afforded him a sense of speed and passion. As night fell, the exhilarating dance of speed and fervor resumed. Lin Xiao once again immersed himself in the pursuit of knowledge, albeit with a notable difference this time. Lucia had also placed a call to her husband. Chapter 33. Driving and calling her husband. Lucia felt a sense of relief as she cast a glance at Lin Xiao, took a deep breath, and calmly answered her husband's call. The car sped forward without any indication of braking, its headlights piercing through the darkness with fervent intensity. Indeed, every woman possesses an innate talent for acting, particularly in moments that evoke a sense of embarrassment. Her husband had called, primarily inquiring about her return. Yeah, have you come back? I'm already home, and I'll be cooking for you. You must return early. Lucia held the phone, replying with a hint of sarcasm. Heh, have you finished your business? Off to meet your little lover again, I presume? How disgusting. You better tidy up the house, or I certainly want he come back. I've already cleaned up. He has left, her husband replied, sounding pitiful. Scoundrel, let us not chat anymore. I'm busy. On the other end, her husband sensed something was amiss in Lucie's tone. Although he was a man, he had enough experience to discern the situation. Lucie, so you're treating me like this now, huh? What's the matter? Didn't you say I could do as I please outside? His words revealed a sense of resignation, as if he had chosen to confront the inevitable. I won't pretend anymore. Wasn't it you who said not to disclose your private affairs to others, allowing yourself to pursue someone else? Why are you unhappy now? Lucie's voice resonated with an intensity that rivaled many esteemed educators from the land of cherry blossoms. A brief silence enveloped the conversation as both parties listened to the harmonious melody of their exchange, each seemingly indifferent to the other's troubles. Her husband inquired softly, "Who are you with?" Lucia boldly replied, "I'm with my boss, as I mentioned before. Mr. Lin. I've only been with him. I like him. Since it's Mr. Lin, that's acceptable, as long as you don't disclose my affairs. As long as you choose not to divorce if it's just with Mr. Lin. I can entirely agree to that. Your happiness is paramount. Our superficial marriage can continue. We can merely appear as a couple in public." Very well, her husband acquiesced. Both relieved. Lucia too felt liberated. This arrangement seemed mutually beneficial. He would pursue his interests while she continued her life, merely cohabiting. Reflecting on this arrangement, Lucia found it rather agreeable. The despair and helplessness she felt upon discovering her husband's true nature dissipated, replaced by an unexpected joy, especially with the charming and affluent man before her. "Secretary Lu, it seems you're no longer troubled by your husband's situation," he remarked. "Indeed, life goes on. Happiness is but a day, and sorrow is also merely a day. I used to be in a dark place, even sinking into depression. Now, I've come to terms with it. This current state is quite delightful, allowing me to immerse myself in work, and I get to be with you, my boss. Ha! If he continues bringing those men home, I won't return either. I'll just stay with you and call him instead." To her surprise, Lucia harbored such a penchant. The atmosphere remained delightfully light as she and Lin Xiao unraveled the burdens that had plagued her for years, bringing her relief from her anxiety. They spent 2 more days at the serene Fa Yunnan Man, where each morning they bathed and then took leisurely strolls. One morning, they savored a dish of rose osmanthus peach dew, the peach gum soaked to a delicate translucence, exuding the fragrance of osmanthus and sprinkled with Yunnan rose petals. The taste was refreshing, avoiding any cloying sweetness. After enjoying their meal, Lin Xiao settled the bill and they ventured out together. They walked along the paths of Fa Yunnan Man, enveloped by tranquil trails, streams, and tea gardens. The lush greenery and fresh air making it feel as if they were far removed from the confines of a hotel. After exiting the Lanxian Chinese restaurant, Lin Xiao did not return to the villa but instead guided Lucia on a tour of Fa Yun village. It would be a disservice to merely engage in passionate drives within the villa without fully experiencing the beauty of Fa Yunnan Man. To appreciate both the allure of a lovely companion and the picturesque countryside was to embody a truly gratifying lifestyle. This place had a way of quieting the mind, and as they immersed themselves in the environment, the fervor from their time in the villa seemed to dissipate. Fa Yunnan Man was nestled within Fa Yun village, a well-preserved ancient settlement, especially enchanting in the summer. The vibrant green scenery replaced the stark white views from the villa, a feast for the eyes. Lotus flowers bloomed, and a gentle breeze carried their subtle fragrance, transforming the surroundings into an artist's canvas, where one could cleanse oneself of worldly impurities. From Tianju Road to Zhongfa Road, the air and scenery provided a sense of profound comfort, a stark contrast to the opulence of the city. Nearby were the North Peak, Lingyin Temple, and Sisi Wetland Park, leading to the freshwater area of West Lake. At this moment, many young ladies donned in traditional Han attire wandered about. Some sheltered under parasols while others posed for photographs by the stone bridge. "Boss, may I take a few pictures of you?" Lucia inquired, phone in hand, capturing Lin Xiao against the stunning backdrop. In the distance, the resonant and melodious sound of bells rang out. Ascending to the mountainside, one could glimpse the sea-viewing pavilion of Taowang Temple, overlooking the lush mountains and valleys, with the shimmering lake and cityscape of Hangzhou unfolding before them, a breathtaking vista. This scenery evoked in Lin Xiao a sense of returning to simplicity, reinforcing his inner essence. allowing him to retain a unique perspective amidst the clamor and extravagance of the world, ensuring he would not lose himself. Moreover, he had now found a more beautiful aspiration, the starry sea. The dream of youth was indeed a boundless expanse. After lunch, Lucia reluctantly parted ways with Lin Xiao, as it was time for her to retrieve her car. Her cousin had mentioned returning to celebrate her birthday, and she planned to deliver the car to her. As Lin Xiao busied himself packing in the villa, he suddenly heard the notification from the time-space trading space. Your friend Mr. Qin has sent you a video invitation. Do you accept? Chapter 34. The third time trader, Mr. Qin from Interstellar Travel. Has there been a change? Last time it was Mr. Hang, and now it's Mr. Qin. Why do these two names sound so familiar? Is this also from the 9-1 city? Hello. Lin Xiao greeted first, in high spirits today, bolstered by prior experiences with traders and accustomed to being straightforward. However, there was no response from the other side. Brother He? Lin Xiao wondered aloud. Why had this fellow called and then gone silent? Brother, wait a moment. I have something going on here. After a while, a robust middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the screen, his right arm composed of intricate mechanical components. Moving his fingers, the metallic sound of parts clashing audible. He was a cyborg. Hi, my friend, just call me Old Qin. I apologize, I just finished sending a battle, and it has concluded. So soon? What kind of battle was it? Afterward, Mr. Qin briefly introduced his surroundings. He was the captain of the 9-1 Interstellar Exploration Team, with a side job as a time-space trader. He informed Lin Xiao that the technology on his planet had advanced to the level of interstellar travel. Due to a series of disasters in his parallel world, Blue Star, resources had been utterly depleted, and most humans had migrated to other planets, living in survival bases. As the captain of the exploration team, Qin led his brothers on a long interstellar journey. Unfortunately, they had not found a single planet with abundant water sources like their home planet. All human survivors relied on extracting nutrient liquids from hunted monsters to sustain their lives. Brother Lin, to be honest, I haven't tasted quality water in a long time. We are about to engage in a great battle with other races, and I want to motivate my exploration team by letting them experience natural water. Therefore, I wish to trade with you. In return, I can offer you the technology possessed by my exploration team. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reflect on the importance of cherishing their current world. Previously, an acquaintance faced an apocalypse, and now he encountered Mr. Qin, who was in an even more dire situation, traveling through the stars. The environment where Mr. Qin resided had seen humanity undergo large-scale migration, living on other planets without any usable water sources, relying solely on artificially synthesized nutrients to survive. Despite their mechanical prosthetics, they remained fundamentally human. The absence of life's essence, water, was indeed a torment. He had even forgotten what water tasted like. Lin Xiao returned to reality. In his current location, the Fuyunamon, there was an abundance of good water and tea. A bottle of mineral water here could sell for $180. Alongside exquisite Longjing and Oolong tea, Lin Xiao felt a strong sense of loyalty towards this future friend. He immediately spent $10,000 at Fuyunamon to purchase high-quality mineral water and brewed a pot of tea. When he re-entered the trading space, Mr. Qin had already been waiting for a while. Initially, he had little hope, as he had matched with several friends in the trading space recently, all from alien races who had no idea what he sought. Mr. Qin fervently described water to them, but they looked at him blankly, their expressions innocent. They simply didn't understand. Some even claimed to be higher-dimensional beings, who immediately began to mock him, nearly provoking Mr. Qin to unleash expletives from his home planet. After much anticipation, seeing Lin Xiao, a fellow of his own kind, was like finding a kindred spirit. Their eyes brimmed with tears. His limbs contained mechanical components, yet the rest was flesh. He hadn't achieved mechanical ascension and still possessed human perception and emotions, even desires. Here you are, Old Qin. I have prepared some excellent water for you. Right now, I'm offering a buy-one-get-one-free deal, with an additional pot of Longjing tea for you to savor. Upon seeing the items from Lin Xiao, Mr. Qin's mechanical eye gleamed with excitement. Despite being the captain of the exploration team with a high leadership status, upon witnessing pure water, something he hadn't seen in decades, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Indeed, it's water. How wonderful. How long has it been? And this is tea? Mr. Qin's voice trembled. Before their migration from their home planet, they had gazed upon the blue oceans with inexhaustible water resources. However, after the sun's decay and the destruction of their home, humanity was forced to wander, never again to taste such water. Brother Lin, before meeting you, I thought I would never drink such water in this lifetime. But, Brother Lin, I am grateful for you. You have warmed my seasons. It was startling to see a burly man, filled with machinery, suddenly become so sentimental. Ahem, old Qin, there's no need to be so emotional. Though we lack water, our technology is exceptionally advanced. Meeting in this trading space is fate. We are friends now. Here, in my peaceful era, water is abundant. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Of course, you must provide something of value in exchange. Having navigated 2 previous transactions, Lin Xiao was now adept. Trade was about mutual benefit, and thus he spoke without any pretense. Mr. Qin instantly admired Lin Xiao's straightforwardness, appreciating that he directly expressed his needs without reservation. Just like himself. Rest assured, I will not shortchange my friends. With your words, I am at ease, old Qin. Now do try this tea. Lin Xiao handed over the exquisite Longjing tea. Mr. Qin had evidently forgotten how to drink tea, or perhaps it was due to his prolonged absence from water. He lifted the cup and tilted it back, pouring the tea directly into his mouth. Delicious. So fragrant. Mr. Qin didn't take the time to savor the tea's richness, gulping it down entirely. Brother Lin, I won't say much. I will gift you a small technological achievement from my side. This is what our research team developed on the home planet, which enabled us to embark on our interstellar journey, allowing us to leave our decaying home and set sail into the sea of stars. Oh, what technology? I have a preliminary understanding of the level of technology on your planet, and it is quite distant from ours. Brother Lin, I must advise you on one crucial point. Mr. Qin's expression grew serious. To achieve a significant advancement in human science and technology, the fundamental issue of energy must be resolved, which is the greatest obstacle to the stagnation of your scientific progress. The technology I am about to give you can perfectly address this challenge. I will provide you with the complete feasible theories and detailed practical methods for controllable nuclear fusion. Forge ahead, young man. This is the starting point for your journey into the stars. Chapter 35. The Transaction of Controllable Nuclear Fusion Technology and the Future Light Brain. Controllable nuclear fusion? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a sudden jolt in his heart. However, he recalled that Mr. Qin had already accomplished interstellar travel. It seemed only logical to possess controllable nuclear fusion technology in a realm capable of such journeys. Yet, as enticing as this technology was, it remained largely theoretical to him. The crucial point was that, given his current understanding, he would be at a loss to grasp its intricacies. Lin Xiao had already transmitted the nuclear fusion materials provided by Mr. Qin to his trading assistant, Xiaoyi. She assisted him in generating an initial document titled Starry Sea, which contained an overwhelming array of complex formulas and theoretical postulates, enough to drive an ordinary person to madness, and even someone as patient as Lin Xiao found it daunting. Old Qin, your materials are of immense value to us, but I fear. Brother Lin, I understand your concerns. You worry that this technology is purely theoretical and would be exceedingly difficult to apply. Fear not. When you provided me with trading water earlier, you also graciously gifted me a fine pot of tea, something I haven't savored in many years. To express my gratitude, I shall present you with a gift as well. With that, Mr. Qin produced a technologically advanced helmet, exuding a sleek, metallic aesthetic infused with a cyberpunk vibe. Holding it in his hands, he smiled and said, "This is a future light brain technology. It employs the most advanced neuron interfacing and muscle memory transmission techniques of our era. I will upload all the theoretical aspects of controllable nuclear fusion into this helmet. Once you don the helmet and gradually familiarize yourself with this technology, I am confident that with a bit of diligence, you will transform these theories into practical muscle memory within 10 to 20 days. At that point, will you still fear mastering this manageable, controllable nuclear fusion? Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, these theoretical formulas are taught to elementary school students on our planet. They are part of our primary school curriculum." Lin Xiao inhaled deeply. Could it be that students in Mr. Qin's time were already this advanced? It was hard to fathom that elementary school examinations included the derivation of controllable nuclear fusion theoretical formulas. According to Qin, this neuron transmission helmet represented a novel method of knowledge dissemination in their interstellar era. He recalled how Teacher Lu's science fiction novel Village Teacher depicted a time when human knowledge transfer still relied on teachers, whereas those high-dimensional extraterrestrials had entirely different methods of communication. In Mr. Qin's era of interstellar travel, the medium of knowledge transfer had evolved into neuron transmission. This helmet had undergone numerous iterations, and the latest version boasted remarkable stability, free from previous instabilities and risks of neuron disarray. It was entirely risk-free. Ah, that makes sense. It's no wonder that elementary school students have mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. This technology is so advanced that it requires no cognitive effort to learn. No rote memorization is necessary. By simply practicing neuron interfacing daily, one can enhance their proficiency and seamlessly convert it into muscle memory. Mother need no longer worry about my studies. Technology is indeed the primary productive force. Lin Xiao now understood why the people of Mr. Qin's era could soar above the stars. Truly remarkable. While they were nearing the finish line, Lin Xiao was merely at the starting point of this vast journey. No wonder figures like Elon Musk in the West relentlessly pursued rocket research and various high-tech innovations. When harnessed effectively, technology holds immense potential value. The transaction was completed. Lin Xiao returned to the Fuyun Amen Hotel with his controllable nuclear fusion technology and light brain helmet. He was not in a hurry to retrieve his car from the dealership that afternoon. Instead, he intended to don the light brain helmet in this tranquil setting for his inaugural attempt. Before long, the neuron interfacing was established. Next came the transformation of theory. Lin Xiao felt a gentle warmth enveloping his brain, compelling him to close his eyes. Before him, a multitude of complex formulas danced like pulsating symbols. The once obscure theories began to intertwine with his neural pathways, initiating a cognitive transition in his brain. His mind raced, entering a state of hyperactivity. This sensation was reminiscent of a moment of urgency, where his brain was fervently analyzing problems. The first challenge of controllable nuclear fusion loomed before him. The previously convoluted theoretical formulas were gradually becoming comprehensible and embedding themselves in his memory. Currently, humanity is yet unable to create a device for controllable nuclear fusion, primarily due to two challenges. The first is the issue of materials. Controllable nuclear fusion must withstand temperatures exceeding millions of degrees, and humanity has yet to fabricate materials capable of withstanding such heat. This is a fundamental problem. The second challenge lies in the heating mechanism. How to sufficiently heat the controllable nuclear fusion apparatus to enable the tritium nuclei to undergo fusion. This presents another significant hurdle. The light brain's neuron interfacing technology continued to operate at a high speed. Before long, Lin Xiao discovered a novel atomic arrangement indicative of a new type of material. Suddenly, the operation of the light brain helmet concluded. This signified the end of the day's transmission. To continue would be impolite, as the brain could not endure such intense workload indefinitely. Further exertion could damage brain cells, leading to a state of shock. This was the intelligent design of Mr. Qin's light brain helmet, which automatically detected the user's cognitive state and initiated appropriate rest or cessation. Advanced. This black technology is extraordinarily sophisticated. He must learn to wield this light brain helmet effectively, as it will hold great significance in the future. After a brief midday respite, Lin Xiao received a call from the 4S dealership owner, Xing Wei, to finalize the last steps. Upon arriving at the urban 4S dealership, he was greeted with a warm welcome. The manager, Xing Wei, stood at the entrance to receive him, personally presenting various gifts. Mr. Lin, you mentioned previously that you didn't want a grand ceremony, so I thought I would gift you some tokens of appreciation. Xing Wei, a seasoned veteran, understood what his counterpart desired. While the occasion was understated, the essential elements of a simple ceremony were still present. With the assistance of the dealership's licensing specialist, Lin Xiao successfully completed the tax payments and all necessary procedures to acquire a license plate for Binhai City. Once everything was settled, the 4S dealership organized a ceremonious vehicle delivery. The intern sales representative, Shui Yi, stood by, and they took several photos together. Mr. Lin, I'm a junior from the University of Magic City, and I live nearby. I'm here on an internship during the school's early break to gain some experience. I didn't expect to encounter you. The boss has given me a generous commission. Thank you so much. Magic City? My cousin, Chen Ran, also studies there. Though not at your university, she's at the Financial Management Institute near it. Mr. Lin, if you ever have the opportunity to visit Magic City for school, please let me know. I would love to treat you to a meal. Shui appeared somewhat anxious beside him. She was immensely captivated by the understated charm of this affluent second-generation heir, and she yearned to inquire whether she might have a chance. Yet, given that this was their first encounter, she hesitated to be overly eager, fearing an outright refusal. Lin Xiao responded with a smile, assuring her that if opportunities arose in the future, he would certainly seize them. Shui Yi beamed sweetly, and after capturing several photographs together, Lin Xiao prepared to drive the car to Jiancheng. In a time when everyone else regarded his family with disdain, only his cousin, Chen Ran, had graciously offered him financial assistance and promised to provide accommodation. Lin Xiao had previously vowed to repay her 100-fold. Now, as the moment to fulfill a man's promise had arrived, Lin Xiao chose to forego the 100-fold repayment and instead decided to gift his cousin a Porsche Macan. Boss Xing, may I borrow a few of your associates to deliver a car to Jiangcheng? I wish to present it to someone, Lin Xiao requested. Xing Wei immediately understood and did not ask further questions. Instead, he sought out several attractive female sales representatives from their dealership. You all will accompany Mr. Lin to drive the car to the designated location. Lin Xiao then called Chun Ran, who had just disembarked from the high-speed train. He pondered what surprise this beautiful car would evoke in his cousin and felt a sense of curiosity about her reaction. Chapter 36. Discussing ambition with the less fortunate. My cousin's suitor with the rapid economic development. A journey from the bustling metropolis to the coastal city now takes merely an hour by high-speed train. As the train arrived at the station, passengers emerged with their belongings in hand. Among them was a girl of exquisite beauty, adorned in a stylish square-neck t-shirt of a cool blue-gray hue, paired with gray denim jeans that accentuated her flawless curves. On her wrist, she wore a delicate Armani watch, embellished with a starry design, exuding elegance. This girl was Chun Ran, Lin Xiao's cousin. At that moment, she held her luggage in one hand while the other cradled her phone near her lips, her eyes squinting with a radiant smile as she pressed the voice button. Lin, little brother, I'm back. I'm preparing a birthday party for you tonight. Typically, Chun Ran would not return on weekends, but this time, she had made a special trip from the metropolis to celebrate Lin Xiao's birthday, planning to return only after the festivities. Chun Ran, please wait here. I'll come to fetch you shortly, Lin Xiao called out. Oh, you even came specifically to pick me up? How thoughtful. My dear cousin is finally showing some emotional intelligence. Chun Ran acknowledged, her heart swelling with pride as she recognized her brother's newfound stature. Although she was unsure of how he had amassed his wealth, she felt reassured knowing he was doing well. Upon exiting the elevator and stepping out of the train station, the busy street greeted her with a cacophony of vehicles. A throng of unlicensed taxi drivers beckoned for passengers, but she simply shook her head, taking in the vibrant surroundings filled with entertainment, dining, and fashion establishments. Chun Ran awaited Lin Xiao's arrival. At that moment, a classmate returning to the coastal city with her caught sight of Chun Ran. Chun Ran, who are you waiting for? Oh, just my cousin. He.S. coming to pick me up shortly, she replied. This classmate, Chao Ying, was known for her materialistic tendencies and was often seen mingling with the rich kids at school. As such, Chun Ran held little affection for her, even having ignored her during their shared train ride. You have a cousin? Is he still in high school? How is his family? Can you introduce us? Chao Ying inquired. Don't you already have a boyfriend at school? Why would I introduce you to him? School is one thing, but family is another. You wouldn't understand. There are those who can support me at school and those who can fulfill my desires at home. It's splendid. Chun Ran merely rolled her eyes and shook her head, choosing not to engage further. The perspectives of young girls these days were truly perplexing. As they waited at the station exit, a group of young men clad in eclectic attire gathered nearby, each exuding a sense of individuality, their outfits collectively worth thousands. One of the boys, upon spotting Chun Ran, approached with a familiar tone. Ran, you're back. I heard you were returning today, so I came to pick you up. Chun Ran eyed them with a frown and coldly replied, How did you know I was coming back today? I drove to your building, and your mother told me. She mentioned you insisted on returning to celebrate your brother's birthday, and she was quite vocal about it, insisting I come to fetch you. Chun Ran's expression soured at the revelation. Once again, her mother had divulged her plans to others. Had she known, she would have kept it to herself. The more she pondered, the more regret she felt, her demeanor darkening. The leader of this group, Zhao Shuai, was 3 years her senior and of marriageable age, his family familiar with hers. They persistently sought opportunities for him to court her, proposing that once she graduated, they could consider marriage. Initially, her mother had opposed the idea, but after Zhao Shuai presented over 200,000 in gold jewelry, she became enamored with the prospect. Believing his lavish gifts indicated genuine intentions, Chun Ran found herself at a loss for words, appalled by her mother's actions, which felt akin to selling her off. Whether she desired marriage was irrelevant. The real concern was Zhao Shuai's character. Having dropped out of high school to venture into e-commerce, he had fortuitously capitalized on a wave of prosperity, amassing 1 to 2 million and constructing 2 villas in a small town. He considered himself a success, boasting about his lifestyle, often frequenting nightclubs to impress women, believing his financial status could easily win their affection. Ran, don't hang out with your cousin. I heard his family has been borrowing money. What can he offer you? A trip to the corner for spicy hot pot? Ha ha ha, Zhao Shuai mocked. His confidence apparent as he flaunted a newly acquired Longines watch, while his companions obediently lit cigarettes for him, all in a bid to impress Chen Ran. The acrid smoke wafted around them, reminiscent of juvenile delinquents reveling in their carefree behavior, which only served to nauseate Chen Ran further. What I do with my brother is none of your business. Please refrain from smoking in front of me. Go find somewhere else to indulge, she retorted, offering them a frosty demeanor. These individuals, despite their age, acted as if they were mere caricatures, desperate for attention. Zhao Shuai, unfazed, remained convinced of his ability to win over women, firmly believing that wealth was the key to fostering romantic relationships. I've already discussed with your mother regarding our engagement. A 30,000 deposit, followed by a 50,000 dowry, 80,000 in total. Your mother is thrilled. What objections could you possibly have? He boasted, gesturing toward a gleaming BMW 3 Series parked nearby, a car worth over 300,000. Chen Ran's expression remained impassive as she observed them, her heart unruffled. Beside her, Chao Ying's eyes widened in fascination at the sight. With a grin, she sidled up to Chen Ran, feigning intimacy. Sister Ran, are these your friends? You should introduce me. Chapter 37, My Cousin, the Eternal Deity. Everyone was astonished. Chao Ying was scheming in her heart, and Chen Ran was not oblivious to her intentions. It was evident to him that Chao Ying had been observing his conversation with Zhao Shuai with keen interest. However, when Zhao Shuai pointed to the BMW 3 Series parked nearby, her eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto her face, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Just moments ago, when Zhao Shuai and his companions were smoking, Chao Ying had been dismissive, instinctively distancing herself. Yet, upon learning that Zhao Shuai owned a car and came from wealth, her interest peaked. Previously, she had been contemplating finding a long-term benefactor at school, and now the same could apply at home. Achieving a modest financial freedom while basking in dual pleasures seemed tantalizing. If she could win the affection of a wealthy man, perhaps she could marry into affluence and become a lady of leisure. This is Zhao Shuai. You have it all wrong. We are not friends, merely acquaintances. Chen Ran explained with a frown. Acquaintances? In that case, I believe my chance has arrived. Chao Ying interjected. Zhao Gu, what business does your family engage in? That BMW looks impressive. Zhao Shuai took this opportunity to flaunt his status. I dabble in e-commerce, occasionally having people promote products for me. It's not much, just a few thousand a day. Is that true? You earn quite a bit. I'm Chen Ran's classmate. Could you add me on WeChat, considering our connection? Sure. Zhao Shuai beamed with pride, reveling in the attention. See, this is the advantage of wealth. Women approach you willingly. Chen Ran, you truly don't know what you're missing. Ran. Look, your friend has added me. Why don't you share your WeChat with me? Chen Ran chose to ignore him, inciting Zhao Shuai's irritation. What are you pretending for? Your family's modest means are hardly something to boast about. And what of your cousin? With such a poor background, why celebrate his birthday? Where can he take you that wouldn't cost money? Think carefully. Do I not measure up to you? I drive a BMW. You could join me without waiting for your cousin to take the bus. I could drop you home later. How about that? Chen Ran's expression turned icy at Zhao Shuai's words. Stop flaunting your BMW. My time with my cousin is none of your concern. My family status has nothing to do with me. To be frank, I find you unappealing. Please leave. Chen Ran's temper showed no mercy. With so many witnesses around, Zhao Shuai dared not retaliate aggressively, resorting instead to mocking her with a sardonic smile. Very well, I shall take my leave. Come on, Chao Ying, let's go. I'll drive you around the city tonight. Chao Ying's heart leaped with joy. She sensed her opportunity had arrived. Yet, as she turned to Chen Ran, she feigned embarrassment. Ran Jia, I appreciate your introduction to this friend. I find him quite reliable, primarily due to his wealth and the sense of security it brings. Allow me to share a thought. As young women, we should be pragmatic. When encountering someone affluent, we must seize the opportunity. Such chances are seldom repeated. I am the kind who would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Forgive me. Chao Ying's words aligned well with her character. Chen Ran remained silent, surprised that she had inadvertently played matchmaker. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the two seemed rather well suited. Goodbye. Farewell. Zhao Shuai placed an audacious hand on Chao Ying's shoulder, and as they turned, a thunderous roar from a V8 engine echoed from a nearby traffic light. Whoa! A Lamborghini Gallardo. Astonishment rippled through the crowd in Jiangcheng as they witnessed the arrival of such a prestigious vehicle. It's stunning. A car I could never afford in a lifetime. Even thinking about it is beyond my means. On either side of the traffic light, onlookers cast envious glances, some even capturing the moment on their phones. What astonished them further was that behind the convertible Lamborghini were 4 additional luxury vehicles, 3 Porsches, and a last imposing Mercedes-Benz G-Class. My goodness, is this a convoy of luxury cars? How magnificent! If I could ride in one of those, I would boast about it for eternity. As the red light turned green, a symphony of exhaust notes erupted in a roar. The Lamborghini Gallardo, along with a Panamera, Macung, Cayenne, and a G-Class, sped toward the high-speed rail station at breakneck speed. It was clear to everyone that this small convoy was there to pick someone up. Curiosity swirled. Who could warrant such an extravagant welcome? In a small place like Jiacheng, spotting just one Porsche was impressive, let alone a rare Lamborghini supercar. Zhao Shuai's eyes lit up at the sight of the Lamborghini, a luxury he could scarcely dream of affording. This entire convoy would take him years of hard work to acquire even one of those vehicles. Unbelievable. This is true wealth, a caliber far beyond my own. He looked back at his humble BMW 3 Series, which suddenly seemed far less appealing. 3 Series? What a pathetic vehicle. Zhao Shuai lingered in the crowd, eager to discover who was being welcomed by this fleet of luxury cars. Was it the richest person in Binhai? Finally, the 5 luxury cars came to a halt, and all eyes turned to the scene. Chen Ranjia, I've arrived. Can you see me? Get in the first car. Chen Ran smiled and waved her hand. Got it. My cousin, my eternal deity. With that, Chen Ran strode toward the convoy, dragging her luggage. Salespeople from a local dealership emerged to assist her with her bags, placing them in the Macung's trunk. Chen Ran then slid into the Lamborghini. In the next moment, the Lamborghini's convertible roof slowly opened. Lin Xiao, sporting sunglasses, occupied the passenger seat, while Chen Ran donned her own shades. Ready? Let us experience the allure of my cousin's Lamborghini. Zhao Shuai and Xiaoying stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief, jaws nearly touching the ground as they witnessed this scene, questioning everything they knew about life. Chapter 38. A delicate kiss. What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? You're dressed so impressively that I almost didn't recognize you. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. With those sunglasses perched atop his nose, it seemed as though no one was truly in love anymore. My cousin has risen to great heights. His vehicle is simply stunning. Look at that Macung behind you. That's for you. Remember when you lent me $1,000? I promised to repay you 100-fold, and that Macung is my way of honoring that promise. Lin Xiao, seated in the passenger seat, waved cheerfully at Chen Ran. She paused, her eyes sparkling with delight that she could not conceal. She had never believed Lin Xiao could achieve such success. To her astonishment, he had indeed kept his word and gifted her a Porsche. She had never imagined being able to drive a Porsche at her age. Just moments ago, the insufferable Zhao Shuai had been boasting about his BMW 3 Series. And now she found herself seated behind the wheel of a Lamborghini, with a Porsche and a G-Wagon trailing behind. The exhilaration was beyond words. Without further ado, it was clear that I must cling to my cousin's coattails from now on. Henceforth, I shall be yours, dear cousin. I seek your patronage, ha ha ha. Come, let us take a joyride. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuai and Xiaoying remained rooted on the roadside, pondering why Chen Ran had suddenly hopped into the Lamborghini. This twist of fate had come far too swiftly. Hadn't Chen Ran's mother just mentioned that the boy's family was in dire straits? Struggling to find someone to lend them money? What utter nonsense! Was this what they call being destitute? Moments earlier, he had flaunted his BMW 3 Series, feeling superior, only to realize he had been a fool all along. Zhao Shuai glanced at his own BMW 3 Series. Damn, I'm selling this car. Xiaoying stood motionless, her hair swaying gently in the breeze, her expression somewhat disheveled. She had just been lecturing Chen Ran, and now, standing in stark contrast, she felt utterly crushed. While Chen Ran drove a Lamborghini, she had only been eager for a mere BMW 3 Series. It wasn't that the BMW was lacking, but when compared to the pinnacle of supercars like the Lamborghini, it paled in insignificance. Had she known Chen Ran was waiting for a Lamborghini, she would have eagerly wished to sit on that boy's lap, taking a photo for social media to satisfy her vanity. However, had Chen Ran known that this girl desired to sit on her cousin's lap, she would have surely kicked her out of the car. The girl sat in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, looking like a tomboy. Unabashedly, she drove with one hand while the other casually draped over Lin Zhao's shoulder, chattering away endlessly. The onlookers were left speechless. Is this how one drives a Lamborghini? This girl is awfully bold. She can drive however she pleases. Who cares? After all, she is the one behind the wheel of a Lamborghini. Enough said. Today, dear cousin, I shall treat you. Where shall we go? Chen Ran, didn't you say you would take me to the Magic City later? The Magic City? That will have to wait until after your exams. Once you're done, Your sister will ensure you have a splendid time." Seeing Chun Ran so excited, Lin Xiao understood completely. It wasn't just her exuberant personality. Any girl would be thrilled to drive a luxury car for the first time. Chun Ran, however, wore her excitement openly, her joy evident on her face. "Yet, dear cousin, your Lamborghini is rather cramped, allowing only one passenger, and the driver's seat is quite snug. No worries, we're both slim. A little squeeze is healthy." The girl patted her well-developed chest. "By the way, cousin, now that you're so wealthy, do you think other girls in your car often feel hot?" Lin Xiao pondered. That's quite true. At that moment, he realized he needed to maintain his boundaries. He must resist the temptations of those girls, lest he fall into an abyss of no return. "Lin Xiao, why is my cousin lecturing me?" Chun Ran's words were primarily inspired by Chowing. Had Chowing known Lin Xiao arrived in a Lamborghini, she would have surely sought every opportunity to get into his car. "Don't worry, dear cousin. This car will only carry you." Lin Xiao noticed the sidelong glance from Chun Ran. The girl had not adorned herself with intricate makeup, yet her natural beauty shone through. Beautiful cars and beautiful women are, after all, often mentioned together. Chun Ran shot him a playful glare, puffing her cheeks in mock annoyance. "You're still young, yet you speak like an old lecher." The two drove onward, parking the car in the lot of Lin Xiao's residential complex. Chun Ran switched to the Porsche Macan that Lin Xiao had gifted her, continuing their adventure. She declared that this should be her last moment of relaxation before the upcoming exams. From then on, she would have to rely on him for diligent study. Skipping classes would no longer be an option. Though she knew Lin Xiao was now affluent, education remained vital for enhancing one's character to become a cultured and sophisticated individual. "I truly miss you. In every rainy season, what you choose to forget is what I cherish the most." The paper is short, yet emotions run deep. My story is all about you. In a KTV room illuminated by crystal chandeliers, a vivacious girl held the microphone, her head swaying gently as she passionately sang, showcasing her charming demeanor. The KTV was not particularly extravagant, and the room housed only Chun Ran and Lin Xiao, yet the atmosphere was perfectly delightful. "Happy birthday, dear cousin." Chun Ran beamed at Lin Xiao, holding the microphone. "Did you just play the original version? Was that you singing?" "It can't be. It sounded too good to be true." Lin Xiao leaned back on the sofa, teasing her while subtly complimenting Chun Ran. He understood her temperament well. She enjoyed flattery. "Dare to say something negative about me, and I might just drop the microphone and unleash my wrath upon you. Today is your birthday, cousin, and I have a gift for you." "What kind of gift?" Chun Ran's eyes sparkled mischievously as she approached Lin Xiao, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Is this really your gift?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. Why the sudden gesture? At this rate, familial affection might be crossing into uncharted territory. "Don't overthink it. It's perfectly normal for a sister to kiss her brother. Besides, we've known each other since childhood. What haven't we seen?" With her arms crossed, she feigned indifference. Yet the blush creeping up her ears and the warmth on her cheeks hinted at another story. "Study well, and aim to join me in the Magic City. I'll be waiting for you there." Chapter 39. While we prepare for the college entrance examination, you are researching controlled nuclear fusion? I spent a brief yet delightful day of dual cultivation with my cousin. This experience was exceedingly pleasant, accompanied by Chun Ran. I savored the finest culinary offerings of the coastal city. Life is indeed lavish after attaining wealth. However, the time until the college entrance examination grows ever shorter. Before departing, Chun Ran earnestly expressed her hope that she could secure admission to the magical city, wishing to introduce Lin Xiao to its vibrant splendor. Given Lin Xiao's current academic performance, gaining entrance to a vocational college in the magical city should pose little challenge, though a prestigious institution would still be somewhat formidable. After all, he has not had the opportunity to review his studies these past few days, and as far as the comprehensive exam is concerned, neglecting revision for just a few days could result in a complete loss of previously acquired knowledge. As the examination date approaches, Lin Xiao finds himself with little time to waste. He decides to forego studying altogether. During this period, he has been utilizing the futuristic brain device gifted by Mr. Qin to deepen his understanding of controlled nuclear fusion and facilitate information transmission. In the blink of an eye, June arrives, bringing with it sweltering heat, compounded by the anxiety of an impending life-changing event. Every senior at Jiangxing High School is engulfed in a sense of restlessness. Fortunately, a few recent showers have provided a refreshing respite from the oppressive heat, as the summer rain gently falls, cooling the campus. By 6:30 in the morning, students in the classroom are already fervently reciting their notes, making a final push in these last few days. However, To their astonishment, Lin Xiao has yet to make an appearance. His seat has remained unoccupied for 2 weeks, and the students grow increasingly curious about his absence. What could Lin Xiao possibly be doing? With the exams so near, has he truly given up? During a brief break between morning self-study sessions, the students cast glances at Lin Xiao's vacant spot. Their curiosity piqued. Isn't it obvious? He must have given up. Clearly, he doesn't intend to continue. I wager he's working in an electronics factory by now. Oh, how unfortunate. With Lin Xiao's abilities, if he just put in a little effort, he could easily gain admission to a private university. Why has he thrown in the towel? Just think about it. His family is in dire straits. With parents in debt and constantly facing collectors, how could he possibly concentrate on his studies? If I were in his position, I would also seek work. Getting into a factory early might alleviate some of the pressure on his family. Moreover, given his circumstances, even if he were to pass the exams, his family would struggle to support him. How demoralizing would that be? And he still needs to be able to succeed on the exam. After all, he hasn't been studying. In his heart, he has already surrendered. Listening to their classmates' discussions, Yu Wanwan's expression darkens. Recently, she has sent numerous messages to Lin Xiao, but his responses have been exceedingly perfunctory, leaving her anxious about what might be happening with him. Is he truly foregoing the exams? She envisions a future where they walk hand in hand through a liberating university campus. By the way, Wang Hao? Haven't you been in touch with Lin Xiao lately? Wang Hao, wearing a grim expression, lets out a wry smile. If I could reach him, I would have dragged him back to school by now. I genuinely fear he might be contemplating something drastic. I'm uncertain of his family situation. A few days ago, I went to his house to find him, only to discover they've moved. To where? I have no idea. Lin Xiao's close friend, Wang Hao, has been worried about his absence from school. A few days ago, he made a special trip to Jiangxing to check on him, only to find he no longer resides in his previous location. He knows his good friend must be facing tremendous challenges at this time. With an uncertain future and a struggling family, as the exams approach, he might not even have a place to sleep at night. Wang Hao wishes to support his friend. After all, his parents are in the mining business and have some financial means. Yet, he fears that doing so might further bruise Lin Xiao's pride. Let us not waste our time worrying about him. It's none of our business. If he doesn't come to school, that just means he won't hold our class back. Li Jia, seated in the front row, turns around with an indifferent demeanor, twirling his pen. Exactly. If he has given up, he'll end up working in a factory, and when we meet again, we won't even be in the same world. I've encountered those who left high school to work in factories, and they are often the dregs of society. Don't take offense, it's a harsh truth. In the factory, no matter how ambitious or dream-filled you are, life will grind you down. Indeed, by then, society will have dulled their edges. We will be attending top universities, emerging as white-collar workers, spending weekends comfortably at Starbucks. But what about Lin Xiao? He'll be toiling away for survival, unable to afford a home, let alone a car. When he sees us, he'll feel like a mere shadow. The students' assertions possess a certain validity. Such is the nature of society. Yet, are they certain it is Lin Xiao they are discussing? At this moment, Lin Xiao finds himself in the most opulent hotel by the coast, seated before a floor-to-ceiling window with an array of exquisite delicacies spread across a crystal table. Equipped with the futuristic brain device, he diligently employs neural technology to master the information provided by Mr. Chain. This process demands considerable mental exertion, thus necessitating the finest sustenance. He toils until the early hours, around 4 or 5 o'clock, only to notice the dawn breaking. To his surprise, the lights of the office building across the street are only just being extinguished. Is there anyone more diligent than me? It turns out they are programmers. That explains it. During the previous night, utilizing the futuristic brain device, he successfully navigated the first challenging phase of his quest for controlled nuclear fusion, the development of high-temperature materials. With this initial hurdle overcome, the next step involves addressing the ignition of the reaction apparatus. Currently, the known tokamak device generates temperatures of 200 million degrees Celsius through collisions of high-energy particles within plasma. Nonetheless, progress must be made methodically. Such endeavors cannot be rushed. As Lin Xiao brushes his teeth, he gazes at his handsome face in the mirror, noticing no signs of fatigue from his sleepless night. This is primarily due to the exceptional quality of his food, accommodations, and skincare products. There is no need for haste, with 5 days remaining until the exams. He decides to rest. Should his classmates witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. While we prepare for the college entrance examination, you are researching controlled nuclear fusion? His reluctance to prepare for the exams does not stem from a sense of abandonment, but rather from the pressing need to master this pivotal knowledge. With the ability to harness controlled nuclear fusion, surely gaining admission to an undergraduate program would not be insurmountable. Chapter 40. Just as the 2 nanometers lithography machine emerged, the possibility of controlled nuclear fusion is also on the horizon. Time flies swiftly. The college entrance examination is approaching. Lin Xiao indeed desires to attend university, curious to experience what university life truly entails. He believes that if he dedicates himself to preparing for the exam, as his teachers have suggested, gaining admission to a private undergraduate program should not be overly challenging. Moreover, he is now quite affluent, alleviating any concerns regarding tuition fees. However, he is aware that this path would consume a significant amount of his time, reducing him to a mere question-answering machine in a small town. There exists a more favorable alternative: to submit his theoretical framework to Director Liu of the Internal Affairs Bureau. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind. Perhaps this time, the information he shares with Director Liu might be too complex for him to comprehend. It would be wiser to present it directly to the scholars at the research institutes. After much contemplation, he concluded that the seasoned professors at the research institutes might find value in his theoretical framework. While Director Liu is efficient in his work, this submission is not a physical lithography machine, but rather an entire theoretical system, a domain in which Liu Hanxing lacks expertise. Lin Xiao promptly summoned his spatial trading assistant, Xiao Yi, requesting that she package the theory and send it via email to the experts at the Lonka Institute and the research institutes. Xiao Yi, please inform them that I possess the complete theoretical framework for controlled nuclear fusion and inquire whether I might enroll in an undergraduate program to experience university life soon. The trading assistant facilitated the dispatch. The capabilities of this assistant are extraordinary. During the previous transaction involving the lithography machine, the counterpart could not trace his personal address or any information through any channel. This trading assistant bears resemblance to the systems often depicted in mindless web novels. Furthermore, Xiao Yi, since I aim to leverage this opportunity for university admission, please divulge a portion of my information. Otherwise, they might struggle to locate me, rendering my efforts futile. His prior submission of the lithography machine was intended to embarrass foreign entities while also securing wealth for himself. However, this time, his primary ambition is to gain undergraduate admission first, as this represents the starting point for the celestial aspirations of their nation. Within the halls of the Longhua Academy of Sciences, experts and scholars remain engrossed in the research of the recently submitted lithography machine by a passionate patriot. The intricate internal components and layers of the machine are beyond the imagination of all researchers. They find it hard to believe that such an advanced product of a bygone era has surfaced in their own country. Although mastering this technology remains a daunting challenge, they are gradually piecing together insights. Fearing the boundless nature of truth, they embrace the joy of progress. At this midnight hour, some experts persist in their arduous study of the 2 nanometers lithography machine. Despite the difficulty, they are determined to confront the challenge head-on, motivated by their nation's rapid advancements. This relentless pursuit embodies the wild spirit and fortitude of Chinese scientists. Most researchers, including academician Zhou Shuwen and his team, have allocated their resources to the 2 nanometers lithography machine, leaving other departments within the academy somewhat desolate. In the external reception department, only a single intern teacher is present to manage the academy's emails. This department was initially established to facilitate discussions and exchanges with patriotic grassroots experts, aiming to harness the wisdom of these scholars to tackle problems currently beyond their reach. However, since its inception, the department has yet to discover a true grassroots expert, encountering only fanciful and far-fetched pseudo-academic propositions. The on-duty teacher, a graduate of Tsinghua University, can easily discern such pseudo-academic content. These outlandish ideas could only exist within the realm of science fiction. For now, realizing them is utterly implausible. Intriguingly, a proposal for a space elevator design principle and construction scheme catches the teacher's eye. Curiosity piqued. He clicks to glance at it, but soon dismisses it with a disdainful smirk, deleting the email. The concepts from science fiction remain too distant from reality, and this design principle is excessively avant-garde, with no chance of realization. Another email arrives, this time concerning quantum artificial intelligence technology. He schemes through it, shaking his head in resignation. This is even less intriguing, purely a product of excessive Marvel movie consumption, grossly detached from reality, neglecting objective factors. Nevertheless, He browses these pseudo-academic materials with a sense of curiosity, relishing the feeling of superiority over such fanciful notions. Engaging with these imaginative ideas allows him to critique their impracticality, granting him a slight sense of satisfaction and joy. Otherwise, the monotony of work would be unbearable. Since his employment began, he has yet to encounter anything that truly captivates his attention. Ding dong. Another email chimes in the reception department. This time, it is a study on the principles and methods of controlled nuclear fusion technology. This seems even less feasible, he muses. After all, if their academy lacks the capability to research such advanced technology, is it plausible that someone from the grassroots could possess it? Perhaps it is yet another derivative of a science fiction narrative? However, as a night shift teacher, reviewing emails falls within his job description, and he has little else to occupy his time. Thus, with a hint of curiosity, he opens the email, preparing to critique its shortcomings. Coincidentally, during his graduate studies at Tsinghua, he harbored an interest in controlled nuclear fusion, dedicating 6 months to the subject before his advisor dismissed it outright, chastising him for pursuing such impractical endeavors devoid of value. He hopes this email will not disappoint him too greatly and at least resonate with his former thoughts. Upon opening the email, he begins to peruse its contents meticulously. To his surprise, the moment he delves deeper, his brow furrows slightly. The email contains a plethora of intricate formulas and profoundly complex scientific theories. He swallows hard, his demeanor shifting from casual disinterest to earnest engagement. He even retrieves his phone to conduct simple model calculations alongside these formulas. He discovers that the theories presented in this email diverge significantly from his previously naive musings. This is indeed a profoundly academic exploration. Is there truly a grassroots expert among them? Astonishing. Following the prior submission of the 2 nanometers lithography machine, another email now presents the theoretical methods for controlled nuclear fusion. Who could have imagined this? He hastily contacts the reception department's director. Director Zhao, I am on duty in the reception room, and I have come across an email containing content of significant research value. I have conducted some preliminary calculations, and there are many aspects I do not fully understand. Are you available to discuss this now? Oh, you found something you can't comprehend in an email? You are a graduate of Tsinghua, after all. Enough of the chatter. I was just engaged in conversation with the individuals from the lithography department. They seem to believe that merely researching a lithography machine is a commendable feat and have excluded me from participation. Since I find myself with nothing to occupy my time, I shall make my way over to see what they are discussing. Zhao Shuren, the head of the Material Research Division, had intended to partake in the lithography research today, yet they insisted he take a rest. The implication is rather evident. They do not wish for him to be involved. Since I have some free time, I might as well investigate what they are speaking of. Upon arriving at the reception area, the supervising teacher promptly vacated a seat for him. No need for that. I shall simply stand and observe. He glanced at the title and murmured to himself, Controlled nuclear fusion? Is that for real? Subsequently, he fixated intently on the computer screen, murmuring to himself, these equations are indeed compelling. Notably, he has employed a rather innovative energy methodology as a prominent figure in the material research field. He found himself particularly intrigued by this new energy source. While he was not entirely familiar with the other equations, he recognized that each one was meticulously constructed, carrying significant verification potential. It dawned on him that this email was genuinely remarkable. It possesses feasibility, indeed, a high degree of it. Swiftly, he thought, report. It is imperative to submit this immediately. The old-timers must see this. The feasibility is overwhelmingly strong. If this could truly be realized, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the academic landscape of humanity. Chapter 41. Convening the team for a meeting. In the capital city, within the esteemed Dragon National Academy of Sciences, the sky was enveloped in darkness, yet one particular area radiated with brilliant light, the Dragon National Strategic Research Center for Scientific Development. This vast laboratory was dedicated to the meticulous study of the 2-nanometer lithography machine, with a dozen esteemed experts engrossed in their work. Throughout the night, they engaged in experiments, data collection, and model calculations, their dedication reaching a fervent state of unwavering commitment. The spirit of perseverance among the scientists of our nation was resolute. They would not relent until their goals were achieved. However, physical well-being is paramount. The Academy's president urged the team to take a break, reminding them one by one to rest. Only when they glanced at the clock did they realize it was already past midnight. It's getting late. You should all rest now. Leave everything here to the duty personnel. Take care of yourselves. Old Zhou. Old Li, you must ensure you are well rested. Otherwise, how can you continue with your work? Zhou Shuwen chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Everyone is still engrossed in research. How can I return to rest? I cannot bear to face them. The esteemed academic was reluctant to leave, still burdened by unresolved challenges. He knew that if he returned home, his mind would be restless, tossing and turning in bed. The thought of not overcoming these difficulties weighed heavily on him, making even sleep feel like a betrayal to his country. The president, exasperated, remarked, "How old are you? The younger folks have the stamina. We should refrain from overexerting ourselves. Go back and rest now. Dawn is approaching." Director Fong, observing the students nearby, added, "Old Zhou, you should head back. We'll handle things here." The president sighed in resignation. Such scenarios unfolded daily, with endless persuasion and gentle coaxing required to convince them to rest. Without these efforts, none would budge from their posts. Finally, after much coaxing from the president, they reluctantly agreed to take a break, though by dawn, many would rise again to continue their work. Director Fong and a few students on duty decided to rest briefly in the laboratory. At that moment, someone rushed in. "Director Fong, your phone. It's a call from the reception department." Surprised, Fong wondered, a call from the reception? How unusual. This department had become somewhat of a formality since its establishment, only serving to host occasional meetings. He speculated that Zhao Shuren might be inquiring about their laboratory again, as every scholar wished to catch a glimpse of the 2-nanometer lithography machine. "Hello, Director Zhao. Why are you calling from reception again? I told you to rest today and not come by. Last time, you spent 3 sleepless nights in the lab. If something happens to you, we will be responsible." Zhao Shuren pouted and did not bother to explain his situation. Instead, he said, "Old Fong, there is something I need you and your team to check out." "Oh, is it something concerning your department? Has someone sent over information for academic exchange? Weren't all those previous propositions dismissed?" Zhao replied, "This time, it's different. There are still people on duty in the lab, right? Hurry and bring them over to take a look." "All right, I just finished up here. I'll bring the students along." Director Fong and a few students hastily made their way over. On the way, they speculated about what might have occurred that warranted their presence. Was the research on the lithography machine the utmost priority? If old Zhao said there was something significant, it would be wise to investigate. Upon arrival, they discovered an email. "What is this? Controlled nuclear fusion technology? Is this a joke?" One student whispered. However, as they delved into the theoretical formulas, a palpable tension filled the air. Their expressions turned grave, lips pressed tight, and breaths became shallow. A few students swallowed hard, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. No one uttered a word. Time seemed to stand still. Whose idea is this? These theories are unprecedented. We had never considered such a direction. Director Fong, these data are incredibly rigorous. Each formula possesses its rationale. I believe it is insufficient for just us to review this. In the reception room, everyone stood frozen, unable to regain their composure. "Director Fong, what do you think? These data quick, look. There is a signature on this email." "What?" The researchers leaned closer. And as they read, they saw the signature, the small-town problem solver. Puzzled, they exchanged glances, and one student explained the meaning behind the term. Everyone's faces flushed with excitement. "There exists a theoretical formula for controlled nuclear fusion, and you refer to this as the small-town problem solver? Last time it was the 2-nanometer lithography machine. Now it's controlled nuclear fusion. Director Fong, are there so many hidden talents in our nation? I feel as if all these years of study have been in vain. Don't even get me started. I feel as if my decades dedicated to materials engineering have been for naught." After some discussion, both Director Fong and Director Zhao concluded this matter must be escalated. It was beyond their control. They needed to summon the elder scholars from the academy. If our nation were to master controlled nuclear fusion, the implications would be historically significant, capable of shaking the world. For now, this matter must remain confidential. This email must remain on this computer alone, with no possibility of dissemination. Additionally, all personnel must sign a confidentiality agreement, and the academy must be temporarily sealed off, prohibiting any entry or exit. This issue demands utmost seriousness. Without delay, Director Fong made a call to the president, requesting him to gather more experts, scholars, and researchers from the academy. President Hua Fuxing, having just returned the researchers to their rest, felt exhausted himself. When Director Fong called, he groggily answered, "Old Fong, is there something that cannot wait until tomorrow? It's late, and everyone is weary." "Director Hua, there is an email I need you to discuss with our senior scholars. It's of great importance." Hua Fuxing shook his head. What could be so important about this email? Let us speak of it tomorrow. Academician Zhou and Dr. Li have only just managed to rest. Moreover, at this juncture, our foremost objective is to achieve a breakthrough in the 2-nanometer lithography machine. The leaders have emphasized in previous meetings that we must produce semi-finished products of the lithography machine this year. Through these products, we can replicate our technology and ultimately gain mastery over it, Director Hua earnestly conveyed to Director Fong. We cannot afford to disappoint the patriotic individual who has invested such heartfelt efforts, can we? We need to realign our current research direction. Hua Fuxing believed that the majority of scholars in the institute are currently focused on researching the lithography machine. They have communicated with the authorities, striving for a significant breakthrough by the end of this year to uphold our mission. Diverting talent to less critical matters or trivial details would only scatter their attention, rendering them incapable of meaningful research. In essence, they would find themselves overwhelmed and powerless. Therefore, it is impossible for me to reach out to everyone at this moment. You should return and rest. Tomorrow morning, when you come to work, I will check in. As the head of research, Director Hua also bears managerial responsibilities, handling various affairs. He was utterly exhausted, truly unable to move any further. Director Hua, I just had a discussion with Director Zhao and the students. The theory regarding that email is indeed feasible, with a remarkably high likelihood of success. We now require experts and scholars from various fields to conduct comprehensive validations. What email? Director Hua inquired, perplexed. The controllable nuclear fusion technology. Director Hua fell silent for a few seconds, then swiftly donned his coat. Hang up the phone. Now, immediately. Summon all personnel in the institute to convene a meeting in my name. Additionally, notify talents from other institutes to send personnel over. Hurry. Chapter 42. If true, it will shock the entire world. What could this be? Early in the morning, we received an urgent notification from the Academy of Sciences to head over. At 6 o'clock, weary from sleep, a group of scholars were summoned to a meeting at the Academy, their faces filled with confusion. Previously, they had been outpaced by the old-timers at the Academy regarding the lithography machine, leaving the researchers from Lonka University with no opportunity to explore the 2-nanometer lithography machine. What could they possibly want from them now? Were they perhaps mocking Lonka University for having conquered the 2-nanometer lithography machine? Despite their thoughts, they felt obliged to show respect to the Academy's president, Hua Fuxing. After all, research is research, and they were curious to see what the old guards at the Academy were up to, with the lithography machine already in hand. What more could they possibly want to show? Day after day, they remained skeptical that the Academy had anything of substance to offer. On the bus, upon hearing the chatter, Lonka University's president, Tao Zhengli, offered a wry smile and advised everyone not to rush. Let me make a call to President Hua and inquire about the urgency of our summons. Tao hesitated momentarily before dialing the number. Meanwhile, at the Academy, President Hua Fuxing was en route to the reception area. Seeing the incoming call from Tao, he quickly answered, "Hello? Old Tao, where are you? Have you arrived?" President Hua, what is the situation? Could it be that there has been a significant breakthrough with the 2-nanometer lithography machine, and you want us to see your latest advancements? Tao bluntly voiced his curiosity. Hua paused for a moment and shook his head. If that were the case, I wouldn't have summoned you so urgently. There is something far more pressing. What? Something even more urgent? The bus carrying dozens of experts from Lonka University fell into an unusual silence. Everyone held their breath, eagerly listening to Tao's phone call. Indeed, one could say it is a product that transcends eras. Should it succeed, our nation's scientific and technological advancements will experience immeasurable breakthroughs. No exaggeration, I assure you. The success of this research will herald the revival of our great nation. At these words, all the experts on the bus were taken aback. What could it be? President Hua's statement had thoroughly piqued their curiosity. It is worth noting that Hua Fuxing is a towering figure in the realm of science and technology in Long Nation, a leader in the scientific community. His words implied the immense value of this research. I can only say so much. You will understand upon your arrival. The military is already prepared to intervene, and this research must remain confidential. I must end this call now. I await your arrival at the Academy. Beep. The bus was engulfed in a long silence. President Hua certainly understood the importance of building anticipation. Everyone was desperate to uncover what was happening. Driver, could you possibly drive a bit faster? On the other side, in the reception room, a modest office of less than 60 square meters was filled with gray-haired professors gathered around a computer. Among them were President Hua Fuxing, Director Fong, Director Zhao, and the recently arrived academician Zhou Shuwen, along with a few scattered researchers. Until the other experts arrived, the meeting could not commence. For now, they could only squint through their reading glasses at the screen. Having slept only 3 hours, Zhou Shuwen was instantly re-energized by the news of a more crucial research topic. He even skipped breakfast, embodying the phrase to be so engrossed in study as to forget to eat or sleep. Controlled nuclear fusion? President Hua. This is not something to be taken lightly. If it's true, it would be terrifying. Zhou, wearing a simple cap, leaned forward eagerly, straining to see the screen. Old Zhao, let me have a look. Don't block my view. Old Shou, you were involved with the lithography machine. Leave this to us. This is not your forte. Director Zhao chuckled, playfully obstructing Zhou's view. They were concerned that Zhao was overexerting himself and needed rest. Not my forte? Science knows no boundaries. To be honest, I contemplated controlled nuclear fusion 20 years ago, but people said I was mad. 2 decades ago, such ideas were unthinkable. Let us not quarrel. While the lithography machine was indeed our team's research, I, too, wish to see this. Zhou's enthusiasm prompted the others to yield, allowing him to come closer for a better look. Zhao couldn't help but think, is this yielding? It seems like he wants it all. Zhou narrowed his eyes, studying the dense array of characters on the screen. Within less than a minute, his expression shifted dramatically. Director Zhao, quickly assist me. Director Zhao observed Zhou, whose hands trembled with excitement, his head shaking as well. Incredible. It is hard to fathom that these theories could truly be verified. Just these new atomic arrangements have already surpassed this era. Based on these experiments, I believe this material indeed holds the potential for realization. Though Zhou was well into his elder years, his body far from its prime, the recent sleepless nights had taken a toll, amplifying his agitation. Both President Hua and Director Zhao hurriedly brought a chair for Zhou to sit down and catch his breath. Once seated, Zhou neglected to drink water, his aged fingers still pointing at the data on the computer screen, murmuring to himself, "Help me up again. I must see once more." If this new material aligns with the formulas discussed in the email, its validation would lead to the emergence of materials capable of enduring temperatures nearing 100 million degrees, bringing controlled nuclear fusion technology to fruition. Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, removing his glasses and exhaling deeply. Regardless of these materials, if this novel substance can indeed produce a tokamak device, it might indicate that they have achieved preliminary ignition in controlled nuclear fusion. Silence. Upon hearing Zhou's words, the atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. The audience was deeply shaken by the theory. If the individual who submitted this theory succeeded in ignition, it would mean that nuclear fusion as an energy source could genuinely be harnessed for humanity. Moreover, it would signify that our nation was the pioneer in this discovery. For Long Nation, poised at the dawn of a new era, the impact was undeniably profound. International critics had mocked our nation for lacking its own technology, claiming that we could only rely on imports, spending exorbitant sums to acquire foreign technology, and asserting that our innovation was subpar. However, should controlled nuclear fusion come to fruition, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. Chapter 43. Submitting controlled nuclear fusion to the state for undergraduate admission? As this thought crossed their minds, an electrifying excitement enveloped everyone present, causing them to lean over their computers, their eyes fixated on the screen as they meticulously calculated the intricate formulas laid before them. Previously, I had believed that such theoretical advancements would require at least 50 years of development to reach this level. However, the current revelations were nothing short of breathtaking. Hua Fuxing could not help but express his astonishment. Simultaneously, he found himself curious about the identity of the individual who sent the email, a talent from the small town, known for their problem-solving prowess. If the Academy of Sciences could discover such talents sooner, it would undoubtedly usher in a figure of monumental significance in the future. While the crowd continued their earnest examination, Hua Fuxing's phone rang. It was a response from the defense and military agencies, following a call he had made recently. "Director Hua, what brings you to contact me so early in the morning?" Came a robust voice from the other end, belonging to a middle-aged man. "Old Wei, I have some exceedingly important matters to discuss. You must find a way to ensure the safety of our personnel and these materials." Wei Jun from the defense agency appeared somewhat puzzled. Hadn't they already dispatched personnel for the matter concerning the 2-nanometer lithography machine? Moreover, they had sent their elite forces in conjunction with the military agency. Aware that such matters could not be taken lightly, he understood the dire consequences should foreign forces take notice. They were already adequately staffed. Could there be something else at play? "Director Hua, our elite personnel are all with you. Is that not sufficient?" Given their familiarity, their conversation lacked formality, and Wei Jun chuckled lightly. You are unaware, just this morning, an email was sent that both I and academician Zhou have reviewed. This email is crucial, pertaining to controlled nuclear fusion technology, and the feasibility of the current device's disassembly has been confirmed. What? Controlled nuclear fusion? Director Hua, you cannot be serious. It is indeed true. Academician Zhou has confirmed its feasibility. Would he jest about such matters? Wei Jun's demeanor shifted to grave seriousness, his previously light-hearted attitude vanishing. Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Director Hua, I will take full responsibility for the protection of the materials and the safety of the experts." Good. The experts are on their way, so please implement measures promptly. After concluding the call, other experts from the academy had already been notified to convene. Scholars from Lonka University were also en route. The 1,000-person conference hall, where I had arranged for personnel to gather, would soon host a joint discussion on the matter of controlled nuclear fusion devices with experts from various fields. The 1,000-person conference hall stands as the Academy's largest meeting venue, typically reserved for international experts visiting for research. It mirrors the grandeur of the most prestigious conference halls in the Dragon Kingdom, featuring tiered seating with dedicated computers at each position. In no time, under the leadership of Director Hua Fuxing, several high-ranking officials, including 3 vice presidents and prominent figures from various disciplines, occupied the front rows. Following them were professors from the branches of atomic energy, physics, and chemical molecular materials, all taking their seats. Finally, nearly 100 renowned experts and scholars, including the president of Lonka University, Tao Zhengli, arrived swiftly by bus. The front rows of the hall were filled, while the back rows were prepared for the elite forces dispatched by the defense and military joint departments, ensuring rigorous security protocols. All nearby listening devices, signal receivers, and unauthorized personnel were eliminated. Before taking their seats, everyone underwent thorough security checks, surrendering electronic devices to guarantee absolute confidentiality for the meeting. As the experts from Lonka University settled in, they remained unclear about the situation. Director Hua, what is the urgent matter that necessitated our presence? Director Hua urged everyone to remain calm. Please hold your questions. Once everyone is seated, I will explain the situation. Observing the impressive assembly of leading figures from the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom, it was evident that the gravity of the meeting was significant, especially given the involvement of the defense and military departments. The catalyst for this meeting stemmed from an academic email sent by a user known as Small Town Problem Solver. The attendees understood the seriousness of the situation, even speculating that the meeting might revolve around the 2-nanometer lithography machine, as its emergence had been the most impactful development in recent memory. However, they were mistaken. This news was even more astonishing than the lithography machine. Good morning, everyone. Let us commence the meeting. As researchers, I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. I now invite Director Zhao to send a confidential email to the computers in front of you, with the password being this. He urged everyone to manage their emotions and maintain silence. After the email was dispatched, attendees swiftly entered the dynamic password. Subsequently, the room fell into a profound silence, with everyone holding their breath as they began to meticulously review the contents of the email. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed, and the expressions of all present grew exceedingly peculiar. They occasionally glanced up, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at Hua Fuxing. Their hearts were now overwhelmed with astonishment, leaving them speechless, fixated on their screens while casting dazed looks at the director. They yearned to inquire of Hua Fuxing. Whose theory is this? They understood that if controlled nuclear fusion were to be successfully developed, it would equate to solving the long-sought goals and challenges for all present. Long ago, such concepts had been proposed, but at that time, they were merely regarded as lofty aspirations. Even in recent years, controlled nuclear fusion had seemed like a distant dream, and to voice such notions was considered folly. Yet, this aspiration had long been fervently pursued by all, as the energy crisis remained the ultimate dilemma in human technology. Regardless of the field, technological advancement required a resolution to energy challenges. Currently, every nation recognized the dwindling of traditional energy sources while the instability of new energy sources posed further complications. Controlled nuclear fusion presented itself as the most viable solution to the energy crisis, capable of defying the laws of energy conservation and achieving perpetual energy, an unprecedented development with global ramifications. They all understood that creating a controlled nuclear fusion device was no less challenging than the development of the atomic bomb. In today's era, it would be even more formidable. Hua Fuxing cast a glance at the audience below, and as he had anticipated, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief upon reading the email. as if they had witnessed the sun rising from the west. What a remarkable feat. This is truly innovative, a concept for constructing a new type of material that is at least a generation ahead of us. As mentioned above, if this material could be researched, it would undoubtedly withstand the extreme temperatures of a controllable nuclear fusion device. In the future, our Dragon Nation has a significant chance of achieving this technology. A genius. Indeed, this is pure genius. This individual is not confined by the knowledge from textbooks but instead seeks unique solutions, which is exactly the kind of innovative talent our Dragon Nation needs. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of this technology potentially being implemented. They were eager to dive into research overnight. If they could witness controllable nuclear fusion technology succeed in our Dragon Nation within their lifetimes, becoming the first in the world to achieve this feat, all the experts and scholars present would feel utterly fulfilled. They would take great pride in seeing their country soar to new heights, ultimately realizing the dream of the Dragon Nation, and everyone was deeply moved. Academician Joe, please do not compete with me on this. Our team has taken on this research. Even if we must sacrifice everything, we will complete this mission with honor. Our Dragon University will not yield this time. Why should all research projects be given to the Academy of Sciences? It's our turn now, and all scholars at Dragon University will strive to accomplish this task. Despite Hua Fuxing having already issued a precautionary note to everyone, they still lost composure over the email. Beginning to contest the research rights for this project during the meeting, Hua Fuxing cleared his throat. As the head of the institute, his words carried weight. Everyone, please settle down and listen to me, he said, his voice steady and authoritative. I believe you have all read the contents of this email. We will hold this seminar to discuss the feasibility of controllable nuclear fusion. If anyone has objections, please raise your hand rather than discussing among yourselves. Once Hua Fuxing finished speaking, the room quieted instantly. They resumed their examination of the email. A few minutes later, someone raised their hand. The theories and ideas presented in this email are astonishingly advanced, almost as if they belong to a different era. After reading it, I feel enlightened. Yet I am curious, who was the sender of this email? Everyone present nodded thoughtfully, intrigued about the identity of such an extraordinary individual. The theories seemed to originate from someone beyond their time. Hua Fuxing chuckled wryly. The email was sent under a pseudonym, the town exam taker. The town exam taker? The audience buzzed with confusion. This individual has developed a controllable nuclear fusion device? How ironic. With such technology and theories, why choose such a cryptic alias? If this research were to be publicly reported to the top academies, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic shift in the scientific community. Such a theory would gain international acclaim, leading to Nobel Prize recognition, fame, and fortune. This person would be the center of global attention. Yet, this individual chose to remain anonymous. Could it be that they are indifferent to fame and fortune? At this thought, everyone in the grand hall felt a deep respect for this anonymous genius who proposed the concept of controllable nuclear fusion. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Lu Hanxing had also received information regarding the two leading domestic academies. Such matters were hardly confidential for someone in his position. The news of controllable nuclear fusion had reached him through a person named the town exam taker, which left him utterly astonished. It could be said that since Mr. Lin sent the 2-nanometer lithography machine, this was yet another unprecedented event. What is happening in our Dragon Nation? So many extraordinary individuals are emerging. This is fantastic. The more such talent we have, the better it will serve our Dragon Nation. That morning, Lu Hanxing had asked Xiao Wang to drive him to the Academy of Sciences without delay. He was still pondering the identity of this remarkable person when suddenly, another email appeared on his phone. It was from Mr. Lin. After a period of silence, Mr. Lin had sent new information. Lu opened the email, and the next moment, he sat in the car, dumbfounded, his breath quickening, his mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief. Director Lu, what's wrong? What's so shocking? Aren't you still on your way to the meeting? Assistant Xiao Wang was perplexed. Lin, Mr. Lin, the one who sent the email to the Academy of Sciences, is actually Mr. Lin. What? Assistant Xiao Wang was equally stunned. Lu Hanxing was taken aback, his hands trembling with excitement as he glanced at the email's content and the small print. Director Lu, I apologize for the academic nature of this email. I have sent it anonymously to the Academy of Sciences first and then notified you. I would like to discuss something with you. I am submitting a theory on controllable nuclear fusion technology to the country. May I choose my preferred undergraduate institution? In an instant, Lu Hanxing was left utterly bewildered, his face a canvas of confusion. What? An undergraduate? What on earth is happening? He thought the individual must be joking and had no time to respond before arriving at the Academy of Sciences conference room. Upon his arrival, the room fell silent. Everyone waiting for Director Liu from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to speak. Greetings, Academician Hua, Academician Zhou. Director Liu, good to see you. I want to ramble on. Before I came to the meeting, someone sent me the same document that you all have received. Hearing this, the audience was taken aback. Their expressions a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. Liu Hansheng cleared his throat, swallowing hard, and continued. The sender of the email is none other than Mr. Lin, who previously engaged in business with us regarding the lithography machine. This time, he has made another request, submitting a controllable nuclear fusion theory and wishes to choose a university he prefers to attend for his undergraduate studies. Undergraduate? As soon as the words left his mouth, the conference room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone exchanged glances, then shared a self-deprecating smile. How could this be? Is this a joke? Submitting a theory on controllable nuclear fusion to attend an undergraduate program? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Chapter 44, Departure. Everyone is eager to meet Mr. Lin. The crowd was quietly attentive to Liu Hansheng's speech, yet their expressions began to subtly shift, cheeks flushing and breaths growing heavier. Upon hearing that the lithography machine and controllable nuclear fusion were the work of a single individual, they were collectively taken aback. Initially, they had contemplated whether this meeting pertained to the lithography machine, but to their astonishment, it was instead about the monumental technology of controllable nuclear fusion. What astounded them further was that both feats emerged from the same mind. Who could possibly believe such a thing? They could hardly fathom it. Just recently, they had submitted the lithography machine, and now, out comes controllable nuclear fusion. How much technology does this individual possess? The crux of the matter was the request made by the individual, merely to pursue an undergraduate degree. Liu Hansheng endeavored to maintain his composure while addressing the assembly, though his heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. He never imagined that this Mr. Lin might still be in high school, facing the Gaokao, the National College Entrance Examination. Hua Fuxing remarked earnestly, Director Liu, should controllable nuclear fusion be successfully developed, it would signify our ascent into the forefront of new energy sources. This energy could significantly alleviate the energy crisis faced by our nation and the world. Thus, I hope this technology can be well protected, including the brilliant mind behind its theoretical foundation. The assembly nodded in fervent agreement, inhaling deeply. If this theory were to be practically realized, it would undoubtedly be a historic milestone. Therefore, this talent must be retained at all costs. He holds the key to enhancing our national strength. Liu Hansheng paused, casting a meaningful glance at everyone. As for Mr. Lin, I shall personally engage with Dean Hua. We must fulfill Mr. Lin's request, including the national reward he deserves. I have already communicated this to the leaders at the Internal Affairs Office, and it is now on the agenda. However, regarding the individual's desire to pursue an undergraduate degree, as Liu Hansheng spoke, the previously stoic middle-aged man could not help but chuckle, feeling quite helpless. This Mr. Lin is indeed a prodigy, and his request raises the question, is he mocking our education system for failing to grant him the status of an undergraduate? When Liu Hansheng set out, he had already reported this situation to the Internal Affairs Office. After learning of this matter, Deputy Director Qin Weiguo promptly mobilized all resources, suspending existing plans to initiate a thorough search for Mr. Lin's identity. National interests supersede all else. They must locate Mr. Lin to facilitate covert protection. Otherwise, should he attract the attention of foreign forces, the consequences would be dire. Pursuing an undergraduate degree, Dean Hua Fuxing was nearly compelled to cover his face in a bitter smile. The disparity between submitting controllable nuclear fusion and desiring an undergraduate degree is simply staggering. When did obtaining an undergraduate degree become so challenging? The scholars and experts behind him murmured to one another, sharing self-deprecating smiles. In their day, they graduated from prestigious institutions and had spent years researching in their respective fields, yet none could devise the groundbreaking technology of controllable nuclear fusion. If Mr. Lin wishes to join, our Lonka Institute would gladly extend an invitation, Dean Hua declared. But isn't your institute's minimum admission requirement at least for graduate students? Countered Tao Zhengli, the president of Lonka University, his eyes lighting up as if he had found a breakthrough. Why not come to Lonka University? We offer undergraduate programs, and if Mr. Lin joins us, we must provide him with a professorial level of treatment. The fact that the same individual who submitted the lithography machine also developed controllable nuclear fusion is even more alarming. Not only the two top institutions in the capital, but also our Lonka Institute and Lonka University are desperate to attract such talent. Should word reach Tsinghua and Peking universities, they would undoubtedly rush to recruit him. The Internal Affairs Office was already processing information regarding Mr. Lin, and they should soon attain clarity, as his request to pursue an undergraduate degree would likely yield some insights about him. Lu Hanqing's expression darkened. However, given the significance of this technology, which could elevate our nation's comprehensive strength to a global pinnacle, we must ensure Mr. Lin's safety. Therefore, my recommendation is to invite Mr. Lin to Lonka Institute. Dean Hua Fuxing had already devised a plan to secure this invaluable talent for Lonka Institute. Dean Hua, your ambitions are rather grand. Our conditions at Lonka University are even more favorable. But what if Mr. Lin is unwilling to come? Hua Fuxing adjusted his reading glasses. The development of controllable nuclear fusion is a future national asset, and our actions are ultimately for Mr. Lin's benefit. The conference room buzzed with fervent discussion. Everyone longed to meet the legendary Mr. Lin, wishing to invite him over for tea. Yet, considering whether he would agree to their requests left them in a state of indecision. Meanwhile, the Internal Affairs Office finally began to glean information about Mr. Lin. Unfortunately, the protection of his personal data was exceedingly stringent, and the technical team had made little progress after much time. However, this morning, a temporary IP address linked to the virtual phone number provided by Mr. Lin surfaced. The location was in Binhai City. They found him. Mr. Lin is in Binhai. The eyes of everyone widened, brows unfurrowing, and uncontainable joy illuminated their faces. Should they bring Mr. Lin back for the meeting? The temporary address was only valid for 2 days, indicating that Mr. Lin had disclosed this information, revealing he would be at this location within that time frame. What location? Binhai City No. 1 High School, a reputable institution in the city. Is Mr. Lin studying there? Lu Hanqing slowly articulated. No, more accurately, he should be sitting for the Gaokao. The temporary address aligns precisely with the examination days. Given his desire to pursue an undergraduate degree, it became evident that Mr. Lin was taking the Gaokao at this location. The rest of the matters will be handled by our Internal Affairs Office. If the opportunity arises, we will bring Mr. Lin back to attend the meeting, Lu Hanqing announced to the assembly. Director Lu, I too wish to go. I am eager to meet this individual. Hua Fuxing declared loudly. Dean Hua, at your age, why would you involve yourself in this? Hua Fuxing whispered to Tao Jingli. To be honest, I have a granddaughter who is 24 and still unmarried. Tao Jingli inhaled deeply. So, you have been waiting for this. Chapter 45, The Day of the Gaokao. A new life for young Lin? I thought you were going to have him join Lonka Academy. Lonka Academy is not a place one can simply enter. It requires significant merit. I wholeheartedly agree, without a doubt. Hua Fuxing smiled wryly, waving his hand. I will go now, everyone, and bring Mr. Lin to you. As the president of Lonka Academy, Hua Fuxing's energy and determination were remarkable as he set off with Lu Hanqing towards Binhai. Lu Hanqing did not impede his enthusiasm. Their primary objective was to meet Mr. Lin and, if possible, to attentively listen to his expectations. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly rude to neglect a talent who had contributed to the nation as technology twice. They must demonstrate their utmost sincerity, otherwise. How could they retain such an individual? It is not merely about gaining admission to an undergraduate program. In truth, there are numerous institutions within the nation to choose from. Their fear lies in the possibility that such a talent might ultimately seek opportunities abroad, leading to an immeasurable loss for them. On the playground of Lonka Academy, a fleet of large military helicopters was stationed. The elite forces dispatched by the military had long been awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Lu Hanqing and Hua Fuxing, one of the team members saluted and reported, "Report, sir. The Wolf Squadron is fully assembled, awaiting your orders." Departing for Binhai City, Hua Fuxing was astonished. They had even summoned the elite from the special forces. It was indeed a serious undertaking. Yet, considering the meeting was centered on controlled nuclear fusion and the previously submitted lithography machine, it all fell within the realm of normalcy. The rotors of 3 helicopters began to whirl, stirring the grass on the playground into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the military department in Binhai received word from the capital and dared not delay in the slightest. Over 20 military vehicles, along with police and special forces, were deployed as if an entire battalion were mobilizing. This day, June 7th, was the highly anticipated Gaokao Day, capturing the attention of the entire nation. Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware that arrangements had been made for someone to meet him. To him, it was merely another ordinary examination. He did not believe that the Gaokao would alter his destiny, and so he felt little anxiety. His family hoped he would secure a place at a good undergraduate institution. Although Lin's parents were aware of his newfound wealth, attending a reputable school still held significant prestige for the older generation. As morning broke, His parents prepared a classic exam breakfast, a fried dough stick, 2 eggs, and a bowl of soy milk. Son, do your best on the exam. Afterward, you can relax as you please. Lin Xiao acknowledged their encouragement, quickly consuming a modest breakfast before taking his exam admission ticket and personal items to hail a taxi to school. He was headed to the city yes-no. One high school, the venue for his gaokao. As the day arrived, a palpable tension enveloped society. Traffic police were stationed at intersections to maintain order. Upon reaching the school, the taxi driver cheerfully waved away Lin Xiao's fare. With no recourse, Lin Xiao exited the vehicle. At the entrance of the examination hall, throngs of people gathered. A sea of cars sprawled out, with the most common sight being luxury vehicles. Parents adorned in elegant kipeos could be seen, and students exhibited signs of anxiety, repeatedly checking their admission tickets and identification. It was not uncommon for students to misplace their tickets, leading to scenes of frantic searches with police escorting them on motorcycles. Lin Xiao scanned the crowd for his class, and amidst the noise, he heard a familiar voice. Lin, there you are? It was his close friend Wang Hao. We thought you had gone missing. Where have you been these past few days? Wang Hao's excitement was palpable. He initially assumed Lin Xiao was working at an electronics factory, but Lin's appearance suggested otherwise. He seemed taller, sturdier, and less frail than before. I've just been busy with family matters and didn't make it to school. I heard you moved. How is your family? Everyone is well, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. That's good to hear. We thought you weren't going to take the exam. What were you up to? Just earning a bit of money with my parents. Lin Xiao could not bring himself to reveal that he had been researching controlled nuclear fusion with the future light brain. No one would believe him anyway. Lin Xiao, you made it. Yu Wan, who had been feeling anxious, brightened at the sight of him. Clad in a white t-shirt, her fair skin radiated in the morning sunlight, accentuating her charming features. For days, she had worried whether Lin Xiao would show up for the exam. Hey, Lin Xiao, are you done with your preparations? Where are you working now? I was thinking of finding a job after the gaokao, but I don't intend to go to the electronics factory. Zhao Lei, Li Jia, and Zhang Sai also spotted Lin Xiao. I'm in the same exam room as Sai and Li. They all thought you were struggling and had to work to support your family. Although they looked down on Lin Xiao's lackluster grades, there was no time to mock him on the day of the gaokao. They believed that after this examination, their paths would diverge significantly. For someone like Lin Xiao, lacking familial support, resources, and academic achievements, the best option would likely be manual labor or delivery work. In contrast, they envisioned themselves attending prestigious public universities, pursuing further studies or civil service careers, aiming for positions as corporate white-collar workers, university professors, or government officials. Regardless of the path, it set them apart from Lin Xiao. Yu Wan understood that if Lin Xiao did not succeed in the exam, the gap would gradually widen, affecting their perspectives and economic standing, ultimately leading them to become distant acquaintances. She wished for Lin Xiao to strive for success and gain admission to an undergraduate program. Lin Xiao, remember to join us for the gathering after the results are out. This might be our last chance to see each other, or perhaps not. If you end up delivering food, we might run into each other often. What are you saying, Zhang Sai? Why would Lin Xiao deliver food? The bell signaling the start of the examination rang. Candidates presented their admission tickets to the armed guards at the entrance for verification before entering the examination hall. Thus began the gaokao. For many students, it marked the commencement of a new chapter in their lives. Chapter 46. Is Huaqing an Imperial University so casual? Upon arriving at his examination venue, Lin Xiao cooperated with the invigilator to undergo a thorough search using a metal detector, even checking the soles of his shoes. Once he found his designated seat, he settled in. The desks for the college entrance examination were arranged backward to prevent students from hiding illicit items beneath them or carving words on the surface in advance. The position of his legs felt quite uncomfortable, a bit constraining. The first exam commenced swiftly. During the exam, time seemed to pass at an astonishing pace, comparable to the exhilarating speed of playing League of Legends. Lin Xiao immersed himself fully in the test. The modern literature reading and the daunting classical Chinese reading required his utmost attention, and he wrote diligently. He felt no pressure, confident that his admission to university was assured. As for the answers on this paper, he believed it was of little consequence how he wrote them. Nonetheless, he maintained a serious attitude, for this was language arts, a reflection of the culture of our dragon nation. With just 40 minutes remaining, Lin Xiao transitioned smoothly to the essay topic. This year's prompt was a letter to the 18-year-old of 2035. Such purely examination-driven essays were particularly unappealing to him. He began with a few impressive quotes, mixing domestic and international references, followed by some inspirational examples from both modern and ancient times, and concluded with a touch of lyrical parallelism. He reasoned that the grading teachers would not scrutinize the essay too closely, and thus, he could easily compile the required 800 words. Lin Xiao pondered briefly before commencing his writing. At the crossroads of 18, supported by a vision crafted by one. For billion, the masses erect grand edifices. Gazing upward at 18, the heart burns with the fervor of 56 diverse cultures, harmoniously singing their ancestral songs. The innocence of 18. Awash in the waves of 5 millennia's mysteries, where the ancient nation retains its timeless virtues. The fragility of 18, standing upon the vast expanse of 6 million square kilometers, where the rich soil nurtures profound morality. He concluded with a summative statement, the youth of Dragon Nation, flourishing here, ever mindful of this. Finally, he added a dash followed by the words epigraph, which lent an inexplicable sophistication to his writing. This dash also conveniently occupied a line, allowing Lin Xiao to fill the essay's word count effortlessly. He completed his essay swiftly, with 10 minutes remaining, and opted to submit his paper early. The examination permitted submissions up to half an hour in advance. Emerging 10 minutes early, Lin Xiao naturally became the focus of a throng of reporters at the entrance. Hello, student. You're the first to finish. May I conduct a brief interview with you? Of course. What is your impression of the exam's difficulty? It was manageable, I suppose. I wrote a bit too quickly and forgot the topic. Such remarks suggested a casual demeanor, indicating he was not overly concerned about the examination. The reporter, Zhang Jingyu, a tall figure clad in a white blouse and black trousers, could not conceal her perfect physique. It seems this student exudes confidence. Do you believe you can gain admission to Huaqing or Imperial University this year? This topic was precisely what reporters relished for its dramatic tension. Given Lin Xiao's earlier comments, she quickly seized the opportunity to provoke sensational discourse. In a small city like Binhai, how many could realistically aspire to such esteemed institutions? Lin Xiao contemplated before responding. Huaqing and Imperial University? If they were to invite me, I might consider it. Zhang Jingyu fell momentarily silent, while several reporters nearby exchanged knowing smirks. Look at that. What a show-off. Regardless of whether he can achieve it, he certainly knows how to flaunt, they thought. This young man is crafting quite the spectacle for the news. Tomorrow's headline will read, a student from a certain high school in Jiangcheng desires an invitation from Huaqing and Imperial Universities. How amusing. Perhaps he expects them to send a helicopter to fetch him? Under the midday sun, he appeared to be daydreaming. Nonetheless, reporter Zhang Jingyu regarded him with gratitude. Recognizing that this interview would provide ample material for light-hearted banter among viewers, Lin Xiao maintained he was merely expressing his honest thoughts. As the examination bell concluded, Li Jie, Zhang Sai, and others emerged. They were perplexed to find Lin Xiao waiting at the school gate. Upon learning he had submitted his paper early, their surprise grew. Lin Xiao seemed to harbor little hope for the outcome. Had he resigned himself to failure? Their homeroom teacher, Han Dan, shook her head at him, dismissing his efforts. She perceived him as an unambitious student, concerned that his actions would diminish the class's overall admission rate. The prospect of reduced bonuses loomed large, as Jiangxing High School rewarded teachers based on their student success rates. Lin Xiao's approach suggested such rewards were now in jeopardy. During the lunch break, students returned to dine and rest. Those with means typically rented nearby hotels. Among them, Yuan stood out. Her father had provided them with a luxurious GMC RV. Much to the envy of surrounding students, Lin Xiao regretted not having requested his father to bring the G-class. Standing beside him, Yuan whispered, "Why don't you come up with me? My mother has prepared a lot of dishes. There are even 2 beds. We could rest a bit. Or if necessary, squeeze in." Understanding Lin Xiao's modest background, she extended this invitation. Unperturbed by pride, he graciously accepted, joining Yuan's family for a meal. Li Jie, Zhang Sai, and their classmates stared in disbelief, filled with questions. Is he really allowed to join? At 3 o'clock, the mathematics examination commenced. Lin Xiao answered a few multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, but upon attempting the later questions, he realized he was at a loss. The formulas for controllable nuclear fusion danced in his mind, yet they bore no relevance to the mathematical problems at hand. With no alternatives, he resorted to writing his theoretical knowledge from the future, infused with fresh perspectives. In the subsequent short answer section, he appended a note, "Dear grading teacher, I hope you can have someone knowledgeable review these theoretical formulas." Lin Xiao felt exhilarated. The helmet of the light brain was extraordinarily powerful. His comprehension of controllable nuclear fusion theories functioned akin to a supercomputer performing high-speed calculations, error-free and executed in less than 0.0001 seconds. After swiftly penning his responses, he submitted the paper with 25 minutes to spare, making sure not to disturb any fellow examinees. A few students who were deeply engrossed in their calculations glanced at Lin Xiao submitting his paper and scoffed. "Oh, how pretentious." The invigilator was somewhat taken aback. It was evident that the student had likely decided to forfeit the examination. Completing a mathematics paper in such a short span of time was utterly implausible. As the teacher approached to collect Lin Xiao's answer sheet, he discreetly glanced at the paper to ascertain the extent of the blank spaces. To his astonishment, he was met with a sight that made his eyes widen in disbelief. The sections of the answer sheet dedicated to the primary questions were filled meticulously, brimming with an intricate array of mathematical formulas. "What on earth is this?" The teacher silently scoffed, contemplating the absurdity of a plethora of formulas hastily scrawled, which, in the end, would yield nothing but a score of 0 in that segment of the paper. Chapter 47. The conclusion of the college entrance examination and the unforeseen drill. The traffic was under strict control, and once again, students were instructed to submit their papers early. Although Lin Xiao walked quietly, not wishing to disturb his fellow examinees engrossed in their calculations, he was still spotted by those nearby, who regarded him with disdainful amusement. Outside the school gate, reporters had been waiting for some time, exchanging knowing glances and stifled smiles. It was the same boastful student from the morning, claiming to have received invitations from prestigious schools like Tsinghua and Beida, a notion they found utterly ludicrous. Among the familiar faces was the impeccably made-up Miss Zhang Jingyu. "Hello again. How did you find the math exam? Did you find the major questions challenging? What are your thoughts after finishing the test?" Lin Xiao maintained a stoic expression, responding earnestly. "Well, I didn't have time to look at the major questions. Now that the exam is over, I feel quite relieved." A bespectacled male reporter, recalling the morning's conversation, tentatively asked, "Do you think Hucking or the Imperial Capital University is better? If it were up to you, which would you choose?" "Ah, there he goes again." The reporter seemed to be attempting to humiliate Lin Xiao for his earlier nonchalant remarks. "Neither," Lin Xiao replied with calm assurance. "Why not?" the reporter pressed. "Because they are not qualified enough," Lin Xiao stated flatly. The crowd around him froze momentarily, before breaking into laughter. Zhang Jingyu sensed another headline brewing and quickly interjected, "What then, in your opinion, constitutes being qualified?" Without much deliberation, Lin Xiao answered without hesitation. "They would need to send a helicopter, of course." "A helicopter to pick you up?" Zhang Jingyu inhaled sharply, her chest rising and falling with exasperation as she glanced at the amused cameramen, who were struggling to contain their laughter. This young man was truly a comedic gem, able to deliver such absurdity with a straight face. His remarks were indeed entertaining, blending humor with a tinge of absurdity. The notion of a helicopter for his transport was nothing short of whimsical. They began to understand that Lin Xiao had no intention of taking the examination seriously. He merely wished to amuse himself and the reporters, perhaps hoping to gain notoriety through ridicule. Sometimes, infamy could be a form of fame. "May I ask, why would anyone send a helicopter for you? Do you have a particularly large ego?" Zhang Jingyu pressed on, her demeanor serious. Lin Xiao shook his head. "I can't elaborate on that. I assume they would know what to do." Zhang Jingyu, exasperated, thought to herself, "This young man seems to have developed an addiction to boasting. Perhaps he expects the dean of Longku Academy to personally invite him?" She sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "Let the world end. I can't bear to interview him any longer." Zhang Jingyu was thoroughly frustrated, yet she endured silently. It appeared Lin Xiao was intent on gaining fame. Come tomorrow after the exams, he would undoubtedly become an online sensation. The nearby reporters were elated, having found ample material for their stories, thus reaping rewards while enjoying the spectacle. Lin Xiao, however, remained unfazed, anticipating the final day of examinations. Afterward, he would embark on a new chapter of his life, free from the constraints of the examination system. The next day unfolded similarly to the first. The comprehensive arts exam commenced, and all students, including Lin Xiao, buried themselves in their work. During the afternoon English exam, Lin Xiao submitted his paper a full 30 minutes early. The reporters outside, upon seeing him again, were no longer excited but wore bemused smiles instead. Here comes the comedic genius once more. Although he brought good ratings for the media, interviewing someone so outrageous became tiresome. The journalists had lost interest in him, save for Zhang Jingyu, who still greeted him. "I hope you get into a good school." "Certainly," he replied. The cameraman beside her chimed in playfully. Let us hope a helicopter from Tsinghua or Beida comes to fetch you. Absolutely, Lin Xiao responded with the same nonchalance. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Binhai First High School, Principal Su Junhai, overseeing the examination venue, was seated with several proctors, monitoring the surveillance while sipping tea. Occasionally, he would visit the exam rooms upon receiving directives from the authorities and then return to his leisurely duties. The college entrance examination was not particularly his concern. He merely needed to ensure students could take their exams without cheating. However, the tranquility was abruptly interrupted when the office phone rang. Hello. Are you Principal Su Junhai of Binhai First High? A deep, authoritative voice inquired from the other end. Yes, I am the principal of the examination venue. May I ask who is speaking? Su Junhai responded courteously, assuming it was a local education official conducting a routine check. I am Sun Liang, head of the National Security Department of Binhai. I am officially notifying you of a directive from higher authorities. The entire campus must be sealed off, with no one allowed to enter or exit. The voice was grave and unyielding. Su Junhai momentarily faltered, unsure of the caller's authenticity. It's currently the examination period, with only 20 minutes remaining until the English test concludes. We are aware. All students must remain on campus and cannot leave. After the call ended, Su Junhai was left bewildered. He immediately contacted the Binhai City Education Department. Hello, this is Su Junhai. I received a call from National Security, and I would like to verify its legitimacy. He provided the number from which he received the call. The response confirmed that Sun Liang was indeed a legitimate official, further deepening Su Junhai's concern. Suddenly, several department heads burst into the office, looking flustered. Principal, several police vehicles and special forces have arrived outside the school. What? Has there been a serious incident? Su Junhai was taken aback, quickly rising to follow the directors outside. Not only he, but many leaders and teachers stood aghast as they witnessed the special forces marching in formation. The news had spread rapidly. Su Junhai realized that something must have gone wrong within the school. Perhaps someone had used illicit materials to cheat, but summoning special forces seemed excessive. Moreover, why the need to seal off the entire campus? The teachers at the school looked on with rigid expressions, having monitored the college entrance examination for many years. Yet they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Principal, what on earth is happening? Could there be an incident at our school? Are there terrorists among us? Speculated some of the teachers. Su Junhai was at a loss for words, as he had no idea what was unfolding. The situation had arisen abruptly, but considering the need to alleviate everyone's anxiety, he could only forcefully explain, Do not worry, I was just informed that the college entrance examination has concluded, and we are to conduct a counter-terrorism drill at our school. So it was merely a drill. After the examination ended and the examination rooms were cleared, conducting the drill was indeed feasible. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially as only 5 minutes remained until the exam's conclusion. Nearby, the police station continued to dispatch personnel without pause. Within mere steps, a police officer would appear. Even vehicles from outside were barred from approaching the vicinity. A traffic control was being enforced. The individuals outside the school and the teachers at the entrance were left astonished. What on earth was happening? Chapter 48. Who are they looking for? The helicopter has truly arrived. All vehicles, great and small, have been prohibited from proceeding into this area, signifying a complete lockdown. Parents of students at the entrance are being urged by a steady stream of police to remain in place, disallowed from moving freely or even taking photographs with their phones. Su Junhai and the teachers stand dumbfounded, yearning to make a call to ascertain what is happening. Yet, upon retrieving his phone, he realizes that the signal has been lost, completely cut off. On the other side, the use of recording devices is strictly forbidden, and for safety's sake, they will be temporarily confiscated to be returned immediately after the situation concludes. The journalists present, including Zhang Jingyu and all others, are rendered speechless, their faces flushed, utterly baffled by the unfolding events. Why has there been a sudden lockdown? What is transpiring? Who knows? Rumors suggest it is a military exercise. But do not attempt to film. Just look at the circumstances. If you dare to take a shot, you'll be swiftly apprehended. Zhang Jingyu feels a sense of unease as she observes several armored vehicles clear a path. Having worked as a journalist for many years, she has never witnessed such a scene. The reporters stand obediently. At this moment, they dare not entertain any thoughts of defiance. Surrounding them are police officers, their watchful eyes preventing any surreptitious actions. This exercise appears imposing and formidable. I have not witnessed anything like this in quite some time, one reporter exclaims excitedly. Having spent time with a military channel, He possesses a slight understanding of counterterrorism drills. However, the occurrence of such an exercise at an ordinary municipal high school is utterly astonishing. Let us refrain from speaking for now. We'll observe the situation as it unfolds. One suggests, as everyone holds their breath, heart rates escalating with palpable excitement. In such a scenario, maintaining composure proves to be a challenge for all. Moments later, a thunderous roar emerges from the distant sky, a sound generated by the rapid rotation of helicopter blades. All present instinctively look up. Suddenly, the expressions of the journalists shift dramatically. Their breaths grow heavier and more frantic, their eyes beginning to redden, while many reporters widen their eyes, mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg. A helicopter. A military helicopter. What? The reporters' hearts seem to stop, all staring incredulously at the helicopter circling above. The helicopter has truly arrived. What on earth is happening? Everyone gasps in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The only thought racing through their minds is, the student had mentioned a helicopter coming to greet them, and it has indeed arrived. Is this mere coincidence, or? The journalists stand in a stupor, their eyes fixed on the helicopter as it safely lands above the school. This spectacle is clear to the school leaders and teachers present. At this moment, it also coincides with the conclusion of the students' college entrance examinations. All students have been instructed to remain inside the building and are not permitted to move freely. They hear the sound of the helicopter but remain oblivious to the true nature of the situation. Once the helicopter lands, soldiers clad in special operations gear descend in an orderly fashion from the cabin, swiftly dispersing to establish observation posts at vantage points. Special forces have arrived. The school leaders, teachers, parents at the entrance, and journalist friends watch in astonishment as these soldiers emerge, a tumult of emotions swelling within them. Principal, are you sure this is an exercise? It feels more like an operation to apprehend someone, a teacher remarks, their expression stiff, casting a bewildered glance at the principal. Soo Junhai stares vacantly at the unfolding scene. He had received no prior notification. No one had informed him. The only communication he had was a call from the Municipal National Security Department. However, could the special forces currently deployed be a municipal initiative? There is only one plausible explanation. The municipal authorities are merely cooperating with a higher-level operation, the details of which they remain completely unaware. Soo Junhai speculates that the entrance to the examination venue already requires strict procedures, with armed police stationed at the school gate. Each student must present their examination permit and identification, making it unlikely for any terrorists to infiltrate. Therefore, it is conceivable that within Binhai No. 1 High School, there exists an individual of great significance to higher authorities, someone so crucial that military protection is warranted. Soo Junhai is intensely curious about who this individual could be, especially considering that this is a gathering of students. What kind of student warrants such a formidable display of force? Meanwhile, fully armed special police begin to enter the campus in an orderly manner. Once all are assembled, several resounding reports echo throughout the school grounds. The soldiers' presence invigorates all present, igniting a fervor within them. The students inside the campus finally witness this scene. Through the windows, they gaze in astonishment at the fully armed soldiers and special forces, with only one large question mark occupying their minds. What on earth? It's just an entrance exam. Why are they suddenly surrounded by the military? What could they possibly intend? Li Jie, Zhang Sai, and their fellow students, all in the same examination room, are swept up in excitement, exclaiming how incredible it is. Who are they here to escort? This is astonishing. I believe they must be here to protect someone of great importance to our nation. Li Jie, with a serious expression, analyzes the situation. Cool. Truly cool. Such a person deserves to be called a national hero. If I were to meet this individual, I would have to call him father and beg him to adopt me. Have you no shame? Another quips. Why not? What man wouldn't admire such a figure? Yu Wanwan observes the animated discussions among her peers, scanning the crowd of students. Hey, where's Lin Xiao? Wang Hao, equally perplexed, responds. Has Lin Xiao already left? What? Did he submit his paper early? Is something wrong with him? Oh, why do you care so much? He clearly didn't want to take the exam anymore. Quick, be quiet. It seems someone else is emerging from the helicopter. Currently, the school leaders anxiously await the arrival of the soldier's commander, for only he can elucidate the situation at hand. All the school administrators gaze at the approaching figures. Leading the group is Liu Hanxing from the Internal Affairs Bureau, accompanied by Wei Jun, the head of the military department, followed by several esteemed experts and scholars from prestigious institutions. Among them is Hua Fuxing, the president of the Dragon National Academy. along with the presidents of Qingbei and the capital S2 universities. They have traveled nearly a full day without rest, finally arriving here. The purpose of these esteemed university leaders is singular: to recruit talent. They have journeyed far and wide, determined to secure this promising individual before anyone else can. Lu Hanxing and the star-adorned Wei Jun approach Principal Su Junhai. Greetings, I am Director Lu from the Education and Science Department of the Internal Affairs Office. You must be Principal Su from Binhai No. 1 High School, correct? Prior to our arrival, we had already communicated with the National Security Department in Binhai, and we are here to officially inform you that we will be temporarily taking over this location. Su Junhai was taken aback upon realizing that officials from the Internal Affairs Office had come in person to such a small place. Why would such high-ranking leaders visit? Thank you for your cooperation. As Lu Hanxing spoke, he exchanged glances with Wei Jun, making their way directly to the school's surveillance room. They were on a mission to locate someone. Chapter 49. A disturbing revelation. Has the student's boast become reality? In the monitoring room of Binhai No. 1 High School, Lu Hanxing, accompanied by technical personnel, began the search for a candidate named Lin among the students preparing for college entrance examinations. Several communication technicians took control of the school's monitoring facilities, utilizing computers to sift through the records of every candidate present. At that moment, a group of officials stood at the back, anxiously awaiting updates from the technicians, their minds fixated on a singular thought: we must locate Mr. Lin. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Hanxing waited in silence before inquiring, how is it? Is Mr. Lin among these examinees? Report, leader. Among the known candidates at Binhai No. 1 High School, there are 123 students with the surname Lin. However, after meticulous screening, we have not identified our target, responded the communications technician, presenting the data from the computer to Lu Hanxing. A glance at the information revealed each student's home address and family details, yet the sheer number made it impossible to discern which individual they sought. Lu Hanxing fell into contemplation. Beside him, Wei Jun, wearing a grave expression, proposed, Director Lu, perhaps I should take some personnel to gather the students for individual inquiries. Lu Hanxing frowned slightly, promptly dismissing Wei Jun's suggestion. Such an approach would likely incite panic among the students and would be exceedingly disrespectful to Mr. Lin. We have come with the utmost respect, he asserted, casting a serious glance at the leaders behind him. The grand display was intended to capture Mr. Lin's attention and demonstrate their sincerity. After all, he had provided them with a lithography machine at a discounted price and shared theoretical insights on controllable nuclear fusion. Such contributions warranted a welcoming of this magnitude. Behind them, Hua Fuxing sighed, expressing his frustration at the difficulty of meeting Mr. Lin. Unless he chooses to reveal himself and engage with us, it seems quite challenging. The words of Dean Hua plunged the group into silence. They remained uncertain about Mr. Lin's true identity and whether he was indeed among these students. The confidentiality surrounding his information was impeccably executed, leaving only a single address, likely a deliberate ploy. They lamented that not only was Mr. Lin a scientific genius, but also a master of computer technology. Does he not wish to enroll in an undergraduate program? I assure you, as long as he is willing to join us, I can guarantee him a professorship at Tsinghua or Peking University. The same goes for us in the capital. Any conditions he desires can be discussed. At the rear of the gathering stood the school's principal and several academic deans. The principal, hidden from view, attempted to approach and inquire about the situation. Director Lu, may I ask what is happening here? Before Lu could respond, Wei Jun, with a stern demeanor, interjected, I'm afraid, Principal Su, you are not privy to this information. Su Junhai inhaled deeply, realizing that they were not entitled to participate in this operation. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of reluctance to remain uninformed. However, several soldiers stationed beside Wei Jun blocked his path. As Lu Hanxing and Wei Jun advanced, the principals of various esteemed universities followed closely behind. Director Lu, perhaps you should call Mr. Lin once more, suggested one of the principals. Very well, Lu Hanxing agreed, retrieving the contact number he frequently used to reach Mr. Lin. After a few rings, the call connected. Mr. Lin, this is Director Lu. May I inquire about the matter at hand? Ah, Director Lu, what brings you here? Linskin's voice resonated through the line. Today, we have come with the principals of various universities to meet with you and discuss the theory of controllable nuclear fusion you proposed. The address you provided is Binhai No. 1 High School, and we are currently here. Do you see us? Lu's tone was warm and respectful. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xian replied, Director Lu, why did you not notify me in advance? I have already returned home. Perhaps we can arrange to meet another day. There's no need for such grand gestures. I am merely a common citizen. Should you wish to visit again, please inform me beforehand. I am not difficult to reach. At that moment, Lin Xian had already completed his examination and was on his way home, accompanied by his secretary, Lucia, who had suggested a celebration to relieve stress. This revelation, if shared with others, would undoubtedly astound them. The state had dispatched nearly 1,000 personnel, including 3 armed helicopters and the entire police force of Binhai, to escort Lin Xian, only to discover he had already left for a rendezvous with a charming companion. Yet, Lu Hansheng and his colleagues felt no anger. Instead, they were filled with relief. Mr. Lin was willing to meet with them, which was excellent news. Lu understood that Mr. Lin preferred to avoid ostentation and favored a more discreet approach. Mr. Lin, we have collaborated with local military units primarily to ensure your safety, Lu explained. Lin Xian smiled gently. If people in our country cannot find me, do you believe foreign agencies can? Lu nodded vigorously, acknowledging the truth in Lin's words. However, only a few key leaders were privy to this operation. Others were entirely unaware. The confidentiality of this information was commendable. Very well, Mr. Lin. Let us arrange a time to meet. I will come personally next time, and I will introduce myself as a friend. How does that sound? Director Lu. What do you mean by as a friend? Are we not already friends? If you come, I will certainly treat you to a meal. Lin Xian replied cheerfully. Lu laughed. Mr. Lin's contributions to our nation warrant not just one trip from me, but even 100. With that, the two concluded the call. Lu Hansheng wore an expression of uncontainable joy, leaving those around him momentarily stunned. When had Director Lu ever displayed such exuberance? Wei Jun inquired. What did he say? Lu waved his hand, smiling. Tell your men to stand down. I have always felt our approach was too ostentatious. It is indeed inappropriate. Next time, I will meet with Mr. Lin privately. Wei Jun nodded. To ensure the operation appeared legitimate, he led the military personnel present in conducting a counter-terrorism drill before the entire student body. This demonstration ignited a fervor among the students, many declaring, if I don't succeed in the college entrance exam, I will enlist. I too shall defend my country. It was indeed a spectacular display. Such a splendid exercise. Yet regrettably, Lin Xiao did not witness it. Li Jie, Zhang Sai, and others applauded enthusiastically. Once the exercise concluded, Lu Hansheng escorted the university presidents outside. As they prepared to depart, the journalists at the entrance noticed the appearances of the presidents. A few reporters instantly recognized them, feeling an undeniable sense of familiarity. That's Jingyu, the president of Qingbei University. And that one is from the imperial capital. Several reporters exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Jingyu stood there, bemused, watching the leaders emerge from the school gates. What? The presidents of Huqing and the imperial capital truly arrived? Everyone was left in a state of stunned disbelief, frozen in place. At that moment, their minds echoed with the words of the student they had previously interviewed. Earlier, that student had boldly claimed that Huqing and the imperial capital would send helicopters to fetch him, a notion he might consider. To everyone, it had appeared to be merely a jest. But now, in retrospect, a chill of apprehension washed over them. Could it be that the student's boastful words had indeed materialized? The implications were chilling. Helicopters, the presidents of Huqing and the imperial capital, had truly manifested. It felt as if they were trapped in a dream. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, a jolt of anxiety gripped them, and they swallowed hard, their expressions betraying panic and excitement. They dared not ponder further. Consequently, they resolved not to report on the student's earlier statements any longer. Chapter 50. After the exam, trading for the nano battlesuit? Named Yanhuang. The soldiers descending from the aircraft numbered no less than 1,000, fully armed and equipped with an array of weaponry. Can this truly be deemed a counter-terrorism exercise? Such reasoning would hardly convince someone who once served in a military channel. This force is more than sufficient to engage in a small-scale battle, would it not? Journalists dared not ponder further. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? What am I doing here? A fully armed squad has arrived to find their intended target, who is currently enjoying a luxurious stay in a presidential suite downtown with Lucia. The two are engrossed in an exhilarating basketball game. Lin Xiao dribbles swiftly, executing a powerful dunk that causes the rim to tremble. Exhausted, Lucia calls for a halftime break. At that moment, Lin Xiao's cousin, Chun Ran, calls. Hey, little brother. How did the exam go? Once you finish, hurry over to find me. Your sister misses you. I'll take you to experience the nightlife in the Magic City and indulge in the pleasures of adulthood. Chun Ran's voice is filled with warmth and mirth. Lin Xiao calmly replies, what do you mean by adulthood, Sister Chen ran. I don't quite understand. Besides, after the exam, I still need to get my driver's license. I'm planning to drive a Lamborghini with one hand. As they jest, Lucia smirks mischievously, her hands becoming restless as she resumes dribbling the ball. This Lucia Lin Xiao feels somewhat speechless. He is, after all, on the phone with his cousin. He is certain that this alluring woman harbors some peculiar preferences. Get your driver's license quickly, then. Make it happen in 40 days. If you don't you dare say I'm your cousin when we're out. I have no brother as useless as you. After some time apart, Chun Ran genuinely wishes for Lin Xiao to visit the magic city to experience the dazzling and opulent metropolis. She envisions taking her cousin on a shopping spree, indulging in extravagant purchases, visiting Disneyland, and strolling along the Bund. However, obtaining a driver's license is of utmost importance to Lin Xiao. Thus, she can only urge him to prioritize it. You must come, all right? I miss you, Chen Ran says playfully before preparing to hang up, only to hear peculiar noises on the other end of the line. What is my cousin up to now? She murmurs to herself. After their conversation, Lin Xiao lies on his bed, contemplating the events of the afternoon. Lu Hansheng had come to seek him out, but he had already departed. A bit of bad luck. Indeed. Yet, it matters little. They had agreed to meet again, and he was confident that the other party would come. Furthermore, he had filled the back of his math paper with dense notes on controlled nuclear fusion theories. Should an expert discover this, it would undoubtedly be reported, and he would likely be uncovered swiftly. No need to rush. Let the situation unfold for now. That evening, as Lucia falls asleep in Lin Xiao's embrace, he suddenly receives a notification from the time-space trading portal. Ding, your friend Mr. Qin has initiated a video call. Would you like to accept? The portal reappears, and Lin Xiao promptly chooses to accept. With a thought, he enters the trading space, where Mr. Qin is seen traversing vast distances with a large contingent of mercenaries and migrants across a desolate planet. Mr. Qin, I apologize for the trouble, but I urgently require a substantial supply of water. We are embarking on another expedition, and due to the long journey, the nutrients extracted from the monsters have become scarce. Everyone is parched and fatigued. Should any other creatures on this planet appear, our team would surely face annihilation. Mr. Qin skips the pleasantries, recognizing the peril of their situation. For him, the only means of safeguarding themselves lies in utilizing the trading space to exchange for water to replenish their strength. The water from their home planet has become a distant dream. Wait right there, I'll arrange it for you. Lin Xiao gently removes his hand from Lucia, dresses, and calls the hotel front desk to request the delivery of 5 boxes of water. The staff, attentive to the needs of guests in the presidential suite, quickly bring in the requested supplies. He then opens the trading portal again. Qin, I have arranged the water. It can be sent over immediately. On the other end, Mr. Qin's eyes widen in astonishment at the sight of box after box of water arriving. He gives Lin Xiao a thumbs up. Brother Lin Xiao, you are truly my savior. You know that. Lin Xiao teases, don't say too much. What do you plan to trade this time? Mr. Qin, having prepared in advance, responds without hesitation. Brother Lin Xiao, I have an entire array of high-tech products. Before we trade, how about I give you a spare set of armor I have? Armor? Lin Xiao recalls having previously gifted him a cutting-edge controlled nuclear fusion theory. But I overlooked one crucial detail. With such advanced technology at your disposal, you inevitably pose a threat to others, yet you lack the means for self-defense. Mr. Qin's expression turns serious as he elaborates. Lin Xiao contemplates this. Indeed, the mobilization of so many forces by the Dragon Kingdom is to ensure their safety. With wealth and groundbreaking technology at his fingertips, he risks attracting attention from foreign adversaries or domestic spies, which could prove perilous. They would rather obliterate you than allow such technology to flourish. Thus, I offer you my spare armor as a means of protection. This suit is designed to enhance the combat capabilities of our expedition team, enabling them to engage alien foes and hunt monsters. This nanosuit can withstand impacts of millions of tons and boasts an output of 1 million horsepower. Lin Xiao's eyes gleam with excitement. Is it a nano battlesuit? I've seen many sci-fi films, and this sounds akin to the advanced Iron Man suit utilized by Tony Stark. This is a nano-level suit. Every member of our expedition team possesses one, but mine is undoubtedly more powerful. To put it simply, while others can lift tons with only 100,000 horsepower, mine can lift 1 million tons. Just ponder that. However, mastering this suit is no simple task. You must learn to wield it effectively. I will transmit the piloting techniques to your neural helmet, and you can spend the night studying it. With the helmet, 3 hours should suffice to grasp the flying techniques. Lin Xiao nods, captivated by the allure of technology. Suddenly, he recalls something important. Piloting techniques? Qin, please impart your motorcycle driving skills to me, so I need not practice myself. It would be perfect if you could also arrange for Lin Xiao to obtain his driving license, thus resolving the matter once and for all. As for me, my expertise lies solely in piloting hover vehicles. Are you certain you wish to learn? Qin smiled with a hint of amusement. Hover vehicles? It's no trouble at all. I shall transfer all the knowledge directly into Lin Xiao's neural helmet, allowing him to indulge in his studies to his heart's content. Chapter 51. Leaping from the rooftop to test the nano armor. Mr. Qin transmitted the driving techniques for the nano armor and the levitating vehicle directly into the neural helmet previously given to Lin Xiao. The transaction space prompted, Host. The nano armor has been placed into the system warehouse. Please check. Immediately, a notification appeared on Lin Xiao's neural helmet. External device detected. Would you like to connect? Connect. The helmet's transmission technology flooded Lin Xiao's mind with all information regarding the nano armor. Nano armor name, Yin Huang. Weight, 0. 85 kilograms. Attribute, fire. Energy supply. The nano beam utilizes electromechanical coupling electrolytic stacks to convert energy, with hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells within the nano beam, primarily powered by light energy. Main system, semi-automatic combat enhancement. Neural integration technology and artificial intelligence companion auxiliary systems. Dual auxiliary thrust boosters, respiratory circulator, defibrillator, rapid scanning module. Dual input UV high-efficiency air filters. There were also numerous strange numerical data and English symbols that Lin Xiao could not comprehend, as these figures were beyond the grasp of individuals in this era. Following this, the driving techniques for the nano armor and the levitating vehicle were transmitted from Mr. Qin's end. Lin Xiao pondered. Having already mastered the operation of the levitating vehicle, he should have no trouble learning to drive a car tomorrow at the driving school, right? He glanced at Lu Xie, who was sound asleep with her mouth agape. He felt no trace of fatigue. Mr. Qin had mentioned that he could grasp the basic driving skills of the nano armor in 3 hours. Eager to experience the sensation of donning the nano armor, he donned the neural helmet and commenced his learning through neuron connection technology. The helmet propelled him into a whirlwind of simulated experiments within a virtual realm. Within the span of an hour, Lin Xiao encountered a rather nauseating experience. Through the neurons, he experienced wearing the nano armor, enduring over 60 wall collisions, more than 30 accidental falls, and over 20 instances of uncontrolled dives that breached buildings. The sensations were unpleasant. Yet recalling that even Iron Man had faced similar trials of tumbling and disorientation, he quickly reconciled with his predicament. He was not one to shy away from challenges. After more than another hour, he had indeed nearly mastered the techniques. The moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite. Standing calmly by the window, he prepared to perfect the final technique. The operational skills for the nano armor were undeniably challenging, especially during high-altitude dives, where mastering the force of descent without careening wildly was paramount. Now it was time for practical application. Lin Xiao swallowed hard, his expression serious. At this moment, he stood in the presidential suite on the 12th floor, the sensors of the Yin Huang nano armor already affixed to his body. With a gentle touch to his chest, the nano armor would instantly envelop him. He was set to experience one of the most exhilarating moments of his life. Lin Xiao exited the suite, taking the elevator to the rooftop. The wind howled fiercely at the rooftop today, tousling his hair. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, should anyone see him, they would surely assume he was contemplating a leap. However, it was only 2:30 in the morning, and no one would cast their gaze upon this rooftop. Preparing himself, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, performing an inhalation exercise. It was impossible not to feel nervous. After all, this was a 25-story drop. Remembering the Marvel characters who frequently plunged from great heights, he resolved to undertake the same. After mentally coaching himself, he slightly tilted his body, focused his gaze, and leapt. In the high altitude, he felt a violent sensation of weightlessness. The intense air pressure distorted his face. At that moment, he touched his chest, and a suit of nano armor, akin to burning flames, rapidly spread from the center of his chest, enveloping his entire body in less than a second. Upon completing the integration of the nano armor, Lin Xiao suddenly felt an instinctive mastery of the skills he had simulated within the helmet. Yin Huang, initiate stealth mode. Lin Xiao's figure swiftly vanished in midair. While in stealth mode, the nano armor rendered him invisible, undetectable by the naked eye, thermal imaging, or radar. Clad in the nano armor, Lin Xiao moved rapidly through the air, propelled by dual jet streams from his legs, controlling his descent with precision. Aided by the thrusters as he soared upwards, the sensation was exhilarating. Initially, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anxiety, but as he acclimated to the altitude, the tension dissipated. He began to glide through the air, the velocity being something he could not fully perceive while encased in the armor. In a remarkably brief time, he found himself over the bustling metropolis of the Magic City, having crossed an indeterminate distance. At this moment, he surveyed the vibrant cityscape below, pivoting to the banks of the Huangpu River. Gazing at the expansive riverside, Lin Xiao executed a daring dive, skimming over the surface, catching glimpses of koi swimming beneath. Emerging from the water, a smile of exhilaration illuminated his face. He ascended to the sky, climbing to an altitude of 100,000 meters, yet felt no signs of oxygen deprivation. Only the yin huang reminded him that he could ascend no further, nearing the boundary of the troposphere. With the protection of the nano-armor, Lin Xiao sped across the Pacific Ocean. He felt no fatigue, nor did he sense the oppressive force of the ocean waves. After several hours of flight, he gazed down to find himself over land. Yin Huang, where am I now? Dear Mr. Lin, you are currently in Eagle Sauce, here in the United States. Lin Xiao. Chapter 52. Arriving in Eagle Sauce for a Western meal. Encountering gangsters. Can you believe I've arrived in Eagle Sauce so swiftly? However, Lin Xiao soon accepted this reality. The nano-armor, a marvel of futuristic technology, promised such speed. Strolling through the streets of this foreign land, he observed the strikingly beautiful women adorned in short shorts, their golden hair and bright eyes radiating warmth. The streets were less crowded than his homeland, a notable contrast. Retrieving his nano suit, Lin Xiao decided to indulge in a meal before departing. He entered a restaurant specializing in steak. The tender, succulent wagyu was prepared with care, dried, brushed with olive oil, seasoned with cracked pepper and sea salt, and then placed on a grill to cook slowly. Lin Xiao ordered his steak medium rare. The server presented him with a vegetable salad, a common delight among the locals, followed by a lavish serving of caviar, which surely cost a fortune. He also ordered a bottle of white wine from a North American vineyard to savor the authentic cuisine of Eagle Sauce. He didn't inquire about the prices. Money was no object for him. After such a long flight, he craved comfort. With grace, he wielded his knife and fork, leisurely cutting into the steak. His mood remarkably relaxed. Who could have anticipated that just moments ago, he was in a luxurious suite in Binhai City, China, cradled by a seductive woman, only to find himself in Eagle Sauce, relishing steak paired with caviar and sweet white wine? As he dined, a commotion erupted at the restaurant's entrance. Shouts and raucous voices pierced the air. Initially, Lin Xiao had no intention of intervening. After all, foreign disputes were of little concern to him. However, after a while, he discerned snippets of conversation in Chinese. If you continue like this, I'll call the police. You're bullying us too much. I want the police. A young man of Chinese descent, accompanied by his girlfriend, was struggling against a group of local thugs. That yellow-skinned kid is here to act like a dog in our territory? He should hurry back to his own country and stop embarrassing himself on the great land of Eagle Sauce. Understand? Fuck, touching your girlfriend is our privilege. What is the problem? Planning to call the police? Go ahead. It'll be a laugh. Just look at your skin color and see which side the cops will take. The duo spoke with brazen arrogance, their eyes leering at the young man's girlfriend. Were it not for those Chinese words, Lin Xiao might have remained oblivious to the presence of his compatriots overseas. Utilizing the Yin Huang translation system, he inquired with the restaurant owner about the situation. The owner, recognizing Lin Xiao's affluent demeanor after his extravagant spending, treated him with utmost respect. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. There has been a situation outside. What is happening out there? It appears those two are notorious local gangsters, infamous in this area. They attempted to harass the girlfriend of that young man, who understandably objected, leading to this altercation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. Please handle it. I wish to enjoy my meal undisturbed. In any circumstance, wealth often commands respect, especially in a country like Eagle Sauce. The owner promptly ventured outside to mediate. Though he held some local influence, it didn't take long for the noise to dissipate. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Lin Xiao exited the restaurant. He noticed the gangsters still bickering. Upon seeing him, their eyes gleamed with malice. Well, isn't this the yellow-skinned kid's brother? Another one of them? Fuck, if someone hadn't intervened, I would have made him kneel and apologize. The tattooed thugs approached Lin Xiao with mockery, blocking his path. Hey, Weren't you the one who called the restaurant owner to intervene? I saw you just leave that place. You really love to meddle, don't you? Fuck. Lin Xiao's expression turned icy, his gaze sharp as he stared at the two. Do you dare glare at us? Are you looking for death? We have guns, do you? Here's your chance. Kneel and apologize until we're satisfied, and we'll let this go. If it weren't for you, we would have taken that yellow-skinned girl already. You just had to stick your nose in, didn't you? Now, kneel and apologize. Lin Xiao regarded them with an amused smile. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of the police, who began approaching, summoned by the restaurant owner. The gangsters momentarily concealed their grins, threatening Lin Xiao. See, yellow-skinned folks are all useless. Look at him, too scared to act. Ha ha ha, he's lucky the patrol is here. Otherwise, he'd learn the consequences of meddling. Suddenly, Lin Xiao spoke. Soon, you'll experience what it means to be utterly annihilated. The gangsters dismissed his words with contempt. What nonsense is he spouting? Ha ha ha, does he not realize Eagle Sauce is our domain? Just then, the restaurant owner returned with the police. The onlookers' curiosity began to wane. The owner warned Lin Xiao, their gang holds significant power locally. They often bully those with yellow skin and are armed, so exercise caution. In the owner's eyes, the humiliation of a yellow-skinned man was commonplace, but Lin Xiao's wealth earned him a degree of respect. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xiao said nothing further. He turned a corner, lightly touching his chest. At that moment, the nanotechnology enveloped him entirely. In a cold tone, he commanded, Yin Huang, activate stealth mode. Instantly, he became invisible. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao surged towards the two gangsters engaged in idle chatter. Ha ha ha, Mac, today feels fantastic. We taught those yellow-skinned kids a lesson. Damn. If that owner hadn't called the police, we would have given them a good beating. Engrossed in their self-congratulation, they failed to sense the impending danger. Suddenly, as if defying gravity, one of them felt his body lift uncontrollably, as though someone had grabbed him. What the fuck? What is happening? The pupils of the two individuals suddenly constricted, their expressions filled with bewilderment. This is absurd. They felt themselves being grasped by two powerful hands, lifted off the ground with an undeniable force. Their bodies, defying the pull of gravity, ascended into the air. 1 floor, 3 floors, 6 stories of the building. Their bodies continued to rise uncontrollably. 18 floors, 25 floors. Gradually, they gazed downward, realizing they were soaring further away from the ground. The people below appeared as tiny ants, and they understood that they had reached the skies. The two were utterly dumbfounded, incapable of comprehending the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Had they encountered a supernatural phenomenon? Their bodies were still ascending. At that moment, terror enveloped them, causing them to lose control as urine streamed down their legs. Help me. Someone, please save us. Oh God, save me. I surrender. I promise I won't do it again. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. Greetings. You too. It was Lin Xiao, his voice resonating as he appeared, clad in nanotechnology armor and seamlessly blending into the surroundings, lifting the two of them into the air. Chapter 53. Trying on the nano battle suit. Did I just zone out? When they heard Lin Xiao's voice, they couldn't help but shiver, utterly bewildered as to where the sound had originated. The two thought they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, completely petrified, with their souls seemingly soaring ahead while their bodies lagged behind. In that moment, they suddenly recalled the words spoken earlier by that young man from the Dragon Country. They were to be left without a complete corpse. A vague understanding began to dawn upon them. Long live the Dragon Country. I adore the Dragon Country. It is my father. No, my grandfather. No, my ancestors. Spare me. I was wrong. I shall never utter a word against the Dragon Country again. The people of the Dragon Country are the strongest. They are my forebears. With clenched fists, they cried out for mercy, their eyes squeezed shut in terror, for Lin Xiao had lifted them higher and higher, soaring beyond the horizon. Soaring to such heights, my God. One of them dared to open his eyes, only to hastily close them again, his legs numb with fear. They realized they were indeed facing imminent death. Words were futile now. Consumed by boundless dread and regret, they could only wait, anticipating the moment of their free fall. In the next life, remember not to provoke the people of the Dragon Country. Mark my words, you cannot afford to cross them. Do you understand? Suspended at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, Lin Xiao released them with a gentle flick of his hands. In the next instant, the two men, eyes wide with disbelief, plummeted from the sky, their descent so swift that friction with the atmosphere ignited sparks. By the time they reached the ground, they had been reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Subsequently, Local authorities began investigating the deaths of these gangsters, interviewing numerous shopkeepers and witnesses. Arriving at a conclusion they had never encountered in their careers, two individuals had mysteriously ascended into the air before soaring skyward. This was the scene witnessed by onlookers. After a lengthy investigation, the police were unable to uncover any relevant clues. Only satellite imagery from the neighboring region captured a glimpse of the strange occurrence. High-ranking officials in Eagle Sauce received an urgent call from the space agency, reporting that two citizens had inexplicably appeared at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Through advanced technology, they confirmed that these individuals were not equipped with any flying apparatus. How bizarre. The officials were left astounded. What on earth was happening? How could two human beings suddenly materialize in the sky? I have contacted the local police, who are also investigating this matter. They reported that by the time they encountered these two men, there was nothing left but a pool of blood. Only through DNA comparison could they identify the victims. Witnesses recounted the incredible sight of these men seemingly defying gravity. What? Is this a joke? Suddenly ascending? No way. How could humans appear at such altitudes without any flying device? Moreover, even with machinery, aside from man-made rockets, none of the experimental aircraft developed by Eagle Sauce have ever reached such heights. Yet now, they were faced with the inexplicable reality of two citizens soaring to that altitude, only to fall to their demise. It all sounded utterly preposterous. However, the satellite images clearly presented before the officials left them speechless. Could this possibly involve extraterrestrials? It might be true. Aliens have arrived in Eagle Sauce. But that seems improbable. If they possessed such terrifying abilities, they would have conquered us long ago. Some theistic analysts suggested that perhaps these two had transgressed divine will or offended God in some manner, resulting in divine retribution. Could it be that God truly intervened? Amen. The officials hurriedly prayed to the Lord, seeking forgiveness. After discussions among various parties, the higher-ups in Eagle Sauce resolved to keep the incident under wraps to prevent unnecessary panic. No one was to leak any information. Alas, such measures are often futile in capitalist nations. The very next morning, a witness took to Twitter, sharing a video of the two gang members inexplicably ascending to tens of thousands of meters before plummeting to their deaths, allegedly having offended divine will. Oh my God! God has appeared. Lord, we pray for your daily protection, hoping for our safety. Amen. Indeed, there is a God. The divine has manifested. Oh, I must rush to church. What exactly did these gang members do to provoke divine wrath? Why did they meet such a gruesome fate, leaving no trace behind? It is truly terrifying. Thus, it is said that while man acts, God watches over us. We must not defy his will. Soon, the higher-ups in Eagle Sauce learned that news of the incident had leaked, and they were immediately thrown into chaos. Were the reporters not instructed to keep it confidential? Damn it. Can we not have the Twitter post taken down? Sir, Twitter is currently under Elon Musk's management. We have no authority to intervene. Damn it. We need to investigate immediately. We must uncover who leaked the information. Also, get public relations involved to clarify matters. We cannot let this situation spiral out of control. The instigator of this entire affair, Lin Xiao, was on his way back to the Dragon Country. He had merely intended to try on the nano battle suit for flight, never intending to venture into Eagle Sauce, let alone eliminate those two who had insulted his homeland. Ironically, at that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that he had become the subject of fervent discussion among the citizens of Eagle Sauce, now regarded as a deity, trying on the nano battle suit. And I have somehow become a god. Who can I turn to for an explanation? Upon returning to the Dragon Country's domain, it was already 6 in the morning. After flying back to the coastal city, he gracefully landed on the hotel rooftop, the very place from which he had departed, descending to procure breakfast. He glanced at the time, 6:25. Upon entering the bedroom, he found Lucia sprawled across the bed, still in slumber. Exhausted from the previous night, she had yet to awaken. Lin Xiao returned to bed, surrendering to a brief slumber until 10 o'clock. When they finally arose, Lucia yawned and inquired, "This morning, I vaguely sensed you coming in from outside. Where did you go?" Lin Xiao, now fatigued, reclined on the bed and replied, "I had a brief encounter with divinity." Chapter 54. Is Lin Xiao being supported by a wealthy woman? Lucia, with a perplexed expression, tilted her head, clearly struggling to comprehend Lin Xiao's words. "Are you speaking in riddles? What are you saying? I thought you were talking in your sleep." She stood up, intending to prepare breakfast for Lin Xiao, only to discover that he had already taken care of it. Her heart warmed at the realization that he had prepared breakfast for his sister. Lin Xiao secretly indicated that preparing breakfast was merely a secondary task. His primary objective was to confront two disrespectful foreigners in the Eagle Country. Clad in his nano-combat suit, he felt invincible in the Eagle Country. He anticipated the opportunity to indulge in the experience of acquiring items without cost in various cities. However, he had plans for this afternoon as well. His parents had enrolled him in driving school. He intended to obtain his driver's license within a little over a month, at which point, no one would be able to prevent him from driving a Lamborghini with one hand. Before that, he planned to utilize a neural headset to learn the driving techniques for hovercars that student Chin had sent him. After a midday nap, he awoke around 3 in the afternoon, having spent the entire time in the air-conditioned luxury suite. Stepping outside felt like being engulfed by a wave of heat that nearly evaporated him on the spot. The temperature had already approached 40 degrees, and it was still not even mid-June. Fortunately, the interior of Lucia's Audi A6L was sufficiently cool. "Mr. Lin, may I suggest you take an umbrella when you exit? It could prevent heat stroke," she advised. A wise suggestion indeed. Those familiar with driving know that during summer training, many people crowd the practice cars, often sharing a vehicle with several others while waiting in the sweltering heat, making it quite possible to suffer from heat stroke after spending just 1 or 2 hours outdoors. Thankfully, he was enrolled in a VIP class, which meant fewer students, typically offering one-on-one or one-on-two instruction. As the Audi A6L approached the driving school's entrance, Lin Xiao spotted a familiar figure who was also gazing at him. Lin Xiao, the youth, wearing sunglasses, rolled down the window and smiled. "Isn't this the class flower? Yuan, have you come to learn driving as well?" Standing by the driving school entrance was indeed Yuan, her features exquisitely refined, even without makeup, scoring a solid 90 in appearance. Standing at 168 meters tall and adorned in a breezy summer dress, she appeared as if she had stepped out from a traditional Chinese ink painting. "When did your family acquire a car?" Yuan asked, astonished. "Wasn't your family struggling financially? Didn't you work before the college entrance exams?" Yuan's family was quite well off, and thus she recognized the Audi, which cost over 400,000. "Oh, this isn't my family's car. We don't possess such a vehicle. This is my secretary, Lucia." Lucia removed her sunglasses, appraising Yuan with a smile and a wave. Yuan was taken aback, staring incredulously at Lin Xiao. "You have a secretary?" Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed her mind. With the Audi and a secretary, could it be that Lin Xiao, due to family difficulties, had resorted to being supported by a wealthy woman? Lucia, perceptive as ever, handed Lin Xiao an umbrella and 2 bottles of chilled water before discreetly departing. Lin Xiao accepted the water and offered one to Yuan, asking, "Did your father not come to drop you off?" "My dad has some business to attend to today," Yuan replied. After taking a sip of water, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "What about your admirers? Aren't they here today?" Yuan, celebrated for her beauty, had amassed a legion of secret admirers at school, but she showed no interest in any of them. With a casual flip of her hair, she replied, "What admirers? Unlike some people, I don't have a secretary driving me around." "Lin Xiao, tell me honestly, are you being supported by a wealthy woman?" She moved closer, her face nearly touching his, her expression serious. Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly, unsure how to clarify the situation, and could only nod. "Lin Xiao, how could you?" Yuan seemed to want to say that she, too, could support him, but the words caught in her throat. Lin Xiao swiftly shifted the topic. "I heard that Zhang Sai confessed to you the night after the exams. I turned him down. I don't plan on dating before I graduate from university," Yuan replied. Lin Xiao chuckled. "Isn't that a classic rejection line? Who can say if she truly intends to avoid dating?" The two made their way to the driving school's office, waiting for their instructor. "Lin Xiao, let's leave together after our practice," Yuan suggested. He nodded in agreement, just as a Mercedes-Benz C-Class pulled up beside them. Zhang Sai rolled down the window, his face lighting up at the sight of them. Lin Xiao, you're both here for driving practice too? Wasn't this the same Zhang Sai who had just been rejected? How brazen of him to show up again. Moreover, it was evident he lacked a driver's license. Yet he still flaunted the Mercedes, which his family had financed, driving without a permit. Lin Xiao held no fondness for this character, particularly since Zhang Sai often boasted of his athletic prowess and enjoyed mocking other students. Zhang Sai had previously had numerous romantic entanglements, but he had met his match with Yuan. She completely ignored him, while he shamelessly persisted. After the college entrance exams, Lin Xiao had heard that Zhang Sai had posted a heartfelt confession to Yuan on social media, portraying himself as hopelessly infatuated. Yuan frowned. "Don't you have a license?" Zhang Sai scratched his head, chuckling. "My home is nearby, so I just took the car out to practice." Don't worry. I've watched my dad drive enough to handle this short distance. Immediately, he turned to Yu Wanwan with an eager expression. Wanwan, let's head back together after practice. I can drive you. As for Lin Xiao, he could take the bus. What audacity! Driving without a license and offering a ride? Lin Xiao couldn't help but scoff internally. Yu Wanwan waved him off, accompanying Lin Xiao inside. No thanks, I suggest you be careful. Zhang Sai was momentarily stunned, feeling a mixture of shock and delight. Wait, are you concerned about me, goddess? Hey, Wanwan, I can join you for practice later, he called out, hastily following them. However, he soon discovered that Lin Xiao and Yu Wanwan were seated comfortably in an air-conditioned car, with a female instructor providing them guidance. They appeared quite close, radiating an air of intimacy, while Zhang Sai was left to suffer under the blazing sun. How could Lin Xiao be in a VIP class? And why was he sharing a vehicle with Yu Wanwan? In that moment, Zhang Sai felt an overwhelming surge of envy, akin to a boiling pot of water. Chapter 55. Too fast, it might break under the scorching sun. The open-air driving practice area resembled a steam chamber. And the most unbearable part was that Zhang Sai had forgotten to bring an umbrella, leaving him to suffer under the relentless sun, panting heavily. However, at that moment, his heart was chilled to the core. A throng of individuals stood in line at the driving school, while Lin Xiao and Yu Wanwan swiftly sought out their instructor, eagerly slipping into an air-conditioned vehicle, ready to commence their practice. Zhang Sai, perplexed, observed as he and the other students grew increasingly restless. What merit did Lin Xiao possess to occupy a spot in the VIP class? His family could hardly afford such indulgence. For the average person, obtaining a driver's license often entailed wasting countless hours in queues. Yet for the affluent, it was a different tale altogether, personalized service available at all hours. With the vehicle pre-cooled, creating a haven of comfort, and the instructors exuding an exceptionally amiable demeanor, unlike the typical harshness encountered elsewhere. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Sai's heart seethed with discontent, surmising that Yu Wanwan's influence was the only reason Lin Xiao could partake in the VIP class. Just a mere kept man, supported by the esteemed Miss Yu. Yet, his heart remained as cold as ice, for he too yearned for such patronage. Why did he not receive the same privileges? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had selected a female instructor, aware of the mixed bag of characters among the driving school's staff, often encountering unscrupulous individuals taking advantage of students. A female coach was certainly a safer choice. Sensing that both students had invested significantly in VIP services, the instructor greeted them warmly, her face adorned with a friendly smile. Who would like to go first? Yu Wanwan, sitting in the vehicle, felt her delicate hands tremble. Although her father frequently drove her around, the prospect of being behind the wheel for the first time filled her with anxiety. She tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve. As Lin Xiao occupied the driver's seat, the instructor began to guide him through the steps of adjusting the seat, operating the clutch, and shifting gears. After a brief explanation, Lin Xiao began to execute the maneuvers. He pressed the clutch, applied the brake, engaged the handbrake, shifted into first gear, and gradually released the clutch to start driving. The execution was flawless, leaving the instructor pleasantly surprised. Young man, you seem quite adept at this. Have you driven before? She inquired. Lin Xiao shook his head, revealing that his family had never owned a car. Earlier that day, he had utilized a neural interface helmet to master the driving techniques of hover vehicles, seamlessly assimilating the knowledge through repetitive simulations that ingrained the skills into his muscle memory. After all, if he could maneuver a hover vehicle soaring between skyscrapers, how could he falter with a conventional car? He required only a single explanation to operate the vehicle, devoid of any trepidation. Both the instructor and Yu Wanwan were taken aback, unaware that Lin Xiao's proficiency stemmed from his experience with hovercraft. Displaying remarkable composure in the driver's seat, Lin Xiao relished the experience. Men often possess a penchant for driving, and after the exhilarating morning spent navigating the skies, the mundane reality of driving on the ground seemed rather dull. In a mere half hour, Lin Xiao had practiced several maneuvers, reversing into a parking space, parallel parking, and making right-angle turns, each executed flawlessly with minimal guidance from the instructor. The coach, seated comfortably in the air-conditioned vehicle, wore a beaming smile, reveling in the ease of earning her fee. In contrast, beads of sweat dotted Yu Wanwan's forehead as the pressure mounted upon her. In class, she was the top student. Yet behind the wheel, she felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension, especially witnessing Lin Xiao's rapid progress, which only intensified her anxiety. Lin Xiao, I'm feeling a bit scared. Upon seeing Lin Xiao vacate the driver's seat, She instinctively moved to the back, her expression betraying her unease. Don't worry. I'm also learning for the first time. Remember how relaxed you feel when your dad drives? Plus, the instructor is here to ensure your safety. And I'll be right behind you. Drive boldly. Lin Xiao's soothing words managed to ease her anxiety slightly. The instructor, filled with enthusiasm, figured she had struck gold with 2 VIP students, one of whom was excelling without requiring much effort on her part. She now aimed to provide thorough instruction to Yu Wanwan, seeking to reclaim the teaching experience she hadn't quite found with Lin Xiao. Indeed, your boyfriend is right. No need to be nervous. Let us adjust your seat. Yu Wanwan felt her cheeks flush crimson at the instructor's words. She glanced at Lin Xiao, who made no effort to contradict the coach, and a small smile crept onto her face. With Lin Xiao by her side, they indeed resembled a couple. Following the instructor's guidance, Yu Wanwan adjusted her seat, fastened her seatbelt, and prepared to start the car. However, as she pressed the clutch to ignite the engine, the vehicle inexplicably stalled repeatedly. Despite the instructor's explanations, her hands and feet seemed uncooperative, her foot slipping off the clutch too abruptly, resulting in the car shutting off time and again. The mounting frustration brought her to the brink of tears. I can't do this. Am I not suited for learning to drive a manual? The instructor glanced at Lin Xiao with newfound inspiration. I believe your girlfriend is quite tense. Perhaps you could sit beside her and offer guidance? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Is it all right if I assist? Of course. I'll be watching from the back. If anything arises, simply press the brake on the passenger side, the instructor replied, pondering whether Lin Xiao's presence might alleviate Yu Wanwan's anxiety. As Lin Xiao settled into the passenger seat, Yu Wanwan's face deepened in hue. She had never anticipated that the boy she secretly admired would personally guide her in driving. The sensation filled her with joy. Lin Xiao, she called out, her tone sweetly pleading, her expression one of innocent distress. Just follow my instructions. Press the clutch all the way down. Then slowly ease it up. Don't rush. Use the ball of your foot to push down. And don't lift your heel too high. Gently release the clutch. Noticing her trembling legs, Lin Xiao cautiously placed his hand over hers, offering encouragement. Finally, the car began to move without stalling, and Yu Wanwan felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. She feared that if the speed increased, she might crash into a wall. Is this too fast? She exclaimed in a panic. Lin Xiao, however, perceived no alarming speed. It was merely a slow crawl in first gear, akin to a leisurely jog. Don't panic. Steer with the wheel, he reassured her. Yu Wanwan's arms flailed about the steering wheel as she exclaimed, no. This is too fast. It might break. Lin Xiao replied. What nonsensical exaggeration is this? Is this how one drives seriously? Don't turn so sharply. Rest assured. It won't break. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, Yu Wanwan maneuvered the vehicle in circles on the practice ground. This was the fundamental exercise for beginners, driving in circles in a confined area. Meanwhile, a group of students waiting to practice their driving cast envious glances at the couple inside the car. How infuriating. Why can't I practice driving with such a beautiful girl? Zhang Sai observed Yu Wanwan laughing and chatting with Lin Xiao inside the car, her face flushed, their actions quite intimate. He was seething with anger, feeling utterly frustrated. Here he was, still waiting in line to practice, while his beloved goddess was already frolicking with someone else in the car. This was unbearable. I shouldn't have come to the driving school at this moment. Chapter 56. Yu Wanwan. Lin Zhao's hands are so warm. Zhang Sai expressed. Family, who understands this feeling? Under the scorching summer sun, he watched helplessly as his beloved goddess chatted and laughed with another person in the car. His heart felt as if it were being scratched by a cat. Kid, don't dawdle. Hurry up and practice. Do you know how to use the clutch? Why are you so dizzy? For heaven's sake. You stalled the car. Maybe you should learn to drive an automatic instead. Beside him was an irritable instructor, who frequently berated him without hesitation. Although driving schools are not supposed to insult students, such scoldings are still quite unpleasant. It felt as though they were ruthlessly undermining his enthusiasm for learning to drive. At that moment, Zhang Sai could only think, Mom, can I switch driving schools? This is unbearable. At 6 in the evening, Yu Wanwan's father, Yu Zuching, finished his work for the day. He had met with several business partners that morning, and the project discussions had gone well. Yu Zuching was in a remarkably good mood today. Joyfully, he set out to pick up his daughter, driving a Mercedes-Benz S400L. With the car exuding an aura of luxury and the interior enveloped in surround sound music. At this moment, he felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. He wondered how well his daughter was doing with her driving practice. Once she mastered driving, He intended to gift her this Mercedes S. While he would strive to upgrade to a Maybach, he was acutely aware that without his own efforts, his child could never have such advantages. The poor toil their entire lives just to achieve the starting point of the affluent. This is the harsh reality. Thus, he resolved that his precious daughter must never settle for someone of inferior circumstances. Otherwise, he would have to go to great lengths to provide assistance. He simply did not want his daughter to endure hardships. After all, she had been pampered since childhood, and he could not bear the thought of her living a life of hardship. Previously, he had heard that his daughter seemed to have feelings for a boy in her class. As a father, he felt an unfamiliar pang of anxiety at the thought of his beloved daughter being taken away. He immediately inquired with several students in her class to find out where the boy lived, his background, and his family circumstances. Ultimately, he discovered that the boy resided in an old neighborhood in Jiangxing, with parents who were both part of the working class, making him a poor lad from a small town. On the day of the college entrance examination, that boy even had a meal in his car. The boy appeared well-groomed and was quite polite, but his circumstances were genuinely difficult for Yu Ziqing to accept. After being coddled for so long, would Wanwan be able to adapt to a life of poverty? As a businessman who had built his fortune from the ground up and experienced hardship, he was determined not to let his descendants live in such conditions. Life is stratified. While he comfortably drove the Mercedes S, enjoying the air conditioning and music, the pedestrians outside were enduring the sweltering 40-degree heat, risking heat stroke just to make a living. This stark contrast exemplified the cruelty of society. Yu Ziqing turned off the music, stepped on the gas, and drove straight to the driving school. At that moment, Yuanwan had just finished her practice session. She could barely stand as she exited the car, having pushed herself hard, fearing she would fall behind Lin Xiao. She had practiced for nearly 3 hours. It is difficult for an average person to drive for 3 hours, especially under such intense focus on reversing into parking spaces. Yuanwan's cheeks were flushed as she wiped the sweat from her brow. It's mainly because Lin Xiao teaches so well. I feel like I'm learning quickly. If it were the instructor, I definitely wouldn't have practiced for this long. But with Lin Xiao, it was different. Lin Xiao, seeing her limping, led her to a stone pedestal and pointed, "You should sit here. Let me massage your legs, or you might not be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Yuanwan shyly shook her head, pouting no. "It's fine, I'm okay. Just sitting for a while is enough." Lin Xiao respected her wishes. However, Yuanwan was not pleased. "Am I being too reserved for you to take initiative?" She huffed, pouting and attempting to massage her own legs, then added, "Well, I'm wearing a skirt, so it's not convenient." Lin Xiao understood. She was employing a strategy of teasing him. "I won't massage you then." Yuanwan's little temper flared. "Lin Xiao, look at my leg. It feels like it's cramping." Lin Xiao found himself at a loss. Thus, he squatted down, grasped her calf, and gently massaged. He could feel the elasticity and smoothness of her skin. Yuanwan instinctively stiffened her legs, her face as red as an apple. She could only think how warm Lin Xiao's hands were. Do boys' hands always feel this warm? To onlookers, it would seem they were a couple. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. "How is the position? Is it right? Should I move it up a bit?" Lin Xiao asked while massaging. Glancing up at her, Yuanwan could not meet his gaze, lowering her head and softly replying, It's fine." So, Lin Xiao moved his hands up slightly. Yuanwan's body jolted, and she suddenly felt a strange sensation. She instinctively closed her legs. The feeling was intoxicating, and she suddenly longed for something. Why am I having such shameful thoughts? Yuanwan, have you gone astray? Meanwhile, Yu Ziqing had arrived at the entrance of the driving school. He noticed a pair of young people on a stone pedestal nearby, appearing quite intimate, and could not help but chuckle. These days, young people are so bold as to express their affection under the sun. Times have certainly changed. He wondered what the boy was doing squatting beside the girl. Surely, it was nothing inappropriate. Just as he was about to call his daughter, the couple suddenly stood up. Yu Ziqing was instantly taken aback. Wait, isn't that his daughter? Chapter 57. Is it my fault to be born into poverty? After much contemplation, it turns out it is my own daughter. Who is that little rascal? As Yu Ziqing directed his gaze, his expression shifted dramatically upon spotting the young lad, his face darkening, and an unsettling aura enveloped him. It is that wretched boy named Lin Xiao again. How dare he be so familiar with my daughter? Yu Ziqing nearly choked on his own blood. He was a quintessential doting father, and witnessing his daughter being so intimate with another man made his entire being bristle with indignation. Damn it. If I don't find a way to make things difficult for this insufferable boy today, then I might as well not call myself a business elite. Old Yu exited the vehicle, wearing a congenial smile. On the surface, he appeared amiable, but internally, he was already plotting how to create trouble for this young man. It was imperative to make him retreat in defeat. After all, my daughter cannot be so easily won over. Setting aside his familial background, the lad simply lacks the merit to be deemed worthy. My precious daughter must have been deceived by his handsome facade. Wanwan's is still young and does not comprehend the intricacies of the future ahead. As her father, I must clear the path of thorns and weeds for her. Indeed, he had already deemed Lin Xiao as a mere weed on her path to maturity. Lacking strength, background, and assets, he was unequivocally beneath her. Seeing Lin Xiao still conversing with Wanwan, he approached his daughter directly. Wanwan's, Dad is here to pick you up. Come on, let us head home. Upon noticing her father's arrival, Wanwan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiao, fully aware of her father's disapproval of him due to his impoverished upbringing. The old man, despite his many merits, harbored a penchant for vanity and a fixation on wealth, a trait she could somewhat understand, given his business acumen. However, Lin Xiao, he had just turned 18. How could he possibly alter his humble origins? Being born into poverty is hardly his fault. At 18, his future is still a vast expanse of possibilities. Who can truly predict what lies ahead? Is it truly fair to define him so early? I brought the car over. Once you obtain your driver's license, this vehicle will be yours to drive. Come, let us get in. How was your learning today? He completely ignored Lin Xiao standing nearby, not even acknowledging him with a glance. It went quite smoothly, thanks to Lin Xiao's guidance. With him by my side, I learned exceptionally fast. Wanwan deliberately emphasized Lin Xiao's name, momentarily startling old Yu. His daughter was clearly provoking him, fully aware of his disregard for the boy. Well then, let us express our gratitude to this classmate. Shall we be on our way? Yu Ziqing prepared to help Wanwan into the car, opening the door for her. Lin Xiao, would you like a ride? I can have my dad drop you home. Wanwan warmly patted his back, gesturing for him to enter. The sweltering heat outside was unbearable, and with the distance to the driving school and the evening rush hour, public transport would be overcrowded. Given that Lin Xiao had taught her so much today, it was only right that she offered him a lift, especially since she had developed a fondness for him. You want him to join us? Old Yu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Xiao closely. Come, Lin Xiao, take a seat in the back. Wanwan opened the rear door for him, pointing for him to sit. Lin Xiao could only think, good heavens, these two are subtly competing, and here he was, caught in the middle. It was clear to any observer that Yu Ziqing did not wish for him to enter the car, while Wanwan insisted on his presence. She took delight in having Lin Xiao ride with her. Reluctantly yielding to his daughter's wishes, old Yu's resolve strengthened. He must ensure that this insufferable boy knew his place. What sort of enchantment had Lin Xiao cast upon his daughter to make her so enamored? It baffled him. Shouldn't he, his daughter, consider the sons of his business partners, who were not only accomplished but also wealthy, thus free from financial worries? It could only be said that his daughter was still too young and naive to understand many things. All right, since my daughter insists, Lin Xiao, you may join us. However, do behave and do not dirty my car. Father, what kind of talk is that? Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly. Wanwan's, perhaps I should just decline. I can call my dad to come pick me up instead. Would you have uncle travel all that way for you? Isn't he working today? Lin Xiao thought to himself. His father had long since retired. With their considerable wealth, his parents could comfortably rest, yet they chose to run a shop for entertainment. They were thriving in their business endeavors. My dad should be done soon. I'll just give him a call. Don't bother uncle. He has worked hard all day. Let him take a break. Come, let us get in my car. In Wanwan's mind, Lin Xiao's parents were still laborers, with her father toiling tirelessly at a chemical factory, often forced into overtime and night shifts, leaving him with no time to rest. Really, there's no need. Lin Xiao chuckled in disbelief. This girl insisted on having him in the car, seemingly oblivious to her father's piercing gaze. Yu Ziqing wished he could devour Lin Xiao whole, feeling as though he was the root cause of his daughter's infatuation. This doting father was quite formidable indeed. Get in, or I'll accompany you on foot. This stubborn girl left him no choice but to enter the car alongside Wanwan. With a cold smirk, Yu Ziqing took his place behind the wheel, steering them toward home. Lin Xiao, how did you fare in the recent college entrance examination? Are you confident about getting into a university? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. I anticipate average results, but I will certainly gain admission to a university. Average results? You mean a private university, right? How did you find riding in my luxury RV last time compared to this Mercedes S-Class? Old Yu's words were clearly tinged with disdain, as he presumed Lin Xiao would never be able to afford such a car, yet he sought his opinion. A cruel jab indeed. Honestly, it was rather mediocre. I wouldn't dream of purchasing such a vehicle. Haha, you probably couldn't afford it anyway. For a working-class individual to aspire to own a Mercedes S-Class is merely a fantasy. Even if one saved for a lifetime, the upkeep would be impossible. I believe young people should maintain realistic aspirations. Young Lin, let me share a few thoughts. Now that you have completed your college entrance exams, I have no objections to you pursuing relationships. However, they must be mutually compatible. I do not wish to impose undue pressure on you, but I am aware of your family situation. You should focus on earning money and saving for a home, alleviating future burdens. Yu Ziqing exhibited remarkable maturity, advising Lin Xiao in a tone reminiscent of a parent addressing a child. Dad, what are you talking about? We haven't. That's even better. My dear, you may head home first. I shall escort young Lin back and take the opportunity to impart a few more words along the way. He assisted Yu Wanwan in opening the car door, allowing her to return home first. This detail was handled with great care by Yu Ziqing. He wished to avoid discussing such matters in front of his daughter, as he did not want to provoke her anger. Thus, he opted to drop off Yu Wanwan before taking Lin Xiao home, intending to address more pragmatic concerns once they were alone. He aimed to subtly encourage Lin Xiao to withdraw from his daughter's life. All right, Lin Xiao, where do you live? Uncle will take you home. After witnessing his daughter depart, a triumphant smile emerged on Yu Ziqing's face. Chapter 58. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiao, Yu Wanwan shot a furious glance at Yu Ziqing. Warning, old Yu, don't you dare bully Lin Xiao. If I find out, I won't let you off easily. Yu Ziqing feigned innocence, scratching the back of his head with a mischievous smile. Rest assured, I'm just giving Lin Xiao a ride home. What ill intentions could I possibly have? Don't spout your lofty ideals in the car. It's all nonsense, do you understand? Relax, I won't say a word. Absolutely not. With a cold snort, Yu Wanwan turned back towards the community. As Yu Ziqing watched his daughter's retreating figure, his smile gradually faded, transforming into a stern expression. He cast a cold glance at Lin Xiao, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and offered it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at it. It was a Huazi, but he didn't smoke, so he waved his hand in refusal. My daughter has left, and there are matters I need to clarify with you. While Yu Wanwan was present, he had refrained from speaking unkindly about Lin Xiao, knowing his precious daughter would be upset. But now that she was gone, he felt it was time to be direct. Yu Ziqing shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and made a U-turn, setting the car in motion. He exhaled a puff of smoke and began, "Let me be frank, Lin Xiao. I believe you two are incompatible. I do not wish for you to continually pursue my daughter." Lin Xiao, taken aback by the bluntness, responded, "You misunderstand. I have no relationship with your daughter. We are merely friends." Yu Ziqing furrowed his brow. Just friends? Heh, I've been to school too. It's quite normal for young people to have feelings. Wanwan likes you, and you have feelings for her too, don't you? However, I hope you will first focus on bettering yourself. Given the current situation, if you do not strive to become exceptional, you will inevitably drag Wanwan down with you. Hence, I do not advise you to pursue her. I have connections, and in the future, I may introduce Wanwan to better suitors. They could be from my business associates, officials, or the children of other entrepreneurs. They may not possess your looks, but they can offer Wanwan a better quality of life. I have ensured she has lived comfortably for many years. I prefer her future to be bright, with prospects and opportunities. It's not that I don't understand you, it's simply the reality. Without money or resources, and without knowing influential people, you can only work in a factory. I see no future in you. Lin Xiao sat in the back seat, listening intently to Yu Ziqing's words, recognizing the stark reality presented before him. In the past, no matter how resilient he was, he would have felt a stir of emotions at such frankness. While I am merely a friend to Yu Wanwan, as a good friend, I must say this. Old Yu, you constantly refer to your daughter as your precious gem. Have you considered that the people you introduce to her may not be to her liking? Does wealth guarantee happiness? Yu Ziqing chuckled dismissively. Wealth does not guarantee happiness, but a lack of it certainly ensures unhappiness. I have endured hardship, and you should understand how tough life can be. While feelings can be nurtured, a man must have money. Material foundations are essential to sustain relationships, at least in my view. Yu Ziqing conveyed his middle-aged perspectives to Lin Xiao. Reflecting upon this, Lin Xiao eventually nodded in agreement. You're right. I acknowledge your viewpoint. Lin Xiao's response left Yu Ziqing somewhat speechless. He had anticipated a rebuttal, but received acceptance instead. Since you agree, I hope you will strive to improve. It may be challenging for someone from an ordinary working-class background to save a few million, but if you succeed in the future, I'll treat you to a meal. All right? Yu Ziqing regarded this as a light-hearted encouragement, dismissing it himself. Lin Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. If you treat me, I may not have the time. By the way, turn left and then head west. Yu Ziqing drove Lin Xiao back to his residence, remaining silent, believing Lin Xiao had comprehended his message. He drove attentively, eager to drop him off. As they traveled, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Lin Xiao, didn't T11 mention your family lives in Jiangqing town? Oh, I've moved. This area? Isn't this the city center? If you go further ahead, you'll reach the Binhai Xingheng community, the premier luxury flats. Lin Xiao nodded yes. My home is there. Yu Ziqing was bewildered. You're joking, right? No, sir. You can't assume that I would deceive you after your words today. Is that amusing? Lin Xiao found no interest in explaining further. As they reached the entrance, the security guard stopped them, noticing the unfamiliar Mercedes. High-end communities typically enforce stringent management. Outsiders cannot enter without permission. Unit 1, Building 2, Lin Xiao's residence. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the guard slightly bowed, smiling. Mr. Lin, is it? Is this a new car? This Mercedes S-Class, Mr. Lin. What made you choose such a vehicle? Isn't this just a junk car for you? Ha. The guard had a good rapport with Lin Xiao and was merely joking. Lin Xiao took it in stride. You're mistaken. This isn't my car. It belongs to my classmate's father, who gave me a ride. The guard chuckled awkwardly. Oh, I see. I was wondering how Mr. Lin could drive such a junk car. My apologies, sir. Yu Ziqing. Chapter 59. A 2 billion prepayment from the state. Recently, Li Tianyi was exceedingly pleased, as Lin Xiao, a significant client, had completed his annual quota ahead of schedule. Lin Xiao had deposited nearly 400 million into his bank. What does this signify? In Binhai, it ranked among the very top. If Lin Xiao were to recommend someone for employment at his bank, as the president, he would be obliged to treat them exceptionally well, offering generous salaries. Furthermore, any individual referred by Lin Xiao would be assigned to exceedingly comfortable positions. Li Tianyi had never fathomed that such a young man could amass such wealth. What kind of work did he engage in? He dared not inquire or ponder too deeply, especially after being alarmed by the discovery of Lin Xiao's overseas company's transaction records. Was it true that he had dealings with the state? This young man was truly formidable. In the midst of his contemplation, he suddenly received another bank transfer from Lin Xiao. This transaction had been facilitated by Lin Xiao's assistant, Xiao Yi, and once again, the funds originated from the capital city, specifically from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The agent was a national-level bank, essentially the bank's progenitor. This transfer was a reward from the Ministry of Internal Affairs for Lin Xiao's submission of a theoretical framework for controllable nuclear fusion. The bonus amounted to a staggering 2 billion. This time, the ministry did not consult Lin Xiao. They convened an internal meeting and resolved to disperse the sum to Mr. Lin immediately. Should Mr. Lin have any special requests or blessings in the future, they would certainly comply. Even if Mr. Lin deemed this amount insufficient, they would continue to provide him with additional funds. Technically, this money could be considered a prepayment. A theoretical framework for controllable nuclear fusion was not yet operational. It was merely a prospective plan, valued at 2 billion. To the state, this theory was worth far more than that. It was invaluable to nations across the globe. Presently, there is another transfer from Mr. Lin, came the voice of an employee. Li Tianyi promptly rushed to manage this transaction for Lin Xiao. How much does Mr. Lin intend to deposit this time? Presently, this time the amount is substantial, 2 billion. Li Tianyi was utterly taken aback. 2 billion? Mr. Lin has earned another 2 billion? He inhaled sharply, his expression filled with disbelief. Who exactly was Mr. Lin? How could it be possible that in such a short span of time, he had accrued another 2 billion? Seated in his chair, Li Tianyi felt his legs tremble with excitement. 2 billion deposited in their bank. This not only fulfilled this year's targets, but also alleviated any concerns for the following year. Moreover, he would undoubtedly receive accolades from the higher-ups at the headquarters. When the annual meeting convened, he would be the first to bask in the leader's recognition. At that moment, he could boast extravagantly before all his colleagues. Everything stemmed from Mr. Lin. Who would dare believe that he could earn 2 billion in merely a month? As he pondered the source of this transfer, Li Tianyi instinctively inquired of his secretary. This time, we have no authority to view the transfer fees. Our bank lacks the qualifications to investigate. The identity of the other party is confidential. Given that Lin Xiao had submitted a theoretical framework for controllable nuclear fusion, an area of stringent state secrecy, no detail could be overlooked. Consequently, when the state transferred funds to Lin Xiao, they implemented national-level confidentiality measures. Regardless of rank or department, No one was permitted to access this information. Last time it was from the state, and now I have no authority to view it? Li Tianyi could no longer remain composed. Cold sweat broke out as he realized Mr. Lin's significance was escalating in his mind, comparable to the high-ranking officials of the province. Perhaps Lin Xiao occupied a position beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. With this thought, Li Tianyi contacted several prominent local enterprises, including the owner of the previous 4S dealership. Xingwei, Wei, I'm organizing a dinner shortly, and I intend to invite Mr. Lin. Would you care to join? Inviting him to dinner? I'll come over. It sounds beneficial for you, Xingwei replied, nodding without further ado. He had great trust in President Li. If Li Tianyi said it would be advantageous, it was undoubtedly worthwhile, given their long-standing relationship. Fortunately, I chose the right side last time. By the way, Lao Li, I am curious, who exactly is Mr. Lin? Your bank must have no shortage of wealthy clients. Li Tianyi's expression shifted. Such matters are beyond my purview. Just know that Mr. Lin's status is unattainable for us common folk. The fact that he engages with us is a tremendous honor. Xingwei's expression grew serious. All right, I'll bring my car over from the garage. Don't say more. I'll host a gathering with my business associates in Binhai. It's a rare opportunity to introduce everyone to Mr. Lin. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shengheng community in the heart of Binhai, Yu Zicheng wore a look of disdain and contempt. He observed the security guard at the entrance and then glanced back at Lin Xiao, unable to suppress a scoff. Is this your little game? Hiring an actor to deceive your uncle? What are you trying to prove? That your family is powerful? Lin Xiao, your actions only serve to deepen my belief that you are unworthy of my daughter. Focus on earning an honest living instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics. He shot a glance at the security guard at the entrance. How much did Lin Xiao pay you? Spending money on such trivialities to seek my approval is futile. After years of navigating the Binhai business scene, I can see through your little ruse. The security guard, carrying a basket, was utterly perplexed. What nonsense are you spouting? What trickery? As a security guard earning 3,200 a month, am I supposed to be proud? At 20, I've avoided 40 years of hardship. There's nothing wrong with being a security guard. In my spare time, I can chat with Brother Lin, who is approachable and down to earth. Who do you think you are? I'm a genuine security guard, no pretense involved. What do you mean by playing a part? Brother Lin drives a different car every day. Do you think you can look down on him? The security guard was a top-notch rebuttal artist, refusing to back down. He could tell that the other person had no idea of Brother Lin's true strength. The very least car in Lin Xiao's garage was a Porsche 911, while this fellow drove a Mercedes S-Class. Previously, there was a Porsche Macan, which I even gifted to my cousin. Why do you look down on others just because you drive a Mercedes S? Is there really anyone who still drives such a worthless car? I stand up for Lin Xiao. Brother, your path is becoming increasingly narrow. My brother Lin knows an abundance of influential figures, does he not? Lin Xiao. As the bearer of the basket naturally assumed Lin Xiao's identity, he felt an exhilarating rush. Oh, isn't that a Bentley over there? Is it perhaps coming to see my brother Lin? As the bearer spoke, several luxury vehicles could be seen approaching from a distance. Chapter 60. The upper crust. Who could this esteemed guest be? A Bentley? Yu Zicheng followed the security guard's gaze into the distance, where indeed a Bentley Continental was approaching. He squinted slightly, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the luxurious vehicle. As it drew nearer, recognition dawned upon him when he glimpsed the license plate. Was that not President Li of the? He was well acquainted with Li Tianyi, having conducted numerous transactions at the and having crossed paths with him on multiple occasions. Despite his previous attempts to invite Li Tianyi for a meal being consistently declined due to the latter's busy schedule, Yu Zicheng found himself pondering why the esteemed banker had come here today. Adjusting his collar and adopting a more formal demeanor, he hastily exited his car to greet Li Tianyi. However, he was taken aback to see another vehicle trailing behind the Bentley, a brand new Ferrari 296. If his instincts served him right, that car belonged to the automotive mogul Xingwei. Yu Zicheng was quite familiar with him. He had recently dined with Xingwei, who had generously offered him substantial discounts when he purchased his Mercedes S-Class from his dealership. Such connections were invaluable for someone like him to cultivate. What brought both President Li and Boss Xing to this locale simultaneously? Surely, they were here to seek someone at Shengheng? You youngsters have no idea who these two are, do you? He mused to himself, reflecting on the prominence of the two figures ahead, one a bank president, the other an automotive dealer, both of considerable repute within the Binhai business circle. Yu Zicheng felt a slight furrow of concern as he reconsidered his role in this scenario. Wait, why am I even introducing you two? You're both too young and inexperienced to grasp the significance of the individuals associated with those vehicles. In Binhai, possessing wealth is not enough. One must also cultivate connections to navigate the complexities of society. As the cars gradually approached, he donned a mask of utmost respect and hurried toward the car windows. President Li, Boss Xing, what a pleasant surprise. Li Tianyi rolled down the window, his expression one of perplexity. Who exactly are you? The words he longed to utter were curbed by the sight of Yu Zicheng's respectable appearance and the Mercedes parked nearby. Hello, may I ask who you are? He inquired. I am Yu Zicheng. President Li, you seem to have forgotten me. We recently arranged a bridge loan. Oh, Li Tianyi responded nonchalantly, his tone lacking warmth. After all, he was merely a borrower, not a valued client, and the bank president's demeanor reflected that disparity. Oh, it's you, old you. I thought that car looked familiar. What brings you here? Li Tianyi inquired, recalling their previous interactions. At that moment, the Ferrari's window rolled down, revealing Xing Wei, who sported a playful grin. If only I lived here, haha. But alas, I must toil a few more years. Today, I'm merely dropping off my daughter as classmate. What a coincidence to run into you two distinguished gentlemen. Yu Zicheng's smile was a stark contrast to the somber expression he wore moments before. It was a smile tinged with flattery, respect, and a hint of subservience. In Binhai, both men held a higher status than he did, and as he navigated his business endeavors, maintaining a cordial relationship with them was paramount. Li Tianyi casually remarked, your daughter's classmate must be quite impressive to reside here. Yu Zicheng scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, that rascal is trying to court my daughter. He deceived me into believing his family is wealthy, just to show off. Li Tianyi chuckled, his interest waning as this anecdote held little significance to him. He was eager to inform the security personnel of their intent to locate Mr. Lin within the vicinity. Quickly, move that Mercedes ahead. We have a crucial meeting tonight with an important figure, he instructed. An important figure? A dinner? Yu Zicheng's eyes brightened with anticipation. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. The dinner with President Li and Boss Xing would undoubtedly be attended by influential individuals, a network he would need to navigate his future business endeavors. Who is it? President Li. I happen to be free this evening. May I join you? You wish to accompany us? Li Tianyi's expression shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure. Xing Wei interjected, Old Li, he purchased a car from my dealership and is a friend. Allowing him to join won't be an issue. Thank you, Wei Gu. Yu Zicheng expressed his gratitude, clasping his hands in appreciation. Xing Wei was indeed a genuine person. With a renewed sense of excitement, Yu Zicheng returned to his vehicle, eager to accompany Li Tianyi and Xing Wei. He cast a glance at Lin Xiao. Apologies, young man, but I have pressing matters to attend to. You'll need to take a taxi home. Lin Xiao sighed. I truly live just around the corner. Enough chatter. Those two behind me are esteemed guests, and I must attend to them. Hurry and exit the vehicle. Yu Zicheng retorted firmly. With a shrug, Lin Xiao glanced back before exiting the car. As he did, both Li Tianyi and Xing Wei suddenly spotted him, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost attentiveness. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Li Tianyi exclaimed, swiftly bringing the car to a halt and exiting with a warm smile, eagerly approaching Lin Xiao. Chapter 61. Wan likes you. You two are quite compatible. Li Tianyi cast a glance at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with a blend of respect and flattery. As he hurriedly approached with a series of small, hurried steps that appeared utterly comical, contrasting sharply with his previous demeanor during the conversation with Yu Zicheng in the car. This stark transformation left Yu Zicheng utterly bewildered, his mind clouded with 100 questions as he pondered whom Li, the bank manager, was seeking and the peculiar circumstances surrounding it. What had caused him to adopt such a subservient attitude, leaving Yu utterly confounded. As he turned around, he noticed Li Tianyi hastily approaching Lin Xiao, standing beside him, yet maintaining a respectful distance, his head slightly bowed. A smile of obsequiousness adorning his face as he extended his hand to lead the way. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? We were just planning to find you for a meal. Lin Xiao, feeling discomfort in his neck from sitting in the car, stretched it while calmly responding. A classmate's father came to take me home. I'm just hitching a ride with him. Mr. Lin, why didn't you tell me earlier? I have plenty of time. I can pick you up anytime, just a call away. Lin Xiao quickly waved his hand, shaking his head. You are the president of a trading company. How could I impose on you to be at my beck and call? That would be quite improper. Alas, Li Tianyi lamented, his brow furrowed and a bittersweet smile on his lips. What do you mean? It would be my honor to pick you up, and by the way, I have already taken care of that money matter for you. Lin Xiao nodded, commending Li Tianyi for his efficiency, recognizing him as a reliable person. Upon hearing this, Li Tiany's face lit up with an uncontainable smile, radiating brilliance. He felt as if his future was illuminated, walking down a sunlit path. Who was this young man? An important figure collaborating with the state, transferring substantial sums from the highest bank, previously $50 million, now $20 billion. Can one even fathom the background and capability he possesses? As a branch manager, he could hardly comprehend Lin Zhao's true identity and influence. In reality, Li Tiany's perspective remained limited. The contributions Lin Zhao had made were beyond the imagination of the state. Even the leaders of the Internal Affairs Office would adopt a similar attitude upon encountering him. Behind Li Tiany, Xing Wei, the business tycoon, approached swiftly, his expression of respect rivaling that of Li Tiany, albeit accompanied by a deeper sense of reverence. Achieving such feats at such a young age was indeed remarkable. He couldn't help but reflect on what he was doing at 18, working illegally abroad. This young man warranted not only admiration, but also further understanding. Mr. Lin, we drove specifically to pick you up. President Li and I would like to invite you for a meal, hoping you would honor us with your presence. Primarily, we wish to express our gratitude for your recent patronage at our dealership, where you purchased such a number of vehicles that it nearly matched my half-year's revenue. Xing Wei positioned himself beside Lin Zhao, mirroring Li Tiany's demeanor, as the two influential figures from Binhai City flanked Lin Zhao like devoted attendants. Guiding him to the car, the security guard at the entrance, holding a basket, could not help but smile at the sight, eager to see the expression of the man who had recently driven a Mercedes S-Class. Yu Ziqing appeared as if petrified, his expression blank and eyes filled with confusion as he watched the two follow Lin Zhao. His mind was a void, momentarily forgetting his identity and purpose for being there. The image of Li Tiany's obsequious smile echoed in his mind, and the conversation between Li Tiany, Xing Wei, and Lin Zhao lingered, leaving him in an unshakable state of disbelief. He had never anticipated that Li Tiany would so humbly approach the very Lin Zhao he had consistently belittled, the impoverished young man pursuing his precious daughter. Was he truly that destitute? If he lacked connections or strength, how could these two magnates show him such deference? What was happening? Had his information been erroneous? There was only one possibility. This young man had been maintaining a low profile, skillfully concealing his true potential. Such individuals who quietly amass greatness are indeed formidable. Moments ago, he had ridiculed him, branding him as lacking power and wealth. Now, it appeared he was the fool. As he glanced down at his ID card that had fallen to the ground, he was met with the sight of a circus clown staring back at him, his face feeling as if it had been slapped. What distressed him most was recalling his earlier insistence on dining with them, particularly when he had implored Li Tiany and Xing Wei to consider his previous purchase of a vehicle. It turned out he was to dine with Lin Zhao, the very Mr. Lin they spoke of. The man who drove the Mercedes. Hadn't he just labeled that car a piece of junk? What was he to think now? He pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Ziqing, berating him. His disdain for those who, with a modicum of wealth, forget their humble beginnings was palpable. Yu Ziqing was jolted from his stupor, his face contorting in embarrassment as he awkwardly gazed at Lin Zhao's retreating figure, his throat parched and voice hoarse. Unsure of how to proceed, he cautiously uttered, "Mr. Lin." "Hello?" Li Tiany and Xing Wei were engrossed in conversation with Lin Zhao, oblivious to his presence. Ignored. He mustered the courage to try again, "Mr. Lin. I had just arranged with President Li to join you for dinner, if you would consider." Lin Zhao remained unresponsive. Only the guard with the basket overheard, calling out, "Lin, this guy wants to join you for dinner." The guard's booming voice caused Lin Zhao to turn, observing Yu Ziqing, who was nervously fidgeting with his nose, reminiscent of anxious students awaiting evaluation at an art exam. "Oh, Lao Yu, I nearly forgot you were here," Li Tiany remarked, casting a deep glance at Yu Ziqing. Recognizing his nervous demeanor, he surmised that this individual had previously underestimated Mr. Lin, and now, upon learning of Lin Zhao's true identity, he swiftly altered his approach. A pragmatic businessman. Yu Ziqing slightly bent forward, preparing to extract his business card from his pocket. "I am Yu Ziqing, the chairman of Ziqing Optoelectronics." Ziqing Optoelectronics, a rather mediocre enterprise, seemingly engaged in the new energy sector, appears to have a promising year ahead. Li Tiany seemed to recall this, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xing Wei, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "Old Yu, why are you still standing there? Hurry and drive your car. Tonight, we are dining at the welcoming hotel. You know the place, so lead the way." Upon hearing this, Yu Ziqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mr. Lin, thank you. Thank you." Lin Xiao, perplexed, inquired. Thank me for what? Yu Ziqing intended to express his gratitude to Lin Xiao for granting him the opportunity to join the dinner, providing him with a passport into the upper echelons of Binhai society. However, he hesitated to articulate his thoughts. It's nothing, Uncle Yu. By the way, regarding Yu Wanwan. In truth, I have no involvement with her. Yu Ziqing immediately interrupted Lin Xiao, saying, Mr. Lin, Wanwan truly likes you, and I believe you two are indeed well suited. Chapter 62. The Marking Committee. Why can't I comprehend this mathematics paper? It seems rather fitting, doesn't it? No, wait, old Yu. You certainly didn't say that in the car just now. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Yu Ziqing's sudden change of stance. Uncle Yu, to put it plainly, Wanwan and I are merely ordinary friends. Yu Ziqing was momentarily stunned, shaking his head fervently. How is that possible? How could you two be just ordinary friends? I believe your relationship could certainly evolve further. Wanwan is a wonderful girl. I've watched her grow up, and she possesses a delightful character, being both kind and sensible. Mr. Lin. At that moment, Xing Wei interjected, interrupting Yu Ziqing. Old Yu, what are you on about? We're here to dine, not to set up a blind date for your daughter. Besides, she is still young, why the rush? Yu Ziqing was indeed anxious. Upon realizing Lin Xiao's standing, his concern heightened. Who could be more urgent than him? Having a resource of such caliber at hand should not be squandered. If seized, it could lead to greater opportunities for his enterprise in the future. Inside the Grand Hotel, Xing Wei located his friends from the Binhai business circle, who promptly approached Lin Xiao to offer him toasts. A group of middle-aged men raised their glasses to Lin Xiao, with the latter out-drinking them with ease. The scene appeared quite peculiar, yet it was undeniably occurring. Yu Ziqing watched, bewildered. What weight did Lin Xiao carry in Binhai? Why was he so extraordinary? How had he remained oblivious to this until now? Eventually, he understood that his previous ignorance stemmed from his own inadequacy. He had only been relegated to the children's table, unable to share a meal with these individuals. Now, he finally had the chance to dine with them, exchange contact information, and everyone acted amicably. The dinner was thoroughly enjoyable. Upon returning home, Yu Wanwan confronted her father with a stern expression. Old Yu, did you say something to Lin Xiao? Did you belittle him with your usual tactics? Hearing this, Yu Ziqing could only smile wryly as he sat on his daughter's bed and sighed heavily. Wanwan, I merely suggested to Lin Xiao that he should consider you more. You should engage him in conversation, chat a bit, and enhance your bond. Yu Wanwan replied with confusion. Dad, what do you mean by that? Are you deliberately speaking in opposites? Yu Ziqing found himself at a loss. How could that be? If it weren't for Lin Xiao, how would I have gained the contact information of so many business owners from Binhai? Without him, my relations with President Li and Xing Wei would merely be superficial acquaintances, not the warm camaraderie we now share over meals and lively business discussions. All of this stemmed from Lin Xiao, the esteemed Mr. Lin in the eyes of the influential. Yu Ziqing was uncertain of his true identity. What he did know was that the young man was incredibly impressive, with a formidable background. He could very well be a top-tier second-generation rich kid, or perhaps a powerful official's offspring. He had no standing to inquire further. Dad, are you feeling well? Did you drink too much today? Yu Ziqing insisted earnestly. I'm speaking from the heart. You must converse more with Lin Xiao, and also mention your father often. Why would I mention you? Yu Wanwan retorted. I don't need to understand any of this. I'm going to bed now. Don't disturb me. After dismissing her father, she returned to her room, stripped off her clothes, and slipped under the covers, peeking her head out. She took out her phone. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Dad, since you suggested I chat more with Lin Xiao, as your beloved daughter, I shall heed your advice. With a bright smile, Yu Wanwan sent a text to Lin Xiao. In recent days, Lin Xiao had been practicing driving with Yu Wanwan almost daily. The most amusing part was that after each session, someone would come to pick them up, none other than old Yu himself. Yu Ziqing drove his Mercedes S-Class daily to show for the two. After dropping Yu Wanwan off, he would turn around to drop Lin Xiao at his place, showering him with warmth and engaging him in conversation, subtly flattering him. Lin Xiao felt exasperated. This man changed his demeanor quicker than one could flip a page. Just moments ago, he had been condescending, and now he was lavishing praise. This continued for over 10 days until they completed the exams for Subjects 2 and 3. Subject 2 was a challenge, but once navigated, Subjects 3 and 4 would be relatively easier, primarily focusing on details. If Lin Xiao maintained this pace, he would likely obtain his driver's license before the college entrance examination results were released. Then, he could drive his Lamborghini Gallardo around with one hand, enjoying the freedom. With an additional 20 billion earned, he could consider purchasing a few more vehicles to rotate through. Meanwhile, at the site of the college entrance examination marking, an extraordinarily peculiar event unfolded during the mathematics grading. Traditionally, mathematics papers required the expertise of seasoned educators. While the answer to a problem could be singular, numerous methods could yield that result. The intricate process necessitated a profound mathematical acumen for evaluation. Consequently, the marking was entrusted to mathematics experts, the CRME de la CRME of the field, with assistants often being graduate or doctoral students from prestigious institutions. Among the members of Group A, Yang Qi, an aging academic with thick glasses and a receding hairline, found himself nearing retirement. A few years prior, he had been a well-regarded mathematics graduate advisor at a prominent university, but now he was relegated to a secondary role in the grading committee. Upon encountering an exceptionally bizarre paper, he furrowed his brow. The answers were plentiful, yet none were correct, entirely unrelated to the final accurate solutions. The answer sheet was densely packed with mathematical formulas. What on earth was this? A sudden question arose in his mind as he scanned the paper and realized he could not decipher the content at all. To make matters worse, some of the subsequent formulas and theorems were only legible with a magnifying glass. Yang Qi was utterly bewildered. As a seasoned graduate advisor, he felt a rare sense of intimidation, realizing just how profound these mathematical models were, leaving even him, an experienced educator, at a loss. Teacher Zhang, do you have a moment? Please take a look at this mathematics paper. It is exceedingly strange. Chapter 63, A Stir Among the Higher UPS. Lin Zhao's examination paper encrypted with SSS-level security. Beside her, Teacher Zhang was taken aback. Were the answers pinned by the examinee so perplexing that even the graduate advisors were baffled? What was going on? After recovering from her astonishment, she picked up her pen and began scrutinizing the formulas, calculating them meticulously. This was incorrect. The answers bore no resemblance to the questions posed. Teacher Zhang furrowed her brow, her small eyes filled with profound questions. Yang Qi smiled wryly, shaking his head. He acknowledged the disparity with the expected answers and expressed his curiosity about what the examinee had actually written. Moreover, every theoretical formula employed the knowledge imparted in their graduate courses, each formula meticulously substantiated. Teacher Zhang nodded in agreement. However, unrelated answers would inevitably be awarded a score of 0. Yang Qi chose not to address the zero-score issue. He was eager to comprehend the examinee's work. He sensed that the dense array of formulas was intriguing. The rigor of their structure suggested that the examinee was neither showing off nor acting recklessly. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded within the grading group of Team A. Several teachers clustered together, their brows knitted in concentration as they scrutinized the paper, while a dozen balding high school teachers rolled up their sleeves, fervently calculating on the pages. They all held at least a master's degree in the sciences. Yet the formulas presented by this examinee posed a considerable challenge. This scene evoked memories of the pre-computer era when colleagues gathered in a modest room, manually calculating trajectories on sheets of scratch paper. 30 minutes passed, and the only sound in the grading room was the rustling of pens. 50 minutes. An hour. 2 hours. Until the end of the workday approached, everyone remained engrossed in their calculations, none having arrived at a conclusion. What was this? I have fallen into confusion. The validation of these formulas is too intricate, and many theories I had never considered. He cleverly employed quadratic algorithms to validate his conclusions. Eventually, supervisors from above descended to investigate. A few leaders were perplexed to find that the mathematics papers had yet to be graded. What was the situation? Hadn't team typically been efficient? Upon entering the spacious office, the inspection team was astonished by the sight before them. A group of educators was not grading papers, but rather furiously calculating something on scratch paper. Eureka! I understand now. The examinee's reasoning and proofs have become clear to me. This formula represents the use of a high-energy particle generator, producing plasma at a temperature of 20 keV, 200 million degrees, and subsequently calculating the atomic structure and arrangement of new materials. This is a concept focusing on physical ignition. What is this? What are you talking about? Some teachers were baffled by the discourse. The theoretical formulas were indeed rigorous, yet they remained unaware of the concept proposed by the examinee. But once someone voiced it, a few previously strong physics educators appeared enlightened. Are you suggesting he has proposed a new material composition? I cannot be sure. We must consult the authorities. This examinee's theory is significant. It could be beneficial for future research. The leaders of the inspection team were right beside them. Having been engrossed in their studies, they had failed to notice their presence. Comrades, aren't you supposed to report to the leadership? What could have caused you teachers to abandon grading altogether? Yang Qi adjusted his thick glasses, smiling apologetically. My apologies, inspection leaders. We are discussing a matter of utmost importance that requires escalation. I hope you will notify your superiors. The inspection leaders were taken aback. Old Yang, what exactly is going on? Come and take a look at this. Another 20 minutes passed, and the inspection leaders began to calculate on scratch paper as well. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. What on earth is this? Atomic energy structure? What is he trying to convey? No one cared that these usually cultured educators were cursing because the examination paper was too profound, surpassing the depth of the papers written by their doctoral graduates. Is it conceivable that a regular high school student could produce such a significant theoretical derivation in such a brief mathematics exam? However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiao had pinned these insights rather casually, merely passing the time. If these experts were to discover this, their expressions would surely be priceless. Report this examination paper. It must be escalated. Upon learning of this matter, Wang Ping, the head of the provincial grading team from the capital, was astounded upon seeing the paper. He had no inkling of what the examinee was attempting to communicate. The formulas appeared as arcane as hieroglyphics to him, leaving him utterly bewildered. He could only seek the principal's counsel. The principal of Huqing, along with Hua Fuxing, the president of the Longwar Academy of Sciences, received Wang Ping's correspondence. At the time, Hua Fuxing was resting at home, engaged in a discussion with his granddaughter. Wang Ping rarely sent him messages, but today he unexpectedly relayed that a mathematics examination paper from Binhai warranted the Academy's attention. Hua Fuxing, upon reading the message, immediately sat up, his eyes widening in astonishment. He swiftly made a call. President Hua, do you have a moment? Where is that examination paper? Do not allow anyone to touch it further, if I am not mistaken. It is the work of Mr. Lin from Binhai. Wang Ping was perplexed. President Hua, how do you know what is written on it? That pertains to the theory of controllable nuclear fusion. Wang Ping's phone fell to the ground, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Grandfather, where are you going? I need to step out for a moment. What? What are you doing out so late? It is of utmost importance. This matter requires my utmost attention, even if it means working through the night for a year. Hua Fuxing regarded this with the utmost seriousness. This pertains to the theory of controllable nuclear fusion. Such information, if leaked, could lead to unimaginable consequences. At midnight, Lu Hanxing from the Internal Affairs Bureau received a call from Hua Fuxing. Sitting upright, he immediately informed the National Security Department to detain all experts who had graded these papers. Furthermore, this examination paper must not be shown to anyone else. Time is of the essence in attending to this matter. All previously reviewed documents must be returned to the office for further examination. No one is permitted to access this particular document again. Lin Zhao's mathematics examination paper has been encrypted immediately, rendering it inaccessible to anyone. Encryption level, SSS. The state machinery must act decisively and swiftly. Moreover, this concerns technology of utmost importance to our dragon nation. The highest level of national confidentiality measures has been implemented. Chapter 64. The announcement of the college entrance examination results. Lu Hanxing decides to go in person. On Lin Zhao's side, he was merely one step away from obtaining his driver's license, specifically the fourth subject. In recent days, Lin Xiao had been exceedingly busy, both physically and mentally exhausted. During the day, he practiced driving while also providing hands-on guidance to Yu Wanwan, engaging in playful banter within the vehicle. Upon returning home, he faced a barrage of flattery from Yu Ziqing. Inside the car, Yu Wanwan turned to Lin Xiao and asked, "The college entrance examination results are being released tonight. How do you feel, Lin Xiao? Are you confident about getting into a bachelor's program?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "I am certain I will succeed." Yu Wanwan pouted, casting him an annoyed glance. Meanwhile, Yu Ziqing chuckled. "No worries, Wanwan. Lin Xiao is indeed capable, and it will be effortless for him." "Father, why are you so confident?" Yu Ziqing gave his daughter a knowing look. He understood that for someone like Lin Xiao, who possessed wealth and status, gaining admission to a bachelor's program was remarkably simple. With sufficient financial resources, one could easily opt to study abroad, spending a considerable sum to attend prestigious institutions that far surpassed domestic options. Upon returning, they would bear the prestigious title of an overseas graduate. He believed that academic credentials were merely a pursuit for the less fortunate, and someone like Lin Xiao need not concern himself with such trivialities. As the results were about to be released, the class chat group was abuzz with activity. Everyone was eager to witness the culmination of years of hard study. The chat overflowed with excitement and anticipation. "Damn it, why is it taking so long?" The server crashed. and I can't get in. Don't panic. I've refreshed countless times. It's hilarious. It keeps freezing. Everyone relax. Once the results are out, we must organize a graduation party tomorrow. Students like Li Jie, the academic achievers, remained unfazed. Having already compared answers after their exams, they were assured of their admission to public universities. They awaited the results with a sense of impending triumph. On the day the results would be revealed, Li Jie advised, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Checking the scores holds no significance for me. Comparing answers is just like revisiting what I wrote during the exam. There's no thrill in that." Wow. No wonder you're the academic genius, Li Jie. You're truly impressive. However, he added, to be honest, I am quite curious about Lin Xiao's results. Zhang Sai, another student in the chat, suddenly mentioned Lin Xiao, clearly hoping to see him fail as revenge for past grievances during driving practice. I wonder how much Lin Xiao scored. If he didn't perform well, will he be delivering takeout? Zhang Sai jested, prompting laughter from the classmates, all responding with fits of laughter. Only Yuan appeared furious, recognizing the intent behind the mockery aimed at Lin Xiao. The wait for the results was excruciating. By midnight, half an hour had passed since the results became available. But the server crashed again, leaving few able to access their scores. Many students resorted to kneeling by their beds, beseeching various deities for favorable outcomes, with some even playing celebratory music as a backdrop. This was a moment that would determine their futures. Yet, Lin Xiao slept soundly that night, seemingly unaffected by the impending results. Upon waking, he leisurely logged onto the results page, noticing that the class group chat had already surpassed 99 messages. Disregarding the chatter, he clicked on the page. Candidate, Lin Xiao Chinese, 123 Mathematics, 0 English, 119 Comprehensive, 222 total, 464. This year's minimum admission score for bachelor's programs was 465, a mere point short. To secure admission to any institution, he would need to exceed the minimum by 2 or 3 points. Thus, Lin Xiao had not qualified for a bachelor's program. This score would only allow him to enter a vocational school. It was a disappointing near miss. However, upon seeing his results, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, even smiling. To his astonishment, he had performed relatively well, especially considering his mathematics score was 0. Lin Xiao understood the implications of his mathematics paper. He was confident he would find a school, and he could select freely from national institutions. Hence, he brushed off any concern. He wondered whether the experts in the capital had seen his mathematics paper. Thus, he called Lu Hansheng. In the capital, Lu Hansheng was occupied with matters of utmost confidentiality, attending a meeting with leaders from national security and the examiners who had reviewed Lin Xiao's mathematics paper, finalizing the highest level of confidentiality agreements. When he received Lin Xiao's call, he was taken aback, feeling a surge of excitement. "Mr. Lin, what a surprise to hear from you." "Hello, Director Lu. I would like to inquire about my college entrance examination results. Why is my mathematics score 0? Lu Hansheng paused momentarily, a smile spreading across his face. "Mr. Lin, your exam paper is with us. We have implemented the highest level of encryption on your mathematics exam, so no one is permitted to view it at this moment. Please do not worry. I have booked a flight for this afternoon. Send me your address, and I will come to see you in person." Lin Xiao asked. "You're coming over?" "Indeed, Mr. Lin. You expressed a desire to attend a bachelor's program, so I will come to discuss your options. You can choose from any university nationwide, and I will personally deliver your acceptance letter. Additionally, I have some awards and honors to present to you, including invitations and scholarships from Huqing University, Capital University, the Academy of Sciences, and Lonka University." Lin Xiao nodded. "All right, then come over this afternoon, Director Lu. But please, no grand displays like last time with the military." Lu Hansheng chuckled. "Rest assured, this time I will only notify the Provincial National Security Agency." For someone in Lu Hansheng's position, even a visit to Binhai would inevitably attract the attention of provincial leaders. There was no way to avoid it. He hoped for a simple meeting with Mr. Lin and looked forward to the encounter with great anticipation. Chapter 65, Ridiculed by Peers? Lin Xiao's score of 0. Once the results were announced, the school organized a return for students to collect their high school diplomas. This marked the final occasion for graduates to gather at school. Typically, the homeroom teacher and faculty would assist students with college application consultations while also tallying their exam scores. For those whose performance fell short of expectations, this day was undeniably bleak, as they longed to retreat to a secluded corner to weep in silence, feigning nonchalance with forced smiles and dismissive remarks. In stark contrast, for the exceptionally high-achieving students, This day represented the pinnacle of their lives, a moment of euphoric triumph. As they received their scores, their strides into the school seemed magnified. Heads held high, eager to flaunt their achievements to the entire student body, proclaiming themselves as gods of examination. Yet, in a bid to appear more composed, they feigned indifference when questioned about their scores, displaying a discontented expression before casually claiming, "I didn't do well." When pressed further, they would downplay their remarkable scores, stating they achieved over 600 points. At that moment, those who had inquired about their scores could hardly contain their envy and frustration. How could one possibly consider a score above 600 as anything but excellent? At the school gate, students had opted for their own attire instead of uniforms, expressing their individuality. As they dispersed, it was possible that they would never gather again. Lin Xiao arrived at the entrance and immediately spotted his classmates, some beaming with pride while others wore forced smiles. Their heads hung low. The disparity in their results was evident. Many had already made their way to the school's repeat study office to enroll for another attempt. Homeroom teacher Han Dan was mingling with the top students, fostering camaraderie. "I scored 623. I'm definitely on track for a top-tier liberal arts school. My mother is a professor at Hangqing University, and she assures me this score opens doors to prestigious institutions." Upon approaching, Lin Xiao overheard Li Jie boasting, nonchalantly displaying his score screenshot and declaring, "Getting into a first-tier university is as simple as having hands." Impressive, as expected of Li, the academic prodigy. You must be among the top 10 in the school. Just remember your old classmates when you get into a prestigious university. Of course, tonight, I'm treating at the Welcoming Hotel. Everyone should come to celebrate. What about Zhao Lei? How did he do? Zhao Lei appeared somewhat cheerful yet dispirited, shaking his head and lamenting, "I didn't perform well, only managed 602 points. If only I had completed the last question in math." The classic hindsight of a critic. Scoring over 600 and still claiming to have done poorly. The other students clenched their teeth in frustration, contemplating the plight of those who scored below 400. Truly infuriating. Yuan Wan achieved 618 points, with hopes of gaining admission to Moda University. She refrained from flaunting her score, and no one pressed her for details. Fully aware of her capabilities to secure a place at a reputable university, given their own inferior results, asking would be an exercise in futility. When Yuan Wan noticed Lin Xiao approaching, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. "Lin Xiao, I checked your score. I can only say, it's quite unfortunate. You could have applied to these schools, which have affordable tuition and numerous scholarships. There is still hope for you in the future. Don't give up. These schools have high transfer rates, and you could pursue graduate studies or civil service later. What others say, don't let it weigh on you." Yuan Wan had taken the time to highlight several schools in the thick application guide she held, standing beside Lin Xiao, whose tall and handsome figure contrasted with her sweet and innocent demeanor. They caught the attention of many classmates. The boys, particularly Zhang Sai and his friends, were consumed with jealousy, flames of rivalry igniting within them. "This year, I scored 457 points. I can't compare to you all, but as a sports student, I believe this score is sufficient to get into a decent school. Ha ha ha. I have no regrets choosing sports." Zhang Sai, a sports student, boasted his lower scores, knowing they were still adequate for a public university. His classmates looked on with envy. "Don't even think about applying to liberal arts or sciences. If you're not satisfied, let us race a few laps on the playground." Zhang Sai maintained his arrogant demeanor, dressed in a casual street style, hands tucked into his pockets. Just then, homeroom teacher Han Dan and the rest of the class arrived. Unable to contain his amusement, he called out, "Lin Xiao, how many points did you score? Show everyone." "Right." Lin Xiao didn't even attend review sessions before the exams. "How did you fare? Let us see it, Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao glanced at Zhang Sai, his expression serene and untroubled. Without a hint of embarrassment or defensiveness, he confidently declared, "I scored 464 points. Just 1 point shy of the undergraduate threshold." He shrugged. After a brief moment of silence, some students expressed sympathy for Lin Xiao, lamenting his near miss, while others, consumed with jealousy, began to mock him. "Just 1 point away, what a pity. And here we thought you could breeze into undergraduate studies without studying. Guess that's not happening now. This score only qualifies for a vocational degree. Not to belittle vocational schools, but our paths may diverge significantly in the future, as we'll be surrounded by different circles. Don't be disheartened with your family's background. A vocational degree isn't so bad. Spend 2 years at a public college, earn a diploma, and you can find work, save up for a house, and get married. That's still a decent life," Han Dan encouraged him. though she felt a pang of disappointment. Students like Yuan Wan and Li Jia, who had a chance at prestigious universities, would earn her accolades, while those who fell below the standard would see her rewards diminish. Wait, I just found out Lin Zhao's scores. His other subjects performed admirably. But why did you score 0 in math? Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around. What on earth did you write on your math exam, Lin Zhao? Scoring 0? Did you fall asleep during the test? You're incredible. A 0 score is a rarity. How could anyone manage that? Surely you guessed a few multiple-choice questions wrong. Lin Zhao, you're hilarious. You're truly one of a kind. Did you fill out the answer sheet incorrectly? Haha, my Lin Zhao is amazing. His exam paper stands out from the rest. What did you do in math class? Did you write something entirely different that made the grader give you a 0? Chapter 66. The class reunion. How swiftly the social strata have been delineated. Lin Zhao, how on earth did you manage to achieve a score of 0? I must learn from you. Although my score was not particularly high, I could never fathom scoring none at all. Zhang Sai burst into laughter upon seeing Lin Zhao's mathematics results. Having scored a mere 60-something himself, he felt a surge of superiority when compared to Lin Zhao. Even he, a student of physical education, could not have fared worse. How utterly disheartening. Surely your mathematics was taught by a PE teacher? With results like yours, what future do you envision? I suspect you simply lack the desire to perform, intending to lounge about instead. Li Jia, upon witnessing Lin Zhao's abysmal score, perceived it as an affront to the subject of mathematics. The expressions on everyone's faces morphed into an array of peculiarities. Some mocked, while others wore smiles of amusement. Lin Zhao's close friends, Wang Hao and Yuan Wan, approached to offer him comfort. Yet, how could Lin Zhao possibly require consolation? A score of 0 in mathematics? At this moment, his exam paper lay on the desk of the highest-ranking officials in the Internal Affairs Office, subjected to the utmost confidentiality. Unbeknownst to these onlookers, the content of his mathematics paper bore a significance far exceeding that of an entire military division. Though jesting is all in good fun, this gathering marked the final reunion for the group. That evening, the top-performing students intended to organize a class gathering, with their homeroom teacher, Han Dan, naturally in attendance. She aimed to foster relationships with academically gifted students from well-off families. In truth, at this level, it resembled a microcosm of societal networking. Having guided students for many years, Han Dan understood that those with exceptional grades were likely to have boundless prospects. They might enter government positions, state-owned enterprises, or renowned corporations, or perhaps ascend to entrepreneurial heights as social elites. In a decade or so, they would be dispersed across the nation, potentially making headlines. Conversely, the underperformers, while not entirely devoid of success stories, represented a paltry fraction of the population. The online narratives that glorify the notion of grades being inconsequential and suggest that underachievers will eventually become employers of top students are mere outliers and toxic platitudes. As a woman in her 40s, Han Dan was acutely aware of this reality. Despite the jovial banter among these children, the absence of social hierarchies now would soon dissolve. Within a decade post-university, their class, status, and distances would expand infinitely. The scenario of bumping into a successful adult on the street would not differ much from the fateful encounter of Luan Tu and Mr. Zhou. Once stern, Han Dan now exuded warmth, gently reminding them to return to their alma mater once they found success. She expressed hopes that they would not forget to keep her informed of their accomplishments. During festive seasons, she often received small tokens of appreciation from her students. One year, a student gifted her a plasma television, acknowledging her care over the years. Another student's essay titled "My Educational Uncle" reflected his gratitude for her support during his 3 years, as he consistently occupied the best seat in the classroom. Yet, she had long since forgotten the name of the student who once gifted her a calendar during the new year. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Zhao received a call from Lu Hanxing. At that moment, Lu Hanxing was en route in a government vehicle, a small bus designated for provincial leaders. The interior was opulent, surrounded by a cadre of officials. Lu persistently insisted they should not accompany him, as the leaders believed it would be disrespectful not to join him in meeting Lin Zhao. Unable to prevail against the seasoned provincial bureaucrats, Lu informed Lin Zhao that he would call once he was nearing, having dined at home and completed his driving test. Lin Zhao set off in his Lamborghini to the agreed-upon venue for the class reunion, the Welcome Hotel. Having dined there previously, he was familiar with the owner and staff. Upon arrival, he circled the establishment twice, struggling to find a parking space. The receptionist immediately recognized him and exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, what a surprise. Would you like me to contact our owner?" Lin Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "No, No, I'm merely here for a quick meal and will depart immediately. I cannot find a place to park. The receptionist smiled and pointed to a vacant area at the entrance. Though a restricted zone, she said, Mr. Lin, feel free to park here. It's our owner's request. Gratefully, Lin Xiao smiled and handed her a couple of 100 yuan bills as a token for parking. I cannot accept this, she protested. Take it. Later, I'll mention it to the owner and recommend a raise for you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Previously, Lin Xiao had dined here with President Li and others. The Welcome Hotel was among the finest in the coastal area, spacious and well-suited for large gatherings. Most of the class had arrived, and a few of the top students, including Li Jie and Zhang Sai, had conspired to reserve a private room for 50, featuring 2 large tables. As Lin Xiao entered, he noticed many students had already settled into their places. The homeroom teacher and several outstanding students occupied the first table. Lin Xiao, you're late. There's no space at the first table. Please take a seat at the second, someone remarked. Lin Xiao frowned upon looking at the arrangement. The distinction in hierarchy was glaringly apparent. Had the social classes already been so swiftly established? The first table was occupied entirely by high achievers and students with influential family backgrounds, all seated comfortably together, smiles adorning their faces. In stark contrast, the second table held those students who were neither here nor there, quiet, average performers, almost invisible amongst their peers. Many of them, having not performed well enough to advance to college, were already feeling disheartened at the prospect of attending this gathering. The atmosphere at the first table was markedly different from that at the second. Lin Xiao remained silent, attending solely out of respect for their 3 years together in high school. He planned to meet Lu Hanxing shortly, intending to secure a room nearby for a brief conversation. He took a seat at the second table, but not long after, Yuanwan noticed and expressed her discontent. She found it difficult to engage with those at the first table, perceiving them as overly elitist and insincere. Spotting an empty seat next to Lin Xiao, she made her way over. Silently, he rose and took a seat beside Lin Xiao. Chapter 67. A tangle of young people's quarrels. The scene at table 1 was chaotic, as the students wished to engage more with the class beauty, Yuanwan. To their dismay, she had chosen to sit at table 2 alongside Lin Xiao, leaving Li Jie and his friends feeling quite embarrassed. Wanwan, why did you go over to that table to eat? You're really not considering our feelings, Li Jie complained. Yuanwan's expression was one of discontent. I have no topics to discuss with the people at your table. The others were engrossed in boastful conversations about their wealthy families or speculating on future riches, indulging in a display of vanity. In essence, it was merely a group of young individuals engaging in idle bragging. Uncomfortable with such an atmosphere and eager to converse with Lin Xiao, Yuanwan said, Lin Xiao, you've passed subject 4, and I've only just begun with subject 3. Lin Xiao, pleased to have her seated beside him, smiled and replied, well, that's because you failed subject 2 twice. Their light banter fostered a deepening connection over the past few days of practice, leading others to perceive them as a couple. Meanwhile, Li Jie felt slighted by Yuanwan's disregard for him, especially since he had organized the gathering and believed he deserved a position of authority, particularly as a top student destined for prestigious universities. Seeing Yuanwan so cheerfully engaged with Lin Xiao only fueled his irritation, prompting him to direct his ire at Lin Xiao. Hey, Lin Xiao, when did you arrive? Weren't you supposed to be working at the factory? Li Jie approached, casually patting Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao, nonchalantly eating, responded, I just got off work. What's up? At this, laughter erupted from table 1. Lin Xiao, I think you should stick to your job. This gathering is beyond your league. Look at how many from our class are heading to university, while you're aiming for a technical school. It's embarrassing for us that you even showed up to eat and drink, Li Jie continued. Do you know how much this table costs? I booked 2 tables today, spending a total of 20,000 yuan. That's my allowance for a month. If you were to host a table, could you even afford it? This exemplifies the divide between us, not just in lifestyle, but in social class. I'm not trying to belittle you, Lin Xiao. I've seen too many like you, those who didn't perform well on the college entrance exam and end up scraping by in life, earning a mere 3,000 yuan a month, living in misery. What gives you the right to dine with us? After downing his drink, Li Jie glanced at Zhang Sai, who quickly caught on and added, we're all classmates here. How about this, Lin Xiao? Stand up and propose a toast to our homeroom teacher, Mr. Han, and to us at this table. If you do, we might consider helping you find a job. It has to be better than working at the factory, right? With your current situation, can 3,000 a month support your family? Lin Xiao, I have a security job available for you. 6,000 a month and relatively easy. Much better than being treated like a dog at the factory. As Lin Xiao continued eating, He suddenly paused, placing his chopsticks down. He stood up, holding a glass of wine. What do you mean? Am I not worthy to eat here? Li Jie, standing before him, retorted coldly. Let us be clear. As a poor worker, being able to dine here is a privilege for you. Zhang Sai has suggested you toast us. Once you do, we may consider assisting you. Lin Xiao replied icily. Are you finished? You think this is endless, don't you? Just because you dress well and have money. Does that make you special? The students at table 1 bristled at his words. Lin Xiao, let us not make this personal. You don't want to see my temper. Seriously? You think you're in a position to talk back? You scored 0 in math and are struggling at a technical school. It's quite normal for us to look down on people like you. They scoffed. Li Jie felt bolstered by his friend's support, knowing he might soon ascend to a higher social status. It was essential to maintain good relations with such individuals. With a mocking laugh, Li Jie shoved Lin Xiao hard, feigning a readiness to confront him. We don't want you here. You've had your chance. Now leave. He was determined to expel Lin Xiao, allowing Yuan to sit with them and see the kind of person she favored, a representation of society's lowest class. Lin Xiao merely smiled, having ignored the jibes from these individuals until now. Their relentless taunts had begun to irritate him. It was time to put an end to their arrogance. In an instant, Lin Xiao seized a beer bottle from the table and smashed it over Li Jie's head, leaving a clean, decisive blow. He calmly watched as blood began to flow from Li Jie's wound. Li Jie was taken aback, feeling an unexpected warmth on his head before realizing he was bleeding. What the hell? You dare to hit me? He hadn't anticipated Lin Xiao's ferocity. This blow was a lesson to remember. Never mock the impoverished, as they might retaliate. Watch out, Jie. Zhang Sai and the others rushed to help Li Jie. What are you doing? Do you know who Li Jie is? At this moment, Lin Xiao's friend, Wang Hao, stepped forward, unable to tolerate the bullying of his comrade any longer. So, you think it's fun to gang up on my brother? A brawl erupted between Zhang Sai's group and Lin Xiao and Wang Hao, while their homeroom teacher, Han Dan, and Yuan attempted to intervene. The once pleasant gathering had devolved into a scene of youthful chaos. Lin Xiao's physical prowess was evident. Having once completed an arduous punishment of 200 push-ups without fail, he demonstrated strength rivaling that of an athlete. Zhang Sai and his friends stood no chance against him. With a powerful punch to Zhang Sai's nose, blood erupted, and Zhang Sai cried out, "Stop! If you hit me again, I'll call the police." The homeroom teacher, witnessing the escalating chaos, realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. No one had expected Lin Xiao to strike back with such intensity. Chapter 68, My Son. My indulgence, do you understand? A few minutes later, the hotel manager and a nearby attendant pushed the door open and hurried over to intervene. They recognized Lin Xiao immediately. Without hesitation, they helped him turn the tide, allowing Lin Xiao to deliver a few good blows to Zhang Sai and his companions before they stepped in to mediate. Lin, are you all right? Manager Lu Ming inquired, concern evident in his tone. Lin Xiao merely shook his head, raising his gaze to assess the situation. Wang Hao had sustained some injuries, while Zhang Sai, Zhao Lei, and Li Jie were all hurt, with Li Jie's injuries particularly grave, as blood trickled from his forehead. Are you out of your mind? How dare you hit Li Jie? Manager Lu Ming stood up, glaring at the group. Have you all lost your senses? How can you dare to lay a hand on Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? The room fell silent, the air thick with confusion. When did Lin Xiao ascend to such a status? After learning the details from Yuan, Manager Lu couldn't help but chuckled derisively. Mr. Lin is a VIP client of our hotel. I've always wondered how such a refined gentleman could end up in a scuffle with you lot. It appears you underestimate him and presume to bully him. Do you really think you are worthy of looking down on Mr. Lin? You think you can drive him away? You must be mistaken. Lu's timely allegiance shifted Zhang Sai and his companions' perception of Lin Xiao. They had never imagined that Lin Xiao had ties to the hotel, let alone that he was a VIP client. One must understand that membership here required a 1 million yuan deposit, a sum Lin Xiao was hardly known to possess. Wait, Lu, you must be mistaken. Lin Xiao is a pauper. How could he possibly have such wealth? Lu Ming's expression darkened further. He felt an urge to kick them all. It's no wonder Mr. Lin got into a fight with you. Your arrogance is palpable, and it's clear that you have no respect for others. Let me remind you, you are not in a position to look down on anyone, whether it be me or Mr. Lin. Little brats, stop pretending. Someone will eventually put you in your place. With the wisdom of experience, Lu schooled them. His support altered Zhang Sai and the others' perception of Lin Xiao. They had never considered that Lin Xiao held influence within the hotel. Manager Lu, what do I do about this gash on my head? Li Jie whined. Isn't that your own doing? If you hadn't provoked Mr. Lin, He wouldn't have retaliated, Lu responded coolly, eliciting a laugh from Li Jie. Is the Yingning Hotel treating me with such disdain? Li Jie pulled out his phone and dialed without hesitation. Dad, I've been attacked at the Yingning Hotel by some VIP. You should come here immediately. I'll wait for you. Zhang Sai and Zhao Lei followed suit, making their own calls. Lin Xiao, did you ever wonder why we thrive at school and will undoubtedly excel in society? I'll reveal the answer shortly. At that moment, the class teacher, Han Dan, wore a troubled expression. She hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Lin Xiao, typically obedient, had never been known to provoke the likes of them. Han Dan had heard whispers of Li Jie's background, which explained her leniency towards him. Li Jie was not only academically proficient, but also had an intimidating familial connection, supposedly the son of a leader in Binhai City. She had only heard the previous principal, Tang Zhenli, mention it in passing. Given the particularities of the situation, she refrained from speaking out of fear of causing trouble. Since this graduation gathering was organized by Li Jie, she had shown him considerable respect. Zhang Sai and his friends also boasted decent backgrounds. Zhang Sai's father was a civil servant with significant influence in the district. Zhao Lei's grandfather was a retired official who once held a prominent position in the city. Yuan Wan's family was involved in business. Han Dan had gathered this information long ago. Although Lin Xiao had a good rapport with the manager, he had still found himself in trouble. His impulsiveness was evident. How could he resort to violence so easily? Sometimes, in certain situations, one must know when to yield. Lin Xiao, do you really think your acquaintance with the manager gives you an edge? Your perspective is too narrow, Li Jie stated with a confident smile. When I entered this school, my father advised me to remain low-key and interact with you all as an ordinary person. Now you dare to strike me? I'll lay my cards on the table. My father is the secretary to a city leader. Minutes later, Li Jie's father, Li Chunfeng, stormed into the room. Upon seeing his son's injured head, he was immediately alarmed. What happened? Xiao Jie, who did this to you? Feigning innocence, Li Jie remained silent, waiting for Zhang Sai to speak. Zhang Sai pointed at Lin Xiao, stating gravely, Uncle, it was that kid. He thought he was important because he knows the hotel manager. He was incredibly arrogant during the meal and even hit Xiao Jie. Excuse me, Yuan Wan retorted sharply. You were the ones who provoked him first. This has happened countless times. You've belittled Lin Xiao repeatedly, and he never retaliated until now. You've crossed the line. Wang Hao quickly added his defense for Lin Xiao. Uncle, don't listen to his lies. Your son insulted Lin Xiao first and even shoved him, prompting Lin to retaliate. Lin has been bullied by your son all along. Manager Lu Ming stepped forward, elucidating the entire sequence of events to Li Chunfeng. The latter's expression darkened as he glanced at his son. Just when everyone thought he would back down, he spoke up. My son bullied you. You must be joking. My son is well behaved. How could he strike first? And you, Lin Xiao, what is your story? What are your people saying? Do you think I'm unaware of what transpired? My son is my responsibility. Do you understand? Lin Xiao, stand up. Where is your family from? What business do they engage in? Wait here. I've already called the police. You hit my son, did you? I've heard you've just turned 18. That makes things easier. Li Chunfeng's gaze turned icy. As someone who worked in the city, how could he tolerate his son being assaulted? He had clawed his way up from the bottom, all for the power to rise above others. Chapter 69. Stand by Mr. Lin and defend him. Who do you think you are? What is your status compared to mine? Given my position in Binhai City, do you truly believe you can challenge me? A mere ordinary person? How dare you lay a hand on my son? I have never struck him. Li Chun's eyelids drooped, his face, lined with wrinkles, contorted with rage. His icy gaze seemed to pierce through Lin Xiao, and with a smirk, he immediately dialed the police station. Hello, this is the city office. Yes, I am Secretary Li. I need you to send 2 officers over right now. My son has been assaulted. After hanging up, he turned to Lin Xiao, a victorious expression blooming on his face. As if to say, do you really think I cannot handle you? Uncle, it was your son who insulted and pushed Lin Xiao first, provoking him into action. Besides, your son threw the first punch. It was merely mutual combat. Wang Hao, his face ashen, stepped forward to explain fervently. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. I do not care for the details. All I see is that my son has been harmed. Listen closely, regardless of your VIP status. I, Li Chun, have toiled my entire life to ascend to this position. How dare a commoner like you raise a hand against my family? What do you think you are? I will make it clear today. If I do not see you on your knees, apologizing to my son, you and your family will find it impossible to remain in Binhai. Li Chun's anger escalated, his words growing increasingly brazen. He paid no heed to his son's actions. fixating only on the sight of his son's injury, which infuriated him further. As an important secretary in Binhai, he wielded considerable influence and had countless means to ensure your life here would be unbearable. Such audacity in your words, Lin Xiao remarked, his expression unflustered. He regarded the father and son with a mocking glint in his eye, all the while secretly recording the encounter on his phone to preserve evidence. Secretary Li, do you not think your tone is excessively arrogant? Is your superior as haughty as you? Lin Xiao inquired, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. Do not involve my superior. You are unworthy to mention them. They are a significant figure in Binhai, currently attending a meeting with provincial officials. You, a mere nobody, should brace yourself for the arrival of the police. You will regret this, Li Chun retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Today, he had learned that important provincial officials were visiting Binhai for a matter of great significance. His superior had left him behind, instructing him to rest, implying that he was not even deemed worthy to attend the meeting. His frustrations compounded when he received news of his son being beaten. The homeroom teacher observed the situation with deep concern. Regardless of the circumstances, these were her students, and she wished to avoid such chaos. Secretary Lin Xiao did not act with malice. Could you possibly show some leniency? You are Ms. Handan, Li Jia's homeroom teacher, correct? Yes. I recall meeting you at a parent-teacher conference with your wife, Li Chun acknowledged, though his demeanor remained far from amiable. You were present today, were you not? As the homeroom teacher, it is your responsibility to ensure the safety of your students. What were you doing while watching this unfold? Why did you not intervene when my son was attacked? What good are you? Li Chun unleashed his fury upon the teacher. Such a man, who bowed and scraped before city officials, displayed a different attitude towards ordinary people, treating them with disdain and arrogance. He was a quintessential bully, subservient to those in power, yet domineering over the powerless. What use is your VIP status? Even if you are wealthy and Binhai, you must speak kindly to these people and heed their superiors' expressions. Ms. Han, having just been reprimanded, bore a grim countenance, yet she dared not retort, offering only forced smiles. At that moment, the parents of other students began to arrive: Zhang Sai's mother, Zhao Lei's father, Yuan Wan's father, and Wang Hao's parents. The situation was on the verge of escalating into a parent-teacher meeting. Upon learning that their sons had been assaulted, Zhang Sai and Zhao Lei's parents erupted in fury, demanding that the perpetrators be punished severely. Was this not a class reunion? What business do adults have here? Who started the fight? Step forward and let me see you. Zhang Sai's mother shouted defiantly, hands on her hips. She turned and suddenly spotted Li Jia's father, Li Chun. Secretary Li, you are here? And you are? I am Zhang Jun's wife. We met during a meeting in the city, and we even dined together during the New Year. Oh, Zhang Jun. And what about this? Zhang Sai's mother noticed Li Chun's furious expression. Instinctively, she feared her son had clashed with Li's family. If that were true, the situation could become dire. My son was assaulted by that kid, and your son also suffered at his hands, Li Chun divulged, igniting excitement in Zhang Sai's mother. Upon hearing this, her first reaction was not sorrow for her son, but rather elation that her son was also a victim. This meant they would unite against Lin Xiao. She had previously pondered how to connect with someone like Secretary Li, and now this incident would serve as a bridge to establish that connection. How wonderful that my son was struck. Secretary Li, I stand with you. We must demand justice when the police arrive. It is unacceptable for such a young person to bully others. Meanwhile, Yuan Wan clutched her father Yu Ziqing's hand anxiously. Dad, please help Lin Xiao. That Li Jia's father is threatening him. Upon grasping the situation, Yu Ziqing felt helpless. He sighed, realizing that this was a challenging predicament. Previously, he had assured bank executive Li that he would protect Lin Xiao, but now he faced city leaders, figures far beyond his reach. Caught in a dilemma, he stood in opposition to the officials. If their paths crossed again in the future, perhaps he should call bank executive Li? Yu Ziqing patted his daughter's head reassuringly. Do not worry, I will contact a friend. After dialing executive Li's number, Yu Ziqing recounted the events at the Welcome Hotel in detail. Executive Li, upon realizing he was speaking to the secretary of a city leader, was taken aback. He had not anticipated such complexity within Jiangcheng High School, teeming with offspring of the affluent and powerful. However, Executive Li contemplated the origins of Lin Xiao's substantial financial contributions, one from the government and the other shrouded in secrecy, eluding even the scrutiny of the bank. He resolutely affirmed his conviction and declared to Yu Ziqing, standing by Mr. Lin's side, it is imperative to support him unwaveringly to the very end. Chapter 70. I apologize. I simply cannot bend upon hearing President Li's words. Yu Zucheng turned his gaze toward the arrogant Li Chun and his companions. Some of them, having learned of his identity, had already gathered around him, eager to curry favor. Yu Zucheng swallowed hard, nodding with skepticism. He decided to trust President Li's judgment regarding his maintenance. In the face of the city's authorities, given their status, they could very well create obstacles in his future business endeavors. Nevertheless, he stepped forward, ready to speak. Suddenly, someone from across the room interjected, "Old Yu, how can you be so oblivious? Can't you see Secretary Li is present? Do you still wish to get your new materials project approved? Without the leadership's directive, do you think your project can proceed?" Zhang Sai's mother said in a mocking tone. Yu Zicheng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing those words. If they intended to undermine him, they would certainly succeed. He glanced back at Lin Xiao, who remained unfazed, indifferent to Li Chun and the others. After a moment of internal conflict, Yu Zicheng, lacking confidence, replied, "Secretary Li, I have come to understand the situation. It was your side that erred initially. Moreover, when children quarrel, must we adults escalate matters?" Li Chun regarded him with a chilling stare, making Yu Zicheng shiver. He coldly remarked, "You are from that new energy company, aren't you? I'll remember you." Hearing this, Yu Zicheng gasped, filled with dread. In business, opposing the authorities is a grave taboo. Yet here he was, caught in a bind, forced to press on. "Let us wait for the police to arrive and settle this. We are not qualified to judge." A few minutes later, as Li Chun had promised, 2 officers indeed arrived. Their first words were, "Who injured Mr. Li's son?" Lin Xiao stepped forward, eager to see what these individuals intended. "Is it you? Come with us. The charge is for provoking trouble, which carries a sentence of 3 months to 5 years. Brace yourself," the 2 officers stated casually, without even a glance or inquiry. "Wait, is it really that simple?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. Nearby, Yu Wanwan, Yu Zucheng, and Wang Hao's parents were equally dumbfounded. What was happening? Were they truly above the law in Benhai? Observing Li Chun's expression, it seemed he anticipated this outcome. Lin Xiao calmly asked, "Why? What authority do you have to convict me?" "Because you have provoked the wrong person, young man. Some matters are beyond your control," replied one officer. Manager Lu Ming attempted to intervene, clearly recognizing the situation. "Manager Lu? This is one of my clients. Can't you do something?" The officer frowned, pulling Lu aside. "You really don't understand? Why provoke Secretary Li? Don't you know his position in the city? These matters cannot be resolved with money." Lu Ming replied solemnly. "That shouldn't result in a prison sentence. This young man was merely involved in a scuffle. A reprimand would suffice. This is an overreaction. That's beyond our authority. The current situation is that the one surnamed Lin has injured someone, and in a public setting, it constitutes provoking trouble. Once Secretary Li applies pressure, a sentence is inevitable. I sincerely apologize. Let him fend for himself." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao laughed. What a splendid notion of self-preservation. "Do you have any objections?" He addressed them. "I will remember every word you speak and every action you take. Shall we see who falters first?" Since Li Chun wished to play games, Lin Xiao was unwilling to shy away. Why should he fear a mere inhabitant of Benhai? Currently, high-ranking officials from the state were traversing vast distances to seek him out. What gave them the audacity to act so arrogantly? The adults surrounding Li Chun laughed at Lin Xiao's words, as if they were the height of absurdity. "Young man, you are too naive. You have yet to experience the harshness of society. In time, you will learn that some situations require humility." Lin Xiao stood undeterred. "I apologize, but I simply cannot learn to bend." Li Chun chuckled, a fine stance on refusing to bend. "Very well, I will ensure you spend some time in custody to learn. Take him away." What began as a school reunion had escalated into an unforeseen predicament, shocking everyone present. The students soon recognized the gravity of the situation. After all these years of camaraderie, would it truly culminate in sending someone to jail? This was far too extreme. Meanwhile, on the other side, aboard a small bus designated for provincial leaders, Lu Hansheng sat, peering out the window, frequently inquiring about their destination, surrounded by high-ranking officials from the province. Even city officials were unworthy of sharing the same vehicle. This marked Lu Hansheng's 29th inquiry about their whereabouts. The others began to sweat profusely, despite the air conditioning. This was Director Lu of the Internal Affairs Office. Who were they seeking? Who could possibly elicit such concern from Director Lu? Fortunately, they had accompanied him, eager to discover the identity of such an important figure capable of attracting a national-level official's attention. "Director Lu, would you care for some water? Or perhaps some food? We have refreshments on board." Lu Hansheng frowned and waved his hand. "I'm not hungry. I need to save room for dinner later. Everyone was taken aback. Was this truly the director Lu speaking? Personally dining with someone? Who could warrant such treatment? Director, may we know who this significant individual is? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Lu Hanxing offered a brief explanation. Do not misconstrue my respect and reverence for this individual. It is not merely their status, but rather their contributions to our nation that command such admiration. Their impact is profound, resonating even globally. It is not just I. Even the senior officials from the United States would bow in deference. Everyone exchanged glances in awe and bewilderment. It became apparent that the individual's contributions to the country were immeasurable. What exactly did they accomplish? That is not for you to inquire. Understand that this is classified information. Lu Hanxing sipped his tea and continued, all right, I checked the navigation on my phone. We are nearly there. Please prepare to stop at the designated hotel entrance. The small bus approached the hotel that Mr. Lin had specified. Lu Hanxing pointed towards that direction and spoke to the driver. Chapter 71. Arrive immediately. Within 10 minutes, the vehicle made no stops along the way, not even allowing its occupants a moment for restroom needs. It proceeded directly to the designated location specified by Mr. Lin, the entrance of the Welcome Hotel. The receptionist at the front desk noticed a middle-aged man in a navy blue jacket, wearing frameless glasses, surrounded by similarly dressed individuals, all appearing like ordinary middle-aged men one might encounter on the street. Hello, whom are you looking for? She inquired. I have an appointment with Mr. Lin. Could you please tell me which room he is in? Mr. Lin? The receptionist forced a smile. I'm afraid there has been an incident, and Mr. Lin cannot meet you. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanxing and his companions were left somewhat bewildered. What is going on? Why can't we see him? Lu queried politely. ISNT Mr. Lin inside. The receptionist relayed the situation to Lu Hanxing. Mr. Lin is currently being taken away by the police for questioning, and anyone associated with him is being detained as well. This matter is significant, sir. It would be best for you not to get involved. From the city? A secretary? Lu Hanxing turned to the leaders behind him. Do any of you know someone named Li Chun? The provincial officials who had been obediently following Lu shook their heads in unison. Director Lu, we have no knowledge of such a person. We are already quite occupied with our responsibilities here. Lu Hanxing contemplated, deciding to investigate further. Please take me upstairs. I would appreciate your assistance. Following the group of elderly officials, the receptionist pointed towards a private room. As Lu Hanxing entered, he spotted 2 police officers escorting Lin Xia. To his shock, Lin Xia was handcuffed. Lu Hanxing quickly assessed the situation and tentatively asked, Is this Mr. Lin? Lin Xia looked up at Lu Hanxing, relieved that help had arrived. Finally, Director Lu, you've come. I've encountered some trouble and want to be able to join you for dinner. Lu Hanxing's expression darkened as he pressed. What is happening? Who is Li Chun? Li Chun, hearing his name called, glared. Who dares to call my name so casually? Who are you? Upon spotting the middle-aged man in the blue jacket, he felt no familiarity. The provincial officials behind Lu Hanxing felt a chill. They stood rigidly, hesitant to speak, thinking to themselves that this confrontation could end badly for them. Lu Hanxing's demeanor grew even grimmer. I am a friend of Mr. Lin. I understand there was a brawl, and you initiated the violence. You intend to frame him with a charge of creating disturbances and hold him criminally liable? Li Chun adjusted his collar, unfazed. What is it to you? Who are you to involve yourself in this? My judgment of him is none of your concern. Such arrogance in speech was new to Lu Hanxing. Mr. Lin is a person of considerable importance to the state. How dare you so casually pass judgment on him? Lu Hanxing's face darkened further. Who granted you such authority? Who granted it to me? I have spent many years and been high for this very reason, to enjoy the privileges that come with my position. My status grants me power, do you understand? This man has harmed my son, and he must pay a steep price, or I would be unworthy of my position. Nearby, Zhang Sai's mother chimed in, Sir, let Mr. Li handle his matters without your interference. What is your relationship with that boy? Are you his father or something? Lu Hanxing realized he was witnessing a different facet of society today, one that truly needed addressing. Had he not seen it firsthand, he might never have believed such individuals existed. He urged the 2 police officers to remove Lin Xia's handcuffs. The officers exchanged glances, their expressions cold. We don't have the authority to do that. Who is this old man? Everyone wondered, perplexed by his identity. When did Lin Xia acquire such a friend? Though he appeared ordinary in attire, his presence was commanding. Very well, Lu Hanxing turned to Lin Xia, speaking respectfully. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. He then addressed the provincial officials behind him. I did not expect you all to come, but it seems your presence is fortuitous. Li Chun, summon his superior immediately, regardless of what they are doing. And also, Call the direct supervisors of these two officers. Lu Hanxing spoke nonchalantly, yet the officials felt cold sweat bead on their foreheads. A few hastily opened their phones, searching their contacts, uncertain if they could reach anyone from Binhai. What the hell? Who are you to demand my superior? Li Chun scoffed, as if hearing a grand joke. Do you think you are a provincial leader or something? Minutes later, one of the officials suddenly exclaimed, Director Lu, I found him. His name is Wu Hua, the prefect of Binhai. Good, get him here immediately. The call was made to Wu Hua, who was in the midst of an extremely important city meeting, preparing for an impending inspection by provincial leaders. As he continued speaking, the phone rang, a call from the province. Wu Hua's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the number. He quickly silenced the room, then answered the call urgently. Hello, Prefect Wu, where are you? I don't care where you are. Get to the Welcome Hotel within 10 minutes, immediately. This situation is extremely serious. Wu Hua, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is happening? The provincial officials are here, and they want me to come? Panicking, Wu Hua rushed down, abandoning his own vehicle to hail a taxi, hastening to the hotel. Inside the private room, the atmosphere was tense. Who are you people? Are you truly capable of summoning Prefect Wu? This is a joke, isn't it? It's been 5 minutes. Where is he? The parent beside Li Chun disdainfully remarked, causing Li Chun to sense that something was amiss. Previously, in a fit of anger, he had failed to observe carefully. Now, he discerned that the individual standing behind this middle-aged man appeared somewhat familiar. At that moment, the private room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Yu Wanwan, Yu Zucheng, Wang Hao and his parent, Zhang Sai, the homeroom teacher Han Dan, Li Jie, and Zhao Lei were all waiting, feeling an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. How did Lin Xiao come to know these individuals? Their attire bore an uncanny resemblance to those depicted in the news. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside, followed by the abrupt opening of the room's door. Wu Hua and Wu Taisho appeared, panting heavily before the audience. Although they might not recognize everyone present, in Binhai, Wu Taisho was certainly a familiar figure. He strode towards the group of middle-aged men behind Lu Hansheng, gasping, Leaders, I apologize for my tardiness. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Leaders, what exactly has transpired? I acknowledge that I have failed in many aspects, and I will reflect on this. The moment Wu Taisho uttered these words, silence descended upon the room, a silence as profound as death. Everyone around stared in bewilderment, as if confronted by a ghost. Had they truly arrived within 10 minutes? Chapter 72, a shocking revelation. The background is terrifying. Is this a joke? The Governor Wu of Binhai City was summoned to appear within 10 minutes, and he truly arrived on time. The time displayed was 9 minutes and 30 seconds, so close. Witnessing Governor Wu standing before a group of middle-aged men clad in plain jackets, his hair standing on end, and not daring to breathe freely, left everyone utterly astounded. If he were merely a hotel staff member or manager, they might have found it acceptable or understandable. However, this was Governor Wu, the top authority of Binhai City. How could he be summoned and appear so promptly? Can you believe it? The visual impact of this scene was overwhelmingly intense. Zhang Sai's mother and Li Jie's father, Li Chun, felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, as if they had misperceived the situation. But there was no mistaking it. That was indeed Governor Wu. In front of these men, he appeared almost like a junior, displaying utmost respect, even wearing a fawning smile. Observing his demeanor revealed his evident nervousness, as if ants were crawling on his back. In truth, Governor Wu was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what was transpiring. Suddenly, a call from provincial leaders demanded his presence. His emotional intelligence was high, and he quickly surmised that something must have gone awry on his end, prompting him to rush over to offer his apologies to the distinguished leaders. After all, these were individuals from the province, people he rarely had the chance to meet. With so many of them now standing before him, how could he not feel anxious? His future career was intricately linked to their words. If they chose to dismiss him, his career would be in jeopardy. Although he wielded authority in Binhai, in their presence, he was like a student before a teacher. Meanwhile, the individuals in the private room were consumed by a singular question. Who were these middle-aged men? What status did they possess that could compel Governor Wu to rush over and immediately admit fault? Yu Ziqing's gaze was fixated on the scene, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Li Xingchong, I am not deceived. He felt an overwhelming sense of elation, grateful to have heeded Li Xingchong's words and supported Lin Xiao. He rejoiced at standing with the right faction, a faction that was profoundly intimidating. Lin Xiao had transcended mere unsettling implications. His background was utterly terrifying. Zhang Sai Li Jie, their parents, and all those present fell silent, their faces etched with confusion, awaiting the words of those men. They noticed a detail. The man at the forefront, Lu Hansheng, had yet to speak. Rather, it was those accompanying him whom Governor Wu regarded with immense reverence. The individual closest to Lin Xiao, clad in a blue jacket, was Lu Hansheng. You need not offer us an apology. We are here accompanying Director Lu. Those in Lu Hansheng's presence even refrained from placing their hands behind their backs. Upon glancing at Lu Hansheng, they promptly extended their hands, yielding the situation to him. Lu Hansheng then turned his gaze to Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, please proceed. If there is anything you wish to discuss, feel free to address it. Lin Xiao casually shook his hand, the handcuffs still in place. Governor Wu instantly understood that this young man was the focal point. His anger surged. Who authorized you to detain him? Which police station do you belong to? Do you have the necessary documentation? Release him immediately. A sense of foreboding began to creep in. He had no idea who this Director Lu was, nor could he ascertain his standing. The two junior officers promptly removed the handcuffs from Lin Xiao. Governor Wu, I have a video for you. After viewing it, you will comprehend the situation. Lin Xiao produced his phone for Governor Wu to see. At that moment, the room fell into an eerie silence. Li Chun's heart sank. He realized that the situation had spiraled out of control. He had been privy to the events that had transpired, yet he still harbored doubts about the young man's identity. A provincial leader? The son of a provincial authority? After watching the video, Governor Wu felt utterly deflated. The words of his detestable secretary made him feel as if his skin were being flayed under the relentless sun. At that moment, all that remained was a sense of humiliation intertwined with fear. After all, this was his secretary, someone who represented his own dignity. Was his reputation so easily tarnished? To be so arrogant before the masses, to think he could rise above the common folk? The critical point was that these were not mere civilians. They were formidable individuals. What could have been a youthful scuffle was now escalated into an attempt to impose a sentence simply because it involved his son. How could one be so arbitrary? Did he believe he dictated the law? Li Chun, spare us your words. Before all these leaders, I declare that I will report today's events to the supervisory office honestly. You shall bear the consequences of your actions. I will also make my own introspection regarding today's incident, and let me assure you, I will never employ you in this place again. In fact, I doubt you will ever walk this path again. With so many high-ranking officials present, he had already brought shame upon himself. What other recourse did he have besides introspection? This Li Chun was a fool. How had he been so oblivious to such arrogance behind closed doors? Governor Wu felt an overwhelming urge to kick this imbecile out of his sight, in front of everyone. Governor Wu berated Li Chun, his voice echoing throughout the private room. At that moment, Li Chun was utterly shattered. Why? This young man possessed not only wealth, but a terrifying background. The upper echelons were all present, which meant these individuals were Governor Wu's superiors. Provincial officials? They had all come. He could scarcely believe the kind of character he had provoked. Most critically, after reprimanding Li Chun, Lu Hansheng added, as for the two officers who improperly restrained Mr. Lin, they will be handed over to their superiors for appropriate action. I will ensure that these provincial leaders keep a close watch on today's events. None of you who have violated regulations will escape accountability. Upon hearing Lu Hansheng's words, the parents of the students present were left speechless, their faces reflecting impending despair. As they turned their gazes to Lin Xiao, they found him remaining unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. Who was this man standing beside Lin Xiao? Why was he able to command the attention of provincial leaders? Zhang Sai, Li Jie, Zhao Lei, and the other students at Table 1 were utterly bewildered. They had no idea when Lin Xiao had become so formidable. Incredibly, this left them utterly bewildered. Lin Xiao was far from an ordinary individual, wealthy and powerful. For him, the question of whether or not he would gain admission to an undergraduate program was of little consequence. Even a lack of formal education would pose no issue. As they contemplated this, Lu Hansheng straightened his posture and, with a sincere and earnest expression, began to speak. Mr. Lin, I have come here specifically to extend an invitation for you to visit the Longhua Academy of Sciences. Furthermore, the presidents of Huking, the imperial capital, and Longhua University have repeatedly urged me to invite you to their institutions. Should you be willing, they intend to bestow upon you the title of honorary professor. Additionally, these 4 universities are eager to offer you a total scholarship amounting to 10 million yuan, which will be transferred to your account. What do you think? Chapter 73, Exposure. The frenzied revelation of Lin Xiao's true identity. Just a moment ago, these students believed that Lin Xiao had not been admitted to an undergraduate program and that it would have little impact on him if he didn't qualify. It was merely the loss of an opportunity to attend a prestigious university, indicating that his academic performance was lacking, falling just 1 point short of the cutoff score for admission. How unfortunate. However, the next moment, Lu Hanqing's words left everyone in stunned silence. They instinctively thought they had misheard. What? The Academy of Sciences. Tsinghua and Peking University, 1 million. As those phrases echoed in their ears, Academy of Sciences, Lonka University, Tsinghua, Peking University, esteemed professors. 1 million. They detonated like a thunderclap in their minds. They glanced at Lin Xiao beside them, who remained remarkably composed, as if this were an utterly mundane occurrence. Yet, they could no longer maintain their calm. Uncle, what are you saying? Why? What gives Lin Xiao the right? Zhang Sai was overwhelmed with a myriad of questions. Pondering repeatedly, and despite racking his brain, he could not comprehend. Why? Why could Lin Xiao? Hadn't he gone to work in an electronics factory? After a period of absence before the college entrance examination, he was suddenly invited by the Academy of Sciences? And a reward of 1 million? Can you believe that? Uncle, what exactly did Lin Xiao say? Zhao Lei gasped, his face a mask of confusion. They desperately sought an explanation, a convincing answer. However, Lu Hanqing solemnly shook his head. I apologize, but this is classified information. I cannot disclose it. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Classified information? Goodness. Lin Xiao's actions were a state secret? Lu Hanqing continued. Mr. Lin, this is an invitation from the institutions. I have brought it especially for you. You must visit the capital and engage in academic discussions with Dean Hua and others. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. The remaining matters were confidential. They would discuss them elsewhere. Lu Hanqing had more to discuss with Lin Xiao. They truly sat down for tea together, and Lu Hanqing insisted on treating him. Lin Xiao initially declined, but Lu Hanqing's stubbornness prevailed. Mr. Lin, you have made 2 significant contributions to the nation. It is only right that I personally treat you to a meal. Please do not refuse. Lin Xiao, somewhat helplessly, replied, Director Lu, you have traveled such a long distance, and I should extend the hospitality of a host. Besides, I am a member of this hotel. They can waive the charges for me. He shot a knowing glance at manager Lu Ming, who promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Lin frequently dines here. Waiving the charges for him is only proper, especially with a guest like you present. Although the manager was unaware of Lu Hanqing's specific status, his years of insight suggested that the man's identity was indeed impressive. Lin Xiao continued, Moreover, you came here and resolved such a predicament for me. Otherwise, I would have been taken away by them. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Hanqing's forehead as he wiped it away, managing a bitter smile. How can this be considered helping you? This is you aiding us by eliminating the unlawful elements within our ranks. Individuals like this should be subjected to the scrutiny of ordinary citizens rather than oppressing the populace. He extended his hand, pulling out a bank card, his savings, amounting to nearly 1,000. The remainder of his salary was entrusted to his wife. Director Lu was indeed under her thumb. He handed the card to the manager, denying him the chance to refuse. No, this cannot be declined. Mr. Lin, please say nothing. I insist on treating you. Order whatever you wish. In the private room, the 2 conversing at the entrance left everyone perplexed. They were eager to know who this middle-aged man, referred to as Director Lu, truly was. They felt an uncanny familiarity, especially Li Chun, who found him particularly recognizable. Even Wu Taishou felt a strange sense of familiarity. Once Lu Hanqing and Lin Xiao entered another private room, leaving behind silence. Wu Taishou quietly inquired, Leader, who exactly is this Lu Hanqing? The group of senior officials from the province wore expressions of disappointment, as though lamenting the embarrassment he had caused. Look at the trouble you've caused today. You nearly brought disgrace to our province and your city. Wu Taishou hung his head, acknowledging his responsibility. He looked up and shot Li Chun a fierce glare before declaring, Rest assured, Leader, I will provide an explanation to the higher-ups about this matter. To us? Today, it is Director Lu's visit, or rather, Mr. Lin's visit. You owe Director Lu and Mr. Lin an explanation. Several leaders sighed heavily. Do you wish to know who Director Lu is? Wu Taishou, Li Chun, and everyone in the room nodded eagerly. Their curiosity was palpable. You could just search online. Director Lu's full name is Comrade Lu Hanqing. Everyone took out their phones. Li Chun, Zhang Sai, along with their parents, the students at Table 1, and their guardians, including their homeroom teacher Han Dan, searched for Lu Hanqing. When they entered his name, Baidu Baiki immediately displayed the middle-aged man's photograph along with his profile. Upon reading the introduction, they paused at the mention of the Internal Affairs Office, gasping briefly, their lips trembling involuntarily, their brows furrowing with agitation. The leader of the Internal Affairs Office has come to our small town? What could this possibly mean? Could it be that Lin Xiao is related to Lu Hanxing? The elderly officials questioned sternly, "Do you understand what Director Lu represents on this visit? This is not a casual trip for family or friends. He represents our nation. Do you know what the so-called anti-terror drill was about last month? It was not a mere exercise. An elite team was dispatched along with 3 helicopters, collaborating with the provincial and municipal national security and military forces, specifically to escort Mr. Lin." At this revelation, Li Chun and the others struggled to believe their ears, as if they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Their ears rang as if pricked by needles, leaving them numb. The image of Lin Xiao, calm and composed, flooded their minds. Chapter 74. The Nation's Generous Rewards. Declining offers from Tsinghua, Peking University, and the Capital University. My goodness! Who would have anticipated this? The helicopter from last time was sent to fetch Brother Lin. How terrifying. Lin Xiao, hidden among the masses, turns out to be so remarkable. Not just remarkable, but astonishingly so. The authorities from the Internal Affairs Department have come all this way just for him? One must wonder, who else enjoys such treatment? Previously, I thought highly of Li Jie, but now, in the presence of Brother Lin Xiao, he seems no more significant than an ant. Indeed, it is as such. Have you noticed? Throughout it all, Brother Lin has remained remarkably composed, exhibiting a level of calmness that most could never attain. Yu Ziqing, at this moment, was utterly stunned. He recognized Lin Xiao's prowess, and after hearing the words of Director Li, he resolved to support Lin Xiao, reveling in it. Yet, he never imagined that Lin Xiao's true identity would instill such profound fear within him. What had he accomplished? What contributions had he made to the nation that warranted such attention from high-ranking officials traveling from the capital to their small city? Understanding that Mr. Lin was indeed powerful, Yu was taken aback by the extent of that power, which surpassed his comprehension. He glanced at his daughter, feeling an involuntary tightening in his chest, accompanied by a bitter smile. He had previously spoken of social standing, only to realize that his precious daughter was entirely mismatched with someone of Lin Xiao's caliber. Not just Yu Ziqing, but everyone present was in a state of utter confusion, their thoughts in turmoil. They had surpassed their usual understanding, as individuals from the news and textbooks appeared silently among them. This sensation was not one of being unexpectedly favored, but rather one of profound fear. It was difficult to fathom how Lin Xiao maintained such poise. At that moment, Wu Hua, the governor of Binhai City, was drenched in cold sweat, his shirt thoroughly soaked. His hands trembled as he held his phone. He had thought that the provincial leader's visit would shake him for 100 years, yet here he was facing national figures. What more could he say? A growing sense of dread filled him, fearing that his political career might come to an abrupt end due to the folly of his unobservant secretary. No, he thought. Mr. Lin is still in Binhai. As long as he remains here, there is still hope. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. There is still a chance. Director Lu's respectful demeanor indicates that this visit on behalf of the nation is meant for Mr. Lin. And since Mr. Lin is in Binhai, as long as he fosters a good relationship with him, they all understood that any opportunity to ingratiate themselves would be worth any cost. Xiao Wu, I know what you're thinking. It is imperative to maintain a good relationship with Mr. Lin while offering him the utmost respect. After all, his contributions to the nation are undeniably significant. However, as your superior, I must advise you to never overstep your bounds. Today's incident with Secretary Li serves as a cautionary tale, came the counsel from the provincial leaders. Due to Li Chun's foolish transgressions, his fate was dire. Wu Hua understood this implicitly and silently committed it to memory. Rest assured, leaders, I will handle my relationship with Mr. Lin appropriately and will not overstep, he affirmed. In another private room, Lin Xiao had been conversing with Lu Hanxing for quite some time. Among the topics discussed was the matter of controllable nuclear fusion technology. Lu Hanxing was astonished, unable to comprehend how such a young individual could possess such advanced knowledge. This was beyond that of a prodigy. The primary purpose of Lu Hanxing's visit was to represent the nation in bestowing rewards upon Lin Xiao. Among these rewards was the most significant, Lin Xiao's right to choose any school across the country. He could attend any prestigious institution, even those that only accepted graduate students. The heads of these institutions would be eager to welcome him, as his presence would bring immeasurable value and benefits. Considering Lin Xiao may wish to travel during the summer, the nation presented him with a platinum card from China National Airlines. Addressing his future housing needs, the state arranged a 120 square meter apartment for him in the capital, complete with a permanent residency permit. Those who understand the value of such arrangements know its significance. In terms of education, the nation promised ample educational resources for Lin Xiao and his descendants, ensuring they would not have to worry about their education, as they would receive the best and most prioritized resources available. Regarding his future employment, the state proposed to reserve a significant position for him, should he choose to accept it. Of course, if he declined, they would not press him, considering his existing assets. Lu Hansheng, representing the nation, conveyed a profound sentiment. A gentleman serves his country, and in return, our nation shall treat him with the utmost respect. Upon receiving the multitude of rewards from the nation, Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart. He also expressed a few personal requests. Firstly, he wished for Lu Hansheng to help conceal his identity, as he did not want too many people to know about him or to attain fame. Having just graduated high school, he had yet to experience the vibrancy of university life, and he wished to savor his youth without excessive attention. Secondly, he preferred to continue communicating with Lu Hansheng via a virtual phone number, as there would be future collaborations, and he did not want Lu to make frequent trips, given that his presence would stir the entire province. Furthermore, Lin Xiao expressed a desire to enjoy life and potentially venture into entrepreneurship in the high-tech industry. He would defer attending those top-tier institutions for now, but when the time came for him to start a business, he hoped for cooperation from the heads of those schools. After articulating these 3 points, Lu Hansheng was left in a state of contemplation. He had assumed that Mr. Lin sought more advantages for personal gain. Yet he realized his thinking had been narrow. Mr. Lin had not mentioned money, privileges, or fame. Rather, he had chosen a path of humility. Lin Xiao expressed, "I merely wish to enjoy a life of leisure in the future. How could I accept such official recognition? While I can accept the platinum card for a lifetime with China National Airlines, I will choose my school wisely." He declined offers from Tsinghua, Peking University, and even Lonka University, opting instead for the University of Shanghai, also known as Huadong University, a renowned institution. His reason was simple. He wished to experience the allure of the vibrant city of Shanghai. Perhaps that locale would better suit his low-key yet affluent lifestyle. The atmosphere at the institutions in the capital might impose a more serious tone, and given the attention he was receiving from the authorities, he would surely be inundated with invitations for tea. He could not endure such scrutiny. Shanghai, on the other hand, promised a more relaxed and liberated environment. The experience of a wealthy individual is significantly enhanced. Chapter 75. A pathetic barrier has formed. Lu Hansheng was taken aback by the several requests presented by Lin Xiao. He could not help but feel even more impressed by Mr. Lin's youth, yet remarkable composure and gravitas. "Mr. Lin, the points you raised are indeed what we ought to pursue. Your personal information will be recorded in the nation's highest-level confidential files, inaccessible to anyone. Henceforth, I shall be solely responsible for all your affairs. Should you wish to contact the heads of institutions such as Qingbei, the capital, or the Academy of Sciences, feel free to call me, as they have yet to meet you. This ensures the confidentiality of your identity." Lin Xiao acknowledged the commendable measures taken for confidentiality. Many within the Ministry of Internal Affairs were aware of Mr. Lin, yet none had laid eyes upon him or possessed any knowledge of his whereabouts or personal details. Such diligent secrecy was indeed necessary to safeguard Lin Xiao from potential threats, both domestic and foreign. Although the local personnel were aware of Lin Xiao's formidable background and terrifying identity, they remained oblivious to the specifics of his actions, a testament to the strict confidentiality enforced by the state, aimed at minimizing his exposure to lurking adversaries. In truth, Lin Xiao desired to keep his identity concealed, not wanting an influx of admirers or officials incessantly vying for his attention. The constant visits and discussions at his residence made him uncomfortable, diminishing the significance of his newfound status. Presently, he harbored no fear of external or domestic hostile entities. Clad in his nanofiber battle suit, Yin Huang, he could effortlessly envelop himself in its protective embrace with a mere touch or through neural interaction, thus easily confronting any adversaries. As their conversation progressed, the meal was served. To avoid imposing on Lu Hansheng, Lin Xiao chose not to order anything extravagant and abstained from alcohol. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xiao prepared to depart. Lu Hansheng received a call from the Academy of Sciences president, Hua Fuxing, who was in a state of agitation. He was eager to invite Lin Xiao to the academy and was particularly keen to meet him. His curiosity was palpable as he inquired about Lin Xiao's dining experience and discussions. Lu Hansheng chuckled helplessly at Lin Xiao, who was still eating, as he conveyed the details to President Hua. After hanging up, Lu Hansheng exhaled in relief. The elderly president was undeniably impatient, yet Lin Xiao showed no inclination to visit, leaving Lu Hanxing hesitant to press the matter further. Mr. Lin, have you heard of President Hua? He is quite the esteemed figure at the academy and wishes to meet you. He mentioned his granddaughter, who has recently graduated and is yet to find a partner. He hopes I might introduce you. Lu Hanxing's expression reflected a mix of amusement and disbelief. The old man was rather overzealous in his matchmaking efforts. Lin Xiao chuckled in response. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay President Hua a visit. Just ensure he recognizes me. Their laughter echoed. As Lu Hanxing likened Lin Xiao to an ordinary citizen, devoid of pretense, sharing a meal and camaraderie. From now on, just call me Lao Lu, no need for formalities. We are friends across generations. That works for me. Then you may refer to me as Lin Laodi, Lin Xiao replied. Lu Hanxing waved dismissively. Lin Laodi seems too casual. I shall address you as Brother Lin instead, as it conveys a closer bond. After their meal, over an hour had passed. Outside, classmates, parents, and leaders lingered, awaiting the conclusion of Lin Xiao's gathering. As Lin Xiao emerged, they hesitated, taken aback by the sight of him and Lu Hanxing, appearing as old friends. This scene left them in shock, rendering them tongue-tied in the presence of someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. They trailed behind, waiting for Lin Xiao to escort everyone to the waiting bus. As the bus gradually departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. They felt as if they had been drained of energy. The day's events felt monumental, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Who among them could claim to have conversed with a leader from the Ministry of Internal Affairs in such an intimate setting? Their gazes towards Lin Xiao had transformed. Filled with reverence and trepidation, their expressions a blend of flattery and apprehension. Many contemplated how to approach and ingratiate themselves with him. The question of how to win Lin Xiao's favor lingered in their minds, refusing to dissipate. Wu Taishou stood for a moment, then approached, ready to speak. However, Lin Xiao raised his hand. Wu Taishou, I am aware of your intent. If there is nothing pressing, please return, as we still have a gathering to attend. Mr. Lin, I apologize for today's occurrences. It was my oversight. I will personally deliver a lengthy reflection to your home, Wu Taishou stated. Lin Xiao pondered briefly, then replied, What we desire is your genuine service to us common folk, not mere formalities. You may leave now. After Wu Taishou departed, the parents whispered to their children before leaving as well. They longed to obtain Lin Xiao's contact information, but recognized their lack of standing and refrained from pursuing it, opting instead to depart quietly. Only the students from the gathering remained, with Lin Xiao's closest companions, Wang Hao and Yu Wanwan, present. The demeanor of all, including the homeroom teacher, shifted when they regarded Lin Xiao. This meal was intended as a farewell gathering, a final reunion with classmates from high school. Yet it had taken an unexpected turn. Let us go. After all this time, let us truly enjoy our time together. Soon, we shall all be pursuing our own paths. Lin Xiao announced to the group. Zhao Lei, Zhang Sai, and others stood in silence, struggling to find words. However, as Lin Xiao approached, their demeanor shifted to one of respect, and they called out, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao seemed to shudder slightly. He was acutely aware that a lamentable barrier had formed between him and these students. During this meal, apart from Yu Wanwan and Wang Hao, no one else uttered a word. The atmosphere was devoid of laughter. Instead, it was filled with sycophancy and toasts, accompanied by insincere compliments. The meal had lost all significance. As Lin Xiao departed, all the students followed suit, wishing to see him off. Under their watchful gaze, Lin Xiao entered the Lamborghini Aventador, which surprisingly belonged to him. Wealthy and influential, a scion of a prominent family, this was the thought shared among them. Wanwan, Haozi, let us gather again another day. I have an early flight to the Magic City tomorrow, so I'll take my leave now. Wang Hao patted his car door, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, what have you turned into? No matter your status, I refuse to fawn over you like those others. Remember this. Lin Xiao, so do I? If you wish to distance yourself from us, then go ahead. We never want to see you again. Lin Xiao responded with a smile. Rest assured, one is my brother, and the other is my good friend. Take care of yourselves, and we shall meet in the Magic City. Thus concluded a minor climax. The subsequent life in the opulent Magic City will unfold with the protagonist wielding power and wealth, accompanied by beautiful companions. It promises to be exceptionally thrilling. Anticipate it. Chapter 76. Departing for the Magic City. The lifetime platinum card of Air China comes in handy. Lu Hanxing from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had left, as he was on a state mission and not a holiday, hence he had no reason to linger. There was a plethora of work awaiting him back at the ministry. Consequently, He boarded a night flight back to the capital. It was not only the ministry that required his attention, the provincial leaders were also in need of his presence. As he boarded the plane, Liu Hanxing apologized to Lin Xiao, expressing his desire to continue their conversation, but his official duties kept him preoccupied. Upon hearing this, a phrase surfaced in Lin Xiao's mind. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is merely that someone else bears the burdens for you. His cousin, Chen Ran, had repeatedly urged him to visit her in the Magic City. Coincidentally, he too had an early flight to the city the following morning, and he wasted no time in making his arrangements. On his way home in his Lamborghini Gallardo, Yu Zuqing insisted on accompanying him, claiming he wanted to drop off some items at Lin Zhao's residence. Yu Zuqing was still reeling from the shock of Lin Zhao's earlier revelations and was eager to share the day's events with President Li, convinced that he could elaborate on them for at least 49 days. After all, he had unwittingly found himself associated with the state. How could this not irk him? Thus, he held Lin Xiao in great esteem and insisted on bringing him a few bottles of Matai and Huazi cigarettes. While it was not inappropriate for a businessman like Yu Zuqing to present gifts, Lin Xiao was not in need of the Matai. He had plenty of his own. After declining Yu's offer, he returned home to find the night had already fallen. He had intended to retire early in anticipation of the next day's journey. At that moment, a message suddenly chimed in his mind. Your friend Mr. Hang has sent you a video request. What could Mr. Hang want? Lin Xiao pondered, and in the next instant, he entered the trading space. It had been quite some time since he last encountered Mr. Hang. The last time they met, Mr. Hang was still a beleaguered worker. Now, upon their reunion, he sported a slicked-back hairstyle, radiating vitality and confidence, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Brother Lin, how are you? Mr. Hang exclaimed, revealing that thanks to the antique stamps Lin Xiao had previously gifted him, he had amassed considerable wealth. The value of those stamps had skyrocketed, and he had cashed out at their peak, acquiring enough wealth to last a lifetime. It was hard to fathom the immense value those stamps held in this world, primarily due to the wealthy's fondness for such collectibles. However, after achieving financial freedom, Mr. Hang soon found his spiritual world to be somewhat empty. Initially, he occupied his time with reading, exploring virtual realms, fishing, and occasionally courting beautiful women on campus. Yet, as time passed, life began to feel monotonous. He felt that his extensive knowledge had no outlet. With ample funds at his disposal, he recently established a pharmaceutical company, leveraging connections with friends and diving into the medical field. With wealth and capability, Mr. Hang treated it as a venture, prepared to absorb losses, only to find that the company thrived. They had launched several medical products, which were eagerly sought after by pharmacies and hospitals alike, leading to even greater profits. However, he now faced a minor predicament. Several of his pharmaceutical products were being stalled in approval by the leaders of the 9-1 city-state. As medical products required special approvals from those in power, their inaction was quite severe. Previously, he had even entertained them with lavish meals and spa visits to no avail. He later learned that an elderly city lord disapproved of his products and refused to grant the necessary approvals. Mr. Lin, just as I found myself at a loss, I learned that the 82-year-old city lord has a fondness for vintage songs. You know what I mean? In our rapidly advancing world, many old songs have long since vanished. Mr. Hang's expression turned serious. He too cherished classic music. Yet, as society progressed in science and productivity, they neglected the importance of spiritual and cultural development, leading to a loss in many cultural and entertainment activities. The skyrocketing prices of antique stamps were a testament to a collective realization of the value of traditional artifacts. Though these items were nearly extinct, the elderly city lord, despite his esteemed position, struggled to procure such music. Mr. Lin, if you could assist me, I am confident my pharmaceutical products would then face no obstacles, and I would also gain a remarkable friend in the city lord. I would be immensely grateful for your help. Lin Xiao grasped the situation. He believed that while development was crucial, one must not become a soulless tool devoid of emotions. It was essential to remember history, preserve culture, and strive for a beautiful future. Mr. Hang's 2-nanometer lithography machine had introduced him to the leaders of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In a similar vein, the music he offered Mr. Hang could also facilitate a connection with the city lord. No problem, old Hang. I will download the songs onto a USB drive and bring them to you tomorrow morning. Really? My Lin, thank you so much. Mr. Hang exclaimed, his gratitude effusive. With newfound wealth, Mr. Hang had transformed. He was no longer the beleaguered figure he used to be, but rather someone who exuded charm. Lin Xiaofeng discussed as he chuckled, ending the call. Upon returning to reality, Lin Zhao's first task was to locate a long-unused USB drive. He plugged it into his computer, subscribing to a music service for a mere $10, for in this day and age, every song required a membership to access. After gaining download privileges, he began to download all the songs. The USB drive also contained 2 terabytes of study materials from his past, which he decided to leave intact as a gift for Mr. Hang. As the songs downloaded, Lin Zhao comfortably drifted into slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, he found that the songs had downloaded successfully. He placed the USB drive in his pocket and opened the door to find his mother, who had prepared breakfast for him, along with a red envelope containing 20,000 yuan as travel expenses for his trip to the Magic City. Lin Zhao was taken aback. This was money his parents had earned from a small business venture, which he had hesitated to spend. "Mom, I can't accept this money. Furthermore, I expect a scholarship of 10 million yuan soon. You should keep this for household expenses." "Son, you managed to receive a scholarship of this magnitude for a vocational diploma?" his mother questioned incredulously. Lin Zhao's father laughed heartily at the table, which made Lin Zhao chuckle as well. His father jested, "Just take it, son. Must you always question everything?" They assumed their son was merely trying to deceive them into believing he had secured a scholarship, which was implausible for a vocational diploma. How could such funds even exist? They were certainly skeptical. Both elders were mistaken, unaware that this money was indeed a scholarship from one of the nation's top universities. Lin Zhao's visit this time served a dual purpose. Firstly, to enjoy a leisurely time with his cousin, and secondly, to meander through the bustling metropolis, indulging in some shopping. A man typically possesses only a few possessions, decorative items, a home, a vehicle, a watch, and attire. He had already acquired both a residence and a car, so it was only fitting to procure some decorative items, a watch, and clothing. He certainly wasn't the type to be mocked for his attire, appearing shabby and unsophisticated. As a gentleman of refined taste, a watch could significantly enhance a man's elegance and demeanor. Among the world's 10 most esteemed watch brands, Lin Zhao favored Patek Philippe, followed closely by Audemars Piguet, Vacheron Constantin, and lastly, Richard Mille. The former 2 brands are renowned titans in the horological world, while Richard Mille has only recently gained popularity, resembling a toy in its design, unable to compare with the classic elegance of Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Its only possible advantage lies in its exorbitant price. Patek Philippe watches exude a dignified allure, effortlessly captivating without requiring an in-depth understanding of their intricacies. One simply appreciates their beauty and prestige. In the country, authorized boutiques are exclusively found in the capital, the bustling metropolis, and Hong Kong, making it impossible to acquire such luxury in a small city like Binhai. Thus, Lin Zhao's visit to his cousin also served as an opportunity for shopping. After enjoying breakfast, he booked a first-class flight ticket and reserved the opulent presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel. At this moment, his lifetime platinum card from Air China proved invaluable. He enjoyed exclusive privileges such as a dedicated check-in service, a separate security clearance lane, and a chauffeur-driven cart to transport him to the VIP lounge while he awaited boarding. Additionally, he received timely boarding notifications and the option for early boarding. Accompanied by a flight attendant, Lin Zhao made his way to his seat. With no intention of striking up a conversation, he switched his phone to flight mode and prepared to rest. The flight would last just over an hour, during which he planned to enter the trading space and finalize his transaction with Mr. Hang. As the aircraft ascended, he experienced the sensations of thrust and weightlessness. A flight attendant approached, gracefully crouching beside Lin Zhao, a special service reserved for platinum card holders. With a warm smile, she softly inquired, "Sir, may I offer you a drink?" Her affable demeanor naturally evoked a sense of fondness. Slightly drowsy from being awakened, Lin Zhao politely waved his hand, declining, "No, thank you." At that moment, envious glances were cast by the surrounding passengers. Though they too were seated in first class, they could not partake in the exclusive crouching service, simply because they lacked the platinum card from Air China. Acquiring this card required not just a single purchase of a first-class ticket, but a considerable accumulation of flight miles over time. How delightful it is to possess wealth, accompanied by such a stunning flight attendant's service. How I envy this privilege. Why am I unable to receive such intimate attention from a beautiful flight attendant in first class? Did you not see? She didn't even open her eyes. She was utterly indifferent. Alas, there's simply no comparison. Chapter 77. The Exceptional Flight Attendant, Hua Ruyu. Trading for an anti-cancer miracle drug, surrounded by first-class passengers. It is evident that those who can afford such luxury possess considerable economic strength. placing them in the top 1% of society. Yet, amidst this elite crowd, what sets Royu apart is her remarkable excellence. Many passengers express their desire to experience her exceptional service. This flight attendant is of a different caliber. Her beauty is striking, adorned with a bun that accentuates her long, fair neck and enviable figure. The flight attendant uniform fits her impeccably, neither appearing overly slender nor detracting from her alluring curves, which are nothing short of perfection. Her physique, with its enticing silhouette, captivates the gaze, and her long, delicate legs only enhance her ethereal presence. Is such a waist-to-hip ratio even real? Hua Royu's beauty and figure undoubtedly eclipse those of renowned stars in the entertainment industry. This high-caliber beauty, Hua Royu, serves as the chief flight attendant for this flight. Having graduated from an aviation academy not long ago, she quickly ascended to her role with the national airline. The esteemed Hua Fuxing, her grandfather, serves as the president of the Academy of Sciences in Longhua. How did the granddaughter of President Hua end up as a flight attendant? Do not inquire further. It is simply a lifelong dream of hers. Are you boarding another flight, my dear? I thought I instructed you to rest for a few more days. I even spoke to your captain about it. You need not work this week. Hurry back, for I intend to introduce you to a potential suitor. This was the call Hua Fuxing made to her before the plane took off. The elderly gentleman urged her to return home, eager to arrange a meeting with someone he deemed perfect for her. Having graduated nearly a year ago from the Aviation Academy in the capital, her family has begun to worry about her marital prospects. Yet, she remains unhurried, continuously deflecting their attempts. Instead, she has taken to the skies as a flight attendant, further delaying her return home. This has caused considerable concern for her grandfather, especially since a remarkably suitable young man has recently come into view, one whom they wish to introduce to Hua Ruyu. However, she is resolute in ignoring the pleas of her elders. Grandfather, I have reiterated countless times that I am not in a hurry. Please, do not pressure me. No, this time it is imperative that you meet him. I assure you, this young man is exceptional, rarely found across the nation. I have leveraged my connections with Lu Bobo to facilitate this meeting. You must seize this opportunity. Hua Ryu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Grandfather, you said the same about the last supposed quality man, a graduate student from your institute whom I found utterly unappealing. Please refrain from introducing me to anyone else from your circle. This time is genuinely different. Mr. Lin is someone of great importance to our country. He is beyond compare to those at my institute. His capabilities are unimaginable, and due to regulations, I cannot disclose much. All I ask is for you to meet him. Lu Bobo has connections that may be beneficial. I believe he too is a student, which aligns with your preference for younger partners. President Hua is eager to introduce his granddaughter to Lin Xiao. After Lu Hanxing's recent visit to the coastal city, they have established a connection, presenting a unique opportunity. If the two were to successfully match, it would be a harmonious outcome. Indeed, a moment of great fortune. All right, I understand that I can choose whom I wish to pursue. Please do not interfere. By the way, I heard that Grandpa Zhou has fallen ill, and I plan to visit him. Perhaps you could join me? Old Zhou, well, I will certainly go. Just give me a call when you do. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sat quietly in first class as the cabin grew serene, passengers drifting into restful slumber. With a thought, he entered the trading space. Ah, Lin, finally, you have arrived. I've awaited your presence. Lin Xiao produced a prepared USB drive, transferring it to Mr. Hang. This USB, with a capacity of 10 terabytes, contains 8 terabytes of music, every conceivable song, including various operatic performances. Mr. Hang beamed with delight. Excellent. I am relieved to hear that. He then waved several medicine boxes, announcing, this medication represents our team's latest breakthrough in anti-cancer treatment. Anti-cancer medication? Lin Xiao inhaled sharply, taken aback. This drug has already cured numerous cancer patients, although some advanced cases still carry a slim chance of failure. However, for most, it boasts a 100% success rate. My miracle drug is exceptionally effective and in high demand. I must inform the city lord to crack down on hoarding. We need to implement strict measures. Lin Xiao chuckled softly at his exuberance. You believe this medication will work in my world as effectively as it does in yours? My understanding of its principles likely surpasses yours by several decades, or even centuries. Yet, I cannot be certain it will suit the physiology of your era's populace. Nevertheless, I entrust it to you for experimentation. Very well, how many do you wish to trade? Since you have provided me with 10 terabytes of music, I shall offer you 10 boxes of the medication. Brother Lin, the demand for this drug far exceeds supply, and the production timeline is lengthy. 10 boxes is indeed a generous offer. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow skeptically. Are you certain? I swear it. Then, I shall express my gratitude in advance. Once your company produces more, I will continue to supply you, free of charge. Agreed. After concluding their conversation, Lin Xiao stored the 10 boxes of anti-cancer miracle drugs in his spatial repository, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. This anti-cancer medication from the future, regardless of its specific efficacy, represents a historic breakthrough. Currently, no genuine miracle drug exists for cancer treatment globally. Most options serve only as adjunct therapies, and the notion of curing cancer solely through medication is a fallacy. For many cancers, chemotherapy remains the prevalent mode of treatment. The research value of this drug is exceptionally high. With his newfound resources and official connections, Lin Xiao can assemble a team to delve into the development of these miracle drugs. In time, he might immerse himself in the medical field, akin to Mr. Hang. For this world, his medical products would be a game-changing advancement. Comparing future medication to contemporary alternatives is akin to comparing different dimensions. They exist on entirely different planes. Thus, this anti-cancer miracle drug holds value for him that rivals even the previously acquired technology of controllable nuclear fusion. Chapter 78. The flight attendant's hint. As Lin Xiao pondered over the matter of an anti-cancer miracle drug, he was abruptly interrupted by a soft and melodious female voice beside him. Good afternoon, sir. May I offer you some tea? We have refreshments available on the flight. Lin Xiao found himself perplexed. Did the flight attendant not notice that he was trying to rest with his eyes closed? Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the enchanting Hua Ryu, who was indeed strikingly beautiful. She squatted beside him, exuding a fragrance that was utterly captivating. With her fair skin, long legs, and gentle features, adorned with a sweet smile, it was no wonder that any man would be charmed. Hua Ryu's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiao, unwavering. Thank you, but I shall pass. I am merely trying to take a nap, Lin Xiao replied politely. Waving his hand dismissively, the flight attendant appeared slightly anxious. Sir, we have delightful afternoon tea on board, prepared by a 5-star chef. Would you care to try some? It might be a nice way to tide you over until dinner. The plane was set to land in the capital at 4 o'clock, just before dinner time, and she suggested it could serve as a light snack. As Hua Ryu squatted beside him with her sweet smile, other passengers looked on with envy. Why had they not encountered such a warm and attentive flight attendant in first class? Was this the privilege of holding a platinum card with the airline? Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Hua Ryu grew increasingly anxious. I hope I haven't upset this wealthy young man, she thought. Are the privileged so difficult to please? The captain had advised her that to improve her performance, she should encourage platinum card passengers to write flight logs, ensuring she received commendations from her superiors. Although she had secured her position as a flight attendant through her grandfather's connections, she was determined to prove herself and not be labeled as someone who relied solely on nepotism. Lin Xiao coughed lightly, intending to return to his rest, when Hua Ryu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize your throat was bothering you. She promptly called over a male flight attendant to pour him some water. After Lin Xiao drank the water, he noticed that Hua Ryu remained beside him, her expression suggesting she had something more to say. Miss, is there something on your mind? He inquired. Mr. Lin, about the flight log, would you be willing to? Lin Xiao then noticed a small booklet beside him. This was an exclusive privilege for platinum card holders, allowing them to provide feedback on the flight attendants. The log was of great significance, as it could influence their careers, explaining why the attendants were so attentive to such passengers. Oh, I see now. You want me to fill this out, don't you? Hua Ryu nodded cautiously. Lin Xiao took the pen and wrote a few kind words in the log before handing it back to her. Will this suffice? Hua Ryu's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. May I ask if you are traveling to the Magic City for leisure or business? As soon as the question left her lips, she regretted it. Wasn't that an invasion of the passenger's privacy? How could she make such a mistake? However, she was eager to show her appreciation after receiving such helpful feedback. I'm sorry, sir. Lin Xiao shook his head. It's all right. No need to be so formal. I just finished my college entrance exams and decided to explore the Magic City. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's gentle and kind-hearted response, Hua Ryu's large eyes sparkled. In her experience, wealthy young heirs tended to be arrogant and temperamental. Previously, she had encountered a few of such affluent individuals who had approached her with proposals. They were boastful, unpredictable, and quick to anger. This young man, however, radiated a different aura. His demeanor stood in stark contrast to the entitled brats she had met before. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Hua Ryu felt herself relax. Very well, sir. If you need anything further, please don't hesitate to call for me. I am at your service. Once the flight attendant departed, Lin Xiao finally had a moment of peace. The plane landed safely at the Magic City airport, and as he exited the cabin, Hua Ruyu grabbed her luggage and walked ahead. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Xiao disembarking and rushed to intercept him, handing him a note. Sir, this is my number. May we get to know each other? I would like to find you later. Lin Xiao glanced at the note, momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Was she really being this forward? On his first day in the Magic City, he had already attracted the attention of a stunning flight attendant. Was this the benefit of holding a platinum card? He hadn't even needed to strike up a conversation. She was approaching him instead. The other passengers who disembarked alongside him watched in envy as the beautiful flight attendant took such initiative. A few had intended to approach her themselves, but now they felt a pang of jealousy. Hey, buddy, are you in first class? Why is that flight attendant treating you so well? What is your secret? I was hoping to catch her attention myself, yet here you are, receiving a note right after disembarking. Lin Xiao shrugged at the fashionable young man. Is being a local in the Magic City such a big deal? He retorted. As they exited the airport, 2 Rolls-Royces awaited outside. Lin Xiao climbed into one of the luxurious vehicles that had come to escort him to the Peninsula Hotel. It seemed there were multiple cars, each sent to greet him. Lin Xiao was somewhat bewildered, noticing several suited men step out of the Rolls-Royces. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am from the Patek Philippe boutique. You previously ordered a watch from us, and we have come to collect you. I am the manager of the Peninsula Hotel. You have reserved our luxurious presidential suite, and we are here to provide you with a dedicated car service. Realizing there were indeed 2 separate groups of people, Lin Xiao thought it best to head to the hotel first. There was no rush for the watch. After all, a Patek Philippe timepiece would cost no less than $1 million, while a night in the presidential suite was $38,000. It was only natural that they would provide such service. Once inside the car, he sent Hua Ruyu a message with details about his location. With a beautiful flight attendant accompanying him, he felt it was all too delightful. Hua Ruyu quickly changed her attire and made her way to him, following the location and license plate number he provided. Upon arriving, she noticed 2 cars parked there, both sent to pick up Mr. Lin. 18 years old with a lifetime platinum card, escorted by a Rolls-Royce. What kind of wealthy heir was this? Hua Ruyu tidied her hair and got into the car. The previously fashionable young men, witnessing this scene, immediately fell silent. Now they understood the reason behind the flight attendant's eagerness. As a local of the enchanting city of Shanghai, even if one were to reside in a luxurious presidential suite or acquire a Patek Philippe, it would be overwhelming. This stark disparity is palpable. They have come to understand this truth. Chapter 79. A call from Hua Fuxing to his granddaughter. I have a boyfriend. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the envious glances of onlookers. What did his life have to do with theirs? He had no desire to put on a facade for those people. Yet, somehow, he found himself caught up in it. Sir, I must clarify my earlier statement. I currently reside in the vibrant city of Magic City and am quite familiar with the area. As I have some free time recently, I can serve as your guide here, Hua Ruyu explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. Your completion of the flight log on the plane was a tremendous help to me, and I wish to express my gratitude. Lin Xiao, seated in the lavish Rolls-Royce, noticed an oversight and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what did you mean by your earlier statement? Coughing slightly, she replied, I just graduated high school, Miss Flight Attendant. I don't quite understand what you mean. His words made Hua Ruyu's face flush even more. She had spoken in haste and failed to articulate her thoughts clearly. Lin Xiao found it amusing to tease the flight attendant. Before long, they arrived at the Peninsula Hotel. After Lin Xiao set down his luggage, Hua Ruyu lingered at the door, hesitating to enter. Blushing, she was torn between going in and staying out. What did it mean for 2 people who had just met to be in such an opulent presidential suite? If her grandfather, Hua Fuxing, found out, she would be in serious trouble. Miss Flight Attendant, please come in. This room is quite spacious, and you can place your belongings in the other room, Lin Xiao encouraged. After a brief internal struggle, she stepped inside, marveling at the luxury of the hotel. Once she placed her luggage down, she suddenly remembered her introduction. Sir, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hua Ruyu. I am 24 years old, and I am the chief flight attendant for Air China. You can call me Little Fish. Lin Xiao looked at her with surprise, taking a moment to reassess her. 24? It's quite impressive to be a chief flight attendant at such a young age. Not at all. You are the one who is truly remarkable, she replied. But Lin Xiao smirked. Miss Hua, don't you think our conversation feels overly formal? It feels like we're engaging in a business exchange. Realizing her overly stiff demeanor, Hua Ruyu chuckled. As flight attendants, we tend to be this way. You needn't be so formal with me. Just relax. Your demeanor is making me feel like I'm conversing with an official. She couldn't help but laugh when Lin Xiao responded. So, when you talk with officials, do they treat you with such deference? Indeed, I find that hard to believe, she replied, bemused by his confidence. The officials she knew, including her grandfather and Uncle Lu, were never so friendly or respectful. Let us compromise. You can call me Mr. Lin, and I'll call you Miss Hua. My previous behavior was merely a habit. It can be quite exhausting, she said, plopping down onto the bed, visibly more relaxed. Mr. Lin, do you plan to shop later? She inquired. Indeed. I intend to purchase a watch, and I would appreciate your guidance as a local, he replied. Hua Ruoyu was puzzled. Typically, men had a clear shopping purpose, unlike women who enjoyed meandering. However, she refrained from prying into his destination or details about his life. The suite fell into a comfortable silence, neither party feeling awkward. Lin Xiao exuded a comfortable, easygoing aura, sitting relaxed in his chair without casting inappropriate glances. As a flight attendant trained in the finest etiquette, Hua Ruoyu recognized the refinement and poise in Lin Xiao. He embodied a rare breed of affluent young gentleman, far superior to the suitors her family had previously introduced her to. Moments later, her phone rang, interrupting the tranquility. Embarrassed, she smiled at Lin Xiao, who returned a permissive smile, prompting her to rush to the bathroom. It was her grandfather, Hua Fuxing, calling again. He had reached out before takeoff and was now calling after landing. Hello, Grandpa, why are you calling again? What is going on? Hua Fuxing's voice sounded hoarse, indicating something was amiss. Little fish, I'm at your Grandpa Zhou's place. His condition isn't good. He has been diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. His voice was gravely serious. I was just chatting with him, and we discussed your search for a partner. He is eager to meet the person you're interested in. Why not arrange a meeting? Mr. Lin is quite a catch. He is currently in Binhai. Uncle Lu knows where he is. I can have him inform you so you can get in touch. Upon hearing this, Hua Ruoyu furrowed her brows. Is this really the time to be matchmaking? This is utterly ridiculous. She felt at a loss, especially since she didn't even know this Mr. Lin yet. I will visit Grandpa Zhou, but Hua Fuxing interrupted. What about the matchmaking? You wouldn't want to leave your Grandpa Zhou with regrets, would you? He is quite fond of Mr. Lin and wants you to connect with him. Hua Ruoyu sighed, peeking into the main room at Lin Xiao. Gathering her courage, she declared, Grandpa, there is no need for introductions. I apologize for wasting your good intentions. I already have a boyfriend. We are currently at the hotel. If you don't believe me, I can video call you. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Is that true? Little fish, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? I wouldn't lie to you. Let us do a video call. She initiated the call. Hua Fuxing rushed to put on his reading glasses, furrowing his brows as he peered at the surroundings. He inhaled deeply. Little fish, you really are at a hotel? Is that little brat with you? What do you mean, brat? You told me to address him as Mr. He is my boyfriend, and you refer to him as brat. Grandpa, I'm not pleased with that. You could do better than him. Mine is a much more reliable choice. Grandpa, you need to stop. In a fit of frustration, Hua Ruoyu hung up the phone. Chapter 80, Patek Philippe. I've already purchased this watch. Her grandfather, the illustrious director Hua, repeatedly insisted on introducing her to potential suitors. To deter his incessant urging, she boldly claimed to have found a boyfriend. Little did she anticipate that this declaration would displease director Hua even more, as he scoffed, asserting that none could compare to the matches he could provide. What was she to do? Overwhelmed, she felt as if her troubles multiplied. Did she truly possess such poor judgment? Surely not. After hanging up, she couldn't shake off her irritation. Hua Ruoyu took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as she endeavored to calm herself. After 3 consecutive days of travel, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. She yearned for the solace of a warm bath in her luxurious suite. As she disrobed, the allure inherent to her youthful age emerged. After nearly an hour in the bath, she dried off, her skin as pale and smooth as milk. At that moment, her phone rang again. It was Hua Fuxing calling. This time, his tone was more composed. Little fish, my earlier remarks were rather abrupt. Since you have a boyfriend, that's quite all right. When you visit your Grandpa Zhou's house, bring him along. It's a small wish of his to meet you both. Hua Ruoyu was taken aback. He is quite busy. He probably won't have the time. Hua Fuxing chuckled knowingly. Child, you can't deceive me. I can tell you haven't found anyone. Hurry up and bring that Mr. Lin from Binhai. Stop right there. All right, my dear Director Hua. Next time, I'll bring him along for you to meet. That should suffice, right? Hua Fuxing replied with a laugh. Fine, but I must have a look at him. If we're not satisfied, well, That's another matter entirely. After ending the call, Hua Ryu used a hairdryer to dry her hair. Once she had donned her fitted undergarments, she emerged slowly. Lin Xiao was already settled on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Upon her arrival, Lin Xiao glanced at the time. It's getting late. Shall we head out? He had overheard her animated exchange in the bathroom, but chose to remain polite and refrain from asking about it. As they stepped outside, a luxury vehicle awaited them. The Rolls-Royce glided to a discreet building adorned with the Patek Philippe logo. Hua Ryu couldn't help but gasp internally. No wonder he had come to the metropolis. It was to purchase a Patek Philippe watch. Mr. Lin, to be honest, I've never been inside a Patek Philippe store before, so I'm not familiar with the purchasing process. I doubt I can guide you, she admitted with a wry smile. Such an extravagant watch was far beyond her financial reach. Lin Xiao shook his head in response. Miss Hua, don't find it amusing. But this is my first visit as well. Alone, I might feel a bit anxious. However, with you here, I feel at ease. His comforting words further enhanced Hua Ryu's fondness for him. A man of emotional intelligence and grace. One who casually possessed a China National Airlines Platinum card and frequented presidential suites, surely wouldn't fear entering high-end establishments. His words were a deliberate display of finesse. Upon entering the Patek Philippe store, it resembled a five-star hotel, elegant yet understated, without ostentatious embellishments. To the left was the consultation area. Due to its exclusivity, the store seemed somewhat desolate, with only a middle-aged man with thinning hair, exuding a greasy demeanor, and a woman in a form-fitting dress, adorned with an extravagant fragrance, idly browsing at the counter. Is there a mistake? I ordered this watch previously, and now you tell me it has been sold? The middle-aged man bellowed at the sales attendant. Lin Xiao stood quietly beside Hua Ryu as the confrontation unfolded. The man was visibly agitated. Yet the Patek Philippe sales representative maintained a polite demeanor. Sir, this particular model has already been paid for. If you are truly interested, you would need to pay an additional 300,000 yuan. What nonsense is this? I have to pay extra just to buy a watch. The price can just increase at will? His distress was palpable. The thought of such a costly watch was unbearable. Nevertheless, he had to maintain an air of nonchalance in front of the woman. Hua Ryu listened intently, her heart racing. Goodness. A watch priced at 1,200,000 yuan, and they still demanded an additional 300,000. This was utterly outrageous. Lin Xiao pondered that if one intended to purchase such a watch, having already committed 1 million, surely the extra 300,000 wouldn't be a deal-breaker. The middle-aged man cast a glance at Lin Xiao. He felt humiliated, and if this young man also faltered in the presence of a woman, it would ease his embarrassment somewhat. Young man, don't linger here. You can't afford this watch. This place isn't meant for someone your age. I understand you want to impress your girlfriend, but look at the price. This model is selling for 1,500,000. Who can afford that? Watches like these are typically worn by the exceedingly wealthy. You and I are simply out of our league here. He sighed, glancing at his own bank balance, which barely reached 600,000. He couldn't afford to maintain this facade any longer. All right, take your girlfriend and leave. Just looking is enough. What? Are you genuinely considering a purchase? Seeing Lin Xiao remain unfazed, the middle-aged man found amusement in the situation. How audacious for someone so young to attempt buying a Patek Philippe. The woman in the form-fitting dress also shot Lin Xiao a derisive glance. Kid. Women detest when others paint grandiose pictures. If you lack the funds, don't pretend. You're merely here to tell your girlfriend that in a few years, you'll buy her this watch, right? How could that be possible? Look at my husband. He has been lavishing money on me for 10 years, and he still can't afford a single watch. Her words struck a dual blow, mocking Lin Xiao while simultaneously piercing her own husband's pride. The middle-aged man thought, wow, that's a blow to the ego. The woman in the form-fitting dress huffed disdainfully. Hua Ryu and Lin Xiao observed the couple with incredulity. Then, the sales attendant's demeanor turned frosty as she addressed the couple. Sir, madam, if you are not purchasing, please leave and do not disturb Mr. Lin. Otherwise, we shall place you on a permanent blacklist, barring your entry to Patek Philippe in the future. You do not deserve to possess a Patek Philippe. The sales attendant showed no tolerance, as working at Patek Philippe was prestigious in itself, especially when it came to serving valued customers. The woman in the form-fitting dress frowned and coldly retorted, on what grounds? Is it not permissible to just look? Your watches are exorbitantly priced. Who can afford them? And what else with the sudden price hike? Are you not exploiting your customers? Do you know why there has been a sudden price increase? It is because this watch was pre-ordered by Mr. Lin. Lin Xiao gazed at them with wide eyes and smiled as he waved his hand dismissively. I am sorry, but I have already purchased this watch. If you desire it, You will need to offer a higher price. Lin Zhao's nonchalant remark left the couple turning back with expressions filled with disbelief. Chapter 81. The Twitter deity is surprisingly close? Even the wealthy indulge in street food. Why the sudden price hike for purchasing? It is because Lin Zhao had already paid for the watch beforehand. He effortlessly acquired a Patek Philippe worth 1.2 million, leaving those present utterly astonished. Why is it so difficult for me to buy a watch when this young man makes it seem so simple? This particular Patek Philippe was Lin Zhao's favorite perpetual calendar model, the 5270, with a stunning golden dial reminiscent of luscious salmon. The luxury experience is that if I desire something, I can simply procure it. How indulgent. The sales associate, adorned in gloves, carefully placed the watch on Lin Zhao's wrist, dutifully informing him of its care instructions, leaving Hua Ryu and the couple behind them in a state of shock. Buying a watch for 1.2 million is one thing, but the ease with which he purchased it was akin to selecting fruits at a market. The disparity in wealth is staggering. Hua Ryu had thought her family's circumstances were sufficient. Living in the capital, she considered herself part of an official family, not wealthy, but comfortable, with familial support for her career. After 6 months of work post-graduation, she had managed to purchase a 30,000 yuan Cartier. Now, in comparison to Lin Zhao, there was no contest. What background does this Mr. Lin have? To spend 1.2 million on a watch as if it were child's play. She had always sensed that Lin Zhao was extraordinary, yet had underestimated him. After the sales associate concluded her presentation, she stated, "No one can truly own a Patek Philippe. You merely safeguard it for the next generation. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for choosing Patek Philippe. I believe you will not regret it, as their value continues to appreciate." The couple behind them felt as though they had been slapped. The woman in the form-fitting dress suddenly regarded Lin Zhao with a new expression. After the transaction, without hesitation, she approached Lin Zhao, eager to exchange WeChat contacts. "Young man, may I add you on WeChat?" The middle-aged man's face was as if coated in wax. "What is happening here? Is this a case of NTR right before my eyes? I toil to earn money, and you flirt with someone else in front of me?" Lin Zhao glanced at the woman, her heavy makeup accompanied by an overpowering scent. Despite her attempts to attract attention, he found her unappealing, especially considering how disdainfully she and her partner had regarded him upon entering the store. "Can't you see? I have a girlfriend." This woman approached Lin Zhao at the opportune moment, just as Hua Ryu had stepped away to the restroom. "Such a wealthy young man with a girlfriend? I don't mind," she said. Lin Zhao, puzzled, responded, "Aren't you married?" The woman shook her head. "That doesn't compare. Let me show you my special promotion account. You might find something you like." "Special promotion?" Lin Zhao took a glance. Goodness, is she that extravagant? She is one of those who frequently sells items and posts videos with her husband online. Lin Zhao was taken aback to discover that a social media influencer was right beside him. "Is that your husband?" he inquired. "You could say that. We earn our living this way." Lin Zhao's composure remained intact, though he was slightly surprised. City dwellers truly know how to enjoy life. Is this the infamous cow-headed man storyline? Before long, Hua Ryu emerged from the restroom, and upon seeing the flamboyantly dressed woman chatting with Lin Zhao, her expression darkened. It felt as if someone were attempting to steal her partner in plain sight. "Dear, let us go." Hua Ryu, refusing to back down, gently linked her arm with Lin Zhao's. "Who is this woman?" Lin Zhao replied, "I don't know, just a passerby." He then stood and left with Hua Ryu. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the earlier situation. I intended to come to your aid," she said, still preoccupied with the earlier encounter. Lin Zhao dismissed it. "It's fine. Let's go buy some clothes." They ascended to the upper level of the mall, which boasted a wide array of brands, including Prada, Armani, Dior, Gucci, and Hermes. As they wandered through the shopping center, Hua Ryu's height and elegance drew numerous glances. Lin Zhao felt a sense of joy accompanying a beautiful woman. They first visited Hermes, where Lin Zhao tried on 2 outfits. His keen fashion sense earned him praise from the sales associate. He spent a total of 26,000 yuan, followed by a 9,000 yuan pair of Armani sunglasses and a 3,200 yuan Prada hat. Money flowed like water. "Miss Hua, if you see anything you like, I'll treat you as a token of appreciation for guiding me today." Hua Ryu quickly declined. "Mr. Lin, that's unnecessary. I simply wish to thank you for your kind words in the flight log." "That won't do," Lin Zhao insisted, leading her into a Dior store where he purchased a bag for 35,800 yuan. Hua Ryu was left speechless. Should she accept or decline? However, recalling her own request, she managed a strained smile. "Mr. Lin, I have something to ask of you." She had an urgent matter regarding her grandfather, Hua Fuxing. who was pressuring her to find a partner, claiming it was Grandpa Zhou's wish. Reluctantly, she had to fabricate a story about having a boyfriend, and the director insisted that she bring him to meet her family. Hence, she had no choice but to ask Lin Xiao to pretend to be her boyfriend. Mr. Lin, I'd like to treat you to dinner. I have something important to discuss. Lin Xiao was intrigued about what it could be. It seemed that this trip to the metropolis had serendipitously introduced him to an extraordinary flight attendant. However, he knew that if his sister found out, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Shenran, are you sneaking off to meet other girls behind my back? You didn't hear a word I said. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the vibrant nightlife of the metropolis was just beginning. A Rolls-Royce halted at a bustling street food area, where a striking couple emerged, capturing the attention of many. Mr. Lin, shall we find a place to sit? I'd like to treat you to a meal here. Would you mind? The upscale restaurants in the metropolis were rather pricey, but this street food was quite decent and flavorful. This is excellent. Back home, I love going out for street food with friends at night. Bystanders looked on in disbelief. Incredible. Even the wealthy indulge in street food. Chapter 82. Mr. Lin, are you not just speaking inebriated nonsense? Hua Ruyu led Lin Xiao into a modest barbecue establishment. This small night market stall was run by a humble middle-aged couple. Xiaohua is here. Just off work, right? Come, sit inside. Hua Ruyu greeted them with a smile. Oh my, you must have a boyfriend now. This young man is quite handsome. Hua Ruyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She was about to explain but remembered her request for later, so she held her tongue. Auntie, please bring 20 skewers of beef tendon, 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of pork belly, 20 skewers of kidney slices, a grilled grass fish, 2 grilled lamb hooves, and 4 grilled chicken wings. Also, for bottles of beer, Hua Ryu cheerfully instructed the middle-aged woman. All right. After they sat down, Hua Ryu voiced her request. Mr. Lin, I have an unusual favor to ask. I'm in a bit of a hurry, and only you can help me. The barbecue arrived promptly, and Hua Ryu offered Lin Xiao 10 skewers of kidney slices, pouring him some chilled beer. In the sweltering heat, barbecue paired with cold beer was simply sublime. What does it mean that Hua Ryu serves herself kidney slices first? Lin Xiao pondered. Mr. Lin, the situation is as follows. My identity is somewhat unique. My grandfather is the president of the Academy of Sciences in our country. Since I graduated from university, he has been urging me to go on blind dates and get married. One of my grandfather's friends, an esteemed academician from the academy, has been diagnosed with terminal cancer. I plan to visit him during my days off. He is currently in a local hospital in the metropolis. However, my grandfather is also coming, and that old academician wishes to meet my boyfriend. But when did I ever have a boyfriend? They want me to bring someone to meet them. So I fabricated a lie, claiming I already had one. Hua Ryu explained the situation to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply. The president of the academy? He chuckled bitterly, recalling that Lu Hanxing had mentioned that the president was intending to introduce his granddaughter to him. As it turned out, it was Hua Ryu. What a coincidence. However, the academy president had never seen him in person and didn't know what he looked like. This made things rather amusing. You mean, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend to appease your grandfather? Hua Ryu blushed, a bit shyly admitting, yes, it's a last resort. Primarily, it's said to be the old academician's wish. Academician Zhou Shuwen has always been incredibly kind to me, but he is advanced in age and has devoted himself to research, leading to his gastric cancer diagnosis. It was caught late. Grandpa Zhou wishes to see my boyfriend, Mr. Lin. I'm at a loss and can only ask you to accompany me to reassure the elders. Lin Xiao nodded. It seems I must lend you a hand. One is the president of the academy, and the other is an academician who has made significant contributions to the country. It would be unreasonable not to assist. His words finally eased Hua Ruiyu's anxious heart. However, Lin Zhao's next question piqued her curiosity. But what's in it for me after I help? He tilted his head in inquiry. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Hua Ruiyu lost herself in thought, her face turning a deeper shade of red. What do you want? Lin Xiao deliberately picked up a skewer of kidney slices and took a bite, as if hinting at something. Hua Ruiyu furrowed her brows. Sister is not the sort of person to be so casual. Lin Xiao jested, isn't it human to be casual? At this, Hua Ruiyu felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. How annoying, let us keep it serious. A true master of banter would understand. And Hua Ruiyu was not genuinely angry, but rather playful. I am quite serious, young Miss Ruiyu. She failed to notice that Lin Xiao had already begun to address her as Sister Ruiyu. As long as it's a legitimate favor I can assist with, I will certainly help, Mr. Lin. Don't be deceived by my position as a flight attendant. You know my grandfather and family have connections with the authorities. If there are complicated matters, you can seek my assistance. Ah, Sister Ruoyu is from an influential family. Lin Xiao laughed. How can you compare to Mr. Lin? You are truly from a wealthy background. The watch you bought today is something I could never afford in my lifetime. Hua Ruoyu's chest rose and fell dramatically, her face beaming as she downed her beer in one go. As they chatted, the demeanor of a flight attendant faded away. They engaged in light-hearted banter, savoring skewers and beer, a delightful experience indeed. Hua Ruoyu gazed into Lin Xiao's eyes, her clear, bright gaze filled with tenderness. After finishing a bottle of beer, Lin Xiao continued, Sister Ruoyu, how is academician Zhou Shuwen's condition? Not optimistic. Grandpa Zhou insists on returning home instead of receiving treatment in the hospital. Why? Lin Xiao inquired. Because he says, the research team he leads still has a multitude of unfinished projects, and he wishes to go back and complete them. At this, Hua Ruoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Academician Zhou Shuwen's team was currently responsible for the 2-nanometer lithography machine that Lin Xiao had previously submitted. The replicated version of the 2-nanometer lithography machine had yet to be realized, and many matters remained unresolved. Zhou Shuwen pledged to complete the task within 2 years. He did not want to disappoint the nation or the expectations placed upon his team. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, late-stage cancer. In this era, it essentially equates to a death sentence. Currently, late-stage cancer is deemed incurable. It typically leads only to the arrival of death. However, what if we consider the future? Lin Xiao's expression shifted. Sister Ruoyu, I must confess, I am currently venturing into entrepreneurship, focusing on biomedicine. I have developed a drug that can treat cancer, which is presently in the experimental stage. I was wondering if, at that time, I could visit academician Zhou Shuwen. Lin Xiao's tone shifted as he suddenly revealed his identity and background, leaving Hua Ruoyu somewhat bewildered. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Lin, have you truly not had too much to drink? You've only had 2 bottles of beer. And with so many skewers, it shouldn't be possible to be intoxicated. Sister Ruoyu, do you not believe me? Lin Xiao pressed. Hua Ruoyu shook her head. I absolutely believe you are wealthy, that I have no doubt. However, in terms of pharmaceuticals, I cannot accept that. It concerns the health and well-being of everyone. And you are still young, yet you are delving into biomedicine? Developing a drug to treat cancer? I feel you are merely speaking under the influence. Hua Ruoyu hailed from a scholarly family. Thus her perceptions were distinct from others, especially regarding academic matters. In fields like medicine, technology, and biology, she possessed only a rudimentary understanding. Although biomedicine had indeed gained prominence in recent years, her family was connected to the current Biomedicine Research Center in Dragon Country. However, the regulations governing pharmaceutical development were extraordinarily stringent, involving rigorous approval processes. No matter how wealthy one might be, such matters could not be pursued casually. Chapter 83. A sensational pharmaceutical product? Are you joking? Lin Xiao was not intoxicated. He was entirely lucid. He understood that, given the current advancements in medical science, late-stage cancer was virtually a death sentence. The only conceivable chance of a cure lay in the hands of the miraculous anti-cancer drug he possessed, a gift from Mr. Huang from the future. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a concept was beyond the realm of contemporary understanding. Anything that transcends common knowledge is often met with skepticism. People prefer to cling to what they can comprehend. Therefore, even someone from a prestigious lineage like Hua Ruoyu would find it implausible. With no other options, Lin Xiao initially hoped to have the esteemed academician Zhou Shuwen test the drug. If it could indeed treat late-stage cancer, it would indicate that the previously traded anti-cancer remedy was remarkably suitable for the constitution of the people in this era. Early the following morning, Lin Xiao accompanied Hua Ruoyu to Zhou Shuwen's residence. The elder academician did not reside in a luxurious penthouse, a villa, or an affluent neighborhood. Rather, he lived in a modest rental apartment of less than 70 square meters. Upon arriving at the entrance, Hua Ruoyu called Zhou Shuwen's wife, Li Shufen. Grandma Li, I've come to see Grandpa Zhou. Oh, it's little fish. Just a moment. Dear, I'll come to greet you. The building's elevator required a card swipe to access the designated floor. Li Shufen, moving slowly, descended the elevator to escort Hua Ruoyu upstairs. Upon seeing Hua Ruoyu and Lin Xiao, her face instantly brightened. Lin Xiao was carrying 2 gifts, not overly extravagant, merely 2 boxes of collectible Maotai liquor worth a few thousand. Hua Ruoyu held a fruit basket, and their demeanor suggested a certain intimacy. So, this is Little Fish's boyfriend? What a handsome young man. Hello, Grandma Li. I'm Lin Xiao. He introduced himself briefly, and as the elevator reached their floor, Li Shufen led them inside. The apartment was cramped and dimly lit, with an antiquated, spotless wooden floor. The old man often complained that turning on the lights was a waste of electricity. Look how dark it is in here, Li Shufan exclaimed, hastily turning on the lights and calling towards the bedroom. Little fish is here. Why aren't you coming out to see her? Hua Ruyu quickly interjected. I'll just check on Grandpa Zhou. Let him rest well. She and Lin Xiao walked over, gently opening the door. To their surprise, the lights were already on. What greeted Lin Xiao was a shocking sight. Zhou Shuwen appeared emaciated, little more than skin and bones, yet he remained seated in his chair, wearing his grimy reading glasses. His eyes fixed intently on a laptop screen. His frail, aged hands rested on the mouse, and 4 drip connected to him, tubes coiling around his wrist. With several medicine bottles nearby, he was using a breathing apparatus, the tube extending below. Despite his frail condition, he sat unwaveringly focused, undistracted by the world around him. Rest? He should be resting. Li Shufan sighed helplessly. Hua Ruyu felt tears welling in her eyes. She and Lin Xiao had expected Zhou Shuwen to be resting in bed. But instead, he was still working. The sight deeply moved her. Grandpa Zhou, I'm here, she said softly. Zhou Shuwen remained fixated on the screen, seemingly oblivious to her presence. They approached him, witnessing him engrossed in a series of complex formulas and sequences, meticulously saving them to the C drive of his computer. These were the results of Lin Xiao's earlier submission regarding the 2-nanometer lithography machine, a project overseen by Zhou Shuwen's research team. Fearing he would not finish before his time came, he was determined to preserve every piece of work he had completed. Little fish, you've arrived. Zhou Shuwen eventually spoke in a calm tone after what felt like an eternity. Struggling to turn his head, he smiled at Hua Ruyu. This must be your boyfriend. I've heard from Dean Hua. Hua Ruyu's voice trembled as she replied, Grandpa Zhou, why aren't you lying down to rest? Why do you insist on working? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuwen fell silent for a long moment. He finally spoke, Little fish. I believe it is better to die at my workstation than to languish on a hospital bed. I do not wish to die. Who would? The doctors say I still have time. As long as I can work in research, I won't succumb to a mere cancer. What value do I hold as a researcher if I fall due to such a trivial ailment? I, as an academician of the Dragon Nation, yearn to witness our great nation's dream realized, to see those foreign powers cease their bullying of us. Do you know? What I am currently researching surpasses the achievements of the entire world. It is at the forefront. His voice grew faint with emotion. He leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily, revealing his pain. According to Li Shufan, he had already had 3/4 of his stomach removed. Nevertheless, the cancer cells had spread throughout his body, and the doctors had declared it terminal. The physicians in the capital suggested that his family take him out for walks to enjoy his remaining time. Yet, he refused to heed their advice, even within the hospital, determined to complete his work. Now at home, he spent hours in front of the computer, often forgetting to eat, relying solely on intravenous fluids. Lin Xiao felt profoundly moved. The data on the laptop pertained to the 2-nanometer lithography machine, and the original contributor of this machine sat beside him. Grandpa Zhou, do not worry. Our Dragon Nation has already far surpassed the world. With the advent of the 2-nanometer lithography machine and controllable nuclear fusion theories, our nation's ascent to the pinnacle of global achievement is not far off. Hearing this, Zhou Shuwen smiled with satisfaction. Alas, by then, I fear I shall not be able to witness it. After conversing for a while, the afternoon arrived, and Hua Fuxing, along with Zhou Shuwen's grandson, came over for lunch. This was the first time Dean Hua encountered Lin Xiao. He entered to greet Zhou Shuwen and, not wishing to disturb him, took a seat to observe Lin Xiao closely. Well, little girl, your taste is quite commendable, Hua Fuxing remarked candidly. Young man, you seem rather youthful. Where are you studying? Lin Xiao replied, at the University of Magic City. Not bad, not bad. It's a decent school. What is your major? Lin Xiao paused, unsure what to say. I'm currently studying biomedical sciences. A promising field. What are your future plans? I intend to start a pharmaceutical company. A pharmaceutical company? That's not something you can just jump into. I believe you should at least spend a few decades in this field. Hua Fuxing, with an inquisitive demeanor, continued to pose questions one after another. He arrived at a conclusion. This fellow is not competent. He exhibits a tendency to aspire beyond his reach, and his grandiose claims are rather excessive. A pharmaceutical company of such a caliber is not a venture for ordinary individuals. What are your intentions regarding pharmaceutical research and development? Director Hua, to speak candidly, I currently possess a medication, a remarkable anti-cancer drug, currently in the experimental phase. Once this project is completed, it will be a groundbreaking pharmaceutical product that captures global attention. Hua Fuxing, are you jesting with me? P.S. This chapter is a tribute. Chapter 84. Displaying skills before an expert. This is truly insane. Director Hua regarded Lin Xiao with a peculiar gaze, then glanced at Hua Ruoyu beside him. Hua Ruoyu was equally taken aback. He did not expect Lin Xiao to be so outspoken. Was he unaware that his grandfather was the president of the Academy of Sciences? His grandfather was a distinguished expert and scholar. Boasting in front of him was akin to displaying one's modest skills before an expert. The Academy housed numerous doctoral candidates in biomedical sciences, closely collaborating with the National Biomedical Research Center established in recent years. The ranks of graduate students, doctoral candidates, professors, and scholars were plentiful. Lin Xiao was merely an inexperienced individual with entrepreneurial aspirations, and his grandiose claims seemed excessively presumptuous. Hua Fuxing frowned, and when Lin Xiao excused himself to the restroom, he leaned towards Hua Ruoyu and whispered, "Child, where did this fellow escape from? A mental institution, perhaps?" His arrogance can only be described as frenzied delusion. A cancer treatment that stirs the world? I believe he has truly lost his mind. He then stood, clasping his hands behind his back, his expression grave. This lad is not fit for such claims. Speaking grandly before me is akin to a mere mortal brandishing a sword before Guangong. Hua Ryu hurried to clarify, "Grandfather, he might just be overwhelmed with excitement, trying to showcase his capabilities before you. Nevertheless, how could he assert such things? A world-shattering contribution? If he had the ability, he should be able to introduce himself like Mr. Lin, who made unprecedented contributions to our nation, especially regarding a miraculous cancer remedy. I have never encountered someone so utterly untrustworthy." Old academician Zhou Shuin's residence was scarcely larger than a palm, reminiscent of Lin Zhao's previous home, with the restroom merely 2 steps from the living room. While he was in the restroom, he overheard the dialogue between the two. Lin Xiao could only smile wryly and shake his head. In this era, speaking the truth seemed to invite disbelief. Alas, how could he elucidate the origins of a miraculous cancer remedy from the future? He had already been quite modest in his claims. Unlike Mr. Hang, who boasted that there was no cancer that could not be resolved with a single pill, Lin Zhao's assertions were rather conservative. After all, if this remedy were to gain widespread acceptance, would it not indeed create a global sensation? If he were to explain the origins of this medication, he would find it utterly impossible. He could only state that it was a product of arduous research. And to demonstrate its efficacy, it must be tested. Upon entering the room and seeing old academician Zhou seated, struggling with an oxygen tube while diligently pursuing his work, Lin Xiao felt a strong urge to assist him. The old academician expressed a deep desire to witness the future of Longhua, to see it soar to the pinnacle of the world, leaving the Eagle Nation, Europe, the Little Sun, and the Kimchi Nation in the dust, ensuring they would never dare to look down upon their own country again. However, the old academician lamented that his time was running short, and he feared he would never witness such a future. He longed for a means to extend his life, for he had much yet to accomplish. The research on the 2-nanometer lithography machine remained unfinished, and the theoretical work on controlled nuclear fusion had yet to be translated into practice. The old academician cursed himself, wishing for just 3 more years, merely 3 years, to complete his research. In the afternoon, Zhou Shuin's grandson arrived. As he entered, his booming voice filled the room. "Aha, Director Hua, Ruoyu has arrived." "Who is this?" Zhou Yun, Zhou Shuin's grandson, questioned, noticing a stranger in his home. "This is Xiao Yu's boyfriend." Ruoyu has a boyfriend? How unusual." Hua Ruoyu felt speechless. Emotional intelligence was indeed a valuable trait, yet this fellow lacked it entirely. Zhou Yun was the antithesis of his grandfather, the venerable academician devoted to his country, while Zhou Yun was a quintessential, idle scion of privilege. Hua Ruoyu held no fondness for him, knowing that he spent his time in the capital mingling with other wealthy heirs, engaging in frivolities rather than serious matters. "Why not introduce yourself? What is your background?" "Whoa, Patek Philippe. Ruoyu, your boyfriend seems quite wealthy. I've never seen a genuine Patek Philippe. Surely this must be a counterfeit?" Lin Xiao observed as well. This fellow's emotional intelligence was nearly non-existent, akin to a child with Down syndrome. Li Shufan, sitting beside Lin Xiao, expressed her apologies in a hushed tone. "I am terribly sorry, Xiaolin. It's our failure to properly supervise our grandson. His father and grandfather are often busy, and while in the capital, he associates with rather unsavory characters, resulting in his current demeanor." "Buddy, what do you do for a living?" Lin Xiao responded curtly. "What I do is none of your concern." Zhou Yun felt slighted by Lin Zhao's retort, but refrained from retaliating, mindful of Hua Ryu and Director Hua's presence. Hua Fuxing, seated on the sofa, turned to Hua Ryu and remarked, Ryu, I believe you should consider the Mr. Lin I introduced to you previously from the coastal area. Grandfather, are you suggesting I should pursue Lin Xiao now? Hua Fuxing raised his hands in surrender, covering his mouth to signal his silence. He felt helpless. His granddaughter's temperament was truly formidable. While Lin Xiao appeared to be a dashing young man, he seemed rather impatient and prone to making outlandish statements. You claim to be researching a miraculous cancer remedy. Why not present it for our examination? I happen to be here today and can offer some feedback. Young people with such ideas are commendable, yet we must not contravene the objective laws of material development. How could our country possibly possess such a remedy? Even if it existed, it would merely be a product of charlatanism, akin to health supplements. Lin Xiao did not shy away from his intentions. He wished for old academician Zhou to test his medication. He explained to those present that this miraculous cancer remedy could eliminate cancer cells within the body, boasting an astonishing efficacy rate of 99. Hua Fuxing, seated on the sofa, struggled to suppress a laugh. While Director Hua nearly burst into laughter at the assertion of an immediate cure, Zhou Yun, on the other hand, was doubled over with laughter. Wow, Ruoyu, where did you find this quack? A remedy that cures all ailments? I suspect it might just be a remedy for death. Haha, how amusing. And you dare speak so brazenly with Director Hua present? Hua Ruoyu's expression darkened as she gestured for Lin Xiao to cease his declarations. Lin Xiao simply stated, as for the miraculous cancer remedy, I can only explain this much. Granny Li, I hope you will allow Grandpa Zhou to try it. After all, there are no side effects. Furthermore, Director Hua, I look forward to our next meeting, during which I hope you will hold a different perspective. With that, Lin Xiao wore a playful smile as he addressed Hua Fuxing. At this proclamation, the room fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 85, Diligently Devoted Until Death. The reluctance of old Master Zhou Huaryu could not help but sigh. How had events escalated to this point? She regretted bringing Lin Xiao to this place. It was not Lin Xiao's fault, but rather her grandfather's intent to make things difficult for him. The director, Hua Fuxing, had always aspired to introduce his granddaughter to Mr. Lin from Binhai, not this brash young man before him. Mr. Lin commanded such respect that Hua Fuxing himself would serve him food during meals, hoping fervently that Mr. Lin would marry his granddaughter. By doing so, he would be closely associated with a person of national significance, with contributions to photolithography machines and controllable nuclear fusion. Having his granddaughter enter such a man's circle would be an immense honor for them. Little did he know, the Mr. Lin he sought was right in front of him. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room grew awkward, with no one knowing what to say. Zhou Yun could barely contain his laughter and confronted Hua Ruoyu, questioning where this pretentious young man had come from. Did he truly believe in his own importance? Zhou Yun was tempted to call the police, irritated by the audacity of this charlatan. If the esteemed doctors he had consulted in the capital could not cure his grandfather's cancer, who was this young man to claim he could? Mark my words, if your medicine proves effective, even if it merely shows some promise, I will eat a pound of dung while standing on my head. Zhou Yun exclaimed, pointing furiously at Lin Xiao. The presence of such a fraud in his home was infuriating. Lin Xiao, unfazed, pulled out his phone. I've recorded everything. We shall see. Huh, a madman. The atmosphere shifted ominously. Sensing the tension, Hua Ruoyu grabbed her bag and led Lin Xiao outside. Once they were out, she turned to him, apologizing, Mr. Lin. I am truly sorry. It is my fault. Please blame me. My grandfather is just that kind of person, and Zhou Yun. I find him quite bothersome as well. I usually ignore people like him. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. If given the chance, please have Grandpa Zhou try the medicine. This is my venture, a piece of my dream, he stated sincerely. Hua Ruoyu nodded. I will give it a try. Additionally, I will send you a copy of Zhou Yun's recording for backup. We will see what unfolds. After that, Lin Xiao hailed a cab and departed, leaving Hua Ruoyu watching him fade from her sight, an unusual feeling stirring within her. For the first time, she felt a sense of loss. Why did she feel reluctant? It was merely a pretense of being a couple. Why did she find herself hoping that Lin Xiao's anti-cancer medication would genuinely prove effective? Upon returning upstairs, Zhou Shuwen labored to exit the living room. Grandpa, old Master Zhou, Zhou Yun and Hua Ruoyu rushed to assist him. Zhou Shuwen exerted great effort to settle onto the sofa, his gaze fixed on the anti-cancer medicine Lin Xiao had provided. My room is not soundproof. I heard everything you said, Zhou Shuwen began. Old Zhou, you will be fine. You must be fine, Hua Fuxing reassured him, unable to hide his sorrow at Zhou Shuwen's frail state. Zhou Shuwen chuckled softly. To be honest, I am quite eager to try that young man's anti-cancer medicine. for I sensed confidence in his tone, a determination reminiscent of my own research in the past. He understood that he had exhausted every avenue. He had consulted every doctor possible, explored every option, visiting all top-tier hospitals and renowned physicians, both traditional and modern, only to find no remedy. Terminal cancer was an incurable affliction. He held little hope, yet he thought of the research at hand, the replica of the 2-nanometer photolithography machine and its components, which still had not succeeded. He knew he could not easily succumb to death. How could he leave without fulfilling his obligations to the nation? His team depended on him. The people needed him, and the country required his expertise. He could not bear to close his eyes forever. The thought brought a lump to his throat and tears to his eyes. I would rather believe that the young man truly possesses an anti-cancer remedy, because only by believing can I find peace in completing my remaining work. If only I could live a little longer, how wonderful that would be. In the small living room, Zhou Shuwen wept uncontrollably, and everyone looked on with deep sympathy for the elderly man in his 80s, feeling the weight of his unfulfilled desires. The tears in Zhou's eyes reflected a profound love for the dragon country. It is often said that one should dedicate themselves entirely until death. Yet old Master Zhou's heart was still filled with a sense of reluctance and helplessness. Hua Ruiyu exchanged glances with Li Shufan. They understood that the medicine likely would not be effective, but if it could offer old Master Zhou some comfort, it would still be beneficial. Old Zhou, why not give it a try? Even Hua Fuxing suggested. Zhou Yun ceased his doubts and mockery. His grandfather was the person he revered most in life. Hua Ruiyu prepared some hot water, dissolving the 2 anti-cancer pills, and pouring the mixture into a cup for Zhou Shuwen to drink. After finishing, he appeared to find immense solace, smiling as he jested, I have recovered. I must return to work. No one stopped him as he re-entered the room. Only sighs of resignation and heaviness remained. It could be seen as a final lifeline, even if it bore no tangible effects. Merely uplifting old Master Zhou's spirits would be a positive outcome. In a few days, he would need to undergo a follow-up examination. They hoped that it would not lead to utter despair for the elderly gentleman. After bidding farewell to Hua Ruiyu, Lin Xiao spent the night at a hotel in the vibrant metropolis. The following morning, his good friend Wang Hao arrived first, followed by his cousin Chen Ran. Wang Hao had come to the city to visit his parents, who were engaged in the iron or transportation business at the customs, and he planned to meet Lin Xiao while here. Old Lin, your cousin is here too. You both can explore the city center this afternoon. I have some matters to attend to and may not be able to accompany you, Wang Hao mentioned. Chen Ran and Lin Xiao had not seen each other for a while, and they exchanged minimal pleasantries, both noting Wang Hao's unusually grim demeanor, suggesting that something was amiss with his parents. Chapter 86. The Iron or Crisis. The transaction with Long Sun in the Apocalypse. I have never seen Wang Hao so grim-faced and agitated. The moment this issue arose, he clenched his fists in frustration. Lin Xiao signaled the hotel front desk to bring over some fine tea. After pouring tea for Wang Hao, Chen Ran sat beside Lin Xiao, leaning close to him, while Lin Xiao gestured for Wang Hao to speak at his own pace. It is indeed infuriating. Today, my parents attended a meeting with those despicable representatives from the kangaroo country. They explicitly informed us that without their iron ore, our dragon country's economy would face stagnation. They asserted that without iron ore, we are utterly powerless and incapable of accomplishing anything. Damn it. Lin Xiao, puzzled, asked, why are they so arrogant? Old Lin, you have no idea. These fellows, seizing the opportunity presented by the sudden surge in international iron ore prices, have turned against us, demanding a renegotiation of the contract. They are brazenly trying to exploit us. Chen Ran interjected, according to international law, can't we apply for arbitration? Wang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. Yes, we could sue them, but they would merely pay the penalty for breach of contract. As for the iron ore, we still have to rely on their goodwill. In recent decades, with the rapid development of our economy, numerous infrastructures have sprung up, countless roads and bridges have been completed, earning our dragon country the title of an infrastructure behemoth. However, whether it is laying railroads or constructing bridges, we require vast quantities of iron ore to produce steel. Although our country is rich in resources, it is still insufficient, and the iron ore we currently possess is primarily low-grade. Extracting and processing low-grade ore is far more cumbersome than dealing with high-grade ore. Consequently, our nation still needs to import substantial amounts of iron ore. As the world's largest iron ore reserve holder, the kangaroo country has become an unavoidable topic of discussion. What do your parents plan to do now? Right now, my parents are extremely worried. We have absolutely no pricing power over iron ore. The prices are dictated entirely by them. They raise prices at will and breach contracts without hesitation, displaying such contempt for us. It is incredibly frustrating, and we feel utterly powerless. While waiting for his parents during the meeting today, Wang Hao overheard the media exchanges from the kangaroo country. Their faces were filled with mockery and arrogance as they declared that without the kangaroo country's iron ore, our dragon country could forget about economic development or military endeavors. Those were their exact words. At that moment, Wang Hao was furious. As a young man who had just graduated from high school, how could he tolerate such insults? He retaliated verbally, but they dismissed him entirely, considering him just a childish fool. They were resolute in their decision to thwart this deal, and no amount of his anger would change that. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's expression darkened. Now, my parents are at their wits' end. This is the reality we face. They are aware of your previous connections with the Ministry of Internal Affairs and are hoping that perhaps you could leverage those relationships to fiercely criticize the representatives of the kangaroo country. Lin Zhao understood that such criticism would have little effect. They had accurately identified our critical need. We are in dire need of iron ore, and they are intentionally tightening the noose around our necks. The more we criticize, the more it proves that their grip is effective. It is clear that the kangaroo country would not dare to choke our access to iron ore without substantial backing. Even high school graduates would understand that. This afternoon, we plan to continue negotiations, hoping they will lower the prices. Otherwise, the costs we require will reach astronomical heights. Lin Zhao and Chun Ran exchanged their understandings. Both deeply shocked. The fluctuations in import prices are strikingly evident. This year alone, our dragon country has spent a staggering 65 billion on imports. In other words, in just 1 year, we have expended nearly 100 billion more, and this is all being deliberately orchestrated against us. With iron ore completely monopolized, they dictate the prices. If they raise them, we have no choice but to import at their terms. However, this time, their appetite has only grown bolder and more reckless. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, sipping his tea to calm his mind. Howzy, this matter transcends you and me. It concerns our nation. This afternoon, I will accompany you to the meeting. Chun Ran tilted his head in confusion. Cousin, can you even attend their international business conference? Lin Zhao smiled slightly. Is it really that difficult? It's just a matter of making a phone call. I assent it. At noon, Lin shouted the two of them out for a meal at the hotel, securing a presidential suite for both Wang Hao and Chen Ran. They were both taken aback. Especially Wang Hao, who had merely intended to greet Lin Zhao but was surprised to find himself offered a suite. As for Chen Ran, he glared at Lin Zhao, internally cursing his cousin for being so oblivious. With such a large suite, couldn't they share it? Lin Zhao was equally troubled. Sharing a room with his cousin might complicate familial ties. After lunch, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. Upon returning, Lin Zhao immediately entered the trading space. Contemplating whether to initiate a video call with Mr. Long, the first survivor from the apocalypse with whom he had engaged in trade. A few minutes later, to his astonishment, Long connected the call. Lin Zhao had expected Long to be emaciated from hunger, but the scene before him was shocking. Long was flanked by two stunning foreign women, their revealing attire accentuating their beauty as they fed him delicacies. Long appeared to be living like a king. What on earth? Has Long really struck it rich? Hello, Mr. Lin. Long time no see. What brings you to me? Long, how are you living so lavishly? What is going on? Long chuckled and replied, ultimately, it's because of you, Mr. Lin. Without your initial assistance, I wouldn't be enjoying this life. It all began with the supplies you provided. Long then recounted his experiences thriving in the apocalypse, detailing how he leveraged those supplies to develop his stronghold, which had now become one of the most formidable sanctuaries. Leading a significant faction with influence both domestically and internationally, wielding substantial military power and advanced technology. Mr. Lin, your timing is impeccable. I plan to develop a plantation in my sanctuary, and I would greatly appreciate it if you could send me some seeds from your side. The more, the better. Before Lin Zhao could respond, Long had already put forth his request. Lin Zhao replied, that is certainly feasible, but primarily, I wanted to inquire whether, in your parallel world, you can procure iron ore, specifically, high-grade iron ore? Iron ore, you say? That is a piece of cake. The kangaroo country has long since fallen. It's now a wasteland. Our Long group has influence there. I can have my comrades provide you with as much as you need. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao felt a surge of hope. Lin Zhao could not help but chuckle. Has the land of kangaroos fallen? The fall is truly delightful. Chapter 87. Why is your mind so sordid, Chen Ran? The kangaroo kingdom has fallen, and even Lin Zhao couldn't help but send his congratulations. Lin Zhao clenched his fists, feeling a surge of excitement. Mr. Long, can you arrange for manpower to extract the iron ore over there? I am in dire need. Whatever you have, I will take. Absolutely. The iron ore in the Kangaroo Kingdom is abundant. I will have my brothers send several excavators over. Mr. Long replied. By the way, Mr. Lin, how much do you approximately need? In recent years, Long Country's annual import of iron ore has exceeded 1 billion tons. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao stated, about 100 million tons per month. Mr. Long nodded affirmatively. No problem. However, Mr. Lin, I will also need your assistance, if you understand. You require plant cultivation, correct? I'll arrange to secure a plant nursery for you and send all the seeds over, Lin Xiao responded. Excellent. Mr. Lin, you are indeed magnanimous, Mr. Long exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The primary concern for them was food security, and they were vigorously developing the primary industry. Only by elevating this sector could subsequent developments follow suit. It was a fair exchange. Lin Xiao also committed to sending them some plant seeds monthly to help restore farmland and promote agricultural growth. Mr. Lin, I have already instructed my men to take action. I will send you 100 million tons of iron ore right away. Feel free to come and collect it later. Good. Following their amicable agreement, Lin Xiao exited the transaction space and immediately called Xing Wei and Ben Hai. Mr. Xing, is there something you need? Xing Wei answered, feeling a sense of trepidation upon seeing Lin Xiao's call. He had heard all about the incident at the Yingbin Hotel from Yu Ziqing, who vividly described the events, leaving both Xing Wei and Li Tianyi in a state of unease. They were acutely aware of Lin Xiao's formidable background, yet they had underestimated it. The leaders from the Internal Affairs Office had even come. Thus, both of them resolved to serve Lin Xiao diligently in Ben Hai. They would be his right-hand men. As for Yu Ziqing, he could only be considered a junior. Mr. Xing, I need you to help me contact a seed store and negotiate a deal. The price is negotiable, Lin Xiao instructed. Without hesitation, Xing Wei responded, no problem. I will provide you with an answer by this afternoon. He was determined to carry out Lin Xiao's business at the highest efficiency. With someone as reliable as Xing Wei, Lin Xiao felt reassured. After a while, a knock echoed from outside. It was his cousin, Chun Ran. Lin Xiao opened the door and stood still. At that moment, Chun Ran's unadorned face was exquisite. Perhaps due to just waking up, she exuded a languid allure, appearing quite captivating. Her features were flawless yet carried a sense of strength, embodying the spirit of a proud, resilient flower. Dressed in a silk robe, her figure, at approximately 5'6", showcased enchanting curves that dazzled the eye. Sister, what brings you here? Lin Xiao inquired. With a cold expression, Chen Ren fixed him with a piercing gaze. What? Am I not allowed to enter? Lin Xiao opened the door wider, quickly ushering her in. While she was welcome, the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Two young individuals alone in such a luxurious suite. Upon entering, Chen Ren noticed an array of small boxes provided by the hotel on the table, and her cheeks flushed. Lin Xiao, you haven't used these, have you? She questioned, pouting. Lin Xiao glanced over, realizing they were merely small umbrellas from the hotel. Sister, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Just as well. At your age, you shouldn't be using such things. Chun Ran admonished him in a tone befitting an elder. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. The situation was absurd. The atmosphere grew awkward. Chun Ran hastily shifted the topic. What about your classmate's situation? Are you heading there this afternoon? Yes. Wang Hao is a good brother of mine, and this time, they are targeting our nation. I must go and see, Lin Xiao replied, his expression turning serious. Chun Ran now realized her cousin was becoming increasingly remarkable, possessing a unique aura. All right, I can accompany you. We can explore the city together, she suggested. Sure. I will prepare to depart shortly. First, I need to take a shower, Lin Xiao said, heading to the bathroom. The heat was unbearable, and he felt uncomfortable after a short time without washing. As Lin Xiao entered the shower, Chun Ran was momentarily taken aback before her face flushed again. She quickly turned her gaze away. From her vantage point, she could see the clear contours of his muscles and the strong outline of his back. A tall and alluring figure radiating masculinity, exactly her type. This thought lingered in Chun Ran's subconscious, and she was well aware of their relationship. She struggled to suppress her instincts, reminding herself not to entertain such thoughts. Chun Ran, what are you thinking? He is your cousin. Taking a deep breath, she settled on the sofa, attempting to calm herself. Lin Xiao, do you have enough towels? Do you need me to bring you one? She asked, unable to resist, especially upon hearing the sound of running water. At that moment, Lin Xiao was washing his hair and responded from the bathroom. Sure, just hand me a towel. In the next instant, Chun Ran appeared beside him, handing him a towel. Wow, that was fast. You move like lightning. Lin Xiao, with his head down under the shower, squinted to see Chen Ran's fair, smooth feet on the floor beside him. Cousin, I advise you to leave quickly. Be careful, or I might close the door on you, he teased. Close the door? Humph, I don't understand, Chen Ran retorted, her cheeks burning. She reluctantly glanced at Lin Xiao's physique, then haughtily huffed and closed the door. Afterward, she sat on the sofa, hugging a pillow, and covered her head with it. Chen Ran, you really should maintain some decorum. Why is your mind so sordid? She scolded herself inwardly. P.S. Rest assured, the plot and settings are reasonable, legal, compliant, moral, and sensible. There will be developments regarding Chen Ran, and I assure you that I will not cross any moral boundaries. Further plot details will be provided. Chapter 88. The Arrogance of the Kangaroo Nation? Merely a dog owned by its master. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao accompanied Chen Ran and followed Wang Hao to seek out his parents. They were to engage in crucial discussions with representatives from the Ministry of Commerce, customs authorities, and an international iron ore company. This meeting was of paramount importance concerning the recent iron ore reserves of our nation. Outside the venue, high-ranking officials from the Magic City gathered, including Wang Tao, the Minister of Commerce, Zhao Yang, the Director of Customs, and Jiang Tianping, the top official of the Magic City, all present with serious expressions. Nearby, secretaries were diligently taking notes and reporting on various matters. Wang Hao's parents were responsible for iron ore procurement, and in the presence of such powerful figures, they had no authority to speak. They could only wait to respond to inquiries from the leaders. A Rolls-Royce from the Peninsula Hotel delivered Lin Xiao, Wang Hao, and Chen Ran beside the venue. As Wang Hao observed the formidable aura of the middle-aged men standing ahead, he couldn't help but swallow hard, murmuring, Old Lin, today's gathering is quite impressive. Isn't it? Over there seems to be the governor of the Magic City, and there's Director Zhao. I've only seen them on television. Chen Ran furrowed her brows, filled with questions. Will we be allowed to enter this meeting? Lin Xiao smiled gently and led the two forward. Soon, two men in suits intercepted them. What brings you here? Entry is restricted to outsiders today. The surrounding security personnel watched them intently, making Wang Hao and Chen Ran feel uneasy. Lin Xiao took out his phone and made a call. In 2 minutes, Wang Tao's phone rang unexpectedly. Who could be calling him at such a time? He glanced at the screen. It read, Director Liu. A moment of surprise crossed his face. Why was old Liu calling him now? Answering the call, he said, Hello, Director Liu. What is the matter? Why are you calling me at this time? I have a meeting coming up. Liu Hanqing's voice came through, low and serious. Do you see a young man in front of you? Yes, there are 3. Allow them to enter, Liu Hanqing commanded gravely. Wang Tao was taken aback. These 3 young people were to be allowed to attend the meeting? It seemed outlandish. Director Liu, are you sure? Those 3 look like university students. And this is an overseas business negotiation. It's highly significant. We cannot let outsiders. Liu Hanqing interrupted sharply. Outsiders? I'll allow them to enter? Who are these individuals? Old Wang, I cannot share too many details. This is classified information, and as of now, you lack the clearance. Wang Tao was left dumbfounded, frozen in place. Zhao Liang and Jiang Tianping, standing nearby, were perplexed by Wang Tao's astonishment. Liu Hanqing, my Director Liu, my department is also under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What level of state secrecy is this? Even I, the Minister of Commerce, am not privy to it? Wang Tao expressed his frustration. He looked up, scrutinizing the trio being blocked by security not far away. Does anyone recognize them? He inquired of Zhao Liang and the other high-ranking officials. One leader nodded. That young man is the child of one of my employees. He is quite honest and has just been accepted to our Magic City University. Wang Tao nodded in acknowledgement. Then we can rule him out. That leaves only the well-dressed youth and the cool girl beside him. Just then, Director Liu from the Ministry of Internal Affairs called Wang Tao again, instructing him to bring the 3 inside for the meeting. This revelation startled everyone present. They wondered what kind of game Director Liu was playing. Wang Tao narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. The other officials etched the trio's appearances into their minds. Their connection to Director Liu from the Ministry of Internal Affairs was significant, especially for Mayor Jiang Tianping as the governor. He understood that these 3 individuals were within their Magic City, whether residing, visiting, or studying, and they would need to be well taken care of. Lin Xiao's phone call granted them entry into the venue, much to the envy of Chen Ran and Wang Hao. What a formidable background to gain entrance among so many dignitaries with just a phone call. Following Lin Xiao, they felt a surge of pride and prestige. The 3 settled into the back row, awaiting the commencement of the negotiations. Minutes later, the talks began. Across from them sat several foreigners, who displayed no courtesy toward Wang Tao and his team, even crossing their legs in an air of superiority. Their assistants wore disdainful smirks, mocking the proceedings. Minister Wang, you are aware of your country's current situation. Global natural resources are unevenly distributed, and we occupy a strategically advantageous position, granting us significant natural resource leverage. While your dragon nation is rich in resources, they are not comprehensive. For instance, your iron ore must be imported from us. Thus, I urge you to seriously consider our pricing. Wang Tao retorted coldly, is that so? You've raised the price of iron ore to over $1,000 per ton rather casually. Is it not unreasonable? The foreigner replied with arrogance, unreasonable? I find it quite reasonable. You must understand, you are the ones in need of us. We decide our price, and that is our prerogative. How can it be unreasonable? Your country has been quite affluent in recent years. Surely, you can afford this. At this, the atmosphere turned heavy, as everyone underestimated their arrogance. Emboldened by support from the Eagle Nation, let us not beat around the bush. You cannot deny our iron ore is of superior quality. Other nations scramble to purchase from us. If you do not appreciate it, we may consider halting exports to your country. The smug expressions of the foreigners were evident. As they continued, without our iron ore, how do you intend to advance your industry? Just then, Lin Xiao, seated in the back row, suddenly stood up and coldly addressed the individuals before him. A dog owned by its master dares to bark in front of our dragon nation? Chapter 89, starting today. The iron ore of Long Country is mine. Kangaroo Nation, yes, I am referring to you. What are you staring at? What are your dogs barking about? Lin Zhao's voice reverberated throughout the entire venue. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone turned to look, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. They could not comprehend why this young man sitting in the back row would suddenly confront the representatives of Kangaroo Nation with such fervor. The few representatives from Kangaroo Nation glared with wide eyes towards him. They understood Chinese and knew precisely what Lin Xiao was saying. However, in a bid to save face, they pretended to be oblivious while attempting to continue their conversation with Wang Tao. Then, Chen Ran, seated nearby, spoke up. With fluent English, she translated Lin Zhao's words, her resonant voice echoing through the negotiation hall. As soon as Chen Ran finished, the representatives could no longer contain their composure. They furiously overturned their chairs. What the hell? Director Wang, is this how you treat guests in Long Country? How can you resort to insults in such a significant setting? The representatives were livid, their tempers flaring. At that moment, Wang Tao and Zhao Liang, standing on either side, clenched their fists tightly, their heads bowed, faces dark with anger. I now seriously doubt the quality of you Long Country people. Bang! Wang Tao stood up, his eyes brimming with the fierceness of a superior. Pointing his finger at the representatives of Kangaroo Nation, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice raised several notches. To speak of our hospitality and our quality. What face do you have? We have made concession after concession, and you have grown increasingly audacious, haven't you? Well, let me inform you today that we no longer want this iron ore. Moreover, let me remind you that respect is mutual. You should first reflect on whether you have shown us any respect. Wang Tao and his companions could no longer hold back. He was seething with rage. Had he not been the head of the business department, he would have undoubtedly joined the young man in vehemently berating them. He was already being exceedingly polite. Respecting his position, if he were to shed that veneer, he would unleash a torrent of insults upon these sycophants of Eagle Nation, leaving them speechless. This group had truly gone too far. They had realized that the more they compromised, the more brazenly they were treated. Everyone was on the brink of eruption, but they hadn't anticipated that this young man sitting in the back would ruthlessly confront them. Had he been spoiled by these lackeys? Would Lin Xiao indulge him? He had arrived with anger, and after hearing the entire meeting, the arrogance of these foreign lackeys was reminiscent of a century ago. Did they still think their nation was as easy to bully as it was 100 years back? How audacious! Standing at the center, Lin Xiao displayed no signs of timidity. His eyes sparkled with youthful vigor and fervor. Wang Hao, fetch me a wireless microphone. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment before handing it to Lin Xiao. Standing before the representatives of Kangaroo Nation, Lin Xiao addressed them directly. Esteemed representatives of Kangaroo Nation, am I not correct in my assertions? Are you not merely the progeny of the European Union, the lapdogs of Eagle Nation? With a mere nod from your master, you are emboldened to act with such arrogance, truly amusing. Chen Ran continued to translate beside him. The representatives of Kangaroo Nation turned increasingly pallid. His words struck a lethal blow, hitting them where it hurt. Their opposition to Long Country was primarily due to the backing of their father behind them, as it was his demand. One individual, exasperated, contorted his features. "We are here to negotiate, not to trade insults. We are discussing iron ore, priced at $1,100 per ton. This is non-negotiable. We possess rich, high-quality iron ore. Do you have any? And you little brat, who do you think you are to speak to me? Have you even grown up? What status do you hold? This is an international business negotiation, not a playground for you to act up. Where are the security personnel? Can someone please throw this brat out?" Little did they know, this was Long Country's territory. The security personnel remained still. Instead, they were filled with admiration for this young man. Being military trained, they were naturally spirited. After hearing the outrageous remarks from Kangaroo Nation's representatives, they had longed to deal with these foreign dogs. However, as the representative mentioned, they had no authority. Yet, they never expected such bravery from this young man. "Get out. Leave Long Country." One security officer could no longer restrain himself and shouted at the representatives of Kangaroo Nation. The roar was liberating. Undoubtedly, everyone stood behind Lin Xiao. Then came the climax of Lin Xiao's speech. He suddenly rose, not in a mindless rant, but with deliberate intent. "Listen up, you dogs of Kangaroo Nation. From today onward, I shall monopolize the iron ore of Long Country. 80 million tons of iron ore, with an iron content exceeding 80%. Director Wong, allow me to present a price. Those dogs think they can arbitrarily dictate the price at $1,000 per ton? Today, I shall set it at $100 per ton. You relish your arrogance at $1,000? I will sell it at 100, and exclusively to my own country. It will never be available to others. Is this not a blatant slap in the face to those lackeys of Kangaroo Nation? What they pride themselves on is rendered worthless before Lin Xiao, selling it at 100, in renminbi no less." Lin Xiao's declaration detonated like a time bomb, igniting the entire venue. This statement was utterly absurd to both the representatives of Kangaroo Nation and those from Long Country present. Their eyes widened in disbelief, wearing expressions of utter incredulity as they gazed at Lin Xiao, standing confidently amongst them. He appeared entirely serious. This was not the face of a jester. Who was this young man? Could he truly have resources? Wang Tao had not dismissed the notion entirely, for this young man had entered relying on Lu Hanqing's influence. This implied that he might genuinely be capable of following through on his words. "Ha ha ha, this seems like the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. My God, from where did this comedian emerge? Come to entertain us?" The representatives of Kangaroo Nation wore expressions of disdain and ridicule, turning away with the intent of exiting the venue. "Madman, this is a lunatic. Director Wong, I hope you will be more discerning in the future before allowing such a maniac to enter." Chapter 90. Cash on delivery? This is utterly outrageous. $100 per ton? Do you expect me to believe your nonsense? Setting aside whether the price is indeed $100. If you truly possess that much iron ore, I would swallow it whole on the spot. The representative from Kangaroo Country was visibly agitated. He felt that this young man was shamelessly attempting to save face for their nation by claiming to have 80 million tons of iron ore, with an iron content exceeding 60%. Such high-quality iron ore, apart from their Kangaroo Country, which other nation could possibly have? Impossible. This kid must be dreaming. Several representatives from Kangaroo Country turned on their heels, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. Once they had departed, only Wang Hao, Chen Ran, and the senior leaders remained in the venue. Wang Tao, Zhao Liang, and the governor of Magic City, Jiang Tianping, sat motionless, awaiting Wang Tao to speak. Lin Xiao sat quietly, and the security personnel who had just assisted him in countering the representatives from Kangaroo Country approached, giving him a thumbs up and handing him a bottle of water. "Little brother, you were remarkable. You are our role model. We should learn from you." Beside him, Wang Hao covered his face, letting out a bitter laugh. He glanced at the leaders present and weakly said, "Old Lin, what should we do? Can we still leave?" After making such a grand statement, did he think he could just walk away? Lin Xiao had certainly made a splash at this conference. However, the promise he had just made about 80 million tons of iron ore. How on earth was he going to procure that? Chen Ran gently pinched Lin Xiao's side and whispered, "Brother, this situation is dire. Should we make a hasty retreat?" Lin Xiao replied, "Retreat? Why would we run? It's merely 80 million tons of iron ore. I stand by my word." The two gasped in disbelief. "Brother, do you have any idea how much 80 million tons of iron ore is? Where do you expect to source that?" The atmosphere grew tense with silence. After a long pause, Wang Tao finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. "Comrade, your actions today are commendable, and they deserve recognition. However, what you claimed regarding the iron ore to those representatives, was it mere bravado, or?" Wang Tao inquired delicately. "Frankly, No one present could possibly believe that a young person could possess such a vast quantity of iron ore. It was utterly absurd and far beyond their comprehension. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have likely turned away, dismissing the matter as a mere retort to the representative's provocations. However, due to the presence of Lu Hansheng from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth. A young person capable of eliciting such a response from Lu Hansheng. Was he truly an ordinary individual? Nearby, Customs Director Zhao Liang and Magic City Governor Jiang Tianping looked at Lin Xiao, their expressions a mix of confusion and incredulity. It seemed as if they were questioning, what kind of international joke is this? Can this young man truly produce 80 million tons? Let alone 80 million tons of iron ore. They would be astonished if he could even provide 8,000 tons of the quality he described. Lin Xiao remained unperturbed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he calmly replied, Director Wang, everything I've stated is true. If you don't believe me, feel free to call Director Lu to verify. I believe my credibility with him is well established. This was Lin Xiao's understated assertion. With advancements in 2-nanometer lithography and controllable nuclear fusion theory, what could Lu Hansheng possibly doubt? Wang Tao conceded that the young man had a point. He pulled out his phone and called Lu Hansheng, who was far away in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What? Mr. Lin wants to trade iron ore with us? Yes. That young man claims to have 80 million tons with an iron content exceeding 60%. Has he mentioned a price? Lu Hansheng's tone shifted. He stated $100 per ton. Old Lu, isn't that a bit outrageous? I've never seen iron ore sold at such a low price. Moreover, where could such a young person possibly acquire that much iron ore? The other end of the line seemed to fall into silence. After a moment, Lu Hansheng's resolute voice echoed, Mr. Lin is precisely that type of person, passionately patriotic. He is indeed making a bold patriotic gesture once more. Lu Hansheng was certain that whatever Mr. Lin had promised would come to fruition. He truly had something real to trade, and all at a bargain price. What a passionate patriot! Lu Hansheng's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. Old Wang, you must treat Mr. Lin exceptionally well. He is a national hero. Wang Tao took a deep breath, trying to calm the exhilaration surging within him. He had never witnessed Lu Hansheng display such emotion before. He realized that Lu would never joke about this. It was genuine. Everything was indeed real. This young man could truly sell iron ore at $100 per ton. He hung up the phone and immediately stood up. Director Wang, what are you doing? Wang Tao quickly descended the steps, making his way to Lin Xiao, sitting beside him. His demeanor was remarkably humble, his face adorned with a friendly smile, entirely devoid of the earlier fury he had directed at the representatives. Embodying the authority of the Ministry of Commerce. Mr. Lin, if you genuinely have this batch of iron ore, we are willing to purchase it in full. May I inquire from which mining company your iron ore originates? Lin Xiao shook his head. I am not affiliated with any company. There is no need for further questioning. I have extensive connections. Extensive connections. This left Wang Tao amused and bewildered. This young gentleman, could he possibly be a smuggler? However, Lu had referred to him as a national hero, so Wang Tao dared not entertain any dubious thoughts, nor would he invite him for a chat at the office. If he were an ordinary person attempting to smuggle such a vast quantity of iron ore, the customs director would be the first to object and take him away on the spot. Mr. Lin, if everything is as you say, could we perhaps examine the goods first? Lin Xiao replied, no need for such formalities. If you are genuinely interested, I can arrange for the goods to be transported to the country and you can inspect them on site. Wang Tao was taken aback, pressing on. But what about the deposit and advance payment? Lin Xiao dismissed the notion. That is unnecessary. We are all on the same side. We don't deal with such trivialities. We adhere to cash on delivery. Wang Tao. After engaging in international business dealings for so long, this was the first time he had encountered a seller who insisted on cash on delivery. In commercial trade, particularly in maritime transport, the most common receiving location for Dragon Country is Magic City. Given the uncertainties of overseas trade, according to international sales law, not paying a deposit or advance payment indicates that all risks are borne by the seller. Moreover, selling at a loss for $100 per ton? Wang Tao gasped in astonishment. After years of negotiating business and managing overseas trade, he had never heard of such brazen practices. He had never been so astounded as he was today. Passionately patriotic, this was beyond belief. Chapter 91. The Voice of the Bugatti Veyron Knight. A gift for Mr. Lin. In the realm of international trade concerning iron ore, Wang Tao has endured countless hardships, facing collusion from overseas mining corporations that have sought to suppress him, inflate prices, and take advantage of the situation, all while leveraging their connections to exert pressure on him. There were numerous occasions when his subordinates nearly resorted to physical confrontations with them. Wang Tao and his team have consistently swallowed their anger, standing up only to vehemently condemn these actions. For he represents not only himself, but also the national image and interests of the Dragon Kingdom. There have been countless times when he could no longer contain his frustration and yearned to confront them directly. However, at this moment, an unexpected individual has informed him that he will no longer have to worry about iron ore, as he has secured the entire supply at an astonishingly low price. It is beyond imagination how elated he feels at this juncture. Wang Tao's heart swells with warmth. Mr. Lin, if this endeavor succeeds, your actions will undoubtedly contribute immensely to our Dragon Kingdom. On behalf of our nation, I express my heartfelt gratitude. He is profoundly moved. Were it not for the presence of leadership and the constraints of his position, he would have embraced the young man before him passionately to convey his excitement. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, humbly remarked that he is accustomed to making contributions. If Wang Tao were to learn of the previous 2 transactions he had executed, he would surely be astounded. By the way, Mr. Lin, we will handle the shipping costs. Leave this matter to us, he added. Wang Tao, suppressing his inner exhilaration, responded, Mr. Lin, should you require anything during your time in the Magic City, do not hesitate to reach out to Governor Jiang. He is more than capable of resolving all your difficulties, alongside Director Zhao and myself, as we are entirely at your service. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xiao turned to the 2 astonished individuals beside him, his cousin Shen Ran and his brother Wang Hao, who were staring at him in bewilderment. Stop gaping. We should be heading back now. Mr. Lin, allow my secretary to escort you. Following the conclusion of their conversation, Wang Tao slowly retraced his steps. Zhao Liang and Jiang Tianping were still clueless about what had transpired. They inquired about the situation, astonished at the prospect of the young man being able to deliver iron ore. Wang Tao patted their shoulders, chuckling. With Director Liu from the Internal Affairs Bureau as our guarantor, do you still doubt it? Moreover, it was stated that payment is due upon delivery, and we can inspect the goods in full before settling the payment. There's no need for a deposit or advance payment. Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged incredulous glances, their minds engulfed in bewilderment. How could this be? Is it truly possible? Wang Tao's expression turned serious. Old Jiang, that individual is now in your Magic City. You must seize this opportunity. Such talent should be retained without delay. His contributions to the nation are invaluable and cannot be measured solely in monetary terms. Furthermore, the spirit of that young man is something we all should aspire to emulate. Jiang Tianping gazed contemplatively at Lin Xiao's retreating figure, unable to suppress his thoughts. The young man had mentioned that iron ore transactions could occur monthly, implying that they would rely on him in the future. Jiang Tianping felt a surge of joy. He understood that his opportunity had arrived. This was no ordinary talent, and he pondered how to ensure that this young man would remain. Upon returning, Jiang Tianping convened a meeting with all the senior officials in the Magic City. The theme of the meeting was to discuss strategies for retaining a talent like Lin Xiao, whether for permanent residence or a temporary stay. As long as he was in their city, Jiang Tianping's future would be boundless. First, they needed to ascertain what Mr. Lin Xiao required. The meeting room was filled with long tables adorned with white teacups, where several men clad in black jackets or white shirts gathered, some with graying hair and others balding, representatives of the city's elite. Mr. Lin Xiao's other records were inaccessible and had been encrypted by the state. The attendees gasped in astonishment. No wonder Director Liu placed such importance on him. Currently, their existing permissions allowed them to access only his admission information from a university, indicating that Mr. Lin Xiao was to enroll at the Magic City University, majoring in Chinese literature, and was currently a freshman. The initiatives undertaken by Mr. Lin Xiao would greatly benefit both the development of Magic City and the nation as a whole, prompting them to consider offering him the most generous terms in hopes of encouraging his future endeavors in their city. Everyone present wholeheartedly supported this notion, eager to establish a long-term collaboration with Mr. Lin Xiao, including the head of the Business Bureau and the Customs Office. Jiang Tianping, his expression grave, inquired, "Gentlemen, what do young people desire these days? We must approach this from their perspective. Let us not forget that Lin Xiao is still a young man." Jiang Tianping contemplated. "I believe that contemporary youth have a profound affection for automobiles. Perhaps we should report to Director Wang and request his assistance in gifting Mr. Lin Xiao a car. That sounds reasonable. I think we can pursue that. With the economic strength of Magic City, presenting a car as a gift is entirely feasible. The question then arises, what type of vehicle should be offered? Given that it would be the business bureau's head facilitating the gift, the choice must be exceptional. Upon hearing this, Director Wong readily agreed. It is certainly no problem to reward Mr. Lin with a small token of appreciation. Director Wong, what do you have in mind? Recently, a world-renowned, luxurious supercar was publicly available for sale internationally. I believe our business bureau can assist in acquiring it. Director Wong took action and directly secured the vehicle from the international market, dubbed the most powerful and exclusive luxury supercar in existence, the Bugatti Veyron Knight. The value of this car lies not only in its Bugatti lineage, representing the pinnacle of supercar brands, but also as a unique homage by Bugatti to tradition, culminating in the only model of its kind, the Knight. This vehicle is destined for Mr. Lin, complete with a license plate number consisting of 8/8. And it will bear the local registration of Magic City. A top-tier supercar with a top-tier license plate, Magic City truly excels. Of course, this gesture pales in comparison to Lin Zhao's contributions. Wang Tao instructed Jiang Tianping, "Contact Mr. Lin. We shall present him with the car." Jiang Tianping smiled. "If Mr. Lin is preoccupied, I can personally deliver it to him. It would be a perfect opportunity to strengthen our rapport." Chapter 92. A Medical Miracle. The Cure of Cancer for Zhou Shuwen. It is entirely reasonable for the national representatives to acquire the globally limited edition Bugatti Veyron Voice of the Night. This vehicle is currently valued at no less than 300 million during domestic auctions, and only one exists worldwide. Its sale is exclusively available abroad, and acquiring it domestically requires substantial connections and an ironclad background. This car truly exemplifies a situation where it is priceless yet unattainable, as wealth alone cannot secure a purchase. However, the common citizen may lack such avenues, but does the state not possess them? Particularly the head of the business bureau in the Dragon Country, who, with years of experience in international trade, finds it rather effortless to facilitate the acquisition of a vehicle. Jiang Tianping is now awaiting the delivery of the car, which he intends to gift to Mr. Lin. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao returns to the Peninsula Hotel well past midnight, having seen Wang Hao depart with his parents. Now only Chun Ran and Lin Xiao remain, two solitary figures entering the hotel, each lost in their own thoughts, silently anticipating the other to speak. Just as Chun Ran contemplates returning to her room, a front desk attendant approaches with an apologetic smile. "Good evening, Ms. Chun Ran, Mr. Lin. Unfortunately, there is an issue with the central air conditioning in your room, and we are currently working to resolve it. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, and will waive your hotel fees for tonight." Chun Ran, perplexed, inquires, "What about other rooms? Can't you simply switch me to another one?" The attendant, still smiling, bows again in apology. "All our rooms are fully booked at the moment. However, Mr. Lin's presidential suite has several available, and you may stay there temporarily until the issue is resolved." Both Chun Ran and Lin Xiao fall into contemplation. Lin Xiao finds it rather coincidental that the air conditioning would fail just tonight when his cousin Chun Ran is staying. He gestures towards his suite. "Why not stay in my room? It's spacious and quite comfortable." Chun Ran nods in agreement, accepting the arrangement. Lin Xiao turns away, retrieving the room key. Just as Chun Ran gestures an okay to the front desk attendant, nodding in satisfaction. Once inside the room, the attendant muses to herself, "This handsome young man is truly charming. I wouldn't be able to resist either. Don't worry, dear sister. I understand your intentions and will ensure you are not disappointed." In the solitude of a vast room at night, a woman might feel a tinge of boredom. Sharing a space with Lin Xiao allows for conversation and perhaps a friendly game of cards. What could be more delightful? Of course, this is merely a game of cards, the kind you wear clothes for. No need for wild imaginations. The following day marks the time for Elder Zhou Shuwen's medical examination. The entire family accompanies him, including Hua Ryu and Hua Fuxing from the bustling metropolis. Hua Ryu's departure is scheduled for the next day, making today her last chance to reconnect with a wealthy young gentleman. However, Hua Fuxing firmly disapproves, determined to prevent her from associating with that troublesome boy. Zhou Yun assists Zhou Shuwen into the hospital, where they find a multitude of patients waiting for appointments. He boldly declares their identity to the crowd, demanding the hospital's director come to attend to his grandfather's needs. Witnessing Zhou Yun's misuse of privilege, Zhou Shuwen erupts in anger, nearly striking him. Although the director promptly arrives from his office, the elder refuses to exploit any privileges, insisting on waiting in line like everyone else, maintaining fairness and order. As the family gathers around Zhou Shuwen, he senses a marked improvement in his condition. Standing on the steps, he feels remarkably well. Surprised to discover that the previously debilitating pain in his stomach has diminished, and he even feels a twinge of hunger. Yet, he wonders if this is merely a psychological effect or perhaps a fleeting moment of clarity in the late stages of his illness. After waiting until midday, their turn finally arrives. With the family by his side, Zhou Shuwen undergoes a series of examinations, including gastroscopy, endoscopic ultrasound, and CT scans. The head of the internal medicine department and the hospital director, both aware of Zhou Shuwen's esteemed status, approach the situation with utmost seriousness. The last time he visited, they had suggested chemotherapy to potentially extend his life, but he vehemently refused, believing it would hinder his ability to complete his important work. Today, expectations are low. The medical team advises the family to persuade Zhou Shuwen to reconsider surgery, which, while not guaranteed to cure him, could prolong his life. Without intervention, given the severity of his condition, time could be limited. At this moment, the attending physician, department head, and director scan the reports. Given the advanced stage of the cancer, they expect no signs of improvement, merely a cursory glance. However, as they review the documents, their expressions shift from casual to grave, their breaths quickening. How could this be? A miracle, an astonishing occurrence. The three men gaze incredulously at the reports and CT images, initially suspecting they were imagining things. Yet, after multiple confirmations, they are left dumbfounded, exhilarated beyond belief. Their eyes widen in shock. The malignant tumor in the duodenum has vanished. Impossible? This defies medical logic. The hospital director, with decades of experience, has never encountered such a phenomenon. To think this was a terminal cancer case, one that had already undergone surgical intervention, yet today, the tumor has inexplicably disappeared. The odds of this happening are astoundingly low, even less likely than winning the lottery. What is happening with my grandfather? Zhou Yun inquires, bewildered. The malignant tumor in the elder's stomach has vanished. Everyone present swallows hard, faces etched with confusion. To clarify, gastric cancer is synonymous with malignant tumors of the stomach. And Zhou Shuwen had reached the terminal stage, where the duodenal malignancy had worsened. Today, they witnessed a miraculous event. The malignant tumor has disappeared. The attending physician, astonished, decides to conduct a comprehensive examination once more. Thus, half an hour later, after repeated confirmations from the medical team, the tumors within the gastrointestinal tract have vanished, and the gastric cancer has markedly improved. In due time, the stomach is gradually returning to its normal state, signifying an impending recovery. The doctors have conveyed this astonishing truth to them, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Their faces flushed, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. "Grandfather, has your illness truly come to an end?" they exclaimed in disbelief. Huoyu and Huaru Xings exchanged incredulous glances, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Still grappling with the surreal nature of this miraculous event occurring to the venerable Mr. Zhou, this astonishing outcome rapidly reverberated throughout the hospital, with every physician from the departments of internal medicine and oncology flocking to the consultation room, meticulously scrutinizing the examination report. A cancer deemed incurable within the hospital system has inexplicably been healed. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the patient is a man of advanced age. It is widely recognized that the elderly typically lack the capacity to combat cancer cells. This undoubtedly qualifies as a medical miracle. Academician Zhou, congratulations. According to the test results, your cancer has been cured, and the damaged stomach has also healed. The doctors proclaimed. You have dedicated your life to the service of the nation and the welfare of the people. This is divinely bestowed upon you. Such an occurrence defies medical logic, prompting the physicians to resort to metaphysics for explanation. It is a well-known fact that events surpassing their comprehension are collectively referred to as metaphysical. This situation has indeed transcended their understanding, leaving them with no recourse but to attribute it to metaphysical phenomena. Unbeknownst to them, only those present, the family and friends of Zhou Shuwen, are privy to the true circumstances. Huaru Xing solemnly remarked, "Doctor, Academician Zhou took a particular medication a few days ago." Medication? What kind? The response indicated it was an exceptional anti-cancer drug. Upon hearing this, the doctor was momentarily taken aback, filled with bewilderment. An anti-cancer miracle drug? Are you suggesting that Academician Zhou's improvement may be linked to this medication? The doctors were resolutely skeptical of such a notion. However, Huaru Xing's, Huaruayu, and Zhou Yun were all aware of the truth. Prior to taking the medication, the elder's condition had deteriorated drastically, with him spitting blood every morning. Yet, over the past couple of days, there has been a noticeable improvement in his vitality. That young man Huaru Xing's couldn't help but inhale sharply. He turned to Zhou Shuwen, inquiring about the feelings of the individual concerned. Zhou Shuwen remained silent for a prolonged moment, his expression grave. After a while, tears inexplicably welled in his eyes. These were tears of elation. He had not shed a single tear upon learning of the late-stage cancer or during the gastric resection surgery. Yet now he could no longer contain himself, for he understood that the young man was indeed the one who had saved his life. Quick, we must find him. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude. He has saved my life. He is my benefactor, exclaimed Zhou Shuwen with fervor. Chapter 93. Wafuxing. Striving for a big baby next year, never had anyone witnessed the venerable Zhou in such tears. His weeping was purely from overwhelming emotion. He was so deeply stirred that he could hardly contain himself. The young man had saved his life, allowing him to continue living. In truth, it was not death that frightened him. When he was captured by the soldiers of the Sun Country, he felt no fear whatsoever. His excitement did not stem from mere luck in surviving, but from the prospect of returning to his work to complete the 2-nanometer lithography technology. He yearned to witness the day when the mastery of this technology would belong to the people of Longhua. Perhaps he might even witness the advent of controllable nuclear fusion. Tears often welled in the old man's eyes, for it seemed to him that he could already see that day approaching, a day when no foreigner would dare to look down upon his nation, when no one would dare to dictate to his country. He firmly believed that the future of Longhua would lead the world. Director Hua, if there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to say. Help me find that young man. I, Zhou Shuwen, will personally pay him a visit. Before that, I plan to return and finish my work. My team is still waiting for me, and I am curious to see their expressions when I return. Ha ha. The old man wiped away his tears, a smile spreading across his wrinkled face. He then strode down the stairs, like a child reborn, hurrying to the subway station of the city hospital, ready to take the train. Old Joe, where are you headed? I'll book a flight back to the capital. Shall I drive you there? No need. The subway is more comfortable than your car. It was hard to imagine an octogenarian squeezing into the subway. Besides, Old Zhou had more than enough money to enjoy a life free of worry. However, Zhou Shuwen had donated most of his wealth to impoverished regions, leaving only a portion for his children, nothing for himself. Director Hua smiled wryly. Wasn't his Audi A6 comfortable? He even had 2 flags hanging from the dashboard. How could he not feel proud? Li Shufan hurried to follow him. After the 2 elders left, only the grandfather, granddaughter, and Zhou Yun remained. Zhou Yun did not wish to take the subway. He intended to return with Wafuxing. In the car, Wafuxing warned Hua Ruyu and Zhou Yun. You both heard the old man's words. You must find that young man. He possesses something extraordinary. Wafuxing recalled everything that had happened at Lin Zhao's home, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him. Hua Ruyu glanced at Zhou Yun and then played the audio recording Lin Zhao had sent earlier, where Zhou Yun jokingly mentioned doing an absurd act if he were to be cured. Zhou Yun's face turned a shade paler than his previous jest. Chuckling nervously, he adamantly refused to admit it was his voice. Director Hua Ruyu, I was wrong. If I am fortunate enough to meet him again, I will sincerely apologize. After all, he saved your grandfather's life. I can regard him as my elder brother, all right? After this incident, Zhou Yun also found the young man Hua Ruyu was with to be quite remarkable. Girl, your boyfriend is impressive. When he comes to the capital, I will personally entertain him. Wafuxing's attitude shifted remarkably, catching Hua Ruyu off guard. She blinked in surprise. Weren't you going to introduce me to Mr. Lin from Benhai? Wafuxing sighed. That Mr. Lin is also extraordinary, even more so than your boyfriend. What he has accomplished is beyond imagination. However, your boyfriend is no slouch either. He has already earned my recognition. If his medicine truly works wonders, it will indeed make waves across the world. The 2 nodded in agreement, expressing their strong approval. Hua Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face. He is quite busy. I will contact him later. All right, make it quick. If all else fails, let us get engaged next year. By the way, what is his family background like? Hua Ruyu replied. Zhou Yun quickly interjected. The Patek Philippe he wears, I'm not sure if it's genuine. Hua Ruyu clarified that Patek Philippe was purchased when I went with him. Zhou Yun promptly fell silent, not daring to speak further. Is he wealthy? That's even better. Our family is quite well off too. We would make a good match. Doesn't he want to pursue medicine? I know many prominent figures and institutions in the medical field. It's perfect. Wafuxing looked in the rearview mirror, adding with a chuckle, let us strive for a big, chubby grandson next year, and we'll have 4 generations living together. Haha, Hua Ruyu. This old man truly has a way with words. How on earth should I explain this to Lin Zhao? After all, our relationship is merely a fade. What should I do? Perhaps we should have a deeper discussion next time? This was Lin Zhao's 3rd day in the magical city. Upon arriving, his life suddenly blossomed with vibrancy. His cousin, Chun Ran, had previously mentioned taking him to an adult venue, and today the plan was finally set into motion. That evening, she intended to take Lin Xiao to a bar for some drinks. Sister, you were planning to take me to such a place? Chun Ran shot him a look. What? Are you looking down on it? She had long wanted to bring Lin Xiao here, as her roommates often visited such places, but she had never gone herself. With Lin Xiao accompanying her, she finally felt secure enough to venture in. It turned out that this seemingly carefree girl also lacked a sense of security. It's just average. I don't have a great impression of bars. Just satisfy my curiosity. I've never been, and my roommates often invite me, but I always decline. Since we're here, let us have some fun. It's Lin Xiao's first time too. As they stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, they immediately caught the attention of many young men and women. Lin Xiao glanced around and had to admit that the women in the bars of this magical city had exquisite figures, though their faces remained obscured by the night. Upon entering the bar, the loud, wild music hit them like a wave, creating a frenzied atmosphere. Under the dazzling lights, accompanied by a rhythmic DJ, countless men and women swayed their bodies, releasing their youthful exuberance. It was 10:30, the peak time for bar activity. Lin Xiao firmly grasped Chen Ran's hand, leading her through the crowd to the bar counter. He understood the rules and was about to order drinks when a beautiful woman approached him, striking up a conversation. Hey, Rangu. Before the woman could finish her greeting, she noticed Chun Ran beside Lin Xiao. Lin, aren't you in your dormitory? Haha, I brought Yao Yao and Ye out again today. I never expected you to come here so soon after saying you never go to bars. Jiang Lin was Chen Ran's roommate, who typically dressed very plainly at school, but transformed entirely upon leaving the campus, especially in a bar setting. Dressed in a sleek black low-cut dress, the fabric was minimal, revealing her fair and delicate shoulders, with a glimpse of an alluring décolletage. So, she had arranged a meeting with a handsome gentleman? Ran, didn't you mention that you were meeting your cousin? Chen Ran felt an unexpected flush rise to her cheeks. This is my cousin, Lin Xiao. Oh ha! I never would have guessed he would be so dashing. By the way, I came over to flirt with you on a bet with Yao Yao and Yu. And here I stumbled upon you, Ran. What a coincidence. Jiang Lin pointed towards a girl not far away, explaining, would you like to join us? Let us have some fun together. Jiang Lin was instantly animated. Initially, she thought Chen Ran was accompanied by a boyfriend, and thus considered it best not to intrude. Now that this charming gentleman was not Chen Ran's partner, it seemed all the more promising. Chapter 94. Chen Ran's 3 beautiful roommates. Lin Xiao, let me introduce you to our roommates. This is Ran Ji's cousin. Hey, I'll let you in on a little secret. They're both single. Jiang Lin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Ran's cousin not only possessed striking good looks, but was also adorned in designer apparel. His trousers were Armani, his top from a trendy brand, and he sported a Patek Philippe watch. The young man exuded charm effortlessly. How poetic it seemed, as if it was a declaration that no one was truly single here. Chen Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes at Jiang Lin's words. Lin Xiao surveyed the 3 ladies before him and introduced himself with confidence. Hello, beautiful ladies, I am Lin Xiao. To his surprise, Chen Ran's roommates were all exceptionally attractive. One of them, named Li Xiao, glanced at Lin Xiao with a cool demeanor and said, hello, I am Li Xiao. This beauty had a high nose, luscious red lips, and large, sparkling eyes. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, and she wore a black off-the-shoulder fitted dress that accentuated her graceful curves, radiating a youthful allure. The surrounding gentlemen were captivated, eagerly vying for her attention. Chen Ran stood close, casting unfriendly glares at these intruders, as if they were bandits rather than mere roommates. Rangu, how come you never mentioned you have such a handsome cousin before? We're all perpetually single, and it's only fair we get a taste of romance too. Jiang Lin teased, grinning widely. Chen Ran rolled her eyes in exasperation. I can hardly believe you. Frequenting bars and never having been in a relationship? She lightly tapped Lin Xiao's back, insinuating that these women were trouble. By the way, Lin Xiao, which school will you be attending? Xiao Yu inquired curiously. I will be attending Moda University, Lin Xiao replied. Oh, that's close to our school. So, you'll be our little junior from now on? Jiang Lin remarked, her cheeks flushing slightly, a hint of nervousness creeping in. She quickly shifted the topic. Lin Xiao, did you come here to party with Rangu? Chen Ran replied in a nonchalant tone, I just wanted my brother to show me around. We came here to enjoy some drinks together. Jiang Lin nodded. Since it's just the two of you, it would be much more lively if we all joined in. As roommates who shared the same space daily, Chen Ran found it hard to refuse. After all, What reason could she provide? She certainly couldn't claim Lin Xiao as her boyfriend. That would be absurd. Jiang Linlin clasped Chun Ran's hand, a mischievous smile on her face. Rangu, I'm inviting your brother for drinks. You wouldn't tea refuse, would you? Chun Ran's face flushed crimson. How could I possibly refuse? Good. Soon after, Lin Xiao and Chun Ran followed the three ladies to a larger booth. They discovered that the sofa was already occupied by 4 men and 1 woman. Adding Jiang Linlin and her companions made for an even split, indicating prior arrangements. Upon seeing Jiang Linlin approach, a burly man in his 30s, covered in tattoos and adorned with a string of prayer beads, asked, Linlin, where have you been? We've been waiting for you. Sorry, we had classes today and just got out. Jiang Linlin offered a casual excuse. Though it was evident she felt intimidated in front of him. This man, named Ma Dahai, was the son of a prominent real estate developer in Modu and had been pursuing Jiang Linlin, though she found him unappealing. She was wary of offending him due to his influential background in the area. Hence, she had accepted his invitation for drinks, bringing along Li Xiao and Xiao Yu for support. Haha, no worries. The beautiful lady always makes an entrance. Besides, you brought 3 lovely friends with you. Ma Dahai exclaimed. Oh, who is this young man? He inquired, casting a glance at Lin Xiao. Brother Ma, let me introduce you. This is Lin Xiao. My classmate's cousin who came along to drink, Jiang Linlin explained. Ma Dahai, irritated by the unexpected addition of a male, feigned a welcoming smile. Oh, another handsome lad. You are most welcome, he said, though Lin Xiao noted the sofa was already full, leaving no space for him. Ma Dahai, seeing this, pretended to be polite. Sorry, young man, but there is no room left. Perhaps you could find another table? His implication was clear. He was not welcome. Chun Ran was unaware that the others had invited guests. Perhaps she should have outright declined their invitation. Sister, let us just get our own table and not mingle with them, Lin Xiao suggested, pulling Chun Ran towards a nearby booth. Hey, just you alone is fine. Don't take the ladies with you. Can't you understand simple instructions? A rude underling of Ma Dahai interjected. These individuals were accustomed to their surroundings, feeling invincible among their own people. Who do you think you are to instruct me? Lin Xiao retorted, glaring fiercely at him. The underling was taken aback. Ma Dahai motioned for the underling to be quiet. Let them go. We don't need a brat ruining our mood. The underling complied, puzzled by the sudden shift in Ma Dahai's demeanor, who usually exhibited arrogance. In truth, Ma Dahai was eager to seduce Jiang Linlin that night. So he was indifferent to losing a couple of guests. He was already surrounded by 3 beautiful women, and to his surprise, their allure surpassed even Jiang Linlin's. The thought of how one of them might perform in bed ignited a fire within him. Ma Dahai was determined to win over all 3 that evening. Thus, he redirected his attention back to the 3 ladies, fervently encouraging them to drink. Li Xiao and Xiao Yu maintained their composure, responding with polite smiles, gracefully declining the offers. They were quite courteous, only taking a sip, using their charm to deflect attention from Jiang Linlin. What do you think, ladies? This drink is quite good. Isn't it? Hey, Lu, bring out another round for me. Ma Dahai called to a nearby server. Sure thing, Brother Hai. Ma Dahai gestured grandly, exuding an air of affluence. Ladies, drink freely. If you get drunk, we'll take our Cadillac to escort you home, he boasted, as more bottles of Ace of Spades were brought to the table. To speak candidly, the Ace of Spades is merely a marketing gimmick. Its flavor is rather mediocre. However, ordering it does carry a certain prestige. And the atmosphere is enhanced by boisterous patrons, catering to one's vanity. On the other hand, after Lin Xiao had reserved a private booth, the 2 sat facing each other. Chun Ran, with a smile, inquired, What would you like to drink? Today it's my treat, she suggested. Shall we indulge in a bottle of Ace of Spades? Lin Xiao responded nonchalantly. That drink is too pedestrian and lacks depth and flavor. Sister, if we are to drink, let us choose something of quality. Today, I shall cover the expenses. Since they chose not to invite us, we shall enjoy our own drinks. I have no intention of humiliating them. They are the ones seeking to show off. Who would drink such subpar liquor? Waiter, bring me a full bottle of Louis XIII, Hennessy Richard, Martel Cordon Bleu, essentially. Fill this table before me. Upon hearing this, the waiter was left utterly astonished, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Sir, did you say what you wanted? Chapter 95. Spending money like water. Are you showing off before me? Lin Xiao repeated. The waiter was taken aback, but to confirm that the other was not merely boasting. He recited the prices of the bottles to Lin Xiao. Sir, our Louis XIII is 49,999 yuan. Hennessy Richard is 58,888, and Martel Cordon Bleu is 79,999. Do you wish to fill the table? Chun ran, upon hearing the prices, furrowed her brows and softly inquired, "Brother, this is rather exorbitant, and we cannot possibly drink so much." Lin Xiao shook his head and insisted, "Just serve it all, fill the table." Upon hearing this, the waiter realized that the man truly intended to order the drinks, especially after noticing the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Today, they had encountered a significant client. Overjoyed, he hurried off to find the bar manager. The manager would not suffice. They needed the owner. It was known that serving all these drinks would amount to nearly 1,000,000 yuan. Before long, the bar owner arrived, accompanied by a dozen waitresses, each carefully balancing a bottle of liquor as they approached Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Ma Dehai glanced up and was struck dumb upon realizing the prices of the drinks. He never expected that the young man was so wealthy, ordering the 3 most expensive drinks and wanting to fill the table. This was madness. In that moment, his ace of spades seemed utterly insignificant. The disparity in power was glaring. Those drinks were entirely beyond his league. If the ace of spades represented the high-end selection in the bar, then these 3 bottles were the pinnacle of luxury. One bottle alone was worth a collection of extravagant items. The Martel Cordon Bleu, for instance, had a bottle that was valued at 10,000 yuan in the second-hand market. This fellow was intent on slapping his face. With that thought, Ma Dehai's expression darkened. This brat was incredibly rich. He watched as the bar owner lavished compliments on Lin Xiao, while nearby waitresses attempted to ingratiate themselves. The atmosphere was electric, with the DJ announcing Lin Xiao's name and the drinks ordered, inciting a frenzy in the crowd. Incredible. This was undoubtedly a top-tier wealthy young man, spending over 1,000,000 yuan on drinks. It was astonishing. He had seen individuals order Martel Cordon Bleu before, but never had he witnessed a table filled to the brim. This was true wealth. If only my father were like this. And he was so young and handsome. I must get his contact information. He could invite me to his room to serve him, and I would gladly oblige. My heart raced. He was just my type. How wonderful it was to have money. Such an impressive display of wealth. Ma Dehai's countenance darkened ominously as he noticed the glances from Jiang Linlin and her companions directed towards Lin Xiao and Chen Ran. They began to whisper amongst themselves, heightening his displeasure to the utmost. This brat was clearly mocking him. His plans for the evening were in jeopardy. He would ensure that this lad would not escape unscathed. Who did he think he was, flaunting wealth in his territory? Did he not know the saying that even the mightiest dragon cannot overpower a local snake? Let us ignore that fellow and enjoy our drinks. My family is in real estate. We are not inferior to this brat. If it weren't for my father restricting my spending, I would show him a thing or two. They truly wished to join Lin Xiao and Chen Ran's table. They had no desire to remain here, drinking with these uncouth individuals who lacked taste and propriety. The coarse men around them spoke in vulgarities, their gazes lecherous and revolting. Chen Ran surveyed the drinks before them. It was clear they could not finish all of it. She suggested, "How about we invite my roommates over? It would be more lively with more people." Jiang Linlin and Li Siyao awaited Chen Ran's call. They intended to leave the table, which would embarrass Ma Dehai. However, if Chen Ran summoned them, they could make a graceful exit. "Linlin, we have ordered so many drinks. Why not join us? Otherwise, it would be a waste." Upon hearing this, Jiang Linlin was elated and turned to Ma Dehai with an apologetic expression, greeting him. Ma Dehai was already seething, seeing the 3 girls preparing to leave. The prize he had been eyeing was slipping away. His temper flared up instantly. "Are you leaving? You think I'll allow that? Stay put." Ma Dehai shouted angrily at the 3 girls, commanding them to remain seated. Li Siyao, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean by this? Why are you forcing us to drink with you? We are not here to serve you. Besides, it is our freedom where we choose to sit. You needn't be so furious. They are our classmates. Can't we sit with them?" Ma Dehai exploded with rage. "You ungrateful wretches. I allowed you to sit here out of kindness, and you dare to act defiantly?" His insult caused the 3 girls' expressions to sour dramatically. They could no longer endure the situation and decided to leave immediately. Rising to their feet, they gathered their belongings to depart without further conversation. At that moment, a few of Ma Dehai's subordinates encircled them. "Stay right here. You won't be leaving until these drinks are finished." One of the lackeys grinned lecherously. "Ma Dehai, you've gone too far." Jiang Linlin could no longer hold back. "You invited me here. I came to not offend you, but what are you implying now? If you continue like this, I will call the police." Ma Dehai approached her, a cold smile on his lips. "Oh." He then struck Jiang Linlin across the face, sending her sprawling onto the sofa. "You think you can threaten me? The police here are all my people. Feel free to report me. You won't be leaving until every last drop of these drinks is consumed." Ma Dehai bellowed at the 3 girls. He then signaled to one of his subordinates, who proceeded to slip a pill into the drinks meant for each of them. Today, he was determined to have his way with these three beauties. No one could stop him. You dare to call the police? Huh? A mere college student wishing to witness my power in the Magic City? Go ahead and report me. You think developers like us lack connections? Chapter 96. With the old master present, no one can overturn the heavens here. Jiang Linlin, unwilling to be bullied any longer, picked up her phone, preparing to call the police. She could not fathom that anyone could truly wield such power in this place, evading the law. However, just as she dialed the number, a henchman approached and forcefully snatched the phone from her grasp. Meanwhile, another thug callously seized her hair, throwing her onto the sofa and cursing, "Damn it, you really have a death wish. Don't you realize whose territory this is? You dare to fight back? Let me tell you, unless you amuse our brother Hai, none of you will leave here today." At the same moment, Jiang Linlin's call connected, and a stern voice emerged from the other end. "Hello? What is going on?" Just then, Ma Dahai grabbed the phone, answering with a sudden grin. "Old Zhao, it's me. Ma Dahai. Just having a bit of fun at the bar. No worries, we're all friends here." There was a noticeable hesitation from the other end before the voice spoke slowly. "Ma Dahai, how many times must I tell you? Have your fun, but don't stir up trouble. If you do, even your father won't be able to protect you. Don't worry, old Zhao. Everything is fine. After all these years, you should know me better than that. Just having a bit of fun, nothing more. I'll call you later for a drink." Ma Dahai hung up, his eyes suddenly blazing with fury. He raised Jiang Linlin's phone and swung it towards her head with ferocity. Jiang Linlin cried out in pain, tears streaming down her exquisite face. "You dare to call the police? You really have some guts. How many times do I have to tell you? Calling the police is useless? I've been in this game for years. Do you think I don't know those people? Damn it, still crying? Get up. We're drinking today, whether you like it or not." Several thugs approached, ready to pour alcohol down their throats. Ma Dahai, already intoxicated, grew more arrogant under the influence. He believed that as someone of his status, playing with a few university students was merely child's play. If they dared to resist, he would make them submit. Li Xiao and Xiao Yu were terrified, silenced by fear, trembling as they raised their glasses to drink. At that moment, a large crowd had gathered around Ma Dahai's booth, drawn by the commotion. Initially, many patrons were outraged at the scene, but upon realizing who Ma Dahai was, they quickly fell silent. Some hot-blooded young men considered intervening, but were pulled back by nearby waitstaff. "Are you out of your mind? That guy is a local tyrant, a wealthy second-generation heir with considerable influence. His father is in real estate, involved in many shady dealings, employing numerous people. If you provoke him, you'll find it impossible to survive here. Just last time, Ma Dahai assaulted a few people, and while the police took him in, he was released that very night. Do you understand the power behind him? Young man, don't act rashly. When you're under someone else's roof, you must bow your head." Hearing this, the university students shuddered, hesitating before retreating. It was better to avoid trouble, even if the notion of heroically rescuing someone was appealing. They knew they lacked the strength to confront such a figure. A reckless charge would lead to their demise. Just as Li Xiao and Xiao Yu were about to drink the drugged alcohol, Chen Ran rushed in, knocking the drinks from their hands. "What are you drinking? Once you do, there's no turning back." Chen Ran scolded them fiercely. Ran, go." The two girls, witnessing Chen Ran's furious demeanor, burst into tears, feeling utterly helpless. Jiang Linlin, battered and bleeding, knew that if they didn't comply, they would suffer greatly. Moreover, they had no means to defend themselves against their aggressors. They had to endure. "You cannot drink this, I insist." Chen Ran glared at Ma Dahai and his gang. "Ah, we have a fearless little girl here. How interesting. If you don't learn your lesson today, you'll never know how to behave." One of the thugs raised a bottle of Ace of Spades, preparing to smash it over Chen Ran's head. In the next moment, Lin Xiao forcefully blocked the thug's arm and retaliated with a bottle, cracking it over the thug's skull. Wow, he dared to fight back? Someone's actually playing the hero. The onlookers were stunned, recognizing Chen Ran as the wealthy young man who had previously filled the table with top-shelf liquor. Is this rich kid really going to step in to help? Someone speculated. Help? They already know each other. Ma Dahai was trying to push that rich kid aside, so they moved to a different table. Oh, so there's a history there. But look at Ma Dahai. He is a local bully. No matter how rich you are, you're still just a passerby. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. His influence is deeply rooted here. You can't challenge him. Right? I doubt it'll end well. Besides, this is Ma Dahai's territory. Indeed, just as the spectators had said, after one of Ma Dahai's thugs was struck, the others immediately obeyed his command, and began summoning reinforcements. Anyone who frequented this bar and nightlife scene was to come. How dare you cause trouble on Brother Hai's turf? You really have a death wish. No matter how rich you are, I'll break your legs today. Do you think money can buy you out of this? Ma Dahai sneered, his countenance twisted with rage. After being humiliated, he was determined to show this kid who truly ruled the territory. Anyone nearby, come here. If someone wants to die, make sure to turn this brat into a cripple. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. If I can't, my father will. As long as my father is around, no one can overturn the heavens here. Ma Dahai growled at his brothers. Soon, a horde of rough men, ranging from middle-aged to uneducated youths, surrounded the bar. The sight was visually striking against the dim lights. A wave of ruffians nearly filled the establishment. It was undeniable that Ma Dahai wielded substantial influence here. Many came out of respect for his father, whose real estate company impacted countless lives. To make a living, they relied on Ma Dahai as family business. Hence, they were willing to do whatever he asked, knowing that if trouble arose, his father would handle it. After all, a few million in damages was no concern for them. In this day and age, possessing power, influence, and wealth allows one to act with impunity. Chapter 97. Too Ruthless. Lin Xiao is taken away. In the vicinity, a gathering of ruffians exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation, as though the entire bar belonged to them. Each one was adorned in a manner that screamed delinquency, with tattoos of dragons and tigers vividly displayed, their appearances unmistakably reflecting the image of societal miscreants. Once Ma Dahai, during his presence here, had faced reproach and insults from a man after failing to flirt with a woman. In a fit of rage, he commanded his thugs to brutally beat the man, forcing him to slam his head against a marble coffee table with his own teeth. The woman suffered an even graver fate, taken into a private room for repeated violations. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved, with Ma Dahai merely compensating a fraction of the money involved. This was a quintessential example of brazen and tyrannical criminal influence. Although he had been apprehended numerous times, inexplicably he always found a way to evade justice. As he had stated, possessing wealth and power allowed one to act with impunity. Little brat, do you truly believe you can contend with me, Ma Dahai? Do you possess the strength to match? A derisive smile adorned Ma Dahai's face as he pointed at Lin Xiao's nose, swaggering over and hurling a torrent of insults. He anticipated that Lin Xiao would not dare retaliate. With so many witnesses present, any act of aggression would spell disaster for him. No matter how affluent he was, it was futile against a local tyrant like Ma Dahai. The local police were, after all, on familiar terms with him, and it was clear who would bear the brunt of the consequences. Lin Xiao, however, exhibited no signs of panic. With a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, he remarked, I hear you have quite a few cases against you. You're in deep trouble, but I doubt you'll be able to bounce back for long. The crowd erupted in laughter at his words. Kid, have you lost your mind? You think you know the mayor of Magic City? I don't know him well, but I believe he knows me, Lin Xiao replied. The laughter intensified, nearly causing them to lose their composure. Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Do you comprehend the weight of being in the mayor's circle? Ma Dahai's father struggled his entire life, and wouldn't he even qualify to carry your shoes? He serves tea to the officials beneath the mayor. Enough with the nonsense. You have two choices. First, kneel and bow to me. Then willingly offer that pretty lady at your side to my bed. Second, bite down on this coffee table, and I'll smash your head. If you can endure it, I'll treat you well. If you dare to retaliate, I'll send you straight to prison. My father's influence could easily escalate your sentence from life to death. Ma Dahai's arrogance reached its zenith. Lin Xiao had never encountered someone so audacious in his life. Did such individuals even deserve to exist? Despite his calm demeanor. After hearing those words, Lin Xiao approached with a frigid expression, an ominous aura emanating from him. His gaze fixated on Ma Dahai as if he were staring at a corpse. Since the state cannot impose sanctions on you, allow me to perform a public service on its behalf. As he raised his hand, a chilling event unfolded before the eyes of everyone present. Something unknown enveloped his right hand. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted from his palm, striking Ma Dahai with the force of a cannonball, producing a thunderous sound. The entire bar trembled as if an earthquake had struck. All stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances before they began to swallow hard, realizing that Ma Dahai's body had been engulfed in flames, reducing him to ashes in under a second. Confusion reigned as no one could comprehend what had transpired. Why had a seemingly healthy man spontaneously ignited and burned to nothingness? Only Lin Xiao understood that his right hand was encased in nanotechnology from his battle suit. and the plasma cannon he unleashed had been adjusted to a lower energy setting to prevent the bar from being obliterated. The lowest power setting of the plasma cannon incinerated the target, converting plasma into thermal energy, ultimately reducing it to ashes. Lin Xiao had aptly named this technique Ember's End. Upon the completion of this devastating act, it signified the end of Ma Dehai's existence. The power unleashed was beyond human endurance, terrifyingly surpassing human comprehension. The surrounding thugs stood frozen in shock, witnessing their leader's demise truly eradicated, reduced to mere ashes. How could this happen? Was it truly this kid's doing? What had he employed? Did he possess supernatural abilities? The scene was so horrifying that the ruffians trembled, paralyzed with fear, unable to muster the courage to take action. What on earth is this? Lin Xiao turned away, innocently waving his hand. You all saw it. I didn't lift a finger. This fellow ignited himself due to some unknown substance. He shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. A sense of dread washed over everyone. Instinctively, they felt that this young man was doomed. Who was he? The son of Ma Tenglong, a real estate mogul from the construction group. Ma Tenglong was one of the wealthiest tycoons in Magic City, overseeing projects worth billions. His connections and influence were vast. Recognized as the leader of the underground forces in Magic City. Why was Ma Dehai so arrogant? It was all due to his father's backing. But now, with his son dead, how could Ma Tenglong not be frantic? As Lin Xiao found himself surrounded by thugs, the police arrived too late. After the horrific incident at the bar, they promptly apprehended Lin Xiao. What are you doing? Didn't we say this had nothing to do with him? You can check the surveillance footage. How can you arrest someone without reason? We're the victims here. Those thugs intended to drug my roommate. Chun Ran argued vehemently with the officers. Yet, their response was harsh reprimands. What do you know? A life was lost here, and this kid has a direct conflict with Ma Dehai. We must take him in. If you dare obstruct us, don't blame us for taking you along. Several officers forcefully shoved Chun Ran and her companions aside, swiftly handcuffing Lin Xiao. Young man, why did you have to provoke such a calamity? Let me give you a heads up. Ma Dehai was the only heir of Ma Tenglong from the construction group. I don't know if you killed him, but Ma Tenglong will undoubtedly retaliate against you, fiercely and mercilessly. A young officer discreetly warned Lin Xiao during his arrest. The world is indeed cruel. These individuals wield immense power here, far beyond the reach of ordinary citizens, and even these grassroots officers feel utterly powerless. Chapter 98. Who will perish first? Ma Tenglong seeks vengeful retribution. In summary, the police conveyed a singular, ominous message. You are in serious trouble. This matter has transcended the realm of ordinary citizens. And there are circumstances beyond the control of the common folk. Even the local precinct is powerless in this situation. After being taken away, the police promptly informed Ma Tenglong of the incident. Ma Dehai, his only son, was the focal point of Ma Tenglong's lifelong endeavors, striving to ensure that his son would lead a life free from worry and full of indulgence. However, upon receiving the devastating news of his son's demise in a bar, darkness enveloped him, and he felt an overwhelming wave of despair. With trembling hands, he began to dial a number, retrieving his phone from the drawer. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing the pent-up fury raging within him. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. He remained voiceless, for his anger had reached a murderous intensity. Hello, is this Director Zhang? I have treated you well, Haven Ti? Why? A man in his 50s wept, choking on his words. What exactly happened? Please, provide me with the details. Director Zhang, do not concern yourself with the intricacies. You know my temperament. A long silence ensued on the line. Ma, please do not rush to conclusions. I will handle this matter with care. I assure you. Whoever had a confrontation with my son, I do not care who they are. Do not let them easily slip away. I will flay them alive. I mean it. If I do not personally exact my revenge, my heart will never find peace. Ma, it could have been an accident, perhaps not intentional. The voice on the other end sounded uneasy. Besides, he was already aware of the circumstances. It was Ma Dehai who had instigated the altercation, bringing along numerous accomplices. Even if there were a trial, the penalties would not be severe, especially in the absence of evidence regarding the cause of Ma Dehai's death. Damn it, I couldn't care less if it was an accident. Why should I trouble myself with such details? I have navigated through this city for many years. Do you think I need a plethora of reasons to eliminate someone? Moreover, I will not allow him to die easily. I will make sure to annihilate his family and all those close to him, leaving him in utter despair. Their bodies will kneel before my son's grave. Ma Dehai was his lifeblood, and with his son gone, Ma Tenglong had completely lost his sanity. After years of existence in this city, He found it utterly absurd not to avenge his son. He believed there were countless ways to ensure that the one responsible for his son's death would eternally regret their existence. Ma, how about this? Let me arrange for you to meet that fellow. Let him explain himself to you. Please, do not let your anger overwhelm you. We must abide by the law in our dealings. Huh. To hell with the law. I am the law. After ending the call, Ma Tenglong immediately contacted his associates. Brothers, my son is gone. Today, I shall avenge him. You know what needs to be done. If he failed to exact vengeance, he would no longer be Ma Tenglong. Let us head to the police station. True to his reputation as an underground leader, Ma Tenglong's words summoned brothers from all corners of the city. These were affluent individuals from various industries, each worth millions. A procession of supercars roared through the streets, their engines echoing as they came to a halt at the police station. Moments later, Ma Tenglong's icy visage confronted Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao scrutinized the man before him, noting the striking resemblance to Ma Dehai, portly, with a fierce countenance, and visibly enraged. The moment he entered the station, he began to roar, threatening to kill Lin Xiao. You are finished, you little brat. You are utterly doomed. Ma Tenglong uttered these words with an air of indifference, exuding an aura of intimidation. Lin Xiao shrugged, attempting to clarify, Mr. Ma, you saw the footage. Your son, accompanied by a group, was intent on committing crimes against my friend. I was merely acting in self-defense. Self-defense? What a joke. Do you think I need a multitude of reasons to eliminate you? I do not care how your son met his end. I simply state this, we shall see. You will regret ever existing in this world. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, feigning fear. Mr. Ma, you are truly formidable. What can you possibly do to make me regret? Seeing Lin Xiao's intentional provocation, Ma Tenglong smirked and displayed several photographs. Among them were images of Lin Xiao's cousin, Chen Ran, and her roommate, Jiang Linlin, pictures taken in their dormitory. It was perplexing how Ma Tenglong possessed such photos. Are these your friends? They seem quite close to you. That makes things easier. I will ensure that each one of them experiences hell on earth. And I shall capture it all on video for your viewing pleasure. At this revelation, Lin Xiao's expression hardened. This man dared to threaten his friends, including his cousin. Suppressing his rage, Lin Xiao retorted, Do you wish to confront me? Ma Tenglong erupted in laughter, almost doubling over, dismissing Lin Xiao with contempt. In the city, you dare challenge me, Ma Tenglong? What are you, a mere child? When I was making my mark, you were still in diapers. Lin Xiao shook his head, his piercing gaze fixed on Ma Tenglong. I am a forbidden territory you can never touch. Your son is merely an example, and you shall become the next. With a scoff, Ma Tenglong's laughter reverberated throughout the police station, filled with scorn and derision, viewing Lin Xiao as a naive youth plagued by delusions. You little brat. Today your grandfather will teach you a lesson about the darkest realities of society. You sit here speaking to me while I am stained with blood. Yet I can remain unscathed outside, conversing with you. That is our difference. Do you understand? Pointing at him, he enunciated each word. Remember what you said today. You are outside while I am inside. When we meet next, the circumstances will be different. Lin Xiao's response was equally resolute. Witnessing Lin Xiao's audacity, Ma Tenglong's amusement only deepened. He relished confronting such defiant individuals, as they often revealed stark contrasts once they grasped reality. Perhaps next time, this boy would kneel before him, sobbing and begging for mercy while licking his shoes. Then, he would relish in trampling on the boy's face, subjecting him to endless humiliation, etching despair into his very being. Ma Tenglong's purpose for today was to deliver a chilling warning, to instill fear in Lin Xiao, hoping to witness him break down in tears. Clearly, he miscalculated. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Within a week, he would ensure that this boy would indeed weep for mercy. After all, even individuals like Director Zhang were in his pocket. What could anyone possibly use to challenge him? Chapter 99, Just tell me. How many minutes until he is utterly finished? This was Lin Xiao's first encounter with the police station. He had barely settled in before he was promptly released. The officers who had set him free wore perplexed expressions. What was happening? Why was he being let go? It was rumored to be the directive of District Chief Zhang, with additional arrangements in place. The young officer who had previously warned Lin Xiao returned, whispering to him, Young man, perhaps you should reconsider leaving. If you step outside, Ma Tenglong and his associates will ensure your demise, and we would be powerless to intervene. Here, although the conditions are not ideal, at least your life would be spared. They wouldn't dare to kill you. He sighed, reminiscing about his own youthful arrogance upon entering the police force. Yet, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. There were certain matters beyond the reach of an ordinary officer like himself. Lin Xiao looked up at him and smiled. You are a good person. Rest assured, I will be fine. Ma Tenglong has 100 methods to try against me, but I possess 1,000 ways to ensure his downfall. Brother, may I borrow your phone? Lin Xiao made a call, contemplating that for such matters, he need not trouble Lu Hanxing from the capital. Engaging Lu Hanxing would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Such individuals were unworthy of the Internal Affairs Bureau's involvement. Since he was in the Magic City, he would entrust the matter to Jiang Tianping, the foremost authority in the area. Jiang Tianping, in fact, had been seeking an opportunity to contact Lin Xiao. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's voice on the phone, he trembled with excitement. Mr. Lin has called me. Could it be that his life was about to take a turn for the better? Having just awoken, Jiang Tianping was still bleary-eyed, yet Lin Xiao's voice was unmistakable. He recalled how Lin Xiao had vociferously denounced the lackeys of Kangaroo Country at the conference. How could he not recognize him? The matter at hand is in your capable hands, Lin Xiao stated succinctly, revealing little. But someone of Jiang Tianping's caliber could not fail to grasp that something significant had transpired. Clearly, someone had provoked Mr. Lin's ire. Jiang Tianping stood, solemnly assuring over the phone, Mr. Lin, please rest assured. I, Jiang Tianping, vow to fulfill your request. If I fail, I am unworthy of my position. After ending the call, Lin Xiao handed the phone back to the young officer, who inquired with confusion, Young man, who did you call? The mayor of the Magic City. Jiang Tianping, Lin Xiao replied with a smile, a glint of coldness in his eyes. The officer was left dumbfounded, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. But Lin Xiao had already exited. Jiang Tianping commenced his investigation into the matter at hand. He aimed to uncover the truth behind the incident. Governor Jiang, we have identified the situation. It occurred within this jurisdiction. Here is the surveillance footage. The individual involved is Ma Tenglong, chairman of the construction group. Jiang Tianping nodded, his expression grave. Summon District Chief Zhang to see me. Moments later, District Chief Zhang arrived, still bewildered by the unfolding events. The construction group is your enterprise, correct? As Zhang laid eyes on the middle-aged men clad in jackets and white shirts surrounding Jiang Tianping, he felt a surge of unease. What is going on? What has happened? You have an employee named Ma Tenglong, who has offended someone he should not have. I need you to explain, in detail, what transpired at the bar. As Jiang Tianping's voice resonated, cold sweat beaded on Zhang's forehead, panic gripping him. Without further hesitation, he divulged everything to Jiang Tianping. Governor Jiang, is everything all right? Who is that young man? Upon hearing Zhang's account, Jiang Tianping erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at Zhang. You, Zhang Jin, is this how you conduct business? Enough. You shall no longer serve as district chief. I demand a replacement. An investigation will follow. Jiang Tianping spoke coldly, fully aware that they had stirred a hornet's nest. Those involved had dared to offend Lin Xiao, not only bullying Mr. Lin's friends but also attempting to resort to violence. Yet, for reasons unknown, the entire assailant had been incinerated. Ma Tenglong from the construction group was now hell-bent on revenge, scouring the city for Lin Xiao's friends, intent on driving them into utter despair. If Mr. Lin withdraws his collaboration with us, how shall I explain this to the higher-ups? How do I justify it to the Wangfu chief? I have been striving to curry favor, while these fools are provoking trouble. It seems we must invite supervisory personnel to launch a thorough crackdown on organized crime across all our territories. This is intolerable. Not a single one of these scoundrels shall escape. Jiang Tianping was deeply concerned. The 8 million tons of iron ore promised by Mr. Lin was of paramount importance to the nation. If their partnership was severed, the repercussions would be immeasurable, potentially costing him his position. Ma Tenglong was a fool walking to his doom. It was unlikely that Mr. Lin would be placated. Hadn't he threatened Mr. Lin with death? It was time for this individual to witness who truly held authority in the Magic City. Mayor, I have conducted an investigation. The construction group has faced declining profits in recent years. Their real estate earnings have not matched those of previous years. They are preparing for a last-ditch effort, borrowing heavily from banks and rallying investments, funneling funds into the nearly completed Yunda Plaza. Current estimates show they have already invested over $1 billion, claiming the total cost will reach $8 billion to establish a commercial center in the area. However, their foundation is precarious. The secretary reported to Jiang Tianping. The construction group has resorted to unscrupulous methods, engaging in fraud and coercive practices to attract investment. Many have felt compelled to invest due to their threats. The high-ranking officials surrounding Jiang Tianping analyzed Ma Tenglong's situation, stripping away his facade. Jiang Tianping's rage intensified upon hearing this. Not only did they show blatant disregard for the law, but they also engaged in extensive wrongdoing. How had such a person gone unnoticed for so long? He had failed in his duty. How could he justify this to Mr. Lin? Should Mr. Lin bring this matter to the Internal Affairs Bureau, his downfall would be imminent. Stop with the endless chatter. I do not wish to see this enterprise, the construction group, again. Just tell me, how many minutes until I can ensure their utter demise? Chapter 100. Heed my advice. Dare to provoke Mr. Lin? It is one thing to apprehend that rascal Ma Tenglong. It is imperative to quash his audacious arrogance. Mayor, the crux of the matter lies within this square. Let us halt the development of Yun University Square. Upon hearing this, the senior officials collectively inhaled sharply. Should this project be terminated, the construction group's meticulously crafted financial chain would unravel in an instant. In other words, once development ceases, the construction group will lack the capital to engage in transactions. Early the next morning, Ma Tenglong's confidant, Li Jianping, the project manager of the construction group, arrived at the office. He was primarily responsible for the construction and development of Yun University Square, wielding significant power in this region, where thousands of workers depended on him for their livelihoods. Just as he settled in, his female secretary called to inform him of a very important matter. Officials from the Housing Construction Department, of considerable rank, were on their way. Manager Li, there's trouble. The higher-ups have sent someone to conduct an investigation. You need to be prepared. Li Jianping felt an ominous premonition. At the entrance, 3 middle-aged men with briefcases entered. Li Jianping intended to offer them some fine tea. But before he could brew it, one man slammed a document onto his desk, stating, Manager Li, we have come to inform you of a matter concerning the construction group. With a forced smile, Li Jianping rubbed his hands together, recognizing these individuals as high-ranking officials. He thought to himself that even his superior, Ma Tenglong, relied on them and had to entertain them during festivals. What matter? Just give me a call. You needn't come all this way. It's too much trouble. The middle-aged man remained stern. After our recent investigations, our department has convened a meeting and decided to suspend the development project at Yun University Square. Here is the notice. Please review it and sign. What? Li Jianping's eyes widened in disbelief as he jumped to his feet. Why? Esteemed leaders, we have all the necessary permits. This is the directive from above, unanimously approved, the man replied calmly. Just like that? We have a substantial project without any violations. This voting seems frivolous. I refuse to accept this. I will file a complaint. Li Jianping's anger began to surface. We have found serious disturbances caused by your construction, and your company's funding sources are suspect and require further investigation. A halt for rectification is mandatory. You have no evidence. You cannot just stop such a major project without justification. Someone must be conspiring against us. Li Jianping protested. Mind your tone. I reiterate. You should be well aware of your group's actions. This is the consensus from above. The 3 men's expressions remained stern, leaving Li Jianping feeling deflated. Could you not convey our situation to the higher-ups? This project is vital to our construction group. It cannot be halted without reason. Li Jianping implored, pulling a gift from his drawer to offer them. The 3 middle-aged men ignored his gesture entirely. This decision is beyond our control. I advise you to act wisely. With that, they departed without further ado. Before long, a large contingent of law enforcement personnel arrived at the construction site, encompassing the municipal, legal, and judicial authorities. They sealed off all operations at Yun University Square, apprehending Li Jianping and the other involved personnel. Li Jianping and the cadre were left dumbfounded. Why had the city officials come? They knew that even Ma Tenglong could only mobilize district-level connections. In an instant, Yun University Square was plunged into a state of suspension. Meanwhile, Ma Tenglong awoke and immediately sought to contact his associates, intending to visit the university and bring back a few female students, to show that brat the extent of his influence and avenge his deceased son. However, when he attempted to call Li Jianping and his fellow comrades, the lines were dead. All calls to various department managers yielded the same result, unreachable. At that moment, his secretary called, her voice laced with urgency. Boss, it's bad. The bank is suddenly demanding repayment on our loans, insisting we settle within 3 days, or they will report us for loan fraud. What is going on? Was everything not fine before? And where is Jianping? Why can't I reach anyone? Ma Tenglong was taken aback, his face contorted with rage. City officials have sent a large number of law enforcement personnel, and our people have all been taken away. They claim we have been borrowing illegally, and the bank's termination of our loans is justified. Impossible. Contact the legal department immediately. This matter must be resolved. Why are they arresting our people? And we will not repay a single cent. He hurriedly dressed, still grappling with the unfolding chaos when another call came in. Boss, it's worse. More than a dozen companies in the city have filed joint complaints against us for unpaid wages to workers. Hundreds have gathered at our headquarters to protest, and the police are already dispatched. Ma Tunglong was still reeling. But isn't it too early for wage distribution? What is the meaning of this? It's not about Yun University Square. It's regarding the previous construction projects we contracted. We had delayed wage payments due to cash flow issues. And now they are demanding their dues. This was all too peculiar for Ma Tunglong. How could old grievances suddenly resurface? From the moment he received that first call, he sensed something was amiss. Chapter 101, Terrifying Energy. In the blink of an eye, the group shatters. Moreover, it was not merely a single event or a particular incident that erupted. At this moment, he already sensed that something was amiss. He needed to restrain himself. For aside from the captured giant Pain and the others, who else remained in the company? He hastily summoned them to stabilize the situation. Damn it, everything has turned upside down. Do they not realize that I am on the verge of avenging my son? Originally, Ma Tunglong intended to take a group of his associates, including Huzi, to the school to retrieve Jiang Lin and Chen Ran, but this unforeseen occurrence had completely disrupted his plans for the day. Call Huzi over. He was supposed to be waiting for me at home. He commanded. And listen, notify the officials in the district. If they dare to cause any more trouble, arrest them all. The higher-ups in the group on the other end of the line were utterly clueless. For reasons unknown, the district personnel suddenly began avoiding them, and their calls went unanswered. They reacted as if encountering a plague, and it was far from over. Early that morning, Ma Tunglong's phone had not ceased ringing. He neglected breakfast, and his agitation surged uncontrollably, leading him to a state of utter irrationality as he raged within his room. From the headquarters of the Jiangong Group, several executives called to inform him that the water, electricity, and communication networks at the headquarters had all been severed. The television station, which had previously promised to arrange promotional advertisements for the company, suddenly announced their withdrawal. Projects that were supposed to secure steady contracts were now abruptly informed that they had lost their eligibility for bidding. Moreover, hordes of reporters descended, threatening to expose the myriad crimes of the Jiangong Group. From minor issues like coercive contracts and employee oppression to grave accusations of intentional injury, deliberate murder, and organized crime, they had compiled a comprehensive list of sins against him. Managers from previously friendly financial firms called him, directly stating their termination of all investments in the Jiangong Group and demanding compensation for prior breach of contract. In his home, Ma Tunglong had smashed kitchen utensils and treasured antiques accumulated over decades in a fit of rage. He was seething with fury. He intended to mobilize all his resources to uncover the truth behind this chaos. Why so many troubles had suddenly befallen him. However, a sudden ring at the door interrupted his thoughts. The captain of the local police force arrived at Ma Tunglong's residence with a group of officers. Previously, they had treated a tycoon like him with courtesy, but now they presented a summons and a search warrant without hesitation. Mr. Ma, we need you to come with us. Please cooperate with our investigation. Last month, at a bar, you severely injured an individual after drinking. The month before that, you illicitly obtained a bank loan through connections, involving fraud and extortion. 6 months ago, you threatened debtors with violence, causing minor injuries. A year ago, you bribed district leaders with gifts amounting to over 10 million. 3 years ago, you were involved in a violent brawl, leaving someone disabled to defend your son. Upon hearing these charges, Ma Tunglong's body trembled as though struck by electricity. He could no longer contain himself. Raising his head, he gritted his teeth. Captain Wong, I have treated you well. Haven't T.I.? Damn it, didn't T.I. clarify these matters with the leaders before? They said they would pursue them. And as for the assaults, didn't T.I. compensate the victims? Wasn't T.I. agreed to settle these privately? What is going on? Can you tell me who I have offended? Who is trying to ruin me? Ma Tunglong vented his frustration at the police captain. Captain Wong had no further explanations to offer. He could only state, this situation is too grave for me to comprehend. The complainants have all retracted their previous agreements. The severe injury cases are now public prosecution matters, and they are demanding formal charges. Moreover, regarding your previous gifts, those leaders have also been investigated. A chill gripped Ma Tunglong's heart upon hearing that the leaders were under investigation. He sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control, and panic set in. His expression darkened. Captain Wong, I demand a clear answer today. Who is behind this? Captain Wong shook his head coldly. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. I am simply following orders from above. Mr. Ma, I advise you to comply with us, or you will face severe consequences. Rumors indicated that the higher-ups had taken notice. No, I just want to know whom I have offended. My son was murdered, and I have yet to seek vengeance. Why has this suddenly turned against me? Captain Wong remained silent and promptly took him away. As they entered the police vehicle, more distressing news arrived. His driver, involved in a hit-and-run incident years ago, had already been taken in for questioning. In the car, his phone rang incessantly. All were related to criminal cases. As long as the statute of limitations had not expired, inquiries into cases dating back a decade were being reopened. The relentless onslaught was terrifying. Is this Mr. Ma? Someone has filed a lawsuit against you for a $30 million debt concerning construction materials from a year ago, resulting in losses for the complainant. You are required to appear in court or opt for compensation. Mr. Ma, trouble is brewing. Huzi just went over with his people, and they were promptly apprehended by the police. This investigation is serious. It could implicate organized crime. This is disastrous. Tenglong, I am Secretary Zhao. Your company has long been suspected of monopolistic practices. We have initiated an investigation. Furthermore, those leaders you had your wife accompany have all been taken in. Ma Tenglong was utterly bewildered, gasping for breath as sweat soaked through his shirt. Having climbed to such heights, he bore some dirt. But these issues had once faded into the past. Why had they suddenly resurfaced? Formerly close allies and local government were now being dismissed and investigated, while companies that once collaborated with him severed all ties. Even in the police vehicle, he attempted to call for help, but no one was willing to answer. Some even feigned ignorance to avoid him. Longtime drinking companions, once fellow tycoons boasting fortunes in the billions, were nowhere to be found. He realized he had been completely isolated. It felt as though an invisible, powerful hand was gripping his throat, pinning him to the ground, leaving him utterly helpless. Who possessed such immense power? He had never encountered such a situation in his life. It was terrifying to the point where he struggled to catch his breath. Truthfully, he had weathered many storms throughout his life, but he had never anticipated such misfortune in these recent days. First, his son found trouble and met a tragic end. Now it was his turn. He had never felt so utterly defeated as he did today. What kind of figure lay behind this? Someone who could effortlessly dismantle his vast enterprise in the blink of an eye. Chapter 102. I yearned to comprehend the manner of my demise. Having been summoned throughout the day, I found it to be the most exasperating day of my existence. No one offered me a semblance of kindness. The police were diligently gathering evidence against me. It would not be long before they sought an arrest warrant from the prosecutor's office. Once that order is issued, my fate would be sealed. My company and I would have no chance of survival due to this incident. Having been entrenched here for so many years, I was left bewildered as to whom I had offended, allowing them to so easily orchestrate my downfall. The power they wield is utterly terrifying. Old Shun, you are aware of my plight. Please, don't hang up just yet, considering our long-standing camaraderie as classmates. I implore you to shed some light on my situation. What exactly has transpired? Where did I step wrong? If you wish for my demise, at the very least, you ought to enlighten me as to how I am to meet my end. On the other end of the line, Old Shun, a cadre in the magical metropolis, offered no further explanations and abruptly ended the call. Beep, beep. In that instant, I felt as if I had aged decades. I made several attempts to reach out, yet encountered no results. All my friends on social media, without exception, had blocked me. Ultimately, I placed my hope in my old classmate once more, changing my phone number to reach him again. Old Shin, I beg you, please don't hang up. I have no other matters to discuss. Look at my situation. I merely wish to reminisce about our days together in school. Old Shin, we have always been close friends. You hold a leadership position in the city, and I have never once asked for your assistance in all these years. Back in school, your integrity was unwavering, and I did not wish to trouble you. However, we fought together, and we were both made to write self-reflections in front of the entire faculty and student body. That bond speaks volumes, and I have always cherished it. Now, I find myself at a dead end. In truth, we both admired Yang Meiwan back then, when I claimed I no longer held feelings for her. It was merely a pretense. I wished for your happiness together. At this moment, where is the demeanor of a corporate president? I sat alone at an empty table, melancholically sipping on liquor, a foolish smile etched upon my face, while police officers stood guard around me. After a prolonged silence, Old Shin finally spoke. I'll give you another number to call. A few minutes later, his tone shifted to one of grave seriousness. Tenglong, do you have any inkling about the magnitude of the individual you have offended? What? Old Shin, I genuinely had no idea. Had I known, I would have knelt before them in supplication. I would never have dared to cross them. In that moment, I was utterly oblivious. Old Shun's voice darkened ominously. You must realize, it is not I who am criticizing you. Your son has committed numerous misdeeds, and he should have faced justice long ago. Yet, you have chosen to antagonize that eminent figure. Do you comprehend the stature of the person you threatened? Suddenly, a jolt of realization coursed through me, and I began to tremble uncontrollably. I swallowed hard, my legs quaking, my hand shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Do you understand that the young man you sought to harm commands such respect that even the governor of the magical metropolis must bow before him? I witnessed Governor Jiang Tianping acknowledge your offense against Mr. Lin, declaring you would soon meet your end. If the governor wishes your demise, what hope do you have? That young man, Mr. Lin, the very one. I finally grasped the gravity of the situation. I had long harbored vengeful thoughts, even boasting of dismembering him, only to find myself dismantled in mere moments. My foundation, my everything, stripped away by a single utterance. What of my threats to flay him alive? In the end, no one from his circle was harmed, while I was left utterly annihilated. Yet, upon reflection, I felt fortunate that I had not acted. How could I have dared to lay a finger on even a hair of those close to him? Perhaps I am now devoid of any right to speak. I truly didn't know. Had I been aware of his immense power, even 100 lifetimes would not have dared me to cross him. I merely sought clarity regarding my son's death. What I have encountered is not merely a steel plate, but a bomb that detonates upon the slightest touch. At this moment, I recalled Lin Xiao's words to me within the detention room. I am a realm you must never tread upon. Indeed, I had trespassed into Lin Xiao's territory, only to be obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. With a gulp, I felt despair wash over me, utterly at a loss for words. You seek vengeance for your son? What right do you possess to avenge that scoundrel? Given your son's actions, he deserved to perish 100 times over. And what of you? Are you blameless? The connections you wield have already been dismantled and scrutinized. Is there no recourse? A recourse? If they come seeking you, do as they bid. Perhaps this will alleviate some burdens upon your family, for your wife now finds herself in debt to the tune of billions. Those individuals are untouchable. Around 8 o'clock that evening, you may very well find yourself taken by the police. Before that, I urge you to visit the Howda Hotel and plead for mercy. Offer sincere apologies to ensure the safety of your family. By 6 that afternoon, the prosecutor's office had dispatched the order for my arrest. Faced with an impending lengthy prison sentence, I had already surrendered my struggle upon learning who had orchestrated this calamity. Even the governor of the magical metropolis would need to concede to them. Who are these individuals? What is their power? Before Lin Xiao, I felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, a desperate hopelessness enveloping me. My eyes void of life, my pallor ashen. I bore the stench of despair, slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling as I reflected upon my past. The contrast between my prior bravado when threatening Lin Xiao and my present state was stark. At 7 o'clock, with trepidation in my heart, I arrived at the Howda Hotel. This gathering was organized primarily at the behest of Governor Jiang Tianping, who had personally invited Lin Xiao to dine. Word had somehow leaked, and prominent figures from across the city, along with various officials, had gathered to partake. Particularly, there was keen interest regarding the stalled developments at Yunda Square, and everyone was eager for their share of the pie. At this moment, Lin Xiao was accompanied by 4 lovely ladies, Chen Ran, Jiang Linlin, Li Xiao, and Xiao Yu. Upon hearing Lin Xiao mention an unexpected occurrence, they eagerly followed him. Having already caught wind of the news regarding the downfall of the construction group and the impending arrest of Ma Tinglong. However, Lin Xiao remained unscathed. They were well aware that Lin Xiao's identity was extraordinary, indeed, rather formidable. Chapter 103, Mr. Lin's shoes are dirty. The gathering was filled with the elite and business magnates of the magical city. Lin Xiao, the young protagonist of the soiree, displayed no signs of trepidation. With a serene demeanor, he calmly observed those around him. When the business tycoons extended their hands for a handshake, he engaged them in polite conversation, effortlessly exuding an air of maturity far beyond his years. This scene evoked astonishment and admiration from Chun Ran's roommates. Who exactly was this cousin of Chun Ran, exhibiting such remarkable prowess? Before long, the governor of the magical city, Jiang Tianping, took the stage to address the audience of business leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, let us heed the cautionary tale of the criminal syndicate led by Ma Tengluan. We must conduct our business with integrity and shun unscrupulous practices. He then invited Mr. Lin to share a few words. Jiang Tianping was particularly attentive to Mr. Lin, as the purpose of this gathering was to foster dialogue with him. I, Lin Xiao, am here to seek mutual prosperity, not to cause trouble. I have no inclination for conflict. Therefore, the project associated with Ma Tingluen necessitates a reliable individual to take the reins. As you are all aware, the Yunda Commercial Plaza project has provided livelihoods for many in the vicinity. Should it falter, countless individuals would face unemployment. Henceforth, the appointed project leader will be subject to rigorous external oversight. Lin Zhao's eloquence was palpable, his core message unmistakable. While many assumed he spoke to exact vengeance upon Ma Tingluen, he instead focused on the aftermath of the construction group's downfall, emphasizing its grave implications for the local populace's livelihood and employment. The gravity of his words resonated deeply, revealing the expansive vision that defined Mr. Lin. Even Jiang Tianping felt a growing respect for him. Indeed, with Mr. Lin in our city, we are bound for prosperity and growth. As Lin Xiao concluded his speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Just as the banquet commenced and everyone prepared to dine, a figure emerged from outside, none other than Ma Tingluen himself. He appeared utterly defeated, swaying as if intoxicated, his demeanor betraying a profound fear upon encountering Lin Xiao. It was unfathomable that this youth could dismantle him with mere words. All his connections seemed trivial in the face of Lin Zhao's influence. A lifetime's worth of wealth and projects teetered on the brink of collapse due to a single utterance. Jiang Tianping continued conversing with Lin Xiao, dismissing Ma Tingluen entirely. The latter, now a mere criminal suspect, had lost the right to approach them. Several officers were poised behind him, ready to arrest him once the conversation concluded. This marked the final moments of his freedom. Instead of seeking solace from his wife, he rushed toward Lin Xiao, intending to apologize. Lin Xiao turned to the surrounding businessmen. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. Jiang Tianping echoed. Let's heed Mr. Lin's suggestion. Please, everyone, eat. Chen Ran gently nudged Lin Zhao's arm, whispering that Ma Tingluen is still standing down there. Jiang Linlin remarked, let him stand there. He brought this upon himself. Li Siyu added, indeed, he deserves to be taught a lesson. They all understood that Lin Xiao was behind the unfolding events, and they marveled at the formidable connections he commanded, even compelling the governor to toast in his honor. Meanwhile, Ma Tingluen appeared aged beyond his years, his eyes vacant and lost. No one dared approach him. Former associates and business partners now regarded him with disdain, avoiding him as if he were a pariah. Once, he had boasted about driving Lin Xiao to despair, but now he faced the consequences of his own folly, leading to his ruin. The words, I am a minefield you can never approach, echoed in his mind. Lin, Mr. Lin, it's me. Little Long, Ma Tingluen stammered, his head bowed like a chastised child. Lin Xiao, with a plate of food in hand, smiled at the others. This dish is delightful. Ha ha ha, if Mr. Lin enjoys it, I can have my chef come over to cook for you every day. A businessman chimed in jovially. The conversation flowed. Yet no one acknowledged the despondent figure of Ma Tingluen, who stood like a neglected guard dog. The officers began to urge him to leave, and for a fleeting moment, he contemplated returning to prison, yet thoughts of his wife and family anchored him in place. He could not abandon them. Those around him were acutely aware of Lin Zhao's formidable background and feared the repercussions of crossing him. Ma Tingluen had already implicated numerous individuals in his downfall, leaving a trail of devastation. He stood there for nearly an hour, enduring the humiliation as the meal progressed. Jiang Tianping's secretary finally broke the silence, questioning, who is this old man? Why hasn't the police taken him away yet? Ma Tingluen quickly lowered his head. Mr. Lin, I am Ma Tingluen, chairman of the construction group. I have come to apologize. I was blind to your worth, and I vow never to threaten you or your friends again. I implore you, spare my company, arrest me instead. The surrounding businessmen glared at him coldly, one remarking, how can one stand to apologize? With desperation, Ma Tingluen dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. I beg you, I am guilty of many sins, but my wife and family are innocent. Please do not involve them. The stark contrast between his former arrogance and his current pleas for mercy was jarring. He now resembled a wretched creature. Yet Lin Xiao's heart remained unmoved. For Ma Tingluen's hands were tainted with countless misdeeds. Had he encountered an ordinary individual instead of Lin Xiao, he would not have hesitated to inflict suffering. The consequences of such actions were unfathomable. At that moment, someone beside Ma Tingluen sought to ingratiate himself with Lin Xiao, suggesting, Mr. Lin's shoes are dirty. Shouldn't you hurry to clean them? Upon hearing this, Ma Tingluen hastily shifted his position and rushed to Lin Xiao's front to polish his shoes. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I shall comply with whatever you command. You need not apologize to me. Rather, you should render your apologies to my companions, Lin Xiao retorted, delivering a swift kick to Ma Tenglong's face. He dared not express his pain. Instead, he knelt down beside Chun Ran and her companions. Thus, the matter concluded. The sins you have committed shall be left to the law, and I wish not to see you again. Depart far from me. Once Lin Xiao finished speaking, Jiang Tianping waved his hand, instructing, take him away. The guards behind immediately seized Ma Tenglong and escorted him away, destined to endure the remainder of his life within the confines of a prison. Chapter 104. Lin Xiao, may I accompany you back to the hotel? Lin Xiao has never been one to instigate trouble, yet that does not imply that others can approach him without caution. As he stated, he is a thunderous presence that should not be trifled with. The individual responsible for this predicament, due to his son's provocation, transformed what was meant to be a delightful evening gathering with his cousin into a tragedy, with one party meeting an untimely demise and the other forever marred by this incident. In essence, it can be succinctly summarized as a complete familial ruin. Jiang Tianping is acutely aware of Lin Xiao's significance, and his actions are not solely for Lin Xiao's benefit. They serve as a reckoning for those who have suffered at the hands of Ma Tenglong and his son. Regrettably, justice has arrived too late. Is justice still considered just when it is tardy? The local entrepreneurs and accompanying officials present could not help but gasp in astonishment. They have indelibly etched the name Lin Xiao into their memories. In this city, regardless of whom you may offend, one must never provoke this individual. That evening, after a modest meal and bidding farewell to Jiang Tianping, Lin Xiao returned to the bar with several women. He had promised to enjoy himself with his cousin, and the previous unforeseen incident had prevented that from happening. This time, Lin Xiao had effectively taken charge of the establishment. Upon his return, the patrons were initially struck with disbelief. How could someone who had crossed Ma Dehai still be here, laughing and drinking without a care? Those with insight began to speculate about Lin Xiao's identity. They had recently heard of the investigation into Ma Tenglong's conglomerate. Could this young man be linked to that development? Lin Xiao paid no heed to their curious gazes, turning instead to Chun Ran and her companions, saying, sisters, due to the previous incident, Ma Tenglong has generously compensated everyone with $1 million. I hope you do not dwell on it too much and instead focus on enjoying yourselves daily. Jiang Linlin, Li Xiao. And Xiao Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment and apologized. We should be the ones saying sorry for interrupting your time together and for the unpleasantness that ensued. We truly feel uneasy accepting this money. Their fondness for Lin Xiao had reached a peak, as this cousin of Chun Ran not only possessed good looks and wealth, but also an enigmatic background and impressive intelligence. Being in his presence was immensely comforting and secure. Without Lin Xiao, the consequences for these women would have been dire, perhaps forever ruining their lives at the hands of Ma Dehai's villainy. Thus, their gazes towards Lin Xiao brimmed with admiration. When did Rangu acquire such a charming cousin? If only they too could have one like him. Better yet, if they could become his girlfriend. Chun Ran stepped forward, advising the trio to be cautious when frequenting places like the bar, as they were filled with all manner of individuals. However, her earnest counsel seemed to fall on deaf ears, particularly with Jiang Linlin, who had already nestled beside Lin Xiao, her arm around his waist, her cheeks flushed. Chun Ran, having consumed her fair share of drinks, contemplated taking Lin Xiao home, but Jiang Linlin interjected, Ran go. Why don't I take our Lin Xiao back? You haven't been to school for quite some time. You should return and check in. Chun Ran hesitated. What about you, Linlin? Aren't you coming back with us? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'll just stay outside for some fresh air. You all go ahead. Jiang Linlin feigned discomfort, leaning against Lin Xiao. At that moment, Chun Ran sensed something amiss. What fresh air? Clearly, Jiang Linlin harbored feelings for her cousin. She could see right through it. Linlin, isn't that inappropriate? I brought my cousin out to have fun. How could you? Rangu, why are you so anxious? Are you, perhaps, feeling jealous? Surely not. Rangu, you wouldn't have any inclinations towards your cousin, would you? Chun Ran's face flushed crimson. What nonsense. We are relatives. You're overthinking things. Jiang Linlin caressed Lin Xiao's back, creating an air of intimacy. Then it's settled. I'll take our Lin Xiao back to the hotel, and you hurry back to school. Chun Ran was reluctant to let Jiang Linlin accompany Lin Xiao, but struggled to find a valid reason to refuse, especially with Li Xiao and Xiao Yu, the onlookers, present. Ultimately, she could only follow them in a taxi back. Lin Xiao bid farewell to Chun Ran before she departed, leaving only Jiang Linlin behind. Stop pretending. They have already left, Lin Xiao said, patting Jiang Linlin playfully. Her cheeks flushed. Jiang Linlin playfully punched his chest. I truly felt a bit dizzy. Lin Xiao inquired. Do you wish to stay alone for a reason? Lin Xiao, I genuinely want to express my gratitude. Without you, I might have thus. I wish to thank you personally. Jiang Linlin summoned a ride, guiding Lin Xiao into the vehicle. She leaned gently against his shoulder, her face reflecting anticipation. Lin Xiao, may I accompany you back to the hotel? Of course, I have 2 rooms reserved. You are welcome to stay in one of them. Jiang Linlin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Xiao, is your relationship with Rangu truly just that of siblings? Is there nothing more? What else could it be? Oh, I see. Jiang Linlin nodded, a smirk of delight appearing on her face. If that were the case, wouldn't her opportunity arise? Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Xiao entered his room, while Jiang Linlin settled into the sofa of the other room. It was her first time in a presidential suite, and its vastness astonished her. Unable to resist, she snapped a few photos. A night in a presidential suite in the Magic City costs a fortune. That could be a boast for ages. Indeed, Lin Xiao was quite affluent. Coming from a humble background, Jiang Linlin was not a local. Before attending university in the Magic City, she believed her family was well off, with a house and a car, living comfortably. However, upon arriving in such a grand city, she became acutely aware of the stark wealth disparity. While others purchased clothing and cosmetics worth thousands, she found herself bargaining over clothes at flea markets, using inexpensive makeup. Many of her peers had numerous talents: piano, violin, singing, dancing, while their families possessed abundant resources. Upon graduation, they faced no employment worries, as their families had already secured suitable positions for them. Some classmates earned more in a month merely from rental income in the Magic City than she could in several years. For her, graduation signified unemployment, and her future remained bleak. In a city where a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 was barely subsistence, a life of extravagance seemed entirely out of reach for someone like her. Ultimately, she envisioned returning to her small town to find a stable job, engaging in matchmaking, dating, and marrying. However, having witnessed the splendor of life, how could she willingly return to the desolate, aging countryside? This realization shattered some of Jiang Linlin's cherished illusions. In this era, hard work does not guarantee wealth. One can merely survive. Some individuals, from the very outset, find themselves in Rome, while she feels as though she was born a beast of burden. Observing many former classmates, who once seemed inferior to her, now thriving with affluent partners, left her feeling disheartened. Consequently, Jiang Linlin began to master the art of makeup, determined to present herself as perpetually beautiful and alluring, in hopes of capturing the attention of wealthy suitors. Yet, thus far, she has met with little success. Well, there was Ma Dehai, but she harbored a deep aversion towards him, yearning to distance herself at the earliest opportunity. Her disinterest was genuine. She merely tolerated him to avoid offending him, which led to the incident at the bar. Fortunately, Lin Xiao intervened. Not only did he surpass Ma Dehai in every conceivable aspect, but more importantly, he was young and handsome, backed by a power she could scarcely fathom. Even the mayor of the magical city, Jiang Tianping, displayed deference towards him. This experience profoundly reshaped her understanding of the world. She had never encountered a wealthy heir, possessing both riches and influence, who commanded such respect from prominent figures. Thus, she resolved to win Lin Xiao's affection. If she could truly secure his heart, she would no longer need to toil for a living and could instead indulge in flaunting luxurious handbags and enjoying extravagant afternoon teas. That very evening, after her bath, she donned a robe without any undergarments and knocked on Lin Xiao's door. Lin Xiao, are you free? May I come in for a moment? Chapter 105, Jiang Linlin's Wish. Iron ore arrives at the port. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao lay on his bed, his consciousness having entered the temporal trading space. The iron ore he had requested from that being, Long San, amidst the apocalypse, was likely nearing completion. Lin Xiao initiated a video call with Long San, who was situated in the land of kangaroos. Mr. Long, is the iron ore ready? After several days of extraction, it is complete. Come and see. In the next moment, a vast expanse of colossal containers appeared on the screen, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the sight of these towering containers, each several meters high. He almost forgot the sheer magnitude of 8 million tons of iron ore. If a single container can hold a maximum weight of 18 tons, then 8 million tons would equate to over 400,000 containers. To transport all this iron ore back to the mainland, more than 300 cargo ships would be required. The enormity of this task was indeed daunting. Fortunately, Lin Xiao possessed spatial capsules. He had 3 of them. Yet even that was insufficient to contain all this iron ore. It was simply too much. However, he could manage to contain more than half. The remainder would necessitate additional large vessels from Wang Tao's side. After completing the transaction, Lin Xiao planned to call the Wang residence the following day to arrange for the reception of the iron ore. Upon exiting the trading space, he was met with a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhang Linlin clad in a bathrobe, her cheeks flushed, entering his room with a contemplative expression. Water droplets adorned her delicate face, and her bathrobe was slightly ajar, revealing her collarbone and a glimpse of her fair skin. It appeared she had just finished her shower. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply upon witnessing this scene, his mind racing with a singular thought. Boys must learn to protect themselves when outside. Zhang Linlin regarded him with an assertive gaze. Lin Xiao, may I sit in your room? I feel quite lonely in such a large space. Lin Xiao thought. I didn't force you to feel bored. Before he could respond, Zhang Linlin had already entered and seated herself on his sofa, crossing her legs provocatively. Lin Xiao, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Do you have feelings for Rango? Zhang Linlin inquired shyly, avoiding eye contact. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao replied, Perhaps I do. After all, we have played together since childhood. However, it is not of a romantic nature. She is my cousin and has always taken good care of me, so it is merely a familial affection. Zhang Linlin's heart leaped with joy. If she weren't your cousin, would you be together? With a smile, Lin Xiao responded, Perhaps, who can say? Linlin, why do you ask this? Upon hearing this, Zhang Linlin gradually shifted closer to him, placing his hand upon her smooth, fair thigh. I simply wish to understand you better. If one day you had the chance to be with Rango, I would certainly do my utmost to assist you. This is rather perplexing, Lin Xiao muttered, bewildered. My relationship with Chun Ran is purely that of siblings. It is innocent. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, Zhang Linlin blushed and began to loosen her bathrobe, allowing it to slip from her body. At midnight, the dormitory lights had long been extinguished, but Li Xiao noticed Zhang Linlin had yet to return. Chun Ran was already asleep in the dormitory. Worry crept in. What was happening? Had Zhang Linlin truly succeeded? Grabbing her phone, Li Xiao dialed Zhang Linlin. Initially, there was no answer. On the second attempt, the call connected. Linlin, what are you doing? However, the line was eerily silent. The other end was unusually quiet, leading Li Xiao to suspect she had dialed incorrectly. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice emerged. Oh, is that you, Yaoyao? Linlin has already fallen asleep. Lin Xiao, awakened by the phone call, glanced at the screen and was surprised to see it was Li Xiao's voice. Upon recognizing Lin Xiao's voice, Li Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. There seemed to be a misunderstanding. Had they gone to bed together so swiftly? Is something the matter? Do you need me to wake her? Lin Xiao asked, teasingly. Li Xiao's face reddened, and she hastily hung up. She had not expected Zhang Linlin to be so audacious. After ending the call, Lin Xiao muttered, She is quite the bold one. He placed Zhang Linlin's phone aside and lay back on his bed, gazing at the enchanting figure curled up beside him like a cat. Having acquired wealth, it seemed the girls had become exceedingly forward. Lin Xiao was discerning in his tastes. He typically overlooked ordinary beauties. Yet Zhang Linlin, with her stunning physique and beauty, was exceptional. After what had transpired, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Having consumed some alcohol the previous night, and with Zhang Linlin sleeping soundly beside him, he gently caressed her. Lin Xiao, don't know please, Zhang Linlin murmured. Lost in a dream. The following morning, Lin Xiao vanished from the room, embarking on a crucial mission. He had already contacted Wang Fuzhong to arrange for 100 cargo ships to transport the goods to various steel groups in the mainland. Upon receiving this news, Wang Tao, Zhao Yang, and their associates promptly contacted international shipping companies to prepare for the immediate reception of Lin Xiao's cargo. On that day, Jiang Tianping and the senior executives awaited eagerly. As the cargo was destined for the port of Magic City, their nerves were taut with anticipation. They felt that all their efforts to secure Lin Xiao had not been in vain. Indeed, he had delivered on his promises. The 8 million tons of iron ore were on their way to Magic City. That evening, as the cargo ships docked, the port authorities swiftly arranged cranes to unload the containers one by one. Immediately afterward, trains were dispatched to transport the goods to the steel groups. Finally, the goods had arrived. The staff at the steel plant commenced their inspections. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. After thorough examination, the iron content of this batch was confirmed at 65. Quickly, this result was reported to the high-ranking officials and the business authorities in Magic City. Upon receiving the news, the executives were ecstatic, dancing with joy. Hurry! Notify the finance department to transfer the funds to Mr. Lin immediately. Not a single cent less.